Introduction asterisk. The chronicle unfolds the tale of Viserys I Targaryen, a fragile child destined to perish shortly after birth, whose fate was irrevocably altered by the spirit from another realm and a peculiar, blood-stained crown from a different world. Aegon Targaryen, the Conqueror, subdued Westeros, while I, the sovereign of blood and fire, the god of war, emperor of Valyria, Aegon Targaryen, conquered the entire world. Chapter 1. The Black Dread. A century after the calamity of Valyria, the Conqueror Aegon Targaryen, alongside his two sister wives, wielded 3 dragons to successfully conquer the 6 kingdoms of Westeros, thus establishing the Targaryen dynasty. This tumultuous continent finally embraced unity and peace, and the year of Aegon's ascendance was henceforth referred to as Year 1 of Aegon, or 1 AC. In 93 AC, on a serene summer morning in King's Landing, the royal carriage emerged from the Red Keep, traversing the streets towards the Dragon Lair in the Rhaenys Hills. Viserys, are you truly resolved to tame Balerion? It is said that his wounds from the free cities have yet to heal. He may perish in the Dragon Lair at any moment, inquired a calm, 9-year-old boy with silver blonde hair and amethyst-like eyes, addressing his elder brother. The boy, Aegon Targaryen, the youngest son of Prince Balerion, the Prince of Dawn, and the future young King Viserys I Targaryen, was destined to have perished in 84 AC alongside his mother, Princess Alyssa Targaryen. Originally a diligent worker from a distant realm, Aegon found himself reborn as an infant cradled in his mother's arms after a night of indulgence. Following his mother's demise from postpartum complications, Aegon gradually grew, discovering his father was Balerion and his brother was Viserys, both bearing the Targaryen name. It dawned upon him that he had traversed into the world of the prequel to A Song of Ice and Fire. Aegon, Balerion is the fiercest and largest dragon of our lineage. No dragon can rival him in might. According to the Dragon Keepers, Balerion's wounds have long since healed, Daemon retorted, unable to comprehend why his brother persistently sought to dissuade Viserys from taming the Black Dread. In his view, Viserys, as the future king, should commandeer the largest and most formidable dragon of the family. Enough, Daemon. Aegon merely worries for his elder brother, Viserys interjected. However, Aegon, Daemon speaks the truth. As the firstborn son of our father, I must tame the Black Dread to prove my worthiness as a successor. Viserys reassured his brothers, his gaze already fixated on the approaching dragon lair through the carriage window. Aegon observed his brothers in silence, understanding Viserys' determination to tame the Black Dread. Their uncle, Aemon, had unexpectedly passed away in 92 AC, while their grandfather, Aegon I, had chosen their father, Balerion, as the heir to the kingdom. Their cousin, Rhaenys, was hailed by their grandmother, Queen Alysanne, as the future queen, having tamed her mother's former dragon, Queen of Dragons Meraxes. She subsequently wed Lord Corlys Velaryon, becoming the Lady of Driftmark and securing the support of the realm's foremost fleet. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers had all failed to hatch dragon eggs, prompting Viserys' urgency to tame Balerion to ensure the legacy of Prince Balerion. The carriage came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the Dragon Lair. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Dragon Lair, announced a guard from outside the carriage. Viserys, accompanied by his brothers, stepped out to find their father, Aegon Targaryen, awaiting them at the entrance. Viserys, come forth. The Dragon Keepers have ushered Balerion into the lair's hall, Balerion said, his eyes brimming with pride as he gazed upon the 3 children left to him by his wife. The day had finally arrived for his children to tame dragons. Daemon, Aegon, do not fret. Your time will come when you too shall ride great dragons into the skies. Balerion comforted them as they walked. In due time, I shall arrange for the Dragon Keepers to bring forth Vagger and Dreamfire. Prepare yourselves, but for now, let us keep silence as Viserys begins the taming, he added. Daemon and Aegon nodded eagerly, suppressing their excitement as they turned their attention to Viserys and Balerion within the hall. Do you recall my teachings, Viserys? Balerion asked. I do, Father, Viserys replied. Good. Let us commence, Balerion instructed. The Dragon Keepers unshackled Balerion, the ancient dragon of House Targaryen, who slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the approaching Viserys. Breath of fire, wings of flight, heads in concord, sing to 3. Viserys hummed a Valyrian melody as he approached the majestic dragon. As Viserys drew nearer, Balerion gradually rose, exhaling a deep breath as he regarded the human before him. When Viserys stood directly before Balerion, the dragon slowly parted its jaws, flames flickering within. Calm yourself, Balerion, Viserys spoke in Valyrian, locking his gaze with the dragon. Balerion gradually closed his mouth, and seizing the opportunity, Viserys climbed onto the saddle upon Balerion's back. "Open the gates," Balon commanded the dragon keepers, who swiftly complied, readying for Balerion's flight from the lair. "Ascend from the lair, Balerion," Viserys commanded from the dragon's back. Yet Balerion remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to Viserys' command. "Ascend from the lair, Balerion," Viserys called out again, this time with fervor. Balerion, as if awakening from slumber, began to shift his massive form, inching out of the dragon lair. Viserys understood Aegon's concerns. Balerion was indeed aging, and his time was limited. Presently, Balerion seemed barely capable of flying from King's Landing to Dragonstone. As sunlight graced Balerion's face, the old dragon finally beheld the sun once more after 47 years. "Fly, Balerion," Viserys whispered, stroking the dragon's spine. Balerion raised his neck, emitting a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the Rhaenys hills, a torrent of dragon fire erupting from his maw and engulfing the sky. The black flames captivated the eyes of all present. Balerion unfurled his wings and, amidst the shouts of the dragon keepers, soared towards King's Landing. Chapter 2. The Alliance of Dragon and Eagle. 3 evenings hence, in the banquet hall of the Red Keep in King's Landing, King Aegon I, known as the King of the Living, hosted a grand feast to celebrate his grandson Viserys' successful taming of Balerion. Nobles danced gracefully within the hall. King Aegon and Queen Alysanne conversed quietly with Duke of the Vale, while Balon engaged in discussions with the nobles from the Vale and the Crownlands. Meanwhile, the Duke of the Vale's daughter, young Aemma Arryn, whispered with Princess Guinevere, casting furtive glances at Viserys. "Where has Aegon gone?" Viserys inquired, his face flushed. "I cannot say. He was just here," Daemon replied, his gaze fixated on the couples twirling in the dance. As the melody concluded, King Aegon struck his cup against the table, calling for silence. The hall fell quiet. All eyes turned towards the king, awaiting his address that my grandson, Viserys Targaryen, has recently succeeded in taming the Black Dread, Balerion, in the dragon pit, becoming the knight of the greatest dragon in our family. "Let us raise our goblets in honor of Viserys," declared Jaehaerys, his face aglow with pride. "To Viserys!" the nobles exclaimed loudly, chanting his name as they downed their cups of golden wine. However, there is another matter to announce. In 3 months' time, a wedding will be held in King's Landing between Viserys and the young daughter of the Duke of the Vale, Aemma Arryn. The Vale and the royal family shall unite once more. To the Vale, to Duchess Aemma. "Thank you for your trust, your majesty." To Targaryen. Duchess Aemma raised her cup, and the nobles vociferously hailed the Targaryens and the Arryn family. The atmosphere in the banquet hall reached a crescendo, with the scent of wine mingling with the fragrance of the ladies' perfumes, as the lords of the Crownlands and the Vale twirled freely on the dance floor. "You are indeed here, Aegon." Viserys entered Aegon's chamber, approaching his brother, who was engrossed in a botanical compendium he had borrowed from a scholar. "You know, Viserys, I have never been fond of raucous feasts," Aegon replied, glancing at Viserys. "Why aren't you with your Aemma? Instead, you seek me out? How could you?" Viserys began before being interrupted by Aegon. "You have successfully tamed the Black Dread. Our grandfather will arrange a suitable bride for you. Since our Aunt Sarella fled to the Free Cities and Aunt Visenya perished in a drunken fall, the only eligible women of Targaryen blood, aside from Aunt Gara, are the daughters of Aunt Daenerys. If your bride is Aemma, you will secure the support of the Vale. Thus your future wife must be Aemma Arryn. I have faith that you will one day be a worthy hand of the king." Aegon. Viserys beamed with pride as he regarded his younger brother. "I shall await your coronation, my brother," Aegon replied, settling into a nearby chair. "Grandfather just announced my betrothal to Aemma at the feast. With the wedding set for 3 months hence." Viserys poured himself a cup of wine, speaking as he drank. "Congratulations, Viserys. However, I suspect our cousin Rhaenys may not make it to your wedding. Yesterday, I overheard grandfather speaking with father. Corlys sent word that Rhaenys is already 2 months pregnant. Grandmother was overjoyed for quite a while. That is splendid news, is it not? The Targaryen family gains yet another member," Viserys remarked. "My brother, Rhaenys' child will bear the Balerion name," Aegon said, looking earnestly at his brother. Yes, I am aware, my chancellor," Viserys replied, his expression playful as he teased his brother, chuckling to himself. After a moment, he became serious and asked, "Have you continued to suffer from nightmares?" "I have grown accustomed to them, Viserys," Aegon replied nonchalantly. "At least in recent nights, he has not appeared in my dreams." Since Aegon's birth, he had periodically dreamed of a crown stained with rust and blood, accompanied by the sounds of battle and flames. Initially, he thought it merely a figment of his imagination, not giving it much thought in conversations with Viserys. However, Viserys believed it to be prophetic dreams, a legacy of the ancient Targaryen bloodline. For a time, he would inquire daily about any additional details beyond the Iron Crown. Yet, as Aegon matured, he discovered that his physical capabilities far exceeded those of his peers. His wounds healed swiftly, he was filled with vitality, and he could run through the Red Keep without becoming winded. His strength, speed, and reflexes surpassed those of his contemporaries. At the age of 9, he appeared as if he were 13 or 14. His sensory perception was also extraordinary, allowing him to detect even the faintest traces of scent, blood, residual wine, floral fragrances, and dust. Therefore, for Aegon, the banquet hall's oppressive atmosphere felt akin to a hellish torment. In contrast, the wilderness felt like a mother's embrace. He could always find suitable flora and fauna, setting traps with unparalleled skill to survive in the wild. Aegon had never enjoyed King's Landing. Each breath he took in that city was a profound ordeal. You may be a dreamer, Aegon. The Targaryen line flows with the blood of dreamers. I shall consult the scholar and see if there is anything that can grant you a sound sleep. Thank you, Viserys, but you should return to your Emma. You are the star of today's feast and cannot be absent for long. Very well, rest well, Aegon, Viserys said, making his way toward the door. Aegon, he called, I wish to study medicine with the scholars of the Red Keep. Of course, I shall speak with father about it, Viserys replied, turning to leave. As Aegon watched his brother depart, he murmured to himself, in truth, I no longer dream of it. He then approached a nearby mirror, where, in his eyes, he beheld himself adorned with a crown of rust and blood. Introduction, In a twist of fate, the frail Aegon Targaryen, destined to perish shortly after birth, is transformed by an otherworldly soul and an unusual crown stained with rust and blood from another realm. The Conqueror Aegon Targaryen subdued Westeros, while I, the sovereign of blood and fire, the god of war, emperor of Valyria, conquered the entire world. Chapter 1. The Black Death. A century after the calamity of Valyria, the Conqueror Aegon Targaryen, alongside his 2 sisters and wives, successfully subdued the 6 kingdoms of Westeros from Dragonstone on Blackwater Bay, thereby establishing the Targaryen dynasty. This tumultuous land finally embraced unity and peace, with Aegon's ascension marking the year 1 AC. In the year 93 AC, on a serene early summer morning in King's Landing, the opulent royal carriage emerged from the Red Keep, traversing the streets toward the Dragon Lair in the Rhaenys Hills. Aegon, are you truly certain about taming Balerion? It is said that the wounds Balerion sustained upon returning from the Free Cities have yet to heal, and he may succumb to illness in the Dragon's Lair any day now, inquired a calm, 9-year-old boy with silver golden hair and violet eyes, addressing his elder brother. The boy, Aegon Targaryen, the youngest brother of the future young King Viserys I and Prince Daemon, was a child meant to perish alongside his mother, Princess Alysanne Targaryen, in 84 AC. Originally a diligent worker from the Blue Star Kingdom, Aegon found himself intoxicated after a corporate downsizing, awakening as an infant cradled in his mother's arms. As he matured, he discovered that his father was named Balon and his brother was Viserys, both bearing the Targaryen name. Thus, he realized he had traversed into the world of the prequel to A Song of Ice and Fire. Aegon, Balerion is currently the fiercest and largest dragon in our family. No other dragon can rival him. Moreover, the Dragon Keepers claim that Balerion's wounds have long since healed, Daemon countered, perplexed by his brother's persistent attempts to dissuade Viserys from taming the Black Death. In Daemon's eyes, Viserys, as the future king, ought to tame the mightiest and most formidable dragon of their lineage. Enough, Daemon. Aegon is merely concerned for his elder brother, Balon interjected. However, Aegon, Daemon speaks the truth. As the eldest son of our father, it is only by mastering the Black Death that I can prove I am a worthy heir, Viserys reassured his brothers, his gaze fixed on the approaching dragon lair. Aegon, observing his elder siblings, fell silent. He comprehended the fervor driving Viserys to tame the Black Death. Their uncle Aemon had passed unexpectedly in 92 AC, and their grandfather, Jaehaerys I, had designated their father Balon as the kingdom's heir. Their cousin Rhaenys was deemed the future queen by their grandmother Queen Alysanne, having tamed her mother's former dragon, the Red Queen, Meraxes. She had subsequently wed Corlys Velaryon, becoming the Lady of Driftmark and securing the support of the realm's foremost fleet. Meanwhile, the three brothers had all failed to hatch dragon eggs, propelling Viserys to hasten the taming of Balerion to ensure the legacy of Prince Aegon. The carriage gradually halted at the entrance of the dragon lair. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the dragon lair," announced a guard from outside the carriage. Viserys, accompanied by his brothers, stepped out to find their father, Aegon Targaryen, awaiting them. "Viserys, come quickly. The dragon keepers have driven Balerion into the lair's great hall," Balon said, his eyes gleaming with pride as he beheld the three children left to him by his beloved wife. At last, the day had come for his children to tame dragons. "Demon, Aegon, do not rush. Your time to soar upon the great dragons will come," Balon consoled his sons as they walked. "Shortly, I shall arrange for the dragon keepers to bring out Caraxes and Dreamfire. Prepare yourselves in the meantime, but for now, let us remain quiet, for Viserys is about to begin the taming," he added. Daemon and Aegon nodded, suppressing their excitement as they turned their attention to Viserys and Balerion in the hall. "Do you recall what I taught you, Viserys?" "I do, father." "Good. Let us commence." The dragon keepers unshackled Balerion, the oldest of the Targaryen dragons, who slowly opened his eyes, focusing on the approaching Viserys. "Breath of flame, spread your wings," a dual-headed song. "In threes we sing," Viserys softly hummed a Valyrian ballad as he approached the magnificent beast. As Viserys drew near, Balerion began to rise, exhaling deeply as he regarded the human before him. When Viserys stood before Balerion, the dragon gradually parted its jaws, flames flickering within. "Calm yourself, Balerion," Viserys spoke in Valyrian, gazing intently into the dragon's eyes. Balerion slowly closed his mouth, and seizing the opportunity, Viserys ascended onto the dragon's saddle. "Open the gates," Balon commanded the dragon keepers, who swiftly complied, eager for Balerion to take flight. "Ascend from a lair, Balerion," Viserys instructed from the dragon's back. Yet Balerion remained still, seemingly oblivious to Viserys' words. "Ascend from a lair, Balerion," Viserys called out once more, and at that moment, Balerion stirred, slowly moving his massive form to crawl out of the lair. Viserys understood deep down that Aegon was right. Balerion was too old and might not have much time left. Presently, Balerion likely lacked the vigor to traverse from King's Landing to Dragonstone. As sunlight graced Balerion's face, the ancient dragon finally beheld the sun after 47 years. "Fly, Balerion," Viserys whispered, caressing the dragon's spine. Balerion arched his neck, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed across the Rhaenys hills as torrents of dragon fire erupted towards the sky, engulfing the onlookers in a dazzling display. Balerion unfurled his mighty wings and, amidst the shouts of the dragon keepers, soared toward King's Landing. Chapter 2. The Alliance of Dragon and Eagle. 3 days later, in the evening, within the banquet hall of the Red Keep in King's Landing, King Jaehaerys I, known as the King of the Living, hosted a grand feast to celebrate his grandson Viserys' successful taming of Balerion. Nobles danced gracefully across the hall. King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne conversed quietly with Duke of the Vale, while Balon mingled with the nobles of the Vale and the Crownlands. Duke of the Vale and Princess Daenerys Targaryen's younger daughter, Aemma Arryn, whispered to Princess Guinevere while stealing glances at Viserys. "Where has Aegon gone?" Viserys inquired quietly, his cheeks flushed. "I am uncertain. He was just here," Daemon replied, his gaze fixed on the dancers in the hall. As the melody concluded, King Jaehaerys struck his goblet against the table, calling for silence. The attendees hushed, turning their attention to the king, awaiting his address. "My grandson, Viserys Targaryen, has recently succeeded in taming the Black Dread, Vagger, becoming the knight of our family's mightiest dragon. Let us raise our goblets in honor of Viserys," proclaimed Jaehaerys, his face aglow with pride. "To Viserys," the nobles shouted in unison, raising their voices as they drank the golden wine. However, there is another matter to announce. In 3 months' time, a wedding will be held in King's Landing between Viserys and Lady Aemma Arryn, the youngest daughter of the Vale. Once again, the Vale and the royal family shall unite. To the Vale, to Lady Arryn, "Thank you for your trust, your majesty." To House Targaryen, Lady Arryn raised her goblet as the nobles echoed the names of the Targaryen and Arryn houses. The atmosphere in the banquet hall reached a crescendo, with the aroma of wine mingling with the fragrance of noble women's perfumes, as the lords and ladies of the Crownlands and the Vale danced freely in the hall. "You are indeed here, Aegon." Viserys entered Aegon's chamber and approached his brother, who was engrossed in a tome borrowed from the maesters, depicting the flora of the Seven Kingdoms. You know, Viserys, I have never been fond of raucous feasts, Aegon remarked, casting a glance at his brother. Why are you not with your Emma? Instead, you seek me out? How could you? Viserys began, only to be interrupted by Aegon. You have successfully tamed the Black Dread. Grandfather will arrange a suitable bride for you. Since Aunt Celis fled to the Free Cities and Aunt Visenya met her untimely demise, the only eligible women of Targaryen blood, aside from Aunt Gara, are the daughter of Aunt Dina, Emma. Should Emma be your bride, you will gain the support of the Vale. Thus your future wife can only be Emma Arryn. I have faith you will be a capable hand of the king in the future, Aegon, Viserys said, pride shining in his eyes as he regarded his younger brother. Then I shall await your coronation, my brother, Aegon replied, settling into a nearby chair. Grandfather just announced my betrothal to Emma at the banquet, with the wedding set for 3 months hence. Viserys poured himself a glass of wine, speaking as he drank. Congratulations, Viserys. However, I fear our cousin Rhaenys may not make it to your wedding. Yesterday, I overheard grandfather conversing with father. Corlys has sent word that Rhaenys is already 2 months pregnant, and grandmother was overjoyed for quite some time. That is splendid news, is it not? Another member joins the Targaryen family, Viserys remarked. My brother, Rhaenys' child will bear the Balerion name, Aegon stated, looking at his elder sibling. Very well, I understand, my chancellor, Viserys said, a playful expression adorning his face as he regarded his brother. He chuckled to himself for a moment before turning serious. Are you still plagued by nightmares? I have grown accustomed to them, Viserys, Aegon replied nonchalantly. At least in recent nights, he has not appeared in my dreams. Since Aegon's birth, he had periodically dreamt of a crown stained with rust and blood, accompanied by the sounds of battle and flames. Initially, he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination and did not give it much thought in his conversations with Viserys. However, Viserys believed it to be a prophetic dream tied to the ancient bloodline of House Targaryen, often inquiring about any additional details beyond the Iron Crown. As Aegon matured, he discovered that his physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers. His wounds healed with remarkable swiftness, and he could run through the Red Keep without becoming winded. His strength, speed, and reflexes were exceptional for his age. At just 9 years old, he appeared as though he were 13 or 14. His sensory abilities were also heightened, allowing him to discern the faintest of scents, from the metallic tang of blood to the lingering aroma of wine, flowers, and dust. Thus, for Aegon, the banquet hall's oppressive atmosphere was akin to a hellish torment. Conversely, the wilderness felt like a mother's embrace. He could effortlessly identify suitable plants and animals, swiftly setting traps to ensure his survival in the wild. Aegon had never taken to King's Landing. Each breath he drew in this city felt like a profound ordeal. You may be a dreamer, Aegon. The Targaryen bloodline runs deep with dreamers. I shall consult the maesters to see if there is anything that might grant you a peaceful sleep. Thank you, Viserys, but you should return to your Emma. You are the guest of honor at today's feast and cannot be absent for too long. Very well. Rest well. Aegon, Viserys said as he made his way toward the door. Aegon called out, I wish to study medicine under the maesters of the Red Keep. Of course, I shall speak to father about it, Viserys replied, turning to leave. As Aegon watched his brother depart, he murmured to himself, I no longer dream of it. He then approached the mirror, where, in his reflection, he beheld himself adorned with a crown of rust and blood. Chapter 3 The Death of the Dragon in 94 AD. Within the verdant gardens of the Red Keep in King's Landing, the brilliant sunlight bathed the flowers, which bloomed like the bashful faces of young maidens. Viserys and his wife, Emma, were strolling beneath the shade of the weirwood tree. At this moment, Emma was 2 months pregnant, marking her second pregnancy since her union with Viserys. After the birth of their first child, Lena Valerion, the offspring of the Lord of Driftmark and the future queen consort, Rhaenys, Emma had experienced a 3-month pregnancy that ended in a tragic miscarriage, causing Viserys to mourn the loss of their firstborn. Emma wept daily, her eyes stained with tears, plagued by the uncertainty of what sin had led the Seven to punish her with the loss of her child. In response, Viserys devoted himself to her side, offering solace until she found herself expecting once more. Viserys, if this time brings forth a successful delivery, I wish to bear you a son, Emma spoke tenderly, her arm entwined with his as she caressed her abdomen, gazing at the visage of a crying human face carved into the weirwood. Whether son or daughter, my only wish is for your safety and that of our child, Viserys replied, his eyes filled with affection. Do not attempt to comfort me, Viserys. I am aware of your desire for a boy. As your wife, you cannot deceive me, Emma retorted. Suddenly, a handmaiden hurriedly approached the couple beneath the weirwood. Prince Viserys. The king urgently summons you and the queen to the dragon pit, the maid said, her voice laced with anxiety. What has transpired? Viserys inquired. I am uncertain, your highness. The carriage awaits at the gates of the Red Keep, the maid replied, and Emma must accompany us. Indeed, your highness, came the response. With little choice. Viserys and Emma hastened toward the entrance of the Red Keep. Upon entering the carriage, they found Queen Alicent, Aegon, and Daemon already aboard. Viserys, Emma, come sit here. Queen Alicent beckoned, urging them to take their seats before signaling the servants to commence their journey. A sense of foreboding enveloped Viserys as he glanced at his two brothers, whose expressions were grave. Daemon parted his lips slightly, but offered no words. Viserys, brace yourself, Aegon advised, fixing his gaze upon his brother. Is it Vagger? Viserys pondered aloud after a moment of contemplation. Just now, a messenger from Jaehaerys conveyed that all Targaryens are to gather at the dragon pit. Vagger may not endure much longer. Queen Alicent said, her eyes resting sorrowfully upon her grandson. Vagger, born before the doom of Valyria, is the oldest of the living dragons, nearing 2 centuries in age. I understand, grandmother. Since the day I tamed Vagger, I have known this day would come, Viserys replied, his countenance somber. Emma looked at her husband, gripping his hand tightly. Grandfather and father have already ventured to the dragon's lair, while cousin Rhaenys, now expecting once more, remains on Driftmark to ensure the health of her unborn child. And it seems unlikely she will arrive in time to bid farewell to Vagger, Aegon remarked. Inside the carriage, silence enveloped the group. The only sounds were the clatter of the wheels and the urging of the horses by the servants. Before long, upon reaching the dragon's lair, they swiftly disembarked, guided by the dragon watch, and entered the cavern where Vagger lay in repose. King Jaehaerys and Prince Balerion of Dragonstone had stood in solemn silence before the ancient dragon for a considerable time, while a Dragon Watch member raised a torch to illuminate Vagger's head. Queen Alicent, leading the others, approached her husband, softly calling to him. Alicent, Vagger has just departed this world, Jaehaerys said, gazing at the oldest dragon of their lineage. Sensing the profound sorrow within her husband, Queen Alicent tightened her grip on his arm, remaining silent. Viserys, come and take a final look at Vagger. After all, you are its last rider, Jaehaerys called out to his grandson. Viserys gently released Emma's arm and approached Vagger. He placed his hand upon the dragon's cheek, feeling the warmth dissipate gradually. Grandfather, what shall become of Vagger's remains? Viserys inquired, rising slowly to face Jaehaerys. Vagger's skull will be displayed alongside the skulls of other dragons upon the high walls of the Red Keep's throne room, placed at the very center. The rest will be interred in the depths of the Red Keep, to remain eternally with House Targaryen, Jaehaerys replied. Viserys, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries and turned back to Vagger's remains, seemingly wishing to etch the image of the dragon into his memory forever. Prince Balerion, Viserys' father, approached him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, every dragon is a source of pride for House Targaryen. For 3 months, there shall be no feasting or festivities within the Red Keep, and all members of House Targaryen shall refrain from hunting or any celebratory activities to mourn the passing of Vagger, King Jaehaerys declared. As you command, your majesty. The assembled company responded in unison. Suddenly, Emma's startled cry shattered the somber atmosphere. Blood trickled down her ankle, staining the ground of the dragon's lair. Viserys, momentarily forgetting his grief for Vagger, rushed to Emma's side, lifting her and dashing toward the entrance of the cavern, calling out for the Dragon Watch and the maesters. Everyone hastened back to the Red Keep as the maesters hurried into the chamber to assess Emma's condition. Shortly thereafter, Grand Maester Alyssa emerged from the room, her hands stained with blood, and approached the gathering. Your Grace, I am deeply sorry. Lady Emma has miscarried once more. The child could not be saved, Alyssa announced. Queen Alicent slowly emerged from the bedroom, standing beside Jaehaerys as they both gazed at Alyssa. Why must there be yet another miscarriage without warning? Jaehaerys suppressed the fury churning within him. After a moment of contemplation, Alyssa articulated the reasons behind Emma's miscarriage. Ever since her last loss, Lady Emma had been weeping incessantly, and her body had not fully recovered before she became pregnant again, rendering the fetus exceedingly fragile. Therefore, any significant emotional upheaval or excessive fatigue could result in another miscarriage. We must ensure Emma's health is restored promptly. Should she suffer another unexplained miscarriage in her next pregnancy, I shall demand the Citadel replace the Grand Maester, Jaehaerys declared before leading the others out of the chamber. Queen Alicent softly urged, Viserys, Go inside and see Emma. She needs you now." With that, she departed the room. Viserys nodded slowly, moving his feet toward Emma, who lay quietly weeping on the bed. He gently took her hand and pressed it against his cheek, allowing his own tears to flow silently. On this day, Viserys lost his dragon, as well as another child. Chapter 4. Rena in the year 97. The sun shone brightly over King's Landing as the cries of a youth reverberated through the skies above the dragon pit. Daemon Targaryen successfully tamed Caraxes at the end of 96, becoming yet another dragon rider of the royal lineage. Caraxes, once the dragon of Jaehaerys' eldest son, Aegon Targaryen, was renowned as the fiercest among the Targaryen dragons, earning the moniker Blood Wyrm from the dragon keepers of the pit. Following the death of his uncle Aemon, Caraxes resided within the caverns of the King's Landing dragon pit until Daemon's successful taming, after which he soared once more through the heavens. Caraxes, with his elongated form, landed gracefully at the entrance of the dragon pit. As Daemon dismounted, the dragon keepers began to chant in High Valyrian, ushering Caraxes deeper into the pit. "Where's Aegon?" Daemon inquired of a nearby dragon keeper. "Prince Aegon is in the cave of Dreamfire." "Take me to him," Daemon commanded. "This way, your grace," the dragon keeper responded, guiding Daemon toward the lair of Dreamfire. At that moment, Aegon was engaged in nurturing a bond with the goat he had painstakingly prepared for Dreamfire. Dreamfire had once belonged to Princess Rhaenys, the elder sister of Jaehaerys' I and daughter of Aenys I. She was a slender, light blue female dragon adorned with silver streaks. With her pale blue wings and silver spines, she, like Vagger and Silverwing, was a descendant of the mother of dragons, Vagger. As one of the few second-generation dragons remaining in the Targaryen lineage, Dreamfire was larger than Silverwing and was the largest of the family's currently unclaimed dragons. Renowned for her prolific nature, both the Red Queen, Melisandre, and Blood Wyrm, Caraxes, had hatched from her eggs. From the very first moment Aegon beheld this magnificent dragon, he was utterly enchanted. The form and head of Dreamfire closely resemble those of Drogon, Daenerys' dragon from the television series. It is no wonder that rumors abound online suggesting that the 3 dragon eggs originally stolen were actually laid by Dreamfire. Since the passing of Princess Rena, Dreamfire has resided within the dragon pit of King's Landing. As time has progressed, her temperament has become increasingly volatile, prompting the dragon lords to confine her with chains at the suggestion of the maesters. Aegon drove the prepared goats before Dreamfire, and before he could issue a command, she unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, incinerating the goats before consuming them. As Daemon approached the mouth of Dreamfire's lair, a wave of heat struck him. Observing the enraged Dreamfire within, Daemon helplessly gestured for Aegon to join him. "Is Dreamfire still as temperamental as before?" Daemon inquired. "She is somewhat improved. At least she refrains from roaring at me," Aegon replied with a look of resignation. "I believe the chains may be the cause of her agitation. I shall instruct the dragon lords to remove her bindings for a time to see if that helps." "Aegon, it is said that several hatchlings have recently emerged on Dragonstone. Perhaps you could try with the younger dragons." "No, Daemon, I wish to focus on taming Dreamfire." "Very well. I have just received word from Father. Emma successfully gave birth to a girl for Viserys yesterday on Dragonstone. He requests that we return immediately to meet him," Daemon said, wrapping an arm around Aegon as they turned towards the entrance of the dragon pit. "It seems we shall soon be riding dragons towards Dragonstone. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you last time?" "Rest assured, it is done. This time, you shall accompany me on Caraxes. I guarantee it will be swifter than Father's Vagger." Since the death of the Black Dread in 94, Viserys had once again lost a child, leaving his wife, Emma Arryn, profoundly affected. She briefly believed there was a flaw in her own body that prevented her from bearing healthy children. To soothe her wounded spirit, Viserys took Emma to reside on Dragonstone. That evening, members of House Targaryen gathered at Dragonstone Castle, with Queen Alicent beaming as she cradled the newborn while gazing at the weakened Emma. It had been some time since Queen Alicent had been seen smiling joyfully, especially after the passing of Princess Maegina Targaryen in the Old Town September of the Seven. "Oh, look at her beautiful eyes and fair skin. She will surely enchant the young men of the Seven Kingdoms," Queen Alicent softly remarked. "Indeed, she is the daughter of House Targaryen." King Jaehaerys and Prince Balerion of Dragonstone chimed in, grinning widely as they praised the newborn. At that moment, Viserys looked towards his father, who signaled to him with a glance. Viserys, his voice trembling with excitement, said, "Grandfather, I would like to ask you to name my child. Rena. Let our little princess be named Rena. I shall host a grand hunting tournament at the royal palace on the second naming day of our beloved Princess Rena. Let the vassals join in celebrating her," King Jaehaerys remarked with a smile. There remain a few dragon eggs from the last clutch of Silverwing, Viserys. Do remember to select a fine one for our little princess. The Queen Alicent gently urged Viserys while cradling the child. Observing the harmonious atmosphere within the chamber, Aegon slowly approached Daemon and discreetly tugged at the hem of his garment. Daemon, noticing, cast a reluctant glance at Aegon, signaling him to follow, and then stealthily slipped out of the room. The two swiftly exited the castle of Dragonstone, making their way to a nearby fishing village. How much longer? Daemon called from the tavern ahead. Hurry up. Why venture to such a remote place? Aegon inquired. The fresh red poppy flowers you desire are not easily procured. I had to enlist the help of the locals around Dragonstone to cultivate a few in secret, Daemon replied, without looking back. What do you intend to do with them? Does not the maester possess an abundance of dried poppy? The goods in the maester's possession for brewing poppy milk are of unknown varieties, all stored in a wrinkled state. Their original colors indistinguishable. Who knows how much potency remains? Aegon lamented. As for what I specifically need them for, that remains a secret, Daemon. I shall reveal it to you in due time. Very well, you have always been full of clever schemes since childhood. Here we are, Daemon said as they reached the door of a farmstead. He knocked gently, and a young farmer appeared, momentarily startled upon seeing Daemon, before hastily retreating inside. Upon returning, the farmer cradled a flower pot containing 7 or 8 blooming red poppy flowers. My lord, here are the red poppies you requested, the farmer said. Is this the only one? Daemon asked. This is the finest specimen. I have some more in my backyard, though a few have yet to bloom, and some do not even have buds. The farmer replied. This one will suffice for now, Daemon. If I need more later, I shall return, Aegon said, gazing at the red poppy with delight. This is your reward, Daemon said, producing a pouch of coins that clinked with the promise of wealth. Take good care of your backyard flowers. Should I require more, I will visit again. Now take your money, seal your lips about this matter, or I possess other means to ensure your silence. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The farmer stammered, hastily accepting the pouch before setting down the flower pot and retreating indoors. After the farmer departed, Daemon and Aegon returned quietly to the castle of Dragonstone, concealing the flowers in Aegon's chamber. Chapter 5. The Hunter 2 months later, in Aegon's chamber at the Red Keep. 80 milliliters of red wine, 10 drops of red poppy oil, 5 grams of aspen leaf powder, 10 grams of basil. Damn it, where in Westeros do they measure in milliliters and grams? Aegon raked his fingers through his hair, nearing the brink of despair. 2 months after returning to the Red Keep, Aegon secluded himself within his chamber, tirelessly refining the red sorghum flowers procured from Dragonstone into essential oil. It was fortunate that he, along with his father and grandfather, had engaged in the study of medicine with the maesters. Otherwise, the myriad of jars and chaotic assortment of herbs would have been difficult to justify, as they represented the fruits of years of labor. Regrettably, the measurement units for liquids on the continent of Westeros were limited to cups and barrels, while the weight units were absurdly convoluted, measured in sheep, cattle, ships, and longships. Heaven knows what such units truly signify. In recent days, Aegon had to painstakingly calibrate measurements to validate his hypotheses, compelling Daemon to don the guise of a merciless airdrop soldier, intermittently ferrying raw materials from Dragonstone back to the Red Keep. With a final drop of my blood to test the concoction, may the Seven save me. I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, exhausting my supplies and seeking Daemon's assistance again might lead him to slay me without hesitation. As Aegon's blood dripped into the small bowl before him, the liquid within began to roll and churn as if boiling, only to settle moments later into tranquility. It was perplexing, for the mixture had not been heated, yet it felt warm to the touch, bearing the color and texture reminiscent of blood. Ah, splendid. This should do, he murmured joyfully, before hastily scurrying beneath the bed to retrieve the mouse he had confined in a cage. Come along, little creature. It is your turn to sample this improved formula. Wearing thick leather gloves and disregarding the frantic squeaks of the rodent, Aegon extracted the plump mouse, which he had already amputated of its limbs. With one hand, he pried open the mouse's mouth while inserting a funnel down its throat with the other. He then poured the blood-like liquid into the funnel, ensuring that every drop filled the mouse's belly. The mouse writhed in agony, and once Aegon had administered the entirety of the concoction, he swiftly returned it to the cage, keenly observing any changes. Before long, he noticed the wounds on the mouse's limbs, which had split from its earlier thrashing, began to heal rapidly, and its fur grew increasingly lustrous. Oh, it seems it shall not perish after all. With that, Aegon opened the cage and extracted the limbless mouse, scrutinizing it closely before commencing his experimental record. Potion Formula Experiment Number 59. Results indicate no significant changes in the life form. it has not developed a strong resistance to the drug. However, its mental state appears markedly improved, devoid of mania, and its sense of smell seems heightened, similar to my own condition. Now, only one final trait remains to be validated. With a decisive snap, Aegon broke the mouse's neck and cast its lifeless body into the roaring hearth, soon filling the chamber with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Resigned, he opened a window to expedite the dispersal of the odor. "Your Grace, are you well? May I enter?" The maid of the Red Fortress detected a burning scent and hastily knocked on the door. "I am fine. I just spotted a mouse in the bedroom. While I was attempting to catch it, the creature scurried into the fireplace," I replied. "Heavens, that wretched mouse. Do you require assistance in cleaning the fireplace?" "No. I am rather curious to see what the mouse looks like turned to ash." "Very well. Call upon me should you need anything," the maid said before swiftly departing from the threshold of Aegon's room, muttering about the recent surge of mice in the Red Fortress, lamenting their foolishness in running into the fireplace. Once Aegon had successfully sent the maid away, he seized a fire poker and approached the fireplace, meticulously sifting through the charred remains of the mouse. Before long, he uncovered a small piece of what resembled deep red jelly. After a careful examination, he placed it into a bowl on the table. "Indeed, only with the addition of my blood do these peculiar traits manifest," Aegon remarked with resignation. In recent years, as his body had matured, he had begun to exhibit extraordinary characteristics, which, combined with the knowledge gleaned from novels about the mistress of the chamber, led him to suspect that the entity from his dreams might possess an extraordinary trait from that realm. To validate his hypothesis, he had devoted these years to studying medicine and brewing potions. Through relentless experimentation, he had conclusively determined that the peculiar object in his mind was, in fact, the extraordinary trait known as the crown of rust and bloodstains, belonging to the Conqueror of the Red Sacrificial Path. Sequence 1 of the 22 divine pathways of the mysterious world. The potion formula he had been validating over this period was the one he had once jotted down out of boredom, a concoction for the hunter of the Red Sacrificial Path. Sequence 9. The good news was that the mocktail recipe he had once recorded for amusement had now proven useful. The bad news was that he could only recall this single formula, while the others had nearly slipped his mind. Moreover, through his experiments, he found that a simple potion formula yielded no results. After numerous trials, he discovered that only with the inclusion of his own blood did the extraordinary traits manifest. To date, he had amassed 3 pieces of this jelly-like substance. According to Aegon's understanding, the success of potion preparation should not depend on his own blood. However, it seemed paradoxical that without his blood, there was no effect, and only with its addition did the potion achieve success. Over the years, he had not heard any whispers of ancient gods or suffered any mental torment. Nevertheless, he could be certain of the trait belonging to the Red Sacrificial Path. This successful concoction of the hunter trait had elucidated the myriad peculiarities within Aegon himself, indicating that he currently resided in the state of Sequence 9 Hunter, and that the potion's traits had yet to be digested. This signified that Aegon must now assume the role of a hunter to facilitate the digestion of the traits within him, paving his path toward divinity. Currently, through the infusion of fresh blood, the potion of the Red Sacrificial Pathway, Sequence 9, has been successfully concocted. However, it remains uncertain whether this method will have any adverse effects on Aegon himself. Should the mass production of this potion lead to his demise, it would render Aegon a figure of ridicule. Furthermore, the characteristics do not vanish, they merely transfer, be it the existing traits or those derived from newly crafted potions. Aegon lacks any trustworthy confidants capable of utilizing them. After much contemplation, Aegon found himself helplessly reclining on his bed, pondering how to handle the 3 extraordinary traits at hand. Suddenly, he sat up in bed, struck by a thought. Since the current extraordinary trait is that of a Sequence 9 hunter, he must embody a hunter to assimilate it. Moreover, since traits do not disappear, they should be entrusted only to those loyal subordinates, confidants, or family members who would not betray him. Thus, what if the most formidable predator on the continent of Westeros, the dragon, were to assimilate this trait? Chapter 6. The Quarrel de Sawick family has resided for generations in the town of Riverrun, located in the eastern mountains of the Westerlands, north of the Golden Road. They possess numerous vassals, and their family motto is, "Protect the family, inherit hope." The Grand Maester Ealer, with vigor, elucidated the genealogies and histories of the principal noble families of the 7 kingdoms to Aegon. Due to Aegon's recent seclusion and his incessant incineration of dead rats, the Red Keep became permeated with the stench of charred vermin. Unable to endure this any longer, Lord Berlon personally stormed into Aegon's chamber and dragged him out, forbidding him from continuing his so-called medical research. Upon hearing of this incident, Jaehaerys ordered the newly appointed Grand Maester Ealer to conduct daily lessons with Aegon every afternoon, teaching him the intricate histories and relationships of the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms to refresh his mind and prevent him from becoming a second, dragonless Viserys. To date, Aegon has been ensnared in this torturous routine for a full 3 months. Each day, upon awakening, he is seized by his father and taken to the castle training grounds to endure the drills of the Kingsguard. In the afternoons, he faces the relentless onslaught of Grand Maester Ealer's teachings, inundated with the tedious and lengthy history of the Seven Kingdoms. In the evenings, he is summoned by his father to engage in conversation with his beloved grandmother, Queen Alicent, to alleviate her spirits. After all, Aegon's dear grandparents have once again found themselves embroiled in quarrels, sinking into a cold war. In early 97, the acerbic Grand Maester Alyssa passed away in her sleep, and Maester Ealer was appointed by Jaehaerys as the new Grand Maester. Ealer's inaugural task was to instruct Aegon, and thus, every time he taught, Ealer's keen gaze remained fixed upon Aegon, his powerful, resonant voice relentlessly bombarding Aegon's ears. The Sauk family was established in 83, their sigil depicting a white Valyrian steel sword against a crimson backdrop. Prince Aegon, at this moment, could scarcely endure the incessant barrage from Grand Maester Ealer, his eyes half open, his head bobbing in a futile effort to stave off the sweet embrace of slumber. Prince Aegon, Prince Aegon. Grand Maester Ealer raised his voice, calling out to him with increasing urgency. At this moment, Aegon finally mustered the effort to open his eyes and gaze at the Grand Scholar. Please, concentrate, Prince Aegon. We shall now delve into another noble family from the West. Noticing Aegon's attention had returned, Grand Scholar Yaller resumed his lectures without pause. Thus, Aegon could only endure the relentless barrage of information, idly toying with a quill pen. Forgive the interruption, Grand Scholar Yaller, but His Majesty has summoned Aegon. It was Prince Balerion, who had quietly appeared behind Aegon, interrupting Yaller's instruction. My grandfather wishes to see me? Let us go. Father, we must not keep him waiting. Upon hearing that he could escape the tedious and lengthy discourse on the history of the Seven Kingdoms, Aegon swiftly abandoned his books, grasping his father Balon's arm as they exited the room. Balon, observing his son's eagerness, could only nod in acknowledgement to the Grand Scholar before being pulled out of the chamber by Aegon. It has been years since I have seen you so flustered, Aegon. Throughout your childhood, you have always appeared remarkably mature, even more composed than Viserys. Yet now, you seem quite apprehensive of Scholar Yaller. It appears he needs to instruct you for a while longer, Balon remarked with a chuckle as they strolled towards the king's chamber. Spare me, father. I wish to hear no more of that tedious history of the Seven Kingdoms. I am truly grateful to Grand Scholar Merlion for penning such a lengthy tome. Haha, Aegon. You are a prince of House Targaryen. In this realm of Westeros, you shall inevitably engage in the Game of Thrones. The history of the Seven Kingdoms is merely the prologue. I truly wish to hear nothing further about that book, father. What does grandfather desire of me? Not just you, but also Daemon, you shall soon discover. After Balon spoke, he fell silent, leaving Aegon to ponder what matter could necessitate the presence of both of them. As Balon and Aegon entered the king's chamber, they found Jaehaerys and Daemon seated by the fireplace, evidently having awaited their arrival for some time. Father, grandfather, please take a seat. Upon seeing his eldest son and young grandson had arrived, Jaehaerys beckoned them to sit. Once Balon and Aegon were settled, Jaehaerys sipped from his goblet of golden wine and articulated the purpose of their summons. Daemon has celebrated his 16th named day, and Aegon his 13th. With Viserys now having successfully welcomed Rena, it is time for you both to contemplate your future brides. I have in mind for Daemon to wed Lady Lea Royce, the heir of House Royce from the Vale. Currently, House Royce lacks a male heir, and should Daemon and Lady Lea unite, their offspring would inherit Runestone. As Jaehaerys leisurely sipped his golden wine, he slowly conveyed his intentions. Grandfather, I vehemently oppose this. I shall never marry that bronze woman. Daemon stood, protesting loudly. At the wedding of Viserys and Aemma, Daemon encountered the daughter of the current Lord of Stone, Lena Valerion. His initial impression was that this woman was neither beautiful nor intelligent. To consider a union with Lena Valerion would undoubtedly spell a lifetime of torment. This is the king's decision. Daemon, you have no right to refuse, Jaehaerys bellowed at his defiant grandson. As you wish, your majesty. Daemon rasped before storming out of the king's chamber. Father, with all due respect, Viserys has already wed Aemma. The royal family no longer requires the support of the Vale. Furthermore, according to Targaryen tradition, Daemon should wed a woman of Targaryen blood to ensure the purity of our lineage. Why then would he choose the daughter of the Lord of Stone? It was your mother's suggestion, Balon. Mother? Why? Balon inquired, perplexed. Because of Daemon's temperament, Jaehaerys replied, casting a glance at his son. I had originally intended for Daemon to marry Rena to preserve our bloodline, while Aegon would wed the youngest daughter of Lord Otto of Oldtown to secure their support. However, your mother vetoed this. I argued vehemently with her, but upon reflection, I realized she was right. Balon. From a young age, Daemon had associated with thieves, courtesans, and gamblers, frequently frequenting the brothels of Silk Street. He was known for his charm and ability to win hearts. Furthermore, he was a fierce warrior, having been knighted at the tender age of 16. Yet, this was precisely why I harbored concerns about Daemon. His blood coursed with fire. Countless youths across the realm idolized him, and many warriors were willing to charge into battle on his behalf. Daemon, much like his dragon Caraxes, was combative. He was ill-suited for the court of King's Landing, where only the battlefield would truly befit him. He resembles me in my youth, Balon. Who? My uncle, Maegor Targaryen. Chapter 7. The Betrothal. Balon. If Daemon is destined for the battlefield, he cannot remain in King's Landing. Viserys is your elder brother. Daemon's strength concerns me, for I fear he may one day become a second Maegor Targaryen. Thus, I have arranged for him to wed Lena Valerion of the Vale, knowing that with the support of House Aeron, Daemon will not create too much disruption. Stone is both my compensation to him and his lifelong prison. Jaehaerys stated calmly as he regarded his son. I understand, father, Balon replied after a moment of contemplation, ultimately choosing to support his parents' decision and refraining from further pleas on Daemon's behalf. Ever since the death of his eldest son Aemon, Jaehaerys had devoted himself to nurturing his second son Balon, even if it meant quarreling and enduring a cold war with his beloved wife, Alicent, to elevate Balon as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne of Dragonstone. Today, Balon bore a striking resemblance to his brother Aemon, having matured into an exceptional candidate for the Iron Throne. Upon reaching adulthood, Aegon wed Baela, adhering to the Targaryen tradition of preserving the purity of royal bloodlines. Complying with your wishes, your majesty, Aegon rose calmly to respond. From the day he learned of his birth into the Targaryen lineage, Aegon understood that his marriage would serve as a pawn in the game of power, necessitating either a union with one of the same blood or a holy political marriage. While he enjoyed the privileges afforded by his royal status, he also accepted the responsibilities that accompanied his lineage. The engagement of Aegon was to remain discreet for the time being. Apart from those present, only I and Alysanne were privy to this matter. Jaehaerys, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked that Aegon was still young and that preparations for the wedding could be deferred for a few years. As you command, your majesty. Furthermore, Aegon, the royal family currently possesses dragons, namely Vagger and Silverwing, belonging to Alysanne and myself, along with Vermax of Balon, Caraxes of Daemon, Malays of Rhaenys, and Syrax, recently hatched from Rena's cradle. Although the realms of Dorne and the Stormlands are presently tranquil, they will not remain complacent. Alysanne and I have grown older. Rhaenys is now wed to the island of Driftmark, and your father must not act recklessly while seated in King's Landing. Syrax is still too young, leaving us with only Caraxes from Daemon to take to the battlefield should war arise. Therefore, Aegon, you must seize the time to train the dragons. I have already issued orders regarding the Dragon Riders' cooperation in this endeavor. Very well, grandfather, Aegon replied obediently. You may all withdraw now. I wish to spend a moment in solitude, Jaehaerys declared. This year, he has celebrated his 63rd name day, and since the untimely death of his ideal heir, his eldest son Aemon, Jaehaerys has seen his remaining children pass away one after another, leaving him increasingly fatigued. Now, he merely longs for a few sips of wine and a peaceful slumber. Rest well, father, Balon gently led Aegon out of the king's chamber. You bear a striking resemblance to your former self, Aemon, Jaehaerys murmured to himself with closed eyes. Father, does grandfather mean that I am no longer required to attend the histories of the Seven Kingdoms with Maester Balerion? Aegon inquired as he glanced at his father in the castle's corridor. That is my understanding. Thus, you are now free. However, do not forget to train the dragons. Balon smiled at his youngest son. There is no rush regarding the dragon training. For now, go see Baela. She should be in the queen's ballroom with her mother, enjoying the performance of the court jesters. I shall explain matters to Balerion on your behalf. Very well, father, I shall go at once. As long as I am spared from that wretched history of the Seven Kingdoms, I am agreeable to anything. After bidding farewell to Balon, Aegon swiftly made his way toward the queen's ballroom. Just as he approached the vicinity of the ballroom, he heard the sweet and melancholic voice of a young male singer resonating through the air. I have fallen in love with a maiden as beautiful as a summer's day, with sunlight illuminating her flowing hair. I have fallen for a relative as radiant as the autumn sun, with the evening glow cascading upon the tips of her tresses. I have fallen for a girl as pure as winter's snow, with moonlight reflecting upon her delicate ears. As Aegon entered the Empress's ballroom, he beheld Queen Alysanne seated regally at the center of the hall, with Princess Jaehaerys Targaryen beside her, affectionately linking arms with her mother. Together, they listened to the ballad sung by a wandering minstrel. Jaehaerys Targaryen, born in the winter of the 80th year, was the 13th and final child of King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne. Now, she had just celebrated her 17th name day, having been frail, pale, and weak at birth, earning her the moniker Child of Winter. Since the tragic demise of Emma's mother, Princess Daniela, during childbirth, Queen Alysanne had endured the loss of Aegon's mother, Alysanne, as well as her daughters Visenya and the nun Princess Magna. Jaehaerys now stood as the last bastion of strength for Queen Alysanne. The bond between them was inseparable, even sharing the same bed at night. Despite still possessing a pallid complexion, Jaehaerys had blossomed into a sweet, innocent, and shy young woman. King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne lavished their affection upon their youngest daughter, fiercely guarding her from any harm or distress. Grandmother, Aunt Jaehaerys, Aegon greeted as he stepped into the Empress's ballroom, approaching his grandmother and Jaehaerys. Come, young Aegon. This new wandering minstrel possesses a splendid voice, truly enchanting. Come, sit and enjoy his performance. Upon noticing Aegon, Jaehaerys blushed and quickly rose to invite him to join her. Aegon approached Queen Alysanne's side, gazing at the minstrel before him, whose deep blue eyes resembled the clear ocean, golden curls cascading over his shoulders, and beneath his handsome facade lay fair skin and delicate hands. What is your name? Aegon inquired. My name is Darren White, replied the minstrel, bowing gracefully and responding in a melodious voice. Where do you hail from? I come from Lys, your highness, having wandered through the Stepstones and Stormlands to reach King's Landing. Unfortunately, while in the Stepstones, I encountered pirates, and though I was left penniless, I was fortunate to possess a good voice. Thanks to the favor of the queen and the princess, I was granted the opportunity to perform at the Red Keep. Your tongue is as nimble as your voice, Darren. Now, continue with your song. As you wish, your highness, Darren replied, transitioning into another melody. The enchanting notes floated through the Empress's ballroom, yet Aegon found himself unable to focus on the music. His instincts whispered that this wandering minstrel harbored secrets. Chapter 8. Nocturnal wanderings. As the clock strikes the witching hour, between 10 and midnight, the luminous moon hangs high in the sky above King's Landing, while twinkling stars cast their own ethereal glow. Within the Red Keep, the majority of its inhabitants have surrendered to the embrace of slumber, lost in sweet dreams. Yet, Aegon finds himself restless, tossing and turning in his bed. Memories of the wandering minstrel, Darren, and the abrupt departure of Daemon haunt him, an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. As time drags on, Aegon's unease intensifies, robbing him of sleep. Eventually, he resigns himself to the night, rising from his bed and lighting a candle in the flickering glow of the fireplace. He dons a simple, unadorned black cloak and, under the shroud of darkness, stealthily slips out of his chamber, navigating the corridors of the Red Keep towards the Prime Minister's tower. Constructed during the reign of Maegor I, the Red Keep boasts an intricate network of secret passages and tunnels. Over the years, Aegon has become well acquainted with their layout. He deftly traverses these hidden paths, ultimately arriving at Silk Street, the only place in King's Landing aglow with lights at this late hour. Nestled on the heights of the Rhaenys Hills, Silk Street leads to the Dragon Pit and remains bustling with a myriad of revelers, embodying the city's hedonistic spirit. Following the death of his mother, Princess Alicia, Princess Visandria once schemed to marry Balerion. However, her plot unraveled, leading Queen Alysanne to arrange her marriage to the elderly Count Somermandel in White Harbor, making her his fifth wife. Before departing King's Landing for White Harbor, Visandria had spent one last joyous night in this very locale, only to meet her tragic end. Intoxicated and thrown from her horse, Aegon steps into the Blue Pearl, a tavern nestled in the heart of Silk Street. The dim ambience stirs the desires within, as patrons indulge in their vices, lost in a haze of inebriation. The air is thick with the scents of wine, perfume, and a medley of other intoxicating aromas, causing Aegon to furrow his brow in discomfort. At that moment, the sharp-eyed proprietress notes Aegon's entrance, assessing his attire before swiftly approaching him. Ah, first-time guest. Your taste is impeccable. Even the lords of the Red Keep frequent our establishment. I assure you, we shall cater to your every need. Please have a seat, and I will prepare your refreshments. Madam, I have a few inquiries that require your assistance, Aegon replies, settling into his seat as he produces a coin pouch, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. The proprietress beams at the sound of the coins jingling within, her smile widening as new lines etch themselves at the corners of her eyes. "What is it you wish to know?" she asks, her gaze fixed on the pouch as she takes a seat across from him. There is a wandering minstrel by the name of Darren Witt, hailing from Liss, with golden curls and sea-blue eyes. "Might you have heard of him?" Aegon inquires, tossing the pouch onto the table. "Should your response please me, I am certain you will find your reward most satisfactory. You are indeed a most generous guest, sir." "Let me ponder. You must be referring to Darren, the silver-tongued rascal who once sought to seduce my prized treasures under the guise of serenading them." The proprietress, while counting the silver and gold in her purse, shared the tidbits of information she possessed. "That scoundrel was ever so greedy, yet he never had a patron as magnanimous as yourself. After a few lessons on settling his debts, he vanished from sight." Once she finished counting her coins, the proprietress contentedly stowed her purse and turned to me, inquiring if I had any further questions. "Is this all?" "Indeed, my lord, that is all. Strictly speaking, the gold you provided yields but this information." The astute proprietress then poured herself a glass of wine, taking a sip while regarding Aegon before he casually tossed a gem from Tyros into her lap. "And now? Oh, it has been ages since I have encountered such a bountiful patron. I just recalled that my fellow merchants mentioned that Darren has recently acquired a substantial amount of gold. He drunkenly boasted once that he would someday reside in the Red Keep, hence the moniker Dreaming Darren has since taken hold." "Thank you for your response, madam. I have another inquiry that requires your assistance." "Please, my lord, speak. Where is Daemon?" The dim candlelight cast shadows upon the figures within, as Daemon was fervently unleashing his pent-up fury. He longed to mount caraxes and soar to the valley, incinerating the citadel of runes and tearing the bronze woman asunder. Yet he found himself restrained. Everything he possessed stemmed from the Red Keep, from the elders seated upon the Iron Throne, his weapons, armor, and even his dragon, Caraxes. Daemon's increasingly brutish behavior transformed the lively atmosphere of the room into one of cries and lamentations. With a roar, he finally released his rage and gestured for the others to vacate. As he prepared to exit, he was startled to see Aegon waiting at the door, causing him to gasp in shock. Upon rising from the bed and recognizing his brother Aegon, he fell back onto the mattress, closing his eyes as if to ignore him and drift into slumber. "What is this, my dear brother? Have you exhausted all your strength in such a short time?" Aegon entered the room, sniffing the wine jug on the table, and after confirming it bore no traces of poison, poured himself a glass and sipped it slowly. "Oh, my brother, have you come to provoke your elder?" Daemon, still lying with his eyes shut, replied. "The command of our grandfather has been issued. Your union with the Royce family of the Citadel of Runes is now a foregone conclusion, an immutable truth. However, there may yet be a way to dissolve your betrothal to Rhea." Aegon sipped his wine calmly, speaking in a hushed tone. Upon hearing Aegon's words, Daemon immediately sat up, his eyes wide as he gazed at his brother, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. "So, my clever brother has devised a way to liberate his elder sibling from that bronze woman? Your sincerity will be the determining factor, dear brother. This evening, your sibling has expended a considerable portion of his hard-earned gold dragons to seek your assistance." Aegon smiled at Daemon. Chapter 9. My Shalia, what is it that you desire? Aegon. Aside from Korok, I am willing to grant you anything I possess, provided you help me rid myself of that tiresome bronze woman. I do not require your entire fortune. A few small favors will suffice. Merely small favors? Indeed. For you, they are but trifles. It's a deal. Daemon quickly rose, retrieved his garments from the floor, and donned them with haste. He approached the table, poured himself a glass of wine, and silently regarded Aegon, eager to hear his plan. The elderly Count of Royce remained robust and in good health, yet his lineage comprised only of the unmarried Lea Royce and her sister. Thus, Count Royce was eager for Lea to marry swiftly, securing a husband who could support her in governing Royce after his demise. Despite the absence of male heirs, the Count's brothers had blessed him with several nephews. Daemon took a sip of his wine, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Are you suggesting we aid the Royce nephews in seizing the inheritance of Royce?" "Not at present. You underestimate Count Royce. In a time of unstable succession, he has even contemplated a royal marriage, preferring to bestow Royce upon the crown rather than allow his nephews to inherit, which underscores his affection for his daughters. How do you propose we proceed?" Daemon asked, perplexed. "3 methods, Aegon replied, raising his glass with a mischievous smile. "The first, and most crude yet effective approach, would be to assassinate Lea Royce directly and frame the Royce nephews for the deed, igniting a civil strife within the Royce family. Without a betrothed, there can be no royal union with Royce, and you need not fret over marrying a bronze woman any longer," Aegon murmured. "My brother, Your audacity grows bolder by the day. To openly discuss the murder of the Count's sole heir in such a setting, do you not fear word may leak? Daemon remarked, sipping his wine. I have already offered gold dragons to ensure that the idle and curious remain at a distance. I trust the madam of this establishment will remain loyal to my gold. After learning Daemon's whereabouts from the madam, Gong had spent wealth to clear out several nearby rooms, ensuring their conversation remained unheard. With Gong's sensory abilities, he would detect any intruders before they could approach. The bronze woman is well protected by Lord Royce. She shall never leave the Vale for King's Landing unless Viserys marries once more. The Vale is exceedingly insular, and my men cannot infiltrate it. Your plan will not come to fruition, lamented Daemon as he drained his cup of wine. The second naming day of Rena is fast approaching, and her grandfather is set to host a grand hunt in the Kingswood to celebrate her birth. As the foremost noble family of the Vale, the Royce family will undoubtedly send representatives. I have heard that Lea Royce possesses a profound fondness for horseback riding and hunting. Should an unfortunate incident occur during the hunt, it would not be your concern, Aegon remarked, caressing the wine goblet in his hand. However, the price you pay will be that you must accept your grandfather's arrangements for alternative matrimonial alliances. In fact, he may even offer you the choice of Rhea's younger sister to continue the union with House Royce. But at least you shall be free from the tedious bronze woman you mentioned. And what of the second option? Daemon inquired softly, cradling his chin in his hands. At the forthcoming hunt in the Kingswood, you must display the charm of the robed prince and boldly provoke or humiliate Lea Royce. Spread the word that upon your marriage to her, you shall staunchly defend the rights of your progeny. Stonehelm will become your possession. Are you suggesting I lead old Royce to believe that I will usurp the rights of House Royce and claim Stonehelm for myself, prompting him to seek an annulment from the Iron Throne upon realizing I am an unsuitable match? Daemon cast a disdainful glance at his brother. Is there no other way? The final option is to dutifully heed your grandfather's commands, marry Lea Royce, and hasten her pregnancy to bear your child. Your ultimate solution is for me to obediently comply? Daemon asked, perplexed. Certainly not. Only with a child can you meddle in the inheritance of Stonehelm, and no one will expect you to remain at the side of your Royce lady every day. Once the child is born, you need not fulfill the obligations of a husband. At that point, no one will restrict your freedom. Upon hearing Aegon's words, Daemon fell into contemplation. You mean to say that once a child is born, this marriage can become merely a formality? You are a Targaryen, Daemon. Even if you unite with House Royce, none shall negate your royal identity. Once Lea Royce successfully bears your child, her significance will wane, even if Lea does not accept you as her husband. I am confident that with your capabilities, you will find a way to ensure she conceives your offspring. After reflecting on Aegon's words, Daemon finally replied, I shall consider it. Aegon, what is it you require of me? Aegon inquired. Help me capture someone, Daemon responded. Whom? Darren Wyt, Aegon replied. Who is this Darren Wyt? Daemon asked, puzzled. The favorite wandering minstrel of Aunt Jerry. I need you to find a moment to apprehend him and assist me in staging a performance. Ing stared at the wine glass in his hand and mused. Well, what could this fortunate young man have done to catch the attention of our esteemed Prince Ing? He is but a gilded canary, dreaming of soaring alongside the dragons in the sky. His expression remained impassive as he uttered those chilling words. Yet the metallic wine cup in his grasp had already been effortlessly crumpled. It's quite late. We should return, Daemon said, setting down his glass and rising to approach the door. Wait for me, Ing exclaimed, hastily gathering his belongings from the table and swiftly joining his brother's side. The two traversed the corridor until they reached the grand hall of the Blue Pearl, where they were immediately captivated by the enchanting dancers swaying rhythmically within the illuminated dance floor. The petite dancer before them possessed skin as pale as milk, her form lithe and supple, moving with a grace that ensnared the gaze of every spectator present. Daemon inquired curiously of a maidservant nearby. What is the name of the lovely maiden dancing at the center of the floor? Miseria, my lord. She is a dancer who recently arrived from Lys to Silk Street. The maidservant replied. What did you say her name was? Ing suddenly turned to the maid, intrigued by her answer. Miseria, my lord. The other girls sometimes refer to her as Miss White Maggot. Chapter 10. Dreamfire in the dim surroundings. The aroma of wine tantalized the senses of every man present. As they beheld Miseria's undulating silhouette on the dance floor, many relinquished the warmth they had cradled, their attention fixated on her graceful movements. Had it not been for Miseria's tender youth, still untouched by the onset of womanhood, the proprietress of the Blue Pearl would likely have allowed her to entertain clients. For otherwise, the men here would surely have exchanged their wealth for a fleeting moment of intimacy with her. Ing regarded Miseria with a heavy heart. recalling how this very woman had been Prince Daemon's favored lover in the original tale, eventually becoming the chief intelligence officer for Rena Targaryen I. Only to meet a tragic end, paraded naked and brutally whipped. He found himself lost in contemplation. "What's this, my brother? Have you taken an interest in Miss White Maggot?" Daemon observed with an amused expression. "I confess I am somewhat intrigued by Miss Miseria," Ing admitted, his gaze still fixed on the dancer. "Oh, this is rather uncharacteristic of you. Do you remember the first time I secretly brought you here for amusement? You looked upon the entire street with disdain, especially considering you've never laid a hand on the maidens of the Red Keep. For a time, Viserys and I even believed you were entirely uninterested in women. Who would have thought my dear brother would feel something this time?" Daemon laughed heartily. "Refrain from your sordid thoughts. Dear brother, we must return. Besides, I merely find this place unclean," Ing replied curtly, turning resolutely towards the Red Keep, unwilling to engage further with his playful brother. "All right, I shall return. By the way, do you truly not require my assistance in arranging matters?" "Aegon." "Wait a moment, Aegon." Daemon observed Aegon, who was unresponsive and walking away without a backward glance. With a sigh of resignation, he hastily quickened his pace to catch up with the rapidly advancing Aegon. The following day, within the dragon cave nestled in the Rennie's hills of King's Landing, Aegon, guided by the dragon guards, was herding sheep to feed the slumbering Dreamfire in the depths of the cavern. Following Aegon's previous suggestion, the dragon guards had loosened the chains binding Dreamfire over the past few months, allowing the dragon to rest comfortably, nestled deep within the cave, eyes closed in slumber. Upon awakening, the dragon guard stood at the entrance of the cave, calling out Dreamfire's name loudly to capture her attention. However, the dragon's response was not one of compliance, but rather a deafening roar, sending the sheep scattering in all directions. Aegon, holding the reins of the flock, strained to maintain his grip on the rope, striving to prevent the panicked sheep from disturbing the other dragons. With the assistance of the dragon guards, Aegon eventually calmed the frightened flock and handed the reins over to the other guards, attempting to venture into Dreamfire's lair alone. The dragon guard, seeing this, swiftly obstructed Aegon's path, saying, "Your Highness, Dreamfire has resided in this cave for many years and has become extremely irritable. I implore you to wait. Allow the dragon guards to accompany you in the dragon taming. Balerion is my native tongue, and I can hum the songs of dragon taming. An excess of individuals may provoke Dreamfire's increasingly fragile nerves due to her long confinement underground. I intend to attempt this alone. Fear not. If Dreamfire behaves unfavorably, I shall withdraw promptly. Hand me the torch. You shall wait outside. May your dragon taming be successful, Your Highness." Reluctantly, the dragon guard ceased his objections, handing over the torch to Aegon as he watched him step into the inky darkness of the cave alone, breathing fire, wielding wings, heads held high, singing to the three. Aegon hummed the ancient Valyrian ballad, raising the torch as he advanced slowly, the dim light illuminating the scattered bones of livestock and the rancid dragon dung strewn across the ground. As Aegon reached the bottom of the cavern, the faint light reflected off Dreamfire's scales, the echoes of her heavy breaths resonating within the cave. As he sauntered deeper into the darkness, Dreamfire, having just roared, gradually extended her head, her silver, majestic horns emerging into the air, slowly turning her body to gaze upon the intruder who had disturbed her dreams. Aegon inhaled deeply, continuing to hum the Valyrian melody. At 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, he finally approached Dreamfire, standing before the colossal creature. Dreamfire regarded him with her amber eyes, a look of indifference fixed upon the human before her. As the human drew closer, Dreamfire's throat quivered slightly, emitting a low, rumbling growl. The human before her bore the same blood as her former master, Rena Targaryen. Dreamfire gazed intently at the human before him, the formidable pressure exerted by the adult dragon weighing heavily upon Aegon. Since the demise of Dreamfire's first master, Rena Targaryen, in 73 AC at Harrenhal, he had spent a full 26 years in the shadowy depths of the dragon's lair. Grief, restlessness, fury, and a yearning for freedom consumed Dreamfire's heart, these emotions gnawing at his fragile spirit like venomous serpents. The human before him, though bearing the same blood as Rena, was not destined to be his future master, not at this moment, at least. He was neither Rena nor reminiscent of her. Aegon approached Dreamfire, extending his hands to gently caress the dragon's scales as the Valyrian ballads gradually faded from the cavern. Noticing Dreamfire's quiet acceptance, Aegon began to move towards the dragon's shoulder, intending to mount the great beast and tame him in one bold effort. Dreamfire felt the warmth of the human's palms and gradually became entranced by memories of soaring through the skies with his former master. However, Aegon's attempt to climb onto Dreamfire's back shattered that reverie. The dragon shook his body, rejecting the weight of Aegon upon his shoulder, and as the tremors intensified, Aegon was forced to leap down from Dreamfire's back. As Aegon landed on the ground, Dreamfire let out a resounding roar and silently turned away, retreating deeper into the cavern. This attempt at dragon taming had ended in failure. While Dreamfire did not reject Aegon's proximity, he could not accept Aegon successfully mounting him. Aegon, resigned, exited the lair, calling for the dragon keepers to prepare a flock of sheep for Dreamfire's sustenance. Standing at the entrance of the cave, gazing into its depths, Aegon pondered for a moment before regaining his resolve. As the saying goes, a good woman fears a persistent man, since Dreamfire no longer resisted Aegon's closeness. He believed that one day, he would succeed in taming this magnificent dragon. Chapter 11. A spectacle. The midday sun bathed the gardens of the Red Keep in its golden light, where blossoms flourished in vibrant competition. The rays illuminated Gary's face, casting it in hues reminiscent of a sunset, accompanied by the melodious and soulful voice of the wandering minstrel, Daeron. Gary felt as though she were floating amidst the clouds in a moment of exquisite beauty. By the spring pool, six maidens, with raven hair and alabaster skin. Daeron sang, his enchanting voice recounting the legendary tale of the foolish Sir Florian, who inadvertently stumbled upon the bathing beauty Anya and her 5 friends in the town of Springwell. As Aegon entered the garden, he beheld Gary leaning against the roots of a fishbeam tree, her eyes closed in rapture, alongside Daeron, whose gaze revealed ulterior intentions as he softly hummed. At that moment, Aegon had already devised a fitting end for Daeron in the depths of his heart. As the song concluded, Aegon smiled and clapped vigorously, the crisp applause startling Gary from her reverie. Aegon, have you come to listen to Daeron sing as well? Guy Rouet opened her innocent and vibrant eyes, gazing at her nephew who approached with a hint of delight. My dear aunt, Daeron's singing is indeed enchanting. However, your covert escapade to listen to his performance has driven grandmother Alysanne nearly to madness. Aegon tilted his head, observing his naive and somewhat foolish Aunt Guy Rouet, and spoke in a teasing tone. Ah, has mother awoken from her afternoon slumber? Upon hearing that Queen Alysanne was searching for her, Guy Rouet immediately rose to straighten her skirt, a hint of anxiety coloring her voice as she addressed Aegon. Grandmother, upon waking and not finding you, sent the maidens to search for you in distress. I happened to return from the dragon's lair and encountered the maidens in their quest, surmising that my dear aunt might be here, hence my hurried arrival. Aegon, seated beneath the fishbeam tree, observed the now upright Guy Rouet. I must hasten to my mother. Aegon, please assist in arranging Daeron's departure from the Red Castle. I shall see you later, Guy Rouet exclaimed, bounding towards the garden exit like a lively rabbit. Watching Guy Rouet disappear into the distance, Aegon coldly remarked, Unleash your captivating voice, Daeron. Daeron turned to the reclining Aegon and inquired, Your Highness, what song would you like to hear? Sing The Bear and the Beautiful Girl, Aegon replied, leaning against the fishbeam tree with eyes closed. This bear, all black and brown, covered in fluff, Daeron began to play his instrument and sing the traditional, rustic song cherished across the 7 kingdoms. As time elapsed and the song concluded, seeing Aegon with his eyes still shut and silent, Daeron quietly shifted his body, preparing to leave the garden. Daeron, Aegon suddenly called out, halting the departing singer. Upon noticing this, Daeron turned to face Aegon and bowed respectfully, saying, Your Highness, continue singing for me. Which song would you like to hear this time? Sing The Bear and the Beautiful Girl again, and do not stop, understood? Daeron looked at Aegon, whose eyes remained firmly shut, and tightened his grip on the instrument. After a moment of contemplation, he said, As you wish, Your Highness. As time slowly drifted by, the sun gradually vanished behind the towers of the Red Castle, casting a fiery sunset over the western sky. Bear, she sings, beautiful bear, together we are. At the horizon and sky, bear, the beautiful face of the girl. Daeron sang this song with a parched and hoarse voice throughout the afternoon, while Aegon remained beneath the tree, listening with closed eyes. At this point, Daeron's throat was so hoarse he could barely speak, his gaze harboring a malicious light fixated on Aegon. How does your throat feel now? Aegon finally opened his eyes, looking at the singer before him. I do not know where I have offended your highness, leading to such punishment, Daeron replied slowly, his raspy voice articulating each word. Oh, you truly do not understand. Dreamer Daeron? With a hint of playful sarcasm, Aegon recounted the alias he had heard from Silk Street. Upon hearing this, the individual before him gradually displayed a look of panic, his pupils dilating in terror. If I were you, I would leave the Red Keep the moment that filthy and shameless thought crossed your mind, never to set foot in King's Landing again. Otherwise, you, a melodious canary, shall inevitably become the dinner of the dragon in the lair of King's Landing." Upon hearing Aegon's chilling words, Daemon slowly sank to his knees, his gaze becoming vacant as he looked towards Aegon, who had unveiled his true nature. "Do you intend to kill me, your highness?" Daemon inquired. "No. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Now, take your instrument, gather your belongings, bid farewell to Gyri, and inform her that your health is failing and you can no longer serve the royal family. Then, leave the Red Keep and depart from King's Landing, never to appear before Gyri again." "Thank you for your mercy, your highness," Daemon exclaimed, nearly speechless with excitement at the prospect of being spared. He frantically scrambled to his feet, pleading with Aegon. "Mercy? No. I simply fear that killing you would cause Gyri distress. Now, immediately, leave the Red Keep and do not return." Aegon gripped Daemon's neck, lifting him off the ground, while Daemon desperately attempted to pry Aegon's fingers loose. Yet, Aegon's grip was as unyielding as steel. With increasing pressure from Aegon's hand, Daemon found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his widening pupils and bloodshot eyes revealing his utter helplessness. Finally, once Daemon reached eye level with the standing Aegon, he loosened his grip, allowing Daemon to inhale once more. Daemon, weak and gasping, leaned against a nearby tree, coughing uncontrollably while greedily drawing in the fresh air of the garden. Clinging tightly to the fishbeam wood, Daemon gazed at Aegon with terror, perceiving him as a ravenous dragon. Fierce and intimidating. "Now leave," Daemon stammered, hurriedly gathering his instrument from the ground and hastily scrambling out of the garden of the Red Keep. Watching Daemon retreat into the distance, Aegon stood silently in the center of the garden, contemplating. After a moment of reflection, he turned and made his way towards Maegor's holdfast. Aegon's next task was to inform Daemon to prepare. The trap was set, the fish were already hooked, and it was nearly time to reel them in. Chapter 12. Escape. As the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, the silvery moonlight began to illuminate the treetops. The maids of the Red Keep had already lit numerous candles, casting a soft glow throughout the dim corridors. Daemon stumbled along the path leading from the garden, straightening his garments in a feeble attempt to appear composed as he clutched his instrument, making his way towards the exit of the Red Keep. However, his trembling teeth and quivering brows betrayed the turmoil within him. Daemon's heart was consumed by resentment and fear towards Aegon. He traversed the seas from Lys to King's Landing, enchanting the ears of Princess Rena with his melodious voice. His striking appearance, coupled with trivial flattery, successfully ensnared the women of House Targaryen. From a young age, he had listened to tales of the Conqueror Aegon commanding the fearsome dragon Balerion to incinerate the fleet of Volantis. He yearned to be the hero of such stories, indulging freely in flowers, fine wine, and the tender kisses of beautiful maidens. Despite his handsome visage, he lacked the noble violet eyes and platinum locks that were the birthright of the Targaryens, possessing only a captivating voice that entertained the noble lords, some of whom even desired to embrace him. He harbored discontent and jealousy, pondering why some were born to command dragons and bask in the kingdom's bounty, reveling in wine and beauty, while he was relegated to strumming a cheap instrument for entertainment, earning only meager black bread and coarse ale. Upon hearing in Lys of the Iron Throne's master in the Red Keep of King's Landing and the noble daughter who had fallen from grace, fleeing Westeros to become a mere plaything in a Lysian brothel, a bold idea sparked within him. He first devoted a significant portion of his wealth to indulge in the intimate services of the fallen daughter of the Iron Throne's master. With the remainder of his fortune, he procured a ticket aboard a merchant ship bound for the cargo hold of King's Landing. As the ship passed through the stepstones, it was beset by pirates. Amidst the chaos of battle between the pirates and the ship's guards, perceiving the dire situation, he resolutely leapt into a small boat, adrift on the currents towards the storm. On his journey to King's Landing, he scrounged for scraps with wild dogs and shared a bed with beggars, all in pursuit of his ambition. He aspired to become the husband of a noble Targaryen, ensuring that his descendants would not tread the same path, but instead soar like true dragons across the skies. Yet, just as his aspirations seemed within reach, Aegon Targaryen, a demon spewing venom and blood, shattered his dreams. He should have savored all that the Red Keep had to offer, but now it slipped away from him. Unwilling to accept such a humiliating retreat from King's Landing, he resolved to wager everything he had, gambling on whether the Iron Throne's master would truly be so heartless as to disregard his youngest daughter. Observing the hurried maids and guards within the Red Keep, he made a final gamble. Wiping the sweat from his brow and steadying his nerves, he turned toward Maegor's holdfast. The maids and guards of the Red Keep recognized Daemon, the princess's favored singer, as he approached Maegor's holdfast. Some even eagerly pointed out the location of the princess's chamber. With a growing sense of determination, he squared his shoulders and approached her door. "Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness. I hope I am not disturbing your rest," he called softly through the door. "Is that you, Daeron?" "Come in," came the reply. Princess Gairue had just concluded dinner with her mother, Queen Alysanne, and upon returning to her chamber to prepare for a soothing bath, a gentle knock resounded at her door. "Your Highness," Daeron's voice echoed, the dim light of the red fortress casting a soft glow upon her features, akin to the morning sun illuminating dewdrops on blossoms. The contrast between her current appearance and the one he beheld at noon was as striking as that of a rose against a marigold, each embodying a distinct beauty. With his eloquent tongue and flattering words, Daeron endeavored to win the favor of the princess. "Every conversation with you is such a delight," he remarked, causing Gairue's lips to curl into a smile, betraying her inner joy. "Have you come to see me for a particular reason? Perhaps you bear a gift for me?" she inquired, seated gracefully upon her chair. "No, I merely wish to bid you farewell before departing the Red Fortress." "Oh, and have you ever witnessed the splendor of King's Landing at night? The city glows with vibrant lights, the main thoroughfare alive with lively performances and resplendent candlelight. People frolic in the streets, singing and dancing, as barrels of fine wine are consumed. The scene, the atmosphere, is truly enchanting." Regrettably, Gairue sighed. "I cannot behold such a spectacle. My mother forbids me from leaving the Red Fortress. It is indeed unfortunate that you cannot witness such marvels. However, I have just conceived a delightful idea. What if you donned the attire of a maid and adorned your hair, stealthily escaping the Red Fortress before the Queen discovers your absence? Is that truly feasible?" "How splendid!" Gairue exclaimed with joy. "Then, beautiful princess, may I have the honor of accompanying you on this escapade?" Daeron inquired. "Of course, clever Daeron," she replied. As the night deepened, the guards stationed at the Red Fortress, weary from a day of vigilance, found their spirits waning, longing for the moment when they could change shifts and indulge in leisure at Silk Street. "Oh, is that not our little golden canary, princess?" one guard mocked. "What, dear princess, do you not require your tongue tonight?" Daeron chuckled as he prepared to exit the fortress under the cover of darkness. "Ah, my friend, our little canary has even managed to charm a maid from the Red Fortress." Another guard guffawed, eyeing Daeron standing beside the maid with suspicion, preparing to investigate further. "Oh, brother, this maid is a distant daughter of the Rosby family, serving beside Princess Gairue. We were commissioned by the princess to procure the newly arrived Liz perfume from the shops on Steel Street," Daeron explained while discreetly slipping a pouch of coins into the guard's hand. The lead guard weighed the pouch, signaling the others to allow passage. For the entire fortress knew that this young man was favored by the princess. The weary guards could afford to jest, but they understood that delaying the princess would incur the wrath of the concerned Queen Alysanne. Moreover, the astute Daeron had already offered them a golden dragon. As Daeron and Gairue, disguised as a maid, slipped into the night, Aegon led several guards to the gates of the Red Keep, quietly following Daeron's distant silhouette. Chapter 13. Blood and Death. Daeron guided the innocent Gairue along the streets of King's Landing, making their way to Fisherman's Square beside the River Gate. The River Gate, one of the 7 great gates of King's Landing, is situated in the middle of the southeastern city wall, connecting Fisherman's Square to the docks, directly facing the Blackwater River. To the south lies the King's Road leading to Storm's End, but due to its proximity to the docks, the cacophony of noise and the inescapable stench of mud and fish, the citizens of King's Landing referred to it as Mudgate. Gairue surveyed the darkened expanse of King's Landing, the dim lights twinkling along the banks of the river. The inky night did not deter the fishermen and laborers at the docks from their diligent work. Through the towering city walls, Gairue could already hear the clamor of labor within the river. As Daeron led her through a series of streets, they arrived at a secluded, tranquil alley. "Daeron, where are we going?" Gairue questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice as she listened to the surrounding noise. "Aren't we supposed to see the brightly lit night market and the splendid performances?" She anxiously inquired why there was nothing here. Only the din of laborers and the foul smell of fish. Observing Daeron's silence, her expression shifted to one of growing panic. "Where is this place, Daeron? Where are we truly headed?" "To a place where no one can separate us, my dear princess." Daeron finally revealed his sinister visage, baring his fangs like a venomous serpent. "My beloved princess, do you not adore my voice and the enchanting songs I sing for you?" He stepped closer to Gairue, cornering her against the wall, whispering softly into her ear. "We are about to venture to a realm where others shall never find us, a sanctuary free from all disturbances. There, we shall become one, and no one shall part us again. I shall sing for you every day, and you will nurture our children." In that moment, Guy Rouet finally grasped the true nature of the man who once brought her joy within the dreary confines of the Red Keep. Beneath his faade lay a heart steeped in filth. Fearful, Guy Rouet pushed against him, attempting to flee back to the Red Keep, to her parents. The muddy path betrayed her, and she stumbled, falling into the mire, the foul sludge splattering against her fair skin. A wave of visceral discomfort assaulted her senses. Struggling to rise, she was suddenly seized from behind by Daeron, his arms like iron chains binding her to him. Guy Rouet writhed in panic, crying out for help, yearning for salvation from this hell, desperate to escape the man who loomed behind her. "Help me! Someone please save me! I am the prince of the kingdom." Daeron swiftly covered Guy Rouet's mouth with his hand, stifling her cries for help. "You are mine, dear princess. You shall forever belong to me. You will leave this foul and filthy city, abandoning your warm castle for good." With one hand clamped over Guy Rouet's mouth and the other gripping her arm, Daeron dragged her toward the muddy gate. Once they reached the dock and boarded the ship, no one would be able to find them for a while. With the deed done, Guy Rouet found herself pregnant with his child. Surely, the esteemed king, Aegon I, the master of the Iron Throne, would begrudgingly accept her as his son-in-law for the sake of his beloved grandson and the honor of the royal family. At that moment, Daeron dreamt of a bright future, completely oblivious to the fact that Aegon had approached him from behind. With a swift motion, Aegon plunged a sharp dagger into Daeron's waist, stabbing him repeatedly. The excruciating pain forced Daeron to release Guy Rouet, and he slowly sank to his knees. Startled by his sudden release, Guy Rouet turned to see Aegon standing behind Daeron, one hand gripping his head and the other brandishing the dagger, which he placed against Daeron's throat as he softly murmured, "In your next life, remember to stay away from the women of House Targaryen." With that, Aegon severed Daeron's neck, crimson blood gushing forth and splattering onto the muddy ground of the riverside, the metallic scent mingling with the earthiness of the surroundings, invading the senses of all present. Aegon released his grip on Daeron's head, watching as the scoundrel collapsed onto the ground. He swiftly approached Guy Rouet, shedding his cloak to envelop her trembling form, helping her to her feet. Guy Rouet, utterly spent, leaned against Aegon for support. "Let us go home, Guy Rouet," he whispered gently. Guy Rouet managed to respond through her sobs, her breath hitching as she slowly made her way back to the Red Keep with Aegon by her side. As they departed, several figures emerged from the shadows, dragging Daeron's lifeless body from the alley. No one knew what became of his corpse. Perhaps it was tossed into the Blackwater River to feed the fish. Or maybe it found its way into some forgotten cauldron in a flea pit. Upon their return to the Red Keep, the grand castle stirred from its slumber like a great dragon awakening. Queen Alysanne, gazing at her weeping daughter in the garb of a servant, could not contain her tears. Ignoring the grime and blood on Guy Rouet, she enveloped her youngest daughter in a tight embrace, anxiously inspecting her for injuries. Terrified that Guy Rouet had suffered even the slightest harm, King Jaehaerys and Balon had already arrived at Guy Rouet's chamber upon hearing the news. As they watched their tear-streaked daughter recount the harrowing events of the night, Jaehaerys' roar echoed throughout the Red Keep. "Where's that bastardess corpse? I will rend him limb from limb." The king was like a raging bull, his eyes wide with fury as he fixated on the scene before him. Beside him, Balon shared the same indignation, wishing nothing more than to tear Daemon apart. "Grandfather, I severed his throat. When I left, his body was still there, likely. It has since found its way into a flea pit," Aegon replied. "Well done, Aegon. Thanks to you, Guy Rouet may yet remain with us," Balon commended, patting Aegon's shoulder. As Jaehaerys calmed, he gazed at his weeping daughter, unable to express the pent-up rage within him. Finally, he ordered everyone except Queen Alysanne to return to their chambers and to keep this matter strictly confidential. The guards and handmaidens of the Red Keep were similarly instructed to remain silent, forever barred from discussing the events of the night. Chapter 14. A brotherly conversation. Morning light streamed upon the spires of the Red Keep, as guards commenced their early patrols and diligent handmaidens began their day's labor, meticulously tending to every corner of the castle. In the corridors of Maegor's Holdfast, Daemon strode purposefully toward Aegon's chamber, his expression grave. The handmaidens, noticing his stern demeanor, quickly curtsied and departed. With a loud bang, Daemon burst into Aegon's bedroom, awakening his slumbering brother. After shutting the door firmly behind him, Daemon approached Aegon's bedside, forcefully pinning him down and seizing a nearby pillow to strike him. "My dear brother, have you forgotten something from last night?" Daemon hissed in a furious whisper. "What? What happened? What did I forget?" Aegon mumbled, still groggy. Upon hearing Aegon's confused response, Daemon revealed a menacing smile, followed by a thunderous shout. My men and I spent the entire night enduring the stench of King's Landing at the city gates. Daemon roared, gripping Aegon's neck with one hand while the other shook him vigorously. It was then that Aegon recalled the previous night, when he could no longer tolerate Daemon's treatment of Rye. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had intervened before they even reached the city gates, using a dagger to slit the man's throat and hastily escorting the weakened Rye back to the castle. He had completely forgotten to inform Daemon that the matter was resolved. "Oh, my beloved brother, I personally dispatched that wretched scoundrel last night, severing his throat." Aegon, appearing frail and anxious, explained to Daemon. "Well done, my brother. You seem injured." Daemon initially praised Aegon's actions and then, noticing Aegon's seemingly weakened state, inquired with concern. "Not at all. I'm merely feeling a bit dizzy from your antics," Aegon replied with a slight smile. "Oh, it appears I must speak with grandfather. His beloved grandson has begun to reminisce about the history of the Seven Kingdoms under the tutelage of Archmage Yaller. I was mistaken. I apologize for neglecting to inform you after I dispatched that fellow last night. For the next few days, all expenses incurred by my subordinates and me on Silk Street will be yours to bear." "Agreed," Daemon responded, his expression brightening at Aegon's acquiescence. Sitting in a nearby chair, he observed Aegon, who was touching the red mark on his neck, and remarked, "I simply cannot fathom why you went through such elaborate means to eliminate that little canary. Were it me, I would have discreetly arranged for his abduction, stuffed him into a sack, and cast him into the Blackwater River, ensuring he would never be seen again." "Daemon, sometimes the simplest methods do not yield the most exquisite outcomes," Aegon replied playfully. "Speak plainly. Do not make me repeat myself, or you shall face the wrath of my sleeping dragon," Daemon warned, his brow furrowing as he glared at Aegon. "Very well, to put it simply. Even if you had someone drown that scoundrel in the Blackwater, there is no guarantee a second or even a third Darren would not arise in the future. Only by allowing Rue to experience their vile intentions and treacherous hearts firsthand will she learn the necessity of maintaining a safe distance from those outside her bloodline." Aegon then rose from the bed, donning his attire while explaining to Daemon. "How could you be so certain that scoundrel would abduct Rue from the Red Keep?" Daemon inquired, puzzled. "Due to his greed. I had already afforded him an opportunity. My prior investigations into this man revealed that he had traversed the Straits of Storms alone to reach King's Landing, indicating he is a quintessential gambler. When I ultimately tore his mask away just as he was on the brink of success, the ensuing despair would shatter his confidence, driving him to madness. With his temperament, he would wager everything he possesses." After hearing Aegon's rationale, Daemon scoffed. "The opportunity you speak of merely entailed my preemptive arrangements at the city gates. The moment he stepped beyond them, his head would be severed. After all, one must face the consequences of their actions, mustn't they?" Once fully dressed, Aegon turned to Daemon and replied, "Indeed, my dear brother, your words always resonate with such profound wisdom." "Come, my foolish brother," said Daemon, "you, who have spent a sleepless night, now require a proper rest. The Targaryen family is expected to return to King's Landing today. Do not forget to greet them." He rose and approached Aegon, delivering a playful slap to the back of his head before turning toward the door. As he walked away, he added, "Next time, I'll simply strike your backside with my sword sheath, leaving you to sleep only on your stomach." Seagulls were serenading the skies above the mud gate, with some audacious ones daring to alight upon the fishermen's boats to pilfer their catch. In the distance, the fleet from Dragonstone was steadily approaching the dock near Mudgate. At this moment, Viserys stood at the bow of the ship alongside his wife, Emma, gazing at Aegon and Daemon, who awaited them on the dock. Aegon waving cheerfully while Daemon, sword in hand with its tip resting on the ground, wore a broad smile. "Welcome home," they exclaimed as they approached Viserys, embracing him warmly upon his disembarkation. They congratulated him for returning to King's Landing with his wife and daughter. "Welcome home." Daemon and Aegon nodded towards Emma, who cradled Rena, before leading them toward the royal carriage at the wheelhouse, preparing to journey back to the Red Keep. Daemon and Aegon strode ahead to the wheelhouse, signaling the servants to open the carriage doors. Viserys assisted Emma into the carriage, with Aegon and Daemon following closely behind, shutting the doors and signaling to return to the Red Keep. Along the way, the three brothers, Viserys, Daemon, and Aegon, shared laughter and conversation, while Emma, holding her daughter, smiled as she listened to their banter. Since Rena's birth, Emma's sorrow and worries had eased, and she appeared much improved compared to when they had left the Red Keep. "I have wonderful news for everyone," Viserys announced. "Just before our departure, the maester from Dragonstone confirmed that Emma is once again with child. My little Rena will soon have a brother." Daemon congratulated Viserys and Emma, while Aegon's expression turned serious. "Congratulations, Viserys. However, I believe upon our return to the Red Keep, we need to have a conversation, one that requires our full attention. Chapter 15. The dispute to celebrate the return of Viserys and his family to King's Landing. King Jaehaerys hosted a grand feast at the Red Keep. Jaehaerys and Balon looked on with satisfaction as Viserys and his companions reveled, while Queen Alysanne and Princess Rhaenys directed their complete attention to the tiny infant in Aemma's arms. Viserys, in high spirits, even engaged in a drinking contest with Daemon. Amidst lively music and elegant dancing, the atmosphere of the feast peaked, with everyone gathered in joyous celebration until the late hours of the night. The following morning, the blinding sunlight streamed onto Viserys' face, and amidst the cries of the child and the sunlight's intrusion, he finally awoke from the throes of last night's revelry. Observing Aemma, who had already risen to care for Rena, I reluctantly got out of bed and silently rolled off. After having breakfast served by the maid and dressing myself, I recalled the words spoken by Aegon during our return to King's Landing the previous day. I then resolved to visit Aegon's chamber to continue the conversation that remained unfinished between us. As I stepped out of my room and made my way toward Aegon's quarters, I was intercepted by a maid approaching me. Prince Viserys. Prince Aegon instructed me to inform you that he awaits you in the gardens of the Red Keep. Upon hearing this, I turned and headed toward the gardens. Upon entering, I was greeted by the sight of Aegon, clad in black adorned with silver dragons, standing beneath the weirwood tree. Aegon, I have arrived, I greeted him as I approached, standing side by side with him, both of us gazing at the ancient tree. Viserys, I half expected you to sleep until the afternoon, considering how much you and Daemon drank last night, Aegon remarked with a teasing tone. Had it not been for Rena's cries, I might have indeed awoken only by afternoon, I replied, looking toward my brother. It seems the words I intended to express yesterday at the Dragonstone finally have the opportunity to be voiced. Viserys. Aegon's demeanor shifted as he seated himself beneath the weirwood. I followed suit, sitting beside him, quietly awaiting his next words. Viserys, has the maester from Dragonstone informed you of Aemma's current condition? There is no need for deceit between us. Please answer me truthfully. Aegon's gaze was serious as he awaited my reply. The maester conveyed that Aemma's health is far from robust. The multiple miscarriages have inflicted severe damage upon her body, and after successfully delivering Rena, her condition has deteriorated further. I disclosed. Did the maester say nothing more than this? Aegon pressed. He stated that Aemma's body is no longer suitable for further pregnancies. To successfully bear a healthy child, she requires an extended period of rest and recuperation. Should she conceive during this recovery phase, the odds of a successful delivery are less than 30%. And it is even possible, my voice gradually diminished until I could scarcely be heard. It is even possible for both mother and child to perish, is it not? Aegon coldly unveiled the harsh reality, his serious expression fixed upon me. I am your brother, Viserys. We share the same parents, and our veins run with the same blood. I understand your anxiety and urgency. I am acutely aware of the immense pressure you bear. However, such pressure must not compel us to harm our loved ones. Do you truly wish to lose Aemma, to lose your wife? To witness Rena deprived of her mother? Aegon continued, observing my silence with a steadfast gaze. I comprehend the formidable challenges and pressures you, as the firstborn son and future heir to the Iron Throne, must confront. Initially, you hastily subdued Balerion, driven by the weight of expectation upon your shoulders, seeking to establish your worth. Yet, within a mere year, Balerion perished, rendering you the first dragon rider in your family's history to lose a dragon since the realm's inception. Presently, you are increasingly eager to sire a male heir, yearning to affirm the orderly succession of your lineage, thereby solidifying your position. You seem willing to disregard Aemma's frail condition, compelling her to endure multiple pregnancies. However, have you considered that your fervent desire to achieve these ends may yield contrary results? As he gazed upon Aegon, Viserys gradually unveiled the secret he had long concealed. Aegon, my father once recounted to me an ancient tale, an absurd legend, indeed. When the Conqueror Aegon beheld the lands from Dragonstone, he envisioned a bountiful realm ripe for conquest. Yet, his impetus for domination stemmed not from ambition, but from a dream. Much like the dreamwalker Daenerys, who encountered the calamity that ended the Valyrian Empire, Aegon foresaw the world's demise, heralded by a chilling winter that howled from the distant north. He envisioned the encroaching darkness, where lurking shadows would obliterate the living, plunging the world into an eternal winter. When this winter arrives, the people of Westeros shall unite against a common foe, rallied by a Targaryen king to marshal the continent's strength in resistance. Aegon named his vision the Song of Ice and Fire. This secret has been passed down through generations of kings. My grandfather imparted it to my father, who subsequently passed it on to me. Viserys trembled as he revealed this legacy. On the eve of my marriage to Emma, I dreamed of our child, a boy who would ride a mighty dragon and lead the armies of the Seven Kingdoms to the wall in the north. Aegon, the Targaryen destined to save the world within the Song of Ice and Fire, is my child. Do you understand? Viserys gazed at Aegon with fervor. If he is the prophesied king who shall redeem the realm, he must be born whole and healthy into this world. Aegon placed a comforting hand upon Viserys' shoulder and responded, Viserys, that was merely a dream. Even if the visions we behold portend the morrow, we must still live for today. Embrace the present, Viserys, and do not allow dreams to overwhelm your resolve. We ought to cherish all that is before us. Aegon observed Viserys, who resembled a gambler, and understood the reasons behind his current state. As the firstborn, Viserys possessed no remarkable talents. He was neither as valiant as Daemon nor as erudite and agile as Aegon. Yet, as the eldest son, he was destined to inherit his father's legacy. And he harbored a profound yearning for the acknowledgement of others, aspiring to become a dreamwalker of Targaryen bloodline. Like an age-old adage passed down through the Seven Kingdoms. Whenever a member of the Targaryen family is born, the gods cast their coins to determine whether the child shall be of reason or madness. Chapter 16, Stillborn Viserys. We are both children who have lost our mother. We are acutely aware of the feelings that accompany such a loss. Do you wish for young Rena to endure our shared sorrow once more? When our mother passed, I was but an infant swaddled in blankets. While you were merely 7 years old, and Daemon was just 3, our father, burdened with the affairs of the Red Keep, was also tasked with riding dragons to survey the stepstones and the waters of Dorne, all the while embroiled in the wars of the realm. It was then that you shouldered the responsibilities of an elder brother, taking it upon yourself to care for both me and Daemon. Although we had the care of our grandmother and aunt, we both know how excruciating those days were without our mother's nurturing embrace. We cannot allow little Rena to suffer the anguish of losing a mother, Viserys. A gentle breeze swept through the treetops of the Fishwood, and a leaf floated down softly before Viserys. I understand your sentiment, Aegon. After Emma's pregnancy concludes, I shall no longer insist upon a male heir. If the prince of my dreams is indeed my child, if my visions foretell the future, then all shall be entrusted to the gods. Viserys exhaled deeply, his countenance relaxing as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he smiled at his brother. Viserys, there is one more matter on which I require your assistance, though not at this moment. Whatever it may be, I shall assist you, Aegon. Our blood flows with the same essence, Viserys replied. 7 fleeting months passed swiftly, and with the passage of time, Emma's belly swelled. After 9 months of gestation, she was nearing the moment of childbirth, and the Red Keep was in a state of tumult. Queen Alicent stood solemnly in Emma's chamber, directing the handmaidens and midwives as they prepared warm water, cloths, and all necessary items for the impending birth. Grand Maester Yara and his assistant scholars awaited within the room, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Viserys paced anxiously in the bedroom, surrounded by Jaehaerys, Balon, Gaer, Daemon, Aegon, and several nobles employed within the Red Keep, all gathered to witness Emma's labor. Since Emma began her contractions, the castle had taken on a festive atmosphere. The handmaidens and guards had commenced adorning the Red Keep with decorations, while a band outside the bedroom played songs from the Vale, hoping that these melodies from Emma's homeland would divert her attention and alleviate her labor pains. The fierce blaze in the fireplace elevated the room's temperature, and the heat, coupled with the throes of childbirth, caused beads of sweat to glisten upon Emma's brow. The floor was strewn with herbs prepared by the scholars to ensure the air remained pure and to prevent any postnatal infections. In the delivery room, only the anguished cries of Emma, suffering through labor, could be heard. With each desperate scream, she ultimately succeeded in bringing forth a male infant. The joyful exclamations of the maidens elicited smiles from all present. Viserys, overwhelmed with emotion, approached Emma, clasping her hand and pressing it to his forehead, gazing at his wife who had toiled to bear him an heir. Just as he prepared to look at the child, a group of scholars, already encircling the newborn, approached Jaehaerys with grave expressions. Your Majesty, they solemnly announced, Queen Emma has delivered a stillborn. The prince was lifeless at birth. The cold words extinguished the joy and elation that had filled the room. Upon hearing the words of the scholar, Viserys hastily rose and moved to the swaddled infant. Staring at the long-awaited male heir, trembling, he gently unwrapped the blanket. Before him lay a frail and pallid baby, the mouth and nose already cleared of obstructions by the maid, yet there was no cry to be heard. With a heavy heart, Viserys closed his eyes and wrapped the infant back in the swaddling, uncertain of how to face his wife. Lying in bed, Emma's eyes welled with tears upon hearing the scholar's words. She looked helplessly at her husband, yearning to hear him deny the dreadful news. In that moment, Viserys wished fervently that this was merely a nightmare. Even if it were cruel, he could not bear for it to be true. Emma, I am so sorry. We have lost another child. Viserys knelt weakly by Emma's bedside, clutching her hand tightly. Hearing his words, Emma finally succumbed to her grief and wept openly. Queen Alicent, witnessing this sorrow, signaled for everyone to leave the chamber. King Jaehaerys led the royal family, the King's Guard, and the scholars back to the royal quarters within Maegor's holdfast. He instructed the King's Guard to stand guard at the bedroom door and ushered the others and the scholars into the room. Jaehaerys and Queen Alicent sat across from each other by the fireplace, while Balerion and his 3 children stood behind the king, and Rena quietly remained beside the queen. Jaehaerys, with a stern tone, inquired softly, I had previously advised Scholar Alyssa that should Emma again fail to bear a child, I would consider appointing a different scholar. Unfortunately, Alyssa passed away before Emma could conceive again. Healer, I now require an explanation. Why did Emma, who was clearly full term, deliver a stillborn? Your Majesty, Healer replied. I suspect that Lady Emma's body may have been too frail, weakened by frequent childbirth, and unable to provide sufficient nourishment for the fetus in the later stages of pregnancy, resulting in the stillbirth. In essence, it was the learned men of Dragonstone who, despite Emma's repeated miscarriages, successfully ensured the birth of Rena. Yet, you, as a scholar from the Citadel, whom I sought to recommend, have failed to guarantee the royal family the arrival of a healthy, full-term infant. Should I then assume that the scholars of the Citadel ought to propose a new maester for me? At this moment, the maester, Aller, was beaded with sweat. His mouth opened in a silent gasp before closing weakly. He was at a loss to explain why Emma delivered a stillborn in King's Landing while she was able to bring forth Princess Rena in Dragonstone. Ultimately, Maester Aller could only bow his head in defeat, murmuring, Forgive my inadequacy, Your Majesty, for I could not ensure the successful birth of the young prince. Jaehaerys, gazing at the bowed figure of the maester, said, I shall notify the Citadel of your incompetence in writing. Now, return to your tower and await my decision following my discussion with the Citadel. Chapter 17. The Duke of the Vale. After the Conqueror Aegon subdued 6 of the kingdoms of Westeros, excluding Dorne, he resolved to ensure that the dragons residing in King's Landing had ample sustenance and suitable hunting grounds. Thus, he designated the expansive forests along the banks of the river Windwater to the north of Storm's End as the royal hunting grounds of House Targaryen. Henceforth, this forest became known as the Kingswood, and through the reigns of Aenys, Maegor, and Jaehaerys, it gradually evolved into the private hunting reserve of the King of Westeros. However, some common folk still inhabit the Kingswood. Since 2 months prior, when Viserys and Emma endured yet another loss of a child, they had buried their sorrow deep within, channeling all their energy into their daughter, Rena. The royal hunt in the Kingswood, organized to celebrate Rena's second name day, invited numerous nobles from across the 7 kingdoms, including Rena's maternal grandfather, the Duke of the Eyrie, Roderick Arryn, the Ward of the Vale and the East, a contingent of knights from the Vale, fully armed and bearing the sigil of the Blue Moon and Eagle, escorted the carriage to the noble camp within the Kingswood. As the carriage halted at the entrance of the camp, King Jaehaerys, Queen Alysanne, Prince Balon of Dragonstone, and Viserys with his wife Emma had been awaiting their arrival. When the carriage door slowly opened, an elderly gentleman, clad in a sky-blue gown, short in stature, rotund in form, and balding, descended. He approached Jaehaerys with open arms, embracing him warmly. The old Duke Roderick had served on King Jaehaerys' small council since his ascension, holding the positions of Master of Laws and Judge, and was a steadfast friend to both King Jaehaerys I and Queen Alysanne. Roderick was known for his wit, intelligence, and rich knowledge, having been an indispensable member of Jaehaerys' council. On the 16th name day of Princess Daniela Targaryen, she, with purpose, chose the esteemed Duke Roderick, then 36 years of age, to become his second wife, bearing him his youngest daughter, Emma Allen. Now 53, Duke Roderick traversed great distances to partake in the royal hunting festivities for his granddaughter, Rena. King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne were overjoyed to welcome this cherished old friend. Oh, dear Roderick, it has been far too long. Your belly appears to have grown quite ample. Jaehaerys jested, embracing Duke Allen. Ha ha, Your Majesty, despite my corpulent frame, I remain more than capable of riding fierce horses to hunt boars for my little Rena. Roderick laughed heartily. Roderick gazed at Emma, who stood behind the king, her arms entwined with those of Viserys, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Observing the deep bond between Viserys and Emma, The elder duke felt immense satisfaction with his son-in-law. Amidst jovial conversation, the assembly entered the king's pavilion, where Duke Roderick and Balon sat in proximity to the king and queen. "My dear little Rena, where is she? Allow me to see her." Duke Roderick eagerly inquired of Viserys and Aemma after taking his seat. At a subtle nod from Viserys, Aemma approached, cradling Rena from her nurse. "Oh, my little princess, I am your grandfather, and I have brought you a gift," Roderick announced, gesturing to his attendants, who promptly presented an exquisite gift box. Upon opening the box, Roderick revealed a masterfully crafted golden dragon collar. The fierce dragon head, heavy scales, elegant wings, and elongated tail bore witness to the artisan's exceptional skill. The monstrous eyes of the dragon were adorned with 2 rubies, as translucent as blood. The gathering marveled at the collar's beauty and the value it represented. "What a splendid collar! It resembles Rena's Syrax perfectly. I thank you on behalf of Rena, father," Aemma expressed, holding Rena close. "Aemma, you are my daughter. Rena is my granddaughter. Her veins carry my blood. The veil will always stand as an unwavering support for you both," Roderick reassured, his aged visage prompting tears to cascade down Aemma's cheeks. She turned, entrusting Rena to Viserys, and enveloped her father in a tight embrace. With gentle encouragement from the assembly, Aemma eventually stifled her tears, as King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne endeavored to lighten the atmosphere. Everyone raised their goblets to join in the celebratory feast welcoming Duke Roderick of the Vale. After several rounds of libations, Duke Roderick and Prince Balon engaged in hushed discussions with King Jaehaerys regarding the matrimonial prospects of Daemon. "Count Jobert had previously communicated with me, indicating that he and his daughter, Lea Royce, would soon arrive at the hunting camp within the Kingswood." Duke Roderick, while savoring a cup of golden wine, remarked that after the conclusion of the Kingswood hunt, a wedding would be held at the Red Keep for Daemon and Lea. Jaehaerys turned to the 2 men and cautioned them, hoping that Daemon would dutifully proceed with the marriage. "By the way, where are Daemon and Aegon?" At that moment, Balon suddenly recalled that since their arrival in the Kingswood, his 2 younger sons had been as elusive as kites severed from their strings. The maids sent by Duke Roderick to summon them had also been unable to locate them. "Ha ha ha, those young lads are likely already galloping through the Kingswood," Roderick laughed heartily. "In my youth, I too dreamed of riding and hunting all day. Who hasn't aspired to shine in a hunting tournament?" As the 3 continued their conversation, they gradually cast aside thoughts of Daemon and Aegon. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers had delved deep into the Kingswood, crouched behind a thicket, preparing to ambush a wild boar. The berries they had prepped were crushed by Aegon and laid before them, while leaves and the juice of grasses masked their scent. The boar, incessantly sniffing the air for the aroma of the berries, was drawn closer by the bait they had strategically placed on the ground, nearing the brothers. Hidden behind the bushes, the 2 held their breath, their eyes fixated on the boar, which was obliviously approaching. Just then, the guards of the Red Keep called out loudly for Aegon and Daemon from a distance, attempting to elicit a response from them. The boar, startled by the guards' shouts, abruptly turned and, grunting, dashed rapidly into the depths of the forest. Seeing his prey escape, Daemon sprang from behind the thicket, attempting to attract the boar's attention while brandishing his sword as he charged forward. Aegon, witnessing this, quickly drew his bow, and with a swift release, the arrow soared through the air, striking the boar in the neck and piercing its throat, causing it to collapse. Chapter 18. Lea Royce Daemon. Upon observing his brother effortlessly slay the boar with a single arrow, halted his advance, and turned to face Aegon, striding toward him with an air of defiance. Upon reaching Aegon, Daemon lunged forward to seize his brother's shoulder, but Aegon, sensing Daemon's intent, deftly evaded his grasp. "You have lost, dear brother. According to our wager, you must now remain by your fiancée's side, the future Lady of Dragonstone, Miss Lea Royce, for the foreseeable future," Aegon proclaimed with a mischievous grin. Daemon, glaring at his playful brother, retorted, "Had it not been for those guards, whose wits were evidently muddled by the boar, my sword would have surely outpaced your bow. In that case, it would be you who would have lost. It appears that the gods are favoring me today. Let us accept the wager, my brother." Aegon gestured for the guards in the distance to approach him and Daemon. In the past, Aegon had sought Daemon's assistance to deal with the wandering minstrel, Darren, in King's Landing. Due to Aegon's oversight, Daemon had endured a night of the sea breeze from King's Landing, and in an attempt to atone for this, Aegon had promised to cover Daemon's expenses in Silk Street for the next few days. Consequently, Daemon and his companions indulged themselves in lavish revelry on Silk Street, draining Aegon's purse to its last coin, and it was only through the charity of Viserys that they barely survived those trying days. Aegon took this matter to heart. Upon discovering that the list of participants for the hunting tournament included the lady from Stonehenge, whom Daemon despised, Aegon devised a plan for their wager. Aegon would lure their quarry, and they would hunt the same prey together. Aegon could only use a bow, while Daemon was permitted solely his sword. Should Daemon slay the beast, Aegon would assume full responsibility for Daemon's expenses on Silk Street for an entire month. Conversely, if Aegon were to make the kill, Daemon would be required to remain by the side of Rena until the tournament's conclusion. Upon noticing Aegon's wave, the distant guard hurriedly approached the two, announcing, "Prince Daemon." "Prince Aegon, Prince Balerion commands your presence at the camp to welcome the Duke of Dorne at the feast." After acknowledging the guard, Aegon instructed him to retrieve the slain wild boar before turning back toward the camp. As the two arrived at the royal camp, they were enveloped by the intoxicating aromas of various fine wines wafting from the king's tent. Aegon, taking a gentle whiff of the fragrant air, discerned the scent of Dorne's summer red, the golden wine from the arbor, the honeyed mead from Lys, and even the amber wine from Tyrosh. The nobility of Westeros typically derives most of their hydration from an array of exquisite wines, and any commoner possessing a few silver stags or copper stars would prefer ale over water, which is a beverage reserved for vagabonds or the impoverished. Thus, it is no surprise that the lords of the Seven Kingdoms are, without exception, inebriates. Aegon grimaced at the overpowering scent, steering clear of the reveling nobles, and made his way directly to Jaehaerys, Balon, and Lord Roderick. Upon observing Jaehaerys seated upon the throne, flanked by Balon and Roderick, Daemon and Aegon immediately bowed and expressed their sincerest apologies for their absence from the welcoming ceremony for the elder lord. Lord Roderick waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he bore no ill will towards their absence, and remarked, "The allure of fine steeds and longbows is unparalleled. Were I of your age, I too would likely be lost in the royal woods." After delivering his words, Lord Roderick raised his cup in salute to them, even winking at them from a vantage point obscured from Jaehaerys' view. As they gazed upon the mischievous old man before them, Aegon and his companion felt their trepidation dissipate. After paying their respects with a toast to Duke Roderick, they prepared to leave the king's tent to breathe in the fresh air of the royal forest. At that moment, however, Jaehaerys called out to the departing duo, informing them that the Count of Stonehill and his daughter Rhea were expected to arrive at the camp by the following day at the latest. Upon their arrival, Balon would lead Daemon to greet them. "Aegon, you shall remain by my side tonight, serving as my cupbearer," the king instructed. Aegon immediately bowed in acknowledgement and moved aside to fetch a wine jug, positioning himself behind King Jaehaerys. Daemon, observing his obedient younger brother and the solemn king, could only smirk in resignation. "As you command, your majesty," he replied, promptly exiting the tent without a backward glance. The following morning, a procession of knights bearing a yellow cobblestone banner arrived at the gates of the royal camp, led by none other than the Count of Stonehill, Jorbert Royce, clad in bronze armor and wielding a Valyrian steel sword, Sorrow. Following closely behind him was a young lady with raven-black hair and brown eyes, dressed in a splendid riding outfit and mounted on a magnificent steed from the Vale. As the horsemen reached the camp entrance, Balon had long awaited their arrival with his second son, Daemon. Count Jorbert dismounted along with his entourage and bowed to Balon, who stepped forward to assist him upright, exclaiming, "Welcome, House Royce of Stonehill, to the celebration of my granddaughter Rhaenyra's second name day hunt." "It is my honor." "It is a privilege, your highness," Count Jorbert replied. The assembly then followed Balon and Count Jorbert into the camp, while Daemon remained silent, casting his gaze upon the young lady of Stonehill before turning to follow his father. Lea Royce had already learned from her father that the Targaryen prince before her was to be her future husband. From the moment they met, her eyes remained fixed upon Daemon. Although she had attended the wedding of Viserys alongside her father Jorbert at the Red Keep, she had never taken the time to truly observe Daemon, yet she had heard tales of his notorious reputation as the roguish prince of the Seven Kingdoms. Lea regarded Daemon, who was tall and handsome, as he followed closely behind Balon, and she seemed to detect the dissatisfaction in his gaze. With an air of pride, she lifted her chin and hastily caught up to her father. Upon arriving at the king's tent, King Jaehaerys and Queen Alicent warmly welcomed the count and his daughter. The queen, upon seeing Lea in her fitted attire, grasped her hands tightly and led her aside for a heartfelt conversation, gently touching the calluses on Lea's hands, which had developed from years of archery and sword practice. She believed that this lady from Stonehill would undoubtedly make a perfect wife for Daemon. Chapter 19. The hunt begins after several days of gathering. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms have now fully assembled at the camp before the royal forest. King Jaehaerys emerges from the royal tent, accompanied by all members of the royal family. Viserys and Emma stand shoulder to shoulder beside the king, and the gaze of all present converges upon the small infant cradled in Emma's arms. Jaehaerys takes Rena from Emma, slowly making his way to the center of the gathering, where he raises the child aloft and proclaims loudly, "At this moment, let us all rejoice in celebration of my great-granddaughter Rena Targaryen's second name day. Long live House Targaryen." The crowd erupts in unified cheers, applauding the new life within the Targaryen dynasty. With the king's words concluding, the lively hunting festival officially commences. An array of beverages, pastries, and desserts flow abundantly upon the tables, awaiting the indulgence of the assembled nobles and their families. The tantalizing aromas of roasted lamb, pork, and peacock waft through the air, masterfully prepared by the chefs. Barrels of Dornish summer red and golden wines from the arbor are continuously delivered to the banquet by the attendants. Meanwhile, the young men of the Seven Kingdoms have already seized their well-maintained bows and mounted their beloved steeds, dispersing into the royal forest in hopes of becoming the most illustrious hunters of the gathering. At this moment, Aegon finds himself bound to the formidable Daemon, forced to accompany the Lady Lea Royce of Runestone into the woods. Following closely behind Daemon and Lea, Aegon observes the increasingly frigid atmosphere between the two and struggles to find words to dissolve the palpable tension. Lea, gazing at the forest path ahead, softly remarks, "Is it that our renowned prince of the Seven Kingdoms looks down upon a mere valley woman such as myself? Since my arrival at the camp, despite our betrothal, our dear prince has yet to utter a single word to me." Daemon tilts his head, fixing his gaze upon the woman before him. A glimmer of menace in his eyes as he responds gravely, "Mind your words, bronze woman. Do not test my patience or my limits." "Oh, I wonder what our prince's limits truly are. A flea-ridden den or the silk street?" Lea retorts, her tone sharp as she meets Daemon's gaze, each of her words striking a nerve. Daemon, unable to contain his ire, swiftly unsheathes the sword hanging by his side, its tip directed at Lea as he demands, "I did not quite catch your words, bronze woman. Might you repeat them?" "Oh, is my future husband planning to slay me in the royal forest?" Lea replies, unflinching, her tone unwavering. "Daemon, lower your sword." Aegon interjects, hastily riding between them to avert further escalation. "Lady Lea, I implore you to watch your words," he urges, casting a grave look towards Lea Royce. At this moment, Aegon finally comprehended why Daemon and his wife Lea would ultimately become the infamous adversarial couple of the Seven Kingdoms. Before him, Lea, though a woman, exhibited a fierce demeanor, sharp rhetoric, and a tone devoid of any subtlety that mirrored Daemon's confrontational nature. It was no wonder that their grandmother, Queen Alysanne, believed Lea Royce to be a suitable match for Daemon. However, our esteemed queen overlooked the fact that when two dominant personalities converge, unless one decisively overpowers the other, such a union invariably leads to mutual destruction. Daemon gazed at his younger brother, gradually lowering his sword, before turning his attention to the path ahead, choosing silence as he urged his steed forward. "Miss Lea, what prompts such intense animosity towards my brother?" Aegon inquired, glancing at Lea Royce as Daemon strode ahead. Aegon found it perplexing that today marked the first formal exchange between Daemon and Lea. Their prior acquaintance had been limited to hearsay and fleeting encounters, yet their initial meeting was fraught with tension. Had Aegon not been present, Daemon, in a fit of anger, might have indeed struck down Lea in an instant. Queen Alysanne and Lea's father, Lord Jobert, had deliberately removed all guards to afford the two a moment of solitude. Aegon had been compelled to accompany Daemon, who, feeling acutely awkward due to a lost wager, had forcibly drawn him along. "Animosity? I harbor none towards my dear betrothed, the renowned prince of the Targaryens," Lea replied, directing her gaze forward as she urged her horse onward. Observing the two, Aegon shook his head in resignation. A madman is well suited to a madwoman, just as a mule is to a poor saddle. In a certain sense, they were indeed a perfect match. Aegon could only follow behind, sensing the chill of their standoff as they ventured deeper into the royal woods. As time slipped by, the sun gradually vanished from the sky, and a hazy moonlight illuminated the forest before them. Aegon, tilting his head in exasperation, regarded the eccentric pair. Since their altercation that afternoon, they had lapsed back into an atmosphere of cold war, exchanging no further words, each absorbed in their own thoughts as they rode through the woods, taking in the scenery. Eventually, their horses fatigued, and at Aegon's suggestion, they decided to rest in a clearing beside the path, finding the oppressive atmosphere unbearable. Aegon took the initiative to gather some dry wood, intending to kindle a fire for warmth, and then turned towards the nearby thicket. The two sat beneath their respective trees, and after a moment of contemplation, Lea slowly began to speak. "If you are so discontented with this marriage, Why not return to the king and request its dissolution? Or do you hold the castle and lands of Stonehold in higher regard than your own freedom and marital happiness? After hearing Rhea's words, Daemon chuckled to himself, his laughter growing louder with each passing moment. Is my statement truly so amusing? Rhea inquired, observing Daemon's unabashed mirth. To hell with his valley, to hell with Stonehold. In my eyes, your family's bronze-stench castle and lands are utterly worthless. Daemon glared fiercely at Rhea, speaking with venom. This is a damned political marriage. Have you not yet grasped that, dear bronze miss? You require my Targaryen identity and status to secure your position upon the Lady of Stonehold's throne. In exchange, the future of Stonehold shall be entrusted to our children, descendants of House Targaryen, destined to become its future rulers. Chapter 20. Ambush. Turn that bronze mind of yours to the matter at hand. Woman, this is a thoroughly political union. You and I are mere pawns on the chessboard of powerful individuals, and in this game of power, neither of us possesses the right to choose our marriage or our freedom. Daemon scoffed at the naive young lady before him. You should be grateful to your father for shielding you so well, allowing you to gallop and shoot arrows carefree each day. You have never truly encountered the world's genuine perils and darkness. Otherwise, a lady like you might one day find herself torn apart by the beasts lurking in the shadows, reduced to a mere delicacy on someone else's table. Once Daemon finished speaking, he paid no further heed to the flushed and speechless Lea Royce. He had long recognized that even if he and this woman were to engage in a fierce confrontation, it would not alter their fated union. I never considered such things. Rhea murmured, her face reddening as she struggled to respond to Daemon's words. Their argument, while less frigid than before, left them with no further sentiments to express to one another. Meanwhile, in the distance, Aegon was slowly gathering dry twigs and tending to trees that had withered due to the capricious winds. As Aegon ventured further, he inadvertently caught sight of disturbed soil beneath a pine tree. He discarded the firewood in his arms and, drawing his dagger, approached the tree cautiously. The earth appeared to have been upturned by some creature. After clearing the soil with his dagger, he unexpectedly uncovered remnants of truffles. It seems a greedy creature has been here, such exquisite truffles reduced to mere scraps. A plan began to form in Aegon's mind as he gazed at the remnants. With a subtle smile curving his lips, he whispered to himself, Daemon, my dear brother, you shall surely thank me for this later. After setting aside the firewood, Aegon followed the traces left by the animal, dagger in hand. Daemon and Lea sat quietly beneath the tree for a considerable time. Yet there was still no sign of Aegon's return, though his brother was more adept than the seasoned hunters who roamed the imperial forest. Effortlessly navigating its depths without any misstep, the prolonged absence began to stir an unsettling anxiety within Daemon. Rising, he unsheathed his sword and addressed Lea, my dear. Aegon has yet to return. He may have encountered some unforeseen circumstance. Stay close behind me. We shall seek him together. Lea, cherished by her father and shaped by her own disposition, had never favored skirts or embroidery. Instead, she preferred riding and hunting in the valley. As the minutes stretched on without Aegon's reappearance, Daemon's unease morphed into murmurs of concern. In silence, Lea too drew her dagger, falling into step behind Daemon. With the sun having set and the moon slowly ascending, the forest grew increasingly dim. Daemon followed the path Aegon had taken to gather firewood, while Lea trailed closely, casting wary glances behind them for any lurking danger. After a while, they discovered a pile of kindling neatly bound by Aegon, yet he was nowhere to be found. Their hearts sank further into trepidation, their senses heightened to every rustle of the forest. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the thicket in the distance. Lea quickly positioned herself in front of Daemon, gripping her dagger tightly and fixing her gaze on the source of the noise. Daemon, sword in hand, motioned for her to retreat behind him, asserting, you need not play the protector for a bronze woman. Lea dismissed the provocation in his tone, replying, the bronze woman at your side is not akin to those delicate noble women who merely scream for a man's protection at the hint of peril. As they cautiously approached the source of the disturbance, a dark figure suddenly dashed through the underbrush, screeching and charging toward them, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. They soon realized it was merely a frightened young wild boar. In its panic, the boar barreled toward them, prompting the duo to sidestep as it sprinted between them. Turning to watch the boar flee into the distance, they exhaled a sigh of relief, believing the moment had passed. Yet, from the direction the boar had come, another sound erupted. A larger boar now charged toward them. In a swift motion, Daemon shoved Lea aside and lunged forward, his sword piercing the creature's neck. In the same instant, Lea, having been pushed, hurled her dagger, which struck the beast as well. The wild boar collapsed, still emitting anguished cries. As Daemon withdrew his sword and Lea her dagger, Blood poured from the wounds, saturating the ground beneath their feet. Rhea had just been pushed aside by Daemon. Watching a man seated on the ground as he extracted his sword from the carcass of a wild boar, his demeanor unperturbed and silent. Daemon, wielding his gleaming blade, slowly approached Rhea, extending his left hand and remarking, "You are somewhat different from those noble ladies, my dear." After taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Rhea grasped Daemon's hand, who pulled her up with considerable force. Observing the boar, which was bleeding profusely, she stated, "We must locate Aegon and leave swiftly. The scent of blood will attract predatory beasts that roam at night, rendering this place perilous." Upon hearing Rhea's words, Daemon handed her a dagger, then pondered over the boar for a moment before turning and heading deeper into the woods. Rhea promptly followed, and soon they encountered Aegon, who approached them draped in a cloak and clutching a considerable amount of truffles. "Where have you been, Aegon? Why did gathering firewood take you so long?" Daemon inquired in a tone laced with irritation. "I stumbled upon some delightful finds. I had no idea this forest concealed such a treasure trove of truffles." "A truly exquisite delicacy," Aegon replied with a light chuckle. "Aegon, it is far too late. We must return," Rhea interjected, cutting through the sparks of their banter. "The forest at night is far more dangerous than during the day, and without the protection of guards, we are susceptible to threats. We need to hasten back to the camp." Aegon, noticing the disheveled state of the two, caught a whiff of the blood that clung to them and conceded, "Very well. Let us return." With that, he followed them toward the horses, ready to ride back to the camp. Chapter 21. The Wild Boar and the Truth. The royal camp was ablaze with light, as nobles from the Seven Kingdoms flitted about like birds in the forest, engaging in festivities. Young men and women encircled the bonfire, captivating the attention of others with their dance. Meanwhile, the camp's chefs and leatherworkers busily attended to the day's bountiful harvest. At that moment, Daemon, Aegon, and Rhea were returning to the camp on horseback, bringing with them the day's solitary catch, the unfortunate wild boar. Upon seeing the trio return unscathed, Balerion and Count Jobert of the Stone City finally breathed a sigh of relief. Viserys hurried forward, inquiring why they had returned so late. When informed that Aegon had stealthily slipped away to forage for truffles, leading to their separation, Balerion cast a disapproving glance at his youngest son, a piercing gaze that seemed to cut into Aegon. Balerion had anticipated a conflict between his second son, Daemon, and Rhea due to his dissatisfaction with the impending marriage. But to his surprise, it was his typically obedient youngest son who had instigated the evening's chaos. Upon confirming that the children were safe, the others refrained from excessive reproach and promptly summoned maidservants to cleanse and change their garments. Lea bent down to examine the dust and untidy stains on her garments. As she lifted her gaze to meet Daemon's eyes, they both instinctively averted their stares. Without a backward glance, Lea followed the maid who had come to guide her. Once she was a distance away, Daemon swiftly approached Aegon, pulling him into a nearby tent. "Did you orchestrate tonight's events?" Daemon inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. "What? I don't comprehend what you're saying," Aegon replied with an innocent expression directed at his brother. "Stop feigning ignorance. With your capabilities, how could you possibly get lost in the forest? And those two panicked wild boars, what compelled them to charge recklessly towards me and that bronze-skinned woman?" Daemon's penetrating gaze suggested he had already unraveled Aegon's scheme. All right, you caught me, dear brother. Considering I risked myself to attract those ferocious boars for your happiness, shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Aegon smirked, acknowledging his brother's insight. "What on earth happened with those wild boars?" Daemon pressed. "I discovered signs of them foraging for truffles in the forest, and it was quite simple to follow their trail. With just a slight fright from me, they bolted towards your direction. Now, it's up to you, my beloved brother, whether to utilize the boars to resolve your marital troubles or to embark on a heroic rescue." Daemon, in a fit of anger, swung a punch at Aegon, who deftly evaded it, and Daemon, fuming, retorted, "My affairs do not require your meddling. My brother, do you remember the 3 methods I once shared with you? If you wish to rid yourself of her, tonight presents the perfect opportunity. Yet, you, dear brother, chose to save the very woman you least desire to marry. I must say, Daemon, this is entirely uncharacteristic of you." Daemon fell into silence, as still as an iceberg trembling upon the sea, the atmosphere around him thick with tension. As we discussed that night, killing her would only usher in another to take her place as my future wife. I remain unable to choose my own fate, and the outcome remains unchanged. With that, Daemon turned and exited the tent. Aegon, witnessing his brother's silent resignation, murmured with a hint of despair, "It appears my brother has resolved to comply with the king's decree and accept his marriage." The following day, the lively hunting tournament continued. adhering to the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms, which mandated that this event last for at least 7 days. The nobles, eager for the day's game, set out early on horseback, bows in hand, towards the royal forest. Meanwhile, King Jacaerys, Crown Prince Balerion, and the king's advisors were convening within the royal tent, deliberating matters of state. Last night, Bace submitted his application to resign from the position of Hand of the King. Despite my profound reluctance, I ultimately acquiesced to his request. Considering his health, as announced solemnly by Jaehaerys, Bace, the son of a blacksmith, was sent to serve the faith of the Seven in his youth. His intelligence led him to be assigned to the library of the Red Keep, where he formed a deep friendship with the book-loving King Jaehaerys I. Upon his ascension to the throne, Jaehaerys appointed Bace as Hand of the King. Although many nobles questioned Bace's capabilities, he proved his worth, ushering in 40 years of peace and prosperity across Westeros. However, Bace's health has significantly declined, and he is no longer able to assist the king with daily affairs. A man of great responsibility, Bace had repeatedly tendered his resignation to Jaehaerys. But the stubborn king could not bear the thought of losing his old friend, and thus continuously refused and postponed. With Bace once again requesting to relinquish his post, Jaehaerys, in a state of resignation, consented to his wishes and proposed that Bace could officially resign after the new year, while assuring him that he could continue to reside in the Red Keep, with the royal household covering his living expenses until his passing. Bace will formally step down as Hand of the King after the new year. Today, we must deliberate on who will succeed him in aiding the Iron Throne. Additionally, we need to decide on the vacancies for the Master of Ships and the Hand of Justice. In 92 AC, Jaehaerys' former Hand of Justice was his eldest son, Aegon Targaryen. Following the tragic assassination of Aemon by spies on Dragonstone, the grief-stricken Jaehaerys has not appointed anyone to the position since. The situation was further complicated by Jaehaerys' decision to strip Aemon's only daughter, Rhaenys Targaryen, of her inheritance, favoring his second son, Balerion, as the heir to the Iron Throne. Rhaenys' husband, Corlys Balerion, resigned in indignation alongside his wife, Rhaenys, and returned to Driftmark with Aemon's widow, Jocelyn Baratheon, severing all ties with the royal family. Jaehaerys has written to Corlys multiple times, urging him to return to the Red Keep as Master of Ships. But Corlys has consistently evaded a direct response to the Iron Throne's requests. Moreover, Queen Alicent has remained dissatisfied with Jaehaerys' decision to deprive Rhaenys of her inheritance, leaving the position of Master of Ships vacant in the hope of Corlys' change of heart. Chapter 22. Bad news. The role of Hand of the King is crucial for the kingdom's daily operations. The most prudent course of action would be to select a new hand from the current small council, Bace remarked slowly. Jaehaerys turned to Bace and inquired if he had a specific candidate in mind. Bace pursed his lips, looked at the king, and continued, Your Majesty. The position of Hand of the King is a demanding and monotonous task, and presently, there is no suitable candidate to succeed me as the next hand. If I must propose a candidate, I suggest that the future Hand of the King be appointed from Prince Aegon Targaryen, while the position of the Minister of Justice could be aptly filled by Otto Hightower, the brother of Count Hightower. Otto Hightower, Minister of Finance. Lyman Beesbury cast a puzzled glance at Brother Bast, anticipating further elucidation. Ser Jaehaerys, equally perplexed, turned to his old friend and urged, Do elaborate, Bast. Otto Hightower is renowned in the Old Town for his extensive studies in the Citadel and possesses a reputation for being straightforward and diligent. His organized approach to tasks assures me he would serve as an honorable Minister of Justice. King Jaehaerys surveyed the assembly and inquired if anyone else had alternative nominations to propose. The attendees looked toward Brother Bast, unanimously endorsing his suggestion. After sipping from his cup of wine, Brother Bast continued, The position of Minister of Maritime Affairs should rightly remain with Corlys Balerion. The fleet of Driftmark is famed across the narrow sea, undoubtedly the foremost fleet of the Seven Kingdoms. Only with the support of the Driftmark fleet can we maintain effective control over the narrow sea and the Stepstones, thereby preventing any resurgence of collusion between the Kingdom of Dorne and the Kingdom of the Three Daughters that could threaten the Iron Throne's dominion. Upon witnessing the consensus among the gathered, Jaehaerys pronounced the final resolutions. The office of Minister of Justice would be entrusted to Otto Hightower, with a letter to be penned by Balerion and dispatched by Raven to the Hightower. The position of Minister of Maritime Affairs remains unfilled, and I shall write to Driftmark once more, persuading Corlys to return to King's Landing to assume the role. As for the Hand of the King, it will temporarily be held by Ser Lannister, the captain of the Kingsguard. Hearing this, Ser Lannister promptly approached Jaehaerys and knelt, expressing gratitude for the king's trust. vowing to fulfill his duties as the hand with utmost diligence and not to disappoint the king's expectations. The assembly recognized Jaehaerys' determination and ceased further debate regarding the succession. After the council concluded, Sir Harold Westerling of the King's Guard approached the king, reporting, "Your Majesty, the guards have reported that a white stag has been sighted in the Kingswood." Upon hearing this, Jaehaerys and Prince Balon mounted their horses and rode toward the Kingswood. In Westeros, the white stag has long symbolized the monarchy, should one truly be discovered. It is decreed that only King Jaehaerys may hunt it, for any other who attempts to slay the white stag would be deemed a usurper of royal authority. Riding deeper into the Kingswood, Jaehaerys and Balon found the King's Guard had already cordoned off the area with their attendants. The aged Duke Roderick was also summoned by Jaehaerys to witness the impending hunt for the white stag. The royal hunters meticulously examined the ground for signs, prompting King Jaehaerys to dismount and join in the search for any traces of the elusive creature. Before the fresh droppings lay evidence of the white stag's nearby presence, the gathered crowd confirmed its vicinity. Lionel Redwine, captain of the King's Guard and the soon-to-be King's Hand, ardently proposed to pursue the majestic creature on horseback, assuring that the white stag would be presented to Jaehaerys before nightfall. Observing Lionel's eagerness for glory, Jaehaerys granted his request without hesitation. The knight, elated by the king's approval, swiftly mounted his steed and galloped towards the hunters tracking the stag's trail. As twilight descended, both King Jaehaerys and the elderly Duke Roderick felt the weight of exhaustion. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. A guard hurriedly approached the king's horse, reporting that the white stag had been captured and urging him to ride forth and claim the prize. Upon hearing this, Jaehaerys burst into laughter and, accompanied by Balon and Duke Roderick, set off toward the location where the stag was ensnared. When Jaehaerys arrived before the magnificent creature, he beheld a powerful stag, its antlers curving skyward like sharp swords. Its pristine white coat and the well-defined muscles beneath it bore testament to its prime vigor. With the assistance of his guards, Jaehaerys, alongside Duke Roderick, approached the stag slowly, while Balon trailed behind, observing the joyful elders. As they stood before the stag, Jaehaerys' joy was palpable. He accepted a spear from a nearby guard and advanced step by step towards the noble beast. The guards bound the stag's antlers with ropes, securing it firmly in place. The stag, with eyes aflame and breath heavy, regarded the approaching elder wielding the spear. With the weapon in hand, Jaehaerys moved closer to the towering creature. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to plunge the spear into the stag's heart. Suddenly, the stag let out a resonant roar, breaking one of its antlers and forcefully freeing itself from its bindings, charging directly at Jaehaerys. Duke Roderick, witnessing the imminent danger, leapt to protect the king. Panic ensued among the onlookers as the stag bore down upon Jaehaerys, while the King's Guard and Balon drew their swords in a desperate attempt to defend their sovereign. In a swift motion, the stag's sharp antler pierced Duke Roderick's abdomen, and Jaehaerys was violently knocked to the ground. The crowd rushed to the aid of the fallen men, and amidst the chaos, the stag seized the moment to escape into the wilderness. Balon hurried to lift his father, Jaehaerys, who, blood trickling from his lips, gazed at his shouting son as consciousness gradually slipped away. The unfortunate Duke Roderick, in a moment of desperate courage, pushed King Jaehaerys aside, only to be struck by a white stag, which gored his abdomen with its antlers, causing a profusion of blood to flow forth until he succumbed to his injuries. Chapter 23. Last words. The royal encampment was ablaze with light, as the King's Guard diligently fortified the perimeter. At this moment, Queen Alysanne stood vigil by the bedside of King Jaehaerys, accompanied by her daughter, Garis. Crown Prince Balon, his expression grave, was joined by Daemon and Aegon, all three observing the unconscious sovereign. Suddenly, the tent flaps were drawn aside, and a heavy-footed Viserys entered. "How fares Emma?" Balon inquired, turning to his elder brother Viserys. "The death of Duke Roderick has devastated Emma. Her tears have long since dried. For her well-being, I had no choice but to have the maester prepare poppy milk. She has just consumed it, and is now in slumber," Viserys replied to his father. "What is the current state of grandfather?" Viserys asked, seeking news of King Jaehaerys. "The attending maester examined our father and suspects fractured ribs and internal damage. He has no remedy, only the poppy milk to alleviate the king's suffering. Now we must wait and see if the gods still favor him," Balon whispered tremulously. By this time, Queen Alysanne's face was stained with tears as she clasped Jaehaerys' hand, listening to the hushed exchanges between her son Balon and grandson Viserys. Turning to them, she spoke. "Balon, your father's condition no longer permits him to remain in the King's Guard. We must prepare to return to the Red Keep and summon the maesters there to attend to him." The hunt must be concluded prematurely. Very well, mother, Balon responded. Regarding his mother's forced composure before departing the tent to announce the early cessation of the hunting tournament to the gathered nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The news of King Jaehaerys and Duke Roderick's encounter with the White Stag spread like wildfire throughout the camp, along with ominous rumors suggesting that the king's misfortune symbolized a rejection of the Targaryen lineage. Such whispers circulated quietly among the encampment until they reached Balon's ears. He gathered the nobles to proclaim, due to unforeseen circumstances during the hunt, the esteemed Duke Roderick has tragically passed. We extend our gratitude to Lord Jobert of Stonehenge for returning the Duke's remains to the Vale. Furthermore, I declare on behalf of the Iron Throne that the Targaryen family shall forever maintain a strong friendship with the Vale, and the Iron Throne will support Duke Roderick's eldest son, Aedes Aaron, as the new Duke of the Vale. As you command, Your Highness, Lord Jobert responded, leading the Vale nobles away to gather their belongings, preparing to return with the late Duke's body. Balon continued to address the assembly, stating that although His Majesty had also encountered an attack by the White Deer, his life was not in jeopardy. However, due to the occurrence of such incidents, the royal hunting event had to be prematurely concluded. Everyone could prepare to return to their respective domains and resume their normal lives. For those hunters who still felt unsated, they could continue to hunt in the royal forest over the next month, as the doors of the royal household would remain open to them. After announcing the arrangements, Balon turned and returned to the king's quarters. Gazing upon his father, who lay in a deep slumber, Balon addressed his children. Viserys, take your brothers back to your tent. Instruct the maidservants to pack our belongings, and ensure that the royal retinue is prepared. We shall all return to the Red Keep by dawn. Very well, father, Viserys replied, turning to lead his two younger brothers towards the exit. As Aegon approached the doorway, he glanced back at their pallid grandfather upon the bed, fully aware that King Jaehaerys was perilously close to the end. In the early morning, maidservants and guards had prepared the convoy and carriages, and as dawn broke, all set forth to return to the Red Keep. Grand Maester Elrond, having faced the king's rebuke, remained in the Maester's Tower awaiting judgment. However, before he could receive a response from the citadel, he was summoned by Balon to attend to the king's health. Observing the unconscious monarch, Elrond hurriedly conferred with the accompanying maesters about the king's condition, while the royal assembly patiently awaited their findings. I deeply regret to inform you, Your Highness, one of the maesters began, that the king, advanced in years, has suffered severe harm from this attack. We find ourselves powerless to alter the course of fate. Please accept our condolences. With the maester's final conclusion, akin to the last straw, it crushed Queen Alysanne's spirit. She rushed to Jaehaerys' side, grasping his hand and weeping inconsolably. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow, and none dared to disturb the royal mourning. Balon, observing the maidservants and scholars within the chamber, gestured for the extraneous personnel to withdraw. Alysanne's cries echoed, and the comatose Jaehaerys, upon hearing her lament, gradually opened his eyes. He beheld Alysanne weeping beside him and croaked, "Who has caused my queen such sorrow? It seems they need to taste the flames of Vagger." Alysanne, witnessing her husband awaken, was rendered speechless with joy. Yet those present understood that the king's revival was but a fleeting glimmer of light. "Is my body failing me?" Jaehaerys inquired, looking at his son Balon. "No, father. With proper rest, you will surely regain your health," Balon reassured him. "Oh, I am well aware of my own frailty, and your expressions have long since betrayed your true feelings. Do not weep, do not mourn. I am merely returning to the embrace of the gods." Jaehaerys gently comforted those gathered, saying, "Balon, you are my son, the worthy heir to the Iron Throne. The future of Westeros rests in your hands." As Balon absorbed his father's reassurance and affirmation, tears began to trickle down his cheeks. Jaehaerys then turned to his daughter, "Gary, my little girl, you are the one I worry about the most. I always fear that I have not protected you well enough, and that you may suffer harm. Forgive me for not being able to shield you any longer. In the future, you shall wed Aegon, who is a good boy and will surely take care of you." Gary, gazing at her frail father, collapsed in tears beside the bed. "Viserys, you are a commendable firstborn. You cherish family and value kinship, embodying a good elder brother. Yet, at times, you must learn to trust your family, to release the burden, and to be yourself." "Very well, grandfather," Viserys rasped in response. Chapter 24, The Passing. "Where is Daemon? Daemon, come to my side," Jaehaerys called out. Daemon emerged slowly from behind Viserys and approached the king's bedside, murmuring, "I am here, your majesty." Standing beside Jaehaerys, Daemon looked down at the weakened king. "You are an exceptional warrior, Daemon. I know you are dissatisfied with the betrothal to Stonehelm, Forgive me, my child. But sometimes, as king, sacrifices must be made, even at the cost of family. I had intended this as your wedding gift. But it seems I may not live to see that day. The ancestral sword, Dark Sister, will belong to you in the future. I hope you will protect your family. Just as Viserys safeguarded Aegon, Daemon stared at the elderly man, his lips quivering as if he wished to speak, yet words eluded him. Finally, he managed to utter, I shall obey your command, your majesty. Jaehaerys turned his gaze to Aegon, as if seeing in him the lost visage of Aemon. They bore such resemblance, serious, cautious, and obedient. Aegon, come to your grandfather. Aegon approached the bedside of King Jaehaerys, kneeling to listen to the elder's final words. You are a clever boy, Aegon. In the future, Gary shall be entrusted to you. Protect her, safeguard the Targaryens. I have faith in you. After speaking, Jaehaerys no longer looked at Aegon, his eyes gradually losing focus. Staring vacantly at the ceiling, articulating slowly, word by word, after my death, do not make an announcement immediately. Under the pretense of my injury, summon Rhaenys and Corlys, who are far away on Driftmark. Once they arrive in King's Landing, then declare my passing. Balon shall succeed me as king of the Targaryen dynasty. Alysanne, I am sorry. You will have to walk your path alone from now on. As the revered King Jaehaerys gradually fell silent and returned to the embrace of the gods, Queen Alysanne wept until she fainted, enveloping all present in a profound atmosphere of sorrow. Far away, within the dragon lair of the Rhaenys Hills, Vagger seemed to sense the demise of its master, thrashing against the chains that bound it, its roars echoing throughout the cavern. On Dragonstone, in the bustling city of high tide, Corlys Balerion hastened through the castle toward the chamber of his wife upon receiving a raven from King's Landing. Following the revocation of his wife Rhaenys' claim to succession by King Jaehaerys, Corlys had resigned from his position as master of ships and returned to high tide with his wife and mother-in-law, Jocelyn. In his youth, Corlys had embarked on 9 perilous voyages, returning with extraordinary treasures that elevated House Valerion's wealth to the pinnacle of Westeros. The trade routes he established continued to yield substantial profits for high tide, leading to the flourishing of ports such as Shelltown and Spicetown, which became the most prominent harbors in Blackwater Bay, even surpassing the capital, King's Landing, for a time. To protect his routes and riches, Corlys constructed the most formidable fleet in the Seven Kingdoms. His wife, Rhaenys Targaryen, was the proud rider of the swiftest dragon in Westerosi history, the Red Queen, Melisandre. Together, they had welcomed their eldest daughter, Lena, and their youngest son, Laenor. Corlys himself inherited the Targaryen bloodline, boasting the distinctive Valyrian features shared by the royal family. Born in 53 AC, Corlys was now 44 years of age, standing tall, with flowing silver-gold hair and gem-like violet eyes, his rugged beard and sun-kissed skin reflecting the allure of his character. As he entered his wife's chamber, he beheld her cradling their infant son while their daughter Lena played with toys on the floor. Addressing the surrounding handmaidens, he instructed, Please take the children back to your quarters to play. My wife and I have matters to discuss. Upon seeing her husband's serious demeanor, Rhaenys signaled for the handmaiden to take Laenor from her arms. Once the handmaidens and children had vacated the room, Corlys spoke gravely. The king has been injured while hunting in the Kingswood. We have received word from King's Landing calling for you, myself, and Lady Jocelyn to return and pay our respects. As he relayed the news to Rhaenys, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Is that all the letter contained? Has my grandmother sent word? She inquired, her gaze fixed upon Corlys. The letter contained only this news. Your Grace, there were no messages from the Queen sent to high tide, Corlys replied. Listening to his response, Rhaenys fell into silence, pondering for a moment before articulating her concerns to Corlys. Something is amiss, Corlys. My grandfather is of advanced age, and this injury may prove too burdensome for his frail body. We cannot venture to King's Landing unprepared. We must make plans for what lies ahead. How do you intend to address this matter? Dear Corlys turned to his wife, inquiring about her plans. Should grandfather pass away, it is unequivocal that Uncle Vaemond would ascend to the throne. Our family summons to King's Landing likely serves to preempt any unforeseen turbulence stemming from his potential claim. It is wiser for Mother and the 2 children to remain in Driftmark. Although Uncle Vaemond would not harm us, I fear that those with darker intentions, eager to eliminate any threats to the future ruler of the Iron Throne, would not hesitate to target us. The transition of power is invariably accompanied by bloodshed and intrigue. Understanding the very essence of authority, Corlys gazed at his wife, drawing her tightly into his embrace, vowing, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Should they wish to do so, they must first cross my lifeless body. The following morning, Rhaenys rode Meraxes towards King's Landing. while Corlys prepared to embark with the fleet from Driftmark to ascertain the situation. Just as Corlys was about to set sail, a sailor approached, reporting that several merchant ships from Myr intended to travel alongside their fleet and requested the Balerion ships to wait a moment. After a moment's hesitation, Corlys replied, "The waters of Blackwater Bay are patrolled and protected by the Crown and the Balerion fleet. No pirate would dare linger there. The Myrish merchants need not accompany us to King's Landing. We shall depart without delay." Upon concluding his orders, Corlys boarded the fleet destined for King's Landing, and the longships unfurled their sails, setting forth towards their destination. After half a day's voyage, Corlys and his fleet finally reached the port at Mudgate, where his wife Rhaenys awaited his arrival. Corlys swiftly disembarked, approaching her, yet before he could voice a question, Rhaenys signaled him to remain silent. Observing her gesture, he refrained from inquiring further and soon boarded the carriage bound for the Red Keep with his wife. Chapter 25. The Banquet. Once Rhaenys and the sea snake Corlys settled into the carriage, it began its slow journey towards the Red Keep. Driven by the urging of the horses, Rhaenys, noticing the questions in her husband's eyes, began to speak. "After I landed in the dragon's lair atop Meraxes, only my cousin Viserys came to greet me. Upon returning to the Red Keep, he accompanied me to see grandmother Alicent. I had intended to visit grandfather, but grandmother informed me that the king required rest and should not be disturbed. She kept me by her side, expressing her longing for me, and since my return, I have been unable to see grandfather." The sea snake Corlys embraced his wife tenderly, stating, "It seems the king's condition is grave. The worst outcome could be that he no longer walks among us." Rhaenys, struggling to rise from Corlys' embrace, asked, "What shall we do next, Corlys?" Corlys comforted his wife, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will take care of everything." He then gazed out the carriage window, recalling the Myrish merchant ships encountered upon leaving Driftmark. The carriage came to a gentle halt before the Red Keep, where Corlys and Rhaenys alighted, gazing at the desolate fortress. A shared glance spoke volumes, and silence enveloped them as Viserys emerged to greet his cousin and her husband. "Welcome back to the Red Keep, Corlys. Your father awaits you in the council chamber. Please follow me," he said, turning to lead them toward the royal meeting hall within the Prime Minister's tower. Corlys and Rhaenys followed closely behind, the three of them making their way to the chamber. As the grand doors swung open, Balon, wielding the black fire sword, occupied the king's throne, assuming the mantle of royal authority. Queen Alicent and the current Prime Minister, Ser Otto, had long been in attendance, awaiting their arrival. After bowing to Queen Alicent, Corlys and Rhaenys took their seats at the conference table upon her gesture. Balon regarded the seated sea serpent and his niece, opening his mouth to speak. "I regret to inform you, Corlys and Rhaenys, that His Majesty the King passed away yesterday. To prevent turmoil within the realm and to honor the king's final wishes, we were unable to convey this news to you sooner. We deeply mourn the king's passing," the couple expressed. "His foresight was always for the stability of the Seven Kingdoms, and we shall naturally adhere to his last directives." Corlys responded with composure. "My mother and I, along with the esteemed members of the council, have deliberated and planned to hold the king's funeral and cremation 3 days hence at Dragonstone, with his ashes interred thereafter. Forgive my candor, Your Highness, but the Iron Throne must not remain vacant for long. The Seven Kingdoms require a sovereign to maintain stability and peace. May I inquire when you intend to ascend the Iron Throne?" Queen Alicent turned to her granddaughter's husband, replying, "Within a month following Jaehaerys' funeral. The nobility of the Seven Kingdoms will gather in King's Landing to partake in Balon's coronation. I am confident that Balon will prove to be a magnificent king, perhaps even surpassing Jaehaerys." "Thank you for your kind words, Mother," Balon responded, then shifted his gaze to Corlys. "Corlys, His Majesty has always reserved the position of Master of Ships for you. The Targaryens and Valerions have supported each other through unions and alliances, and now, with the king's passing, the Iron Throne requires the strength of House Valerion. House Valerion has always been the most loyal ally of House Targaryen, in the past, present, and future. I shall continue to serve as Master of Ships, and the Valerion fleet stands ready at your command." Balon regarded Corlys, pleased with his swift compliance to the demands of the Iron Throne. Now, King's Landing requires the Valerion fleet to patrol the Narrow Sea, ensuring peace in Blackwater Bay before the coronation. "As you wish, Your Highness," Corlys acknowledged, understanding that deploying the Valerion fleet to patrol the Narrow Sea was essential for the safe passage of the nobility to King's Landing. On one hand, preparations were made in advance to guard against the potential alliance of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and Dorne, who might conspire to blockade the Narrow Sea upon hearing of the king's demise, thereby preventing turmoil across the Seven Kingdoms. Concurrently, This would allow the Valyrian fleet to be diverted from King's Landing, mitigating any threats to House Targaryen during the transitional period of power at the Iron Throne. Should the Valyrian fleet deviate from its course towards King's Landing, Balerion could swiftly command the Vagger to contain any dangers within the Blackwater Bay, ensuring the safety of the realm. As night descended, the discussions concluded, and under the guidance of a handmaiden, the assembled guests proceeded to the small banquet hall to partake in the Targaryen family dinner. Queen Alicent occupied the center of the dining table, flanked by Prince Balerion and Princess Rhaenys, with the remaining guests seated in an orderly fashion around them. Alicent raised her goblet and addressed those present, stating, "Today we gather once more to mourn our king, Aegon I, who has departed from us. Through Aegon's decades-long efforts, you have grown up in a peaceful atmosphere. Let us toast to Aegon." The guests rose in unison, lifting their goblets in honor of the deceased Aegon. Alicent continued, "You are all my children, sharing the same blood. As your mother and grandmother, I am no longer young, and perhaps soon I shall follow in Aegon's footsteps, no longer able to accompany you." Balerion gazed sorrowfully at his mother, opening his mouth as if to speak, but was silenced by a wave of Alicent's hand as she continued, "Rhaenys, I deeply regret not preventing Aegon from stripping you of your birthright and causing you pain. I trust that Balerion never intended to contest the Iron Throne with you before Aegon named him Prince of Dragonstone. You are both exceptional children, as your grandmother. I apologize to you. Please, let go of your grievances. The dragon kin must not be fragmented, for discord within the family will surely lead to instability in our reign. With Aegon's passing, the dust has settled, the family must unite. Remember the family's motto, blood is of the same fire." The guests looked at Queen Alicent, waves of emotion stirring within them as they reflected upon her words. Rhaenys stood, raising her cup toward Balerion. "I have never harbored resentment toward you, my uncle. I understand that from grandfather's perspective, a male heir possesses greater advantages in solidifying the rule of the Iron Throne over a female heir. When Corlys resigned in anger and returned to Driftmark with me, it was merely because grandfather acted unilaterally in stripping me of my birthright without consultation. Now, with grandfather's passing, all of that is behind us. Uncle, I sincerely wish for you to ascend the Iron Throne and become the new king of House Targaryen." Upon hearing this, Balerion rose to toast Corlys and Rhaenys, as if all disputes and discontent had dissipated, and the banquet concluded amidst harmonious voices. Chapter 26. The funeral in King's Landing. At the docks of the Mudgate, several merchant vessels from Myr were moored along the banks of the Blackwater River. Merchants from Myr were busily unloading their goods, including barrels of green honeyed wine and fiery liquor, which were being loaded onto carts destined for the warehouses of Myr within King's Landing. Tamani, the leader of the merchant fleet under the governor of Myr and captain of these vessels, had proposed to accompany the Valyrian fleet of the Sea Snake, Corlys Valerion. After their ships had docked at Shelltown, he had hoped to intimidate the unsavory creatures lurking near King's Landing with the Sea Snake's fearsome reputation, but was met with a firm refusal to his modest request to sail alongside. As the cargo was unloaded in bulk, Tamani, sensing an unusual atmosphere, hastily called upon the sailors to expedite the loading of goods onto the carts for transport to the warehouse. Watching as the carts slowly made their way towards King's Landing, Tamani beckoned his accompanying sailors to head towards Silk Street. Generous Tamani, lavishly tossing around golden dragons, reserved an entire establishment, much to the delight of the sailors who, having long abstained during their voyages, rejoiced in the presence of their esteemed captain. Embracing the women of their choosing, they surrendered to indulgence, each succumbing to the embrace of soft comforts. Tamani too held a young woman in his arms, enjoying her company while engaging in light banter with the madam of the establishment. "Is it true that the king of the Iron Throne was injured in the Kingswood a few days ago and is now recuperating in the Red Keep?" Tamani inquired, astonished, as he regarded the madam before him. Indeed, it was just at dawn when the knights galloped towards the Red Keep. Shortly thereafter, the king returned. According to the noblemen who participated in the Kingswood hunt, it is said that the king was gravely wounded by a stag. "The old king may not survive," she responded. As the madam's words sank in, Tamani felt a stir of apprehension. He swiftly pushed away the woman in his arms, tossed a pouch of coins to the madam, and made his way back to his merchant vessel, intent on utilizing Myr's clandestine network in King's Landing to relay this news back to the governor of Myr. 3 days later, in the catacombs of the Red Keep, the Silent Sisters were preparing Jaehaerys. Exotic spices from across the world were meticulously applied to his body by the Silent Sisters. Queen Alysanne, with tear-stained eyes, stood beside Prince Balerion, silently observing the sisters' solemn task. Once Jaehaerys was prepared, the accompanying attendants carefully lifted his body onto a cart. The gates of the Red Keep creaked open, and knights bearing the banner of the three-headed red dragon on a black field rode forth to clear the way for Jaehaerys' coffin. Members of House Targaryen, clad in somber black attire, followed the procession towards the dragon pit. The citizens of King's Landing had gathered along the streets, awaiting the royal cortege. As they beheld the coffin of their beloved king, Jaehaerys I, and listened to the commanding calls of the leading knights, they finally comprehended the tragic reality that their cherished monarch had passed away. The citizens of King's Landing expressed their gratitude to King Jaehaerys for bestowing upon them peace and a prosperous life, fondly recalling the monarch's past benevolence and glory. They followed the procession towards the dragon pit nestled in the Rhaenys Hills. Within the grand hall of the dragon pit, the nobles of the realm awaited the arrival of the king's body, which was placed at the center of the hall by the guards. The populace gathered to witness the solemn ceremony. The High Septon delivered a eulogy, extolling the accomplishments and honors of King Jaehaerys during his lifetime, while the lords of the Seven Kingdoms bowed in respect before the lifeless form. As the High Septon concluded his address, the citizens of King's Landing, under the guidance of the knights present, approached the body of King Jaehaerys one by one, offering their respects and mourning. Once the ceremony concluded, the guards lifted the king's remains onto a cart, followed closely by the royal family and the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, who proceeded to the site of the king's cremation. Upon arrival, they found Vagger resting, a dragon of immense stature and strength, once belonging to Queen Visenya, and a participant in the conquest alongside Balerion and Meraxes. Vagger, now the largest living dragon of House Targaryen, bore scars and mottled scales, testament to its many battles. Presently, Vagger served as the dragon of the current heir, Aegon Targaryen. Aegon stood before Vagger, soothing the dragon's spirit, while the guards placed King Jaehaerys' body upon a wooden pyre. As the sisters began to chant the sacred hymn dedicated to the stranger, Aegon commanded Vagger to unleash its fiery breath. Obeying the command, Vagger opened its cavernous maw and released a torrent of flames, igniting the body of King Jaehaerys. The fierce inferno engulfed the air, the intense heat scorching the face of Queen Alysanne, who could no longer suppress her sorrow. As the flames consumed the king's remains, tears streamed down Alysanne's cheeks uncontrollably. The blazing fire illuminated the faces of those present, while thick, dark smoke rose straight into the sky, signifying the end of King Jaehaerys' era. A week later, within the governor's office in Meereen, Governor Gordon had gathered the region's prominent merchants and nobles to discuss the news of King Jaehaerys' injury and subsequent death across the Narrow Sea. Meereen, located on the western coast of Essos, was sheltered by the vast and tranquil Meereen Bay, renowned for its art and scholarship. The governance of Meereen was shared among a council of governors, comprising local merchants and nobles, and now Meereen, alongside Lys and Tyrosh, had formed the Supreme Council, asserting the sovereignty of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters over the disputed lands. According to reports from across the Narrow Sea, the old rascal Jaehaerys had finally met his gods, and now the Iron Throne was claimed by his second son, Balon. Governor Gordon announced this latest news to the other members of the council. Brave Balon, was it not? That fellow once commanded the wrath of Vagger, incinerating our fleet at Meereen, leaving our navy nearly obliterated. Indeed, he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Meereen, fueled by the death of his brother Aemon at the hands of an assassin from our city. The prospect of Balon ascending the Iron Throne bodes ill for us. The nobles and affluent merchants of Meereen conversed in hushed tones about the news of Balon, their faces shrouded in trepidation regarding the future of his rule. Governor Gordon observed the fearful assembly of legislators and proclaimed, Balon must never ascend the Iron Throne, otherwise our days of prosperity shall dwindle. I have discreetly dispatched emissaries bearing gifts of my own crafting to Westeros. Balon's days of fortune are numbered, and we shall ultimately embrace a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 27. A counting seagulls soared across the sky of King's Landing, while the fleet from Old Town docked at the harbor of Blackwater. The ships, adorned with various banners, signified the noble families arriving from Old Town. The towering Earl of Hightower, Balon Hightower, accompanied by the soon-to-be Chancellor of Justice, Otto Hightower, descended the gangplank with their retinue. Following them were the Earl of Florent from Brightwater Keep, bearing the banner of the Red Fox, the Earl of Hightower from the Vale, displaying the black and orange butterfly, the Earl of Kewy from Three Towers, with the silver cup and black rose, the Earl of Bulwer from Black Crown, flying the red horned skull, the Earl of Blaybark from Half Moon Keep, showcasing the silver field with black stripes, the Earl of Qy from Sunspear, with the blue field and yellow flowers, and the renowned Earl of Redwine from the Arbor, known for his exquisite wines, bearing the blue grape banner. Except for the Earl of Honeyholt, who currently serves as the Master of Coin in the King's Council. All vassals from Old Town arrived in King's Landing alongside their lords. Upon receiving the news of the king's passing and the message of Otto's appointment as Chancellor of Justice, the Earl of Hightower, Balerion, hastily departed from Old Town's port, accompanied by his brother Otto and his niece Alicent Hightower, taking a detour through Dorne and Storm's End, ultimately arriving at King's Landing on the eve of Baelon's ascension. Baelon's eldest son, Viserys, had long awaited their arrival at the Mudgate Square. As the coronation ceremony approached, Balerion entrusted Viserys with the task of welcoming the nobles and lords from across the Seven Kingdoms. Most of the lords had gathered. Even envoys from the free cities across the narrow sea had arrived in King's Landing, leaving Viserys exceedingly busy. The Blackwater docks were already brimming with vessels adorned with an array of sails. Viserys guided the noble lords from Old Town aboard the royal carriages, which had been meticulously prepared, as they made their way towards the Red Keep. As the noblemen from Old Town arrived at the Red Keep in their procession, the handmaidens and guards had already prepared salt and bread at the entrance, which the arriving nobles eagerly partook of, adhering to the ancient rite of hospitality. Upon entering the Red Keep, the assembled nobles, guided by the handmaidens, made their way to their respective chambers to rest briefly before the evening's banquet commenced. At this moment, Viserys could finally exhale, and after sipping a glass of wine to soothe his throat, he inquired of a nearby handmaiden, "Where are Daemon and Aegon?" The handmaiden replied that Prince Aegon was in the room of the Grand Maester, while Prince Daemon had obeyed Prince Baelon's command and had gone to the city watch to maintain order during the coronation festivities. Upon hearing this, Viserys turned and walked towards the Grand Maester's chamber. He pushed open the door to the room of Count Beesbury, the Grand Maester, only to find Lord Lyman Beesbury and Aegon engaged in a meticulous assessment of the current state of the royal treasury and the expenses anticipated for the coronation. Following 40 years of peaceful rule under the late King Jaehaerys I, the treasury of the Iron Throne boasted a staggering sum of 5,823,000 golden dragons, with the precise amounts of silver stags and copper stars still being tallied. Additionally, there were 6,000 bolts of fine silk, 20,000 bolts of linen, and 5,000 barrels of wine from the arbor. As various attendants arrived to report on the specifics of the Iron Throne's stockpiles, Aegon swiftly recorded the figures with remarkable dexterity. The wine cellar still held 600 barrels of Dornish summer red, and recent arrivals from the merchant ships of Myr and Lys had brought a considerable supply of mead and fire wine, suggesting the possibility of further acquisitions for storage in the Red Keep's cellar. Observing the flurry of activity around him, Viserys took a seat beside Aegon, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his tasks. During the coronation, the new garments for the handmaidens and the new armor for the guards had been distributed, and the decorations within the Red Keep and Dragonstone had been completed, totaling an expenditure of 6,700 golden dragons. Upon hearing the detailed costs, Aegon paused his writing, temporarily interrupting the attendant's report to glance at Lord Lyman, querying whether the amount seemed somewhat excessive. A new set of armor costs but 4 golden dragons. Currently, there are approximately 500 guards within the Red Keep, 60 hired knights, 180 handmaidens, and around 50 servants in the kitchens and stables. How could the total reach 6,700 golden dragons? Your Highness, the price of 4 golden dragons for a brand new suit of armor is indeed accurate. However, this time, in order to better showcase the royal splendor, all new armors have been adorned with gold and jewels, which significantly elevates the costs, Lord Lyman responded. Moreover, at Prince Daemon's behest, the 2,000 soldiers of the City Watch also require similar armor replacements and upgrades, which would incur even greater expenses. Fortunately, Prince Balerion did not consent to that, allowing only for the replacement of ordinary armor. Very well, let us proceed. Aegon gestured for the attendants before him to continue reporting on various expenditures. Aemond and Aegon engaged in the meticulous task of recalculating and verifying, ensuring that every coin was utilized to its fullest potential and duly recorded. As the maid illuminated the room with candles, Aegon finally concluded his day's labor. Observing Aemond, who had already succumbed to slumber, he gently roused him from his sleep. "Pray tell, has Sir Otto's youngest daughter not ensnared the heart of our Prince Aemond?" Aegon teased, lifting his goblet to sip the wine within, casting a playful glance at Aemond as he stirred awake. "Come now, Aegon, Sir Otto's daughter is but 11 years old, still merely a child." Aemond replied with a resigned expression regarding his brother. With Aegon having completed his tasks, Aemond took his brother's hand, leading him out of Lord Lyman's chamber and towards the banquet hall. "Oh, in a few years, she may blossom into a breathtaking beauty, and who knows, perhaps one day She might capture the soul of our future heir, Aemond, Aegon quipped, his playful banter eliciting a groan from Aemond, who sought to divert the conversation. How fares the treasury and finances? From your busy demeanor today, it appears the days ahead may not be particularly easy, Aemond remarked as they walked. With Sir Otto Hightower poised to become the Lord Chancellor, the Old Town faction now holds 3 seats in the council. It seems Father intends for you to succeed Lord Lyman in due course. Indeed, the Lord Chancellor oversees the dungeons of the Red Keep and the City Watch, serving simultaneously as Chief Justice. The Warden of the prisons, the Dungeon Guards, and the Royal Enforcers all fall under the Chancellor's jurisdiction. Should the Lord Treasurer and Lord Chancellor conspire, it is likely Father would need to keep one eye open even in slumber, Aegon replied. Chapter 28. The Coronation. Thus, Father has appointed Daemon to the City Watch as a precautionary measure. Moreover, we owe our gratitude to Lord Lyman Beesbury, a competent Lord Treasurer, who has safeguarded the royal wealth, leaving behind a bountiful treasury. Should war with Dorne and the Kingdom of the Three Daughters erupt again, as long as it is not a protracted conflict lasting 6 or 7 years, the current taxation and treasury conditions should suffice. As Aegon and Aemond strolled while conversing, they gradually entered the banquet hall. The prearranged musicians played a melodious tune, and the envoys from the free cities along with the nobles of the 7 kingdoms had already arrived to indulge in fine wine and sumptuous feasts. King Balon, yet to be crowned, sat at the center, flanked by the current Queen Alicent. Princess Rena, Daemon, and other members of House Targaryen gathered closely around the two. Queen Alicent, spotting Aegon and Aemond entering the banquet hall, beckoned them to join her and take their seats beside Balon, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the festivities. With nobles and envoys settling down, the banquet finally commenced. Balon raised his goblet and spoke to the assembled nobles and envoys. My father, King Jaehaerys, has tragically perished, leaving us to mourn. The people of the 7 kingdoms have lost their beloved ruler. Now, let us lift our fine wines in honor of our esteemed former king, His Majesty Jaehaerys I of House Targaryen. The nobles and envoys present raised their goblets, chanting the name of Jaehaerys I. Before his passing, my father had bestowed upon me the title of Prince of Dragonstone, designating me as the next ruler of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, sovereign of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. Tomorrow, the coronation ceremony shall be held in the throne room. For now, esteemed guests, indulge in the hospitality of House Targaryen, savoring fine wine and exquisite delicacies. The nobles reveled in joyous libations, their graceful forms illuminated in the dance hall, relishing the culinary delights at their tables. Delegates from various realms presented their gifts to the royal family in celebration of King Balon I's ascension to the throne of the 7 kingdoms. The newly crowned Lord of the North, Duke Rickonstark, offered a pristine polar bear pelt from the north to the Iron Throne. The Duke of Lannisport, known as the Shield of Lannisport, presented a magnificent suit of golden dragon-embossed armor crafted by the skilled artisans of the Westerlands. The Dukes of the Riverlands, the Reach, and Stormlands, alongside envoys from Dorne, also bestowed their gifts. The newly appointed Duke of the Vale, Aedes Arryn, along with his brothers and sons, tragically perished in an ambush by the Stone Eaters while traversing the Moon Mountains en route to King's Landing, leaving the Vale to convey their congratulations to Balon through a raven, regrettably absent from the coronation. As Aedes Arryn's direct heirs, save for his 3-year-old daughter, Jane Arryn, met their demise in the Moon Mountains, the Earl of Griffin's Roost, Jobert Royce, now serves as regent for the Vale and protector of the East, supporting Jane Arryn in her ascent to become the new Duchess of Eagle's Nest. To the surprise of those present, not only were there envoys from lands across the Sunset Sea, such as Pentos and Volantis, but also emissaries from the free cities of Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr, who came to partake in Balon's coronation. After exchanging a glance with Queen Alyssa, Balon signaled to the attendants to arrange for the envoys from across the sea to present their gifts in succession. The envoy from Pentos offered a rare amber-hued wine produced locally, while the representatives from Volantis bestowed exquisitely crafted glass artworks. The envoys from Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys also contributed with precious mead, pear brandy, and aged white wine. Balon smiled as he directed the attendants to accept the gifts from the free cities, turning to discreetly signal to Aegon. Noticing his father's gesture, Aegon quietly followed the attendant bearing gifts and slipped away from the banquet. As time elapsed, the guests in the banquet hall succumbed to intoxication, marking the conclusion of the festivities. Returning to the chamber, Balron consumed the restorative concoction prepared by the scholar, casting his gaze upon his young son, who had been waiting within the confines of the room. Have the gifts from the kingdom of the 3 whores been inspected? What is the outcome? Aegon, looking towards his father, replied in a hushed tone, I have examined the offerings from Mill, Tolosi, and Riss alongside the scholar. We have also arranged for rats and the condemned from the black cells to partake, and no anomalies were discovered. Balerion rubbed the corners of his eyes, tightly closing them as he addressed Aegon. In my day, I commanded Vagger to incinerate the fleet of the kingdom of the three daughters, leading to their withdrawal from the narrow sea. The people of the kingdom of the three whores have harbored a deep-seated animosity towards me. How could they possibly wish to partake in my coronation? Contemplating the underlying reasons, Aegon remained silent until Balerion instructed, Aegon, notify Daemon to ensure that this band of rats is closely monitored during this period. Should any irregularities arise, we shall act swiftly to capture them, regardless of the consequences, even if it means mistakenly apprehending a few innocents. As long as it does not escalate too far, I will take responsibility for it all. If the whores of the kingdom of the three daughters express dissent later on, let them converse with Vagger. Understood, father. As the midday sun gradually illuminated the Red Keep, the High Septon and Queen Alicent were also prepared, clad in a splendid garment of black adorned with 3 red dragons. Balerion was further adorned with magnificent dragon jewelry embellished with gold, silver, and rubies. Guided by the King's Guard, he made his way towards the throne room. Upon entering, Balerion found Viserys, Daemon, and Aegon standing before the nobles of the 7 kingdoms and the envoys from the narrow sea, who had long awaited in the throne room. A herald sounded the long horn, and the attending guards raised their swords to form a passage for Balerion to advance. As he traversed the path created by the crossed swords and approached the Iron Throne, the High Septon stepped forward, ready to anoint Balerion with holy oil. Kneeling on one knee, Balerion received the sacred unction upon his brow. May the warrior grant him courage. May the smith lend strength to his sword and shield. May the Father protect him in times of need, and may the crone raise her shining lantern to guide him toward wisdom. Once the anointing was complete, Queen Alicent placed the crown of Jaehaerys upon Balerin's head. The High Septon then proclaimed, Long live Balerion I, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. The assembled nobles and envoys bowed their heads, offering their respect to Balerion as they collectively chanted his name. Chapter 29. The grayscale plague. With the coronation ceremony concluded, the nobles and envoys followed the handmaidens to the banquet hall, preparing to indulge in the royal feast of exquisite wines and delicacies. Viserys, Daemon, and Aegon also proceeded towards the banquet hall, guided by the handmaidens, when suddenly, a soldier from the city guard obstructed their path. Daemon gazed at the soldier before him, inquiring what had transpired. The soldier glanced around at the bustling crowd and, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily pulled Viserys and Daemon into a more secluded chamber. The soldier reported, Your Highness, the envoy from Myr, whom we have been monitoring, is attempting to discreetly depart the Red Keep following the coronation ceremony. Moreover, the merchant vessels from Myr are poised to leave Blackwater Port. Currently, the Myr merchant ships have been seized, and the envoy attempting to flee has been captured and is now confined in the dungeons, awaiting interrogation. Upon hearing this, Daemon tightened his grip on the Dark Sister, contemplating the audacity of these rodents attempting to scurry back to their hole. Aegon responded, It seems their objective has been achieved. However, there have been no disturbances within the Red Keep. No assassination attempts have occurred, and the Prime Minister's tower and Maegor's holdfast are heavily guarded. Not even a mosquito could infiltrate. Viserys, perplexed, remarked, The banquet is about to commence, as the eldest son of our father. I cannot risk disgrace before the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Daemon, in understanding, suggested, Let us proceed to the banquet hall, brother. We shall handle matters here. Thus, Viserys exited the chamber towards the banquet hall. It appears we must interrogate the envoy from Myr thoroughly, Daemon stated, as he led Aegon toward the dungeons of the Red Keep. The torch held by the guards illuminated the path ahead, revealing the 4-foot-thick wooden floor studded with iron nails. The straw and stains on the ground exuded a pungent odor of filth. Before them stood the Myr envoy, bound to a pillar, his once resplendent attire now soiled, bearing marks of struggle inflicted by the guards. As Daemon and Aegon entered the dungeon, the envoy, feigning composure, bellowed, I am the envoy from Myr, here to attend your king's coronation, representing the dignity of Myr and the kingdom of the 3 daughters. You have no right to arrest me without cause. I shall report to the governor and ensure the High Council condemns you before the Iron Throne, demanding an apology from your muddy peasant heads. Annoyed by the envoy's frantic tirade, Daemon retrieved a red-hot branding iron from the brazier and pressed it against the envoy's flesh. The agonizing screams echoed throughout the dungeon as Daemon, observing the envoy shrieking like a frightened rabbit, murmured, If I hear another utterance of your meaningless drivel, I shall ensure you experience the full extent of the dungeons of King's Landing. Now, I ask and you answer. Do you understand? The envoy nodded vigorously, terrified of another encounter with the searing iron. What is your purpose in King's Landing? Daemon queried, scrutinizing the branding iron in his hand. We are merely here to attend the coronation of the new king, the envoy stammered. Daemon, with a resigned expression, pressed the iron against the envoy once more. The dungeon is now permeated with the acrid scent of burnt flesh and the heart-wrenching cries of agony. Under Daemon's relentless manipulation, the envoy, Mill, finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Let us sever his fingers to awaken him properly, Aegon stated coldly as he approached Daemon. A guard unsheathed a dagger from his belt and, with a swift motion, severed Mill's fingers. The excruciating pain jolted the envoy back to consciousness, his screams echoing through the dungeon once more. Tears and mucus streamed down his face as he confronted the grotesque scene before him. Aegon, with an air of resignation, inquired, I ask, and you shall respond. Have you succeeded in harming any members of the royal family? Who is it? The Queen Mother, Alicent? Or King Balon? Perhaps the Crown Prince, Aegon? Listening to the demonic whispers in his ears, Mill, trembling yet indifferent, replied, Who do you think? It could be Queen Alicent, or King Balon, or maybe even you. Prince Aegon. Upon hearing Mill's words, Daemon erupted in a furious tirade against the kingdom of the three daughters. Aegon motioned for Daemon to silence himself before continuing. So your target is the king? How do you intend to harm him? At this moment, Mill burst into laughter. Mockery etched across his face as he gazed at the princes. Ah, so you know nothing. There is nothing you can prevent. Ha ha ha. With that, he bit through his own tongue, blood gushing forth into his throat. After a brief struggle, Mill departed from this world. Enraged, Daemon drew his Valyrian steel sword and cleaved the lifeless body in two before turning to exit the dungeon. Stop, Daemon, Aegon called out, halting his furious companion. Calm yourself. At least we now know their target is our father. You must go to him at once and inform him of the situation. I will quietly search the Red Keep to prevent any further calamity. After soothing Daemon's rage, Aegon and Daemon set off on their respective missions. As the moon ascended higher, its silvery light cascaded upon the roof of Maegor's Holdfast. At that moment, Balon was in the king's chambers, discussing the day's events with his three children. So, the plans of the millenarians have come to fruition, and I am their intended target? Balon inquired slowly, regarding his children. Yes, father, based on the envoy's words. It appears their scheme has been set in motion and is likely complete. I have arranged for the guards to conduct a thorough search of the Red Keep, but strangely, no abnormalities have been discovered, Aegon replied, glancing at his father. The assembled family lowered their heads in contemplation of the unfolding events, yet failed to detect any irregularities, which left them perplexed. It seems we must proceed cautiously, step by step. Everything used by father must undergo scrutiny by the scholars. And all food and drink should be tested in advance, just in case, stated Aegon, surveying the group with a sense of resignation. I shall now take it upon myself to apprehend all the milkmen within the city, confining them in the dungeons of the Red Keep, allowing them to experience the artistry of the dungeon guards firsthand. I have no doubt they will eventually divulge the truth. Daemon, seething with fury, cast a fiery glance at his father. Should his father acquiesce, Daemon would likely rush forth from the Red Keep to seize them all without hesitation. My heavens! Daemon's gaze towards his father was one of sheer astonishment, while Viserys and Aegon hastily turned their attention to Balon. In the dim glow of candlelight, Balon's forehead, obscured by his hair, quietly sprouted gray-black scales reminiscent of rock. Chapter 30. The flames of war are about to ignite as Aegon beheld the gray-black, ore-like scales emerging from the spot on Balon's forehead where the bishop had anointed him with holy oil. He finally pieced together the truth behind the milkmen's malice towards Balon. It was the holy oil, the very same used during the archbishop's coronation. Following the death of their uncle Aemon, the bond of brotherhood compelled Balon to wield Vagger, not only vanquishing the milk pirates of Tarth, but also executing the milk envoys who came to negotiate. In a fit of rage, he piloted Vagger to incinerate the milk governor's palace. From that moment onward, the governors of milk harbored an intense hatred for Balon. Aegon had contemplated countless methods by which the milkmen might inflict harm upon the king. Yet he never anticipated their madness would lead them to deploy the grayscale disease against him. In the distant era of Valyria's freehold, to resist the invasion and dominion of the Dragon Lords, the people of Loinor unleashed a deluge, submerging the banks of the Lorne River and defeating the dragon riders of Valyria. In retaliation, the Dragon Lords dispatched 300 of their own dragon riders to annihilate the Loinor people. The leader and hero of the Loiner, Prince Galen, was hung in a cage at Chaorn for all to witness. On that frigid night when the Dragon Lords breached the city of Chaorn and displayed Prince Galen, his curses and lamentations echoed against the backdrop of the night. The waters of the Lorne River engulfed the Valyrian Dragon Lords and their armies, ensnaring their souls forever at the riverbed, transforming their flesh and innards into stone. Thus, the grayscale disease spread like a curse across the realm. Those afflicted witnessed their skin gradually harden, forming scales speckled with black, becoming as unyielding as stone, until ultimately their tongues and lips too turned to stone, leading to a pitiful demise amidst cries of anguish. To date, no remedy for the grayscale has been discovered. Among scholars, only 3 methods of treatment circulate: an axe, a longsword, or a cleaver. During the initial discovery of the affliction, there remains a chance for healing through the excision of the affected area, albeit with a considerable risk of recurrence. However, the afflicted area on Balin's forehead precludes the possibility of amputation for survival. This revelation plunged the Targaryen brothers into despair. Bring forth the scholars to the king's chamber to attend to his majesty. Viserys urgently called for the maidservants to summon the scholars. His gaze fixated on the scales upon his father's forehead. Observing his 3 children in a state of turmoil, Balon promptly rose and made his way towards a nearby mirror. Gazing at the scales on his forehead in the mirror, Balon pondered for a moment before addressing his 3 children with calmness. Children, the events have transpired. Do not lose your composure. Daemon, dispatch someone immediately to the church to ascertain the condition of the High Septon, and retrieve the remaining sacred oil meant for my coronation for examination by the scholars. Exercise utmost caution. Daemon, do not come into direct contact with that holy oil. Daemon nodded at his father, who remained collected, and promptly exited the chamber, striding purposefully towards the Red Keep. Vagon, seal off Maegor's holdfast at once. Relocate all royal family members from here to prevent the spread of the grayscale to others. All garments, bedding, and dishes I have used today must be incinerated. Heeding his father's commands, Vagon rushed out of the chamber, calling for guards to swiftly secure Maegor's holdfast. Once Daemon and Vagon had departed, Balon turned to Viserys. Viserys, gather the nobles and envoys in the throne room at dawn, armed with the Blackfire sword, to announce to the 7 kingdoms in your capacity as Prince of Dragonstone the actions of the emissaries from Myr and the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters, spreading the grayscale in King's Landing. Challenge the authority of the Iron Throne and have resulted in King Balon I contracting the disease. Such an offense is unforgivable. Command the fleets of Dragonstone, Lannister, Balerion, and the royal fleet to be placed under the command of Corlys, to set sail at a designated time. Daemon will command Caraxes, and Rhaenys will lead Malays into battle, sweeping through the Stepstones and the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters. Ensure that the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters is severely punished. Let it be scorched to the ground. For the dignity of the crown cannot be challenged. You shall preside over the small council, Viserys, from this day forth, unless I am healed. You are forbidden to set foot in my chamber. Children, the future is entrusted to you. After uttering these words, Balon seated himself by the hearth, lost in contemplation beneath the flickering firelight. Father, all will be well, Viserys reassured his father, tears in his eyes, before turning and exiting the room, encountering the guards and servants bustling in the corridor. In a daze, Viserys returned to his own chamber. On the following morning, Viserys, wielding the Blackfire sword, announced the king's edicts and the circumstances surrounding them in the throne room, leaving all present stunned by the lowly tactics of the Myrish. The nobles expressed their condolences to King Balon and requested to return to their respective territories to organize their forces in preparation for the impending war at the Narrow Sea. Viserys acquiesced to their pleas. After receiving the nobles, he approached the heavily secured Maegor's holdfast, feeling a sense of helplessness as he returned to his chamber. Emma, cradling Rena and Baela, was comforting the now fainted Queen Alicent, who had wept multiple times. Observing the empty room, Viserys turned and entered the small council chamber of the Hand of the King, summoning the lords to begin exercising the powers of the regent. As night enveloped the Red Keep, the councillors had long since dispersed. Aegon and Daemon entered the conference hall, observing the dazed Viserys seated upon the king's throne. Aegon interjected, disrupting Viserys' reverie. Viserys, Daemon said, Aegon, you have arrived. I apologize for my momentary distraction. How fare the matters at hand? As Viserys spoke, he gestured for Aegon and Daemon to take a seat beside him. Upon sitting, Daemon remarked that the aged High Septon of the 7 Kingdoms had succumbed to the grayscale disease, revealing that the sacred bomb had been tampered with, resulting in their father's affliction. I have retained the remaining bomb for the scholars to conduct experiments. And we have also discovered infected stone men aboard the merchant vessels from Myr. The scholars deduce that the Myrish have mixed the bodily fluids of the afflicted stone men into the sacred balm. Those vile wretches. Listening to Daemon's tirade, Aegon interjected. The scholars have examined our father's condition and developed an ointment to curb the spread of gayscale. At present, father is not in mortal peril, but to prevent contagion, he shall be unable to leave Maegor's holdfast for the time being. Viserys, gazing at his brothers, spoke with resignation. The royal council disapproves of father's decision to send troops. They believe it is an exceedingly rash act to dispatch Corlys Balerion and Melisandre to the battlefield of the Stepstones, given that father and grandmother cannot control dragons. Are the lords of the council's minds ensnared by the Myrish? Daemon fumed, unleashing venomous curses upon the members of the royal council. They merely fear that without dragons, King's Landing will be left unguarded. Aegon quietly remarked to his elder brother, I must pay a visit to the dragon pit. Chapter 31. Vagger. The majestic dragon pit loomed atop the hills of Rhaenys, where the ruthless Maegor I commanded the black dread Balerion to incinerate the once hallowed September of Baelor, erecting this grand domed structure upon its ruins to house the Targaryen dragons. The following day, under the midday sun, the guards of the Red Keep escorted Aegon's carriage to the imposing entrance of the dragon pit. Guided by the dragon keepers, Aegon strode boldly into the dragon pit, intent on awakening Dreamfire, determined to become a true dragon rider. The dragon keepers present remained silent, their heads bowed, seemingly oblivious to Aegon's pronouncement. Did you not hear my command? Aegon turned to the dragon keepers behind him, his countenance darkening. Aegon, Daemon interjected, I have given the dragon keepers prior orders to prevent you from continuing to tame Dreamfire. At that moment, Queen Alysanne, accompanied by Grand Maester Gaius, entered the dragon pit slowly. Grandmother, Aegon quickly approached Alysanne, inquiring, what brings you here? To witness my grandson's success in taming a dragon, of course, she replied. How did you know I would be here today? Alysanne raised her hand, signaling to interrupt Aegon's inquiry, and remarked, your grandmother has spent her entire life as a queen and has also served as your grandfather's chief intelligence officer for 40 years. Do you think the affairs within the Red Keep could escape my notice? Aegon, undeterred, continued, then why do you prevent me from further taming Dreamfire? Because Dreamfire alone cannot alter the current state of the royal family. My child, I initially refrained from stopping you because Dreamfire was the most suitable choice. However, now you have better options available. Are you referring to Vagger? Alysanne, with a gentle smile, nodded and said, since my sister Rena's passing, Dreamfire has been trapped in this dragon pit, with no one to command it to soar through the skies again. Initially, everyone supported your attempt to tame Dreamfire. But after such an extended period, despite your numerous efforts, Dreamfire now tolerates your presence, yet still resists allowing you to mount its back. It is time to explore other options, Aegon. If you successfully master Vagger in my absence, it would be akin to possessing both Vagger and Silverwing. Vagger and Silverwing have been companions since birth, much like myself and Jaehaerys, having become lifelong partners entwined in each other's lives. I have grown old, Aegon, and I fear I may no longer have the strength to ride Silverwing through the skies. However, if you can tame Vagger, then Silverwing will heed your commands in my absence. My time is limited, Aegon. Since the departure of Maegor and Jaehaerys, my health has been steadily declining. It is possible that I may not awaken from my slumber one day. Viserys has lost Vagger, and now, Balerion is afflicted with grayscale, unable to command Vagger into battle. Currently, the royal family is left with only 2 dragons, Caraxes and Malays, both under 50 years old, leaving House Targaryen in an unprecedented state of weakness. We need someone to uphold the Targaryen banner and stabilize the realm. After a moment of contemplation, Aegon responded, Vagger's temperament is far more volatile than Dreamfire's, and I lack the confidence to tame it. That is why I am here, Aegon. Silverwing and Vagger have been companions for decades. With Silverwing and me by your side to soothe Vagger's temperament, I believe you will succeed in taming it. I trust you, grandmother. Alysanne gazed fondly at her grandson, her expression warm. She patted Jerry's arm, signaling her to rest aside, and then gestured to the dragon guards, preparing to release Vagger and Silverwing. As the dragon guards called out, a colossal dragon with brass-colored scales and enormous russet wings slowly emerged from the dragon pit into the hall, followed closely by Alyssanne's mount. Silverwing. Approaching Vagger and Silverwing, Alysanne extended her hand towards Silverwing, who lowered its head, savoring her gentle caress. Varamasal gazed upon the figures of Alysanne and Aegon before him, his maw opening in a tempestuous roar. Silence, Alysanne uttered in High Valyrian, soothing the majestic bronze dragon. Silverwing gently nudged Varamasal with her head, calming his tumultuous spirit. Aegon, are you ready? Should Varamasal exhibit any threatening behavior, Silverwing and I shall intervene, yet you must remain vigilant. Go forth, my child, the moment is yours. With those words, Queen Alysanne guided Silverwing to relinquish the central space of the hall to Varamasal and Aegon, gathering his courage before the fearsome bronze dragon. Known by the moniker of the Bronze Fury, Aegon began to hum a melody as he approached. The rumble of thunder echoed throughout the dragon's lair as Varamasal, resembling a tempest of fury, unleashed a torrent of golden flames towards the ceiling, illuminating the cavern with a searing brilliance. The dragon's bronze scales, formidable horned crown, fierce vertical pupils, and ferocious flames epitomized the brutal ferocity of this adult dragon. Peace, Varamasal, Aegon called in Balerion, attempting to soothe the menacing creature before him. The dragon, responding to Aegon's plea, lowered his massive head. The weighty, heated breath of Varamasal enveloped Aegon, the pungent scent of sulfur assailing his nostrils as the dragon revealed his sharp fangs and powerful muscles. Varamasal, look at me. Aegon's resolute visage stirred memories within the dragon, reminiscent of his first flight with Aegon's predecessor, Aegon the Conqueror. Gradually, Varamasal lowered his head, observing the youth who bore the same bloodline as his former master. Alongside Silverwing, who stood by, the dragon's fury began to wane. Aegon, witnessing the tranquility that had settled over Varamasal, stepped closer and ascended onto the dragon's back. Queen Alysanne beheld her grandson successfully mounted upon Varamasal, momentarily transported back to the day Aegon the Conqueror first rode the great beast. The dragon keepers swiftly opened the great doors of the lair. Varamasal tilted his head, acknowledging Aegon upon his back, feeling the lineage of Aegon the Conqueror coursing through the young man's veins. Fly, Varamasal, Aegon commanded, and the dragon emerged from the lair, letting out a triumphant roar before soaring into the sky with wings unfurled. Chapter 32. The Dance of Dragons. Alysanne watched as Varamasal soared from the lair, gently patting Silverwing's snout. Go forth, my old friend. Accompany Varamasal into the heavens as you once did. Silverwing nuzzled Alysanne, turning her head in anticipation, longing for her master to once again mount her back and ascend into the sky together. Alysanne caressed Silverwing's scales, gently declining the invitation. I am old, my dear. My body no longer permits me to soar alongside you in the azure expanse. In the future, you shall soar on your own, yet do not fear, for Vagger has found a new master, destined to protect you as Aegon did. Silverwing tilted its head, perplexed by its master's refusal to once more dance among the clouds. However, observing Vagger circling above the dragon's lair, Silverwing, urged by Alysanne, began its ascent beyond the cave. The midday sun bathed Silverwing in light, and it called out with a long cry towards Vagger soaring in the sky, spreading its wings and propelling itself off the ground, heading straight for Vagger. As Silverwing soared over the lair, Alysanne called for her daughter, Gaia, to come to her side. Gaia, my dear child, you are my greatest concern. Your innocence is worrisome. Had it not been for Aegon's timely rescue, you might have been lost to me. Gaia, hearing her mother's words, clutched Alysanne's hands tightly. The queen continued. In his lifetime, Aegon and I privately established an unspoken rule to prevent the dragons from being tamed by outsiders. If a dragon hatching from a cradle fails, a Targaryen daughter may not tame an adult dragon unless her husband is also of Targaryen blood. Gaia, puzzled, asked, what about Princess Rhaenys and Lord Corlys Valerion? Alysanne gently caressed her daughter's cheek, explaining, your brother Aemon and his wife Jocelyn had only Rhaenys as their daughter. Had Aemon not met with misfortune, Rhaenys, as the sole heir, would eventually ascend the Iron Throne, and thus Aegon tacitly allowed her to tame malaise. Now that your betrothal to Aegon is confirmed, and he has successfully bonded with Vagger, you, my daughter, also require a dragon for your protection. Should you ever quarrel and leave Aegon, you will need the strength to safeguard your own safety. Seeing her mother's deep concern, Gaia nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. Alysanne reached to wipe away the tears from her daughter's face and turned to the dragon guards, calling out, release the Dreamfire in the Dragonstone Hall. Prepare Princess Gaia for dragon taming. At that moment, Aegon reclined upon Vagger's back, gripping the saddle tightly to steady himself. Vagger soared through the heavens, and upon seeing Silverwing approach, emitted a joyous roar of dragon fire, enthusiastically inviting Silverwing to join in its fiery baptism. Silverwing circled Vagger, as the two great dragons danced wildly above King's Landing, entwined in their aerial ballet. Aegon, secured upon Vagger's back, reveled in the fierce winds and the intense heat of the flames, laughing with exhilaration as he commanded Vagger to frolic freely in the sky, while Silverwing followed closely behind. Vagger sensed the commands of its new master from its back. With a majestic roar, the dragon opened its maw to unleash a torrent of flames into the sky, while Silverwing mirrored the actions of Vagger, casting forth its own fiery breath in tandem. Suddenly, a roar that did not belong to Vagger or Silverwing echoed across the heavens. A slender, light blue she-dragon adorned with silver streaks soared gracefully, piloted by Garis with the assistance of her mother, Alysanne. Together, they danced among the clouds above King's Landing, performing a magnificent aerial ballet alongside Vagger and Silverwing. Observing the flight of Dreamfire, Aegon chuckled, remarking on her mischievous nature. As Dreamfire glided alongside Vagger, Aegon exchanged a knowing smile with Garis, and together they instructed the mighty dragons beneath them. The golden, silver, and pale blue flames illuminated the skies above King's Landing, resembling a multitude of suns appearing simultaneously. The citizens emerged from their homes, captivated by this splendid display of draconic artistry. Within the Red Keep, Daemon raised his goblet, laughing heartily as he called out Aegon's name. Meanwhile, Balon, under the watchful eye of the maesters, beamed with pride for his son while harboring concerns for his eldest, Aemond. Aemond and his wife, Emma, gazed at the soaring dragons, with Aemond joyfully recounting tales of glory and past exploits to Emma. Yet, she could sense the trepidation behind his excitement, the grip of his hand revealing an undercurrent of anxiety about the future. The brilliant hues of the evening sky reflected the grandeur of the moment as Vagger, Silverwing, and Dreamfire descended gracefully before the entrance of the dragon's lair. As the three dragons landed, dozens of dragon keepers, armed with long wooden poles, swiftly encircled them. Vagger, agitated, roared at the dragon keepers, his throat already simmering with the potential for flame. Aegon, recognizing the danger, quickly intervened to soothe Vagger's temper, preventing the bronze giant from incinerating the encroaching guardians. Under Aegon's command and with Silverwing's calming presence, Vagger finally settled, lowering his massive form to allow Aegon to dismount. Aegon slid down from Vagger's back and hastened to Dreamfire's side, gently stroking her scales. "What a naughty creature you are. I've offered you so many sheep and cattle, yet you wouldn't let me ride upon your back. I never imagined Garis would so easily charm you away." Dreamfire, it seemed, held a disdain for his masculinity, preferring her mistress instead. Garis laughed from atop Dreamfire, teasing her future husband. Hearing her playful words, Aegon approached Dreamfire, extending his hands to assist Garis as she descended. "It appears I shall not win Dreamfire's favor after all, but fret not. While I may lack her affection, I still possess her mistress." Gazing at his fiancée, who was jubilantly cheering for the dragon, the two held hands and whispered sweet nothings as they approached the carriage, preparing to return to the Red Keep alongside Queen Alicent. That evening, the Red Keep was aglow with light, as Viserys had arranged a sumptuous family feast to celebrate Aegon and Aemond's successful taming of the mighty dragon, marking their ascension as true dragon riders. A lavish array of delectable dishes and fragrant wines was presented by the serving maids, and under Queen Alicent's guidance, everyone gathered around the table to raise their goblets, toasting in honor of the family's new dragon rider. Chapter 33, Chaos. 6 months later, on the Stepstone Islands, Bloodstone Island. The shattered masts of warships stood ablaze on the shores of Bloodstone Island, while countless corpses became a feast for crabs on the beach. The nearby waters tinged a pale red. Smoke billowed under the moonlight, enveloping Bloodstone Island as soldiers from Westeros quietly rowed small boats under the cover of night, preparing to launch another assault on the island. 6 months prior, when the Targaryen and Balerion fleet was poised to depart from King's Landing in Blackwater Bay, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters had preemptively dispatched warships and soldiers to seize the Stepstone Islands, digging countless tunnels on Bloodstone and the Grey Gallows Islands to counter the threat of Dragonfire. Melias and Caraceus, upon being spotted by the soldiers of the Three Daughters, would scurry into the underground like frightened mice, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the soldiers of Westeros. Reluctantly, the dragons were dispatched to patrol the Dornish coast, averting a potential blockade of supply lines, while the troops engaged in siege warfare and skirmishes. Bonfires flickered like fallen stars upon the island, illuminating the camp of the Three Daughters' army. As the horn sounded, the soldiers hastily donned their armor and armed themselves with sharp blades, charging towards the sea snake forces that threatened their encampment. "Ready, ignite, draw!" The soldiers of the Three Daughters readied flaming arrows, drawing their longbows to aim at the approaching sea snake troops. Loose, the flaming arrows soared through the air, resembling shooting stars as they struck the sea snake forces. The cries of agony and despair echoed across the beach. Suddenly, a dragon's roar shattered the night sky over Bloodstone Island, revealing a long silhouette soaring above. Its blood-red wings spread wide as it emitted a piercing shriek. Daemon rode on Coraceus, circling ominously above the battlefield. Observing the chaotic scene below, Daemon directed Coraceus to descend into the heart of the Three Daughters' encampment. Sensing his master's wrath, Coraceus surveyed the surroundings and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, incinerating the soldiers who had no time to retreat into the tunnels. Daemon bellowed curses at the commanders of the Three Daughters, demanding they emerge to face him in a final confrontation, yet none dared to leave their hiding places to confront the bloodthirsty beast. Daemon's furious taunts were met only with a hail of ignited arrows. Under the seemingly endless barrage of projectiles, Daemon reluctantly commanded Coraceus to withdraw from Bloodstone Island. Before me, the forces of the Three Queens have retreated into their tunnels. Lord Corlys Balerion, seething with anger, issued a furious roar, commanding the remaining soldiers to take refuge on Driftmark and preparing for the next offensive. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, within the Prime Minister's chamber, Lord Viserys, wielding a Valyrian steel sword known as Blackfire, exercised the king's authority while seated in the royal chair reserved for the sovereign. Present were the Minister of Justice, Otto Hightower, the Minister of Finance and Lord of Honeyholt, Lyman Beesbury, and the newly appointed Grand Maester, Rune Tully. Meanwhile, the Master of Ships, Lord Corlys, waged war far away on the Stepstones. The hand of the king and commander of the Kingsguard, Ser Laenor Velaryon, presided over the meeting. Lord Tywin Lannister, Protector of the West and Duke of Casterly Rock, sent a raven bearing news. He reported that he had personally led the Lannister fleet, which suffered severe losses when ambushed by the foe while traversing the waters near Dorne. The remaining forces have retreated to Driftmark and Old Town to regroup before once again advancing to the Stepstones. At the meeting, Ser Laenor updated Lord Viserys on the latest developments in the conflict. "Damn those Dornish," he expressed. "Did Lord Tywin indicate when we might return to the battlefield at the Stepstones?" "Not at all, Your Highness," came the reply. Ser Laenor took a sip of wine to soothe his throat before continuing. "Lord Corlys has sent word to King's Landing, accusing Prince Daemon of disobeying orders and taking to the skies with his dragon, which has led to our strategic failure and a stalemate at the Stepstones. Our fleet has retreated to Driftmark, while Princess Rhaenys rides Malaise, patrolling the Stepstones in an attempt to sever the supply lines of the Three Queens. Lord Corlys requests support from the Iron Throne and demands an envoy be sent to reprimand Prince Daemon." Hearing this, Minister Beesbury interjected, "Your Highness, since the onset of the war at the Stepstones, the area has been blockaded by the forces of the Three Queens. Trade ships cannot pass through to reach King's Landing, resulting in port revenues plummeting to less than a third of their previous levels. To support this war, a significant amount of gold has been spent acquiring provisions from the Riverlands and the Reach. The royal fleet has dispatched 7,000 soldiers and 35 warships to the Stepstones. Even with the assistance of the Valerion fleet, we have yet to breach the enemy's defenses. Your Highness, forgive me for questioning Lord Corlys Valerion's leadership capabilities in leading the coalition to defeat the Three Queens," he stated. "Are you suggesting I replace him in the midst of battle?" Lord Viserys replied, casting an irritated glance at the Minister of Finance. "My cousin by marriage, Lord Corlys Valerion, has accomplished 9 great adventures, leaving his mark across the world. No sailor or captain in Westeros can rival his prowess. I firmly believe that Corlys will emerge victorious in this war." Observing Lord Viserys' unwavering faith in Lord Corlys, Lyman Beesbury closed his mouth, ceasing to question Corlys' command abilities. The hand of the king, Lionel Velaryon, continued addressing His Royal Highness, suggesting that perhaps he could lead a contingent of reinforcements to the Stepstones to assist Lord Corlys. Viserys, perplexed, responded, "Lionel, you are the hand of the king, and it is imperative that you comprehend the duties and obligations of your role as the king's chief minister. You must remain in King's Landing to serve the crown, rather than unsheathing your sword for the battlefield. The affairs of the Stepstones are under Lord Corlys' purview. Your concern is unwarranted. I advise you to focus on governing the 7 kingdoms. Every day, there are cries outside the Red Keep demanding the royal family take your head. Have you noticed the soaring grain prices in King's Landing? Ever since Daemon departed, the thieves, robbers, and even rapists have turned the city into chaos. Otto scarcely sleeps 4 hours a night managing these crises. Have you given this any thought?" 2 months prior, the Brackens and Blackwoods of the Riverlands have made such a commotion that Duke Tully could no longer mediate and had to submit their case to the Iron Throne for judgment. To this day, you have yet to provide a satisfactory response to either party. My Lord Hand, I implore you to divert your attention from the stepstones. Otherwise, I fear that before the threat from the three queens even arrives, the populace of King's Landing may rise up against the Iron Throne. Chapter 34. Laener Strong Lionel Valerion's face flushed crimson as he looked at the furious Viserys, hesitatingly parting his lips before finally conceding, I am truly sorry, Your Highness. Viserys glanced at the Chancellor, Lion, straightened his posture, and addressed him seriously, Lord Lyman. Please make arrangements to secure a sum of gold dragons for Lord Corlys' plea for aid. Have the shipyards expedite the construction of 20 new vessels and commission the blacksmiths of King's Landing to forge a supply of armor and weapons for our soldiers. The preliminary budget should prepare equipment for 3,000 men. Sir Lionel, I kindly ask you to send letters in the name of the Iron Throne to Duke Tully of the Riverlands and Duke Tully of the Reach, requesting them to gather and organize caravans to transport grain to King's Landing, selling it at pre-war prices to stabilize the market. Simultaneously, issue a proclamation to the Seven Kingdoms, inviting ambitious knights and soldiers to join the royal fleet to earn their place at the stepstones, where the crown shall reward them generously, with the possibility of being ennobled as the new lords of Westeros, endowed with their own sigils and mottos. Once Viserys had spoken, he slumped back in his chair, exhaling deeply. Once calm, he added, I apologize, Sir Lionel, but this meeting shall adjourn for today. Let us reconvene once tempers have cooled. With that, Viserys raised his goblet, signaling to the attending lords to depart the council chamber. Sir Lionel observed the silent prince before bowing his head and leading the royal ministers out. Viserys swallowed the wine in his cup, sighed heavily, and turned to the Kingsguard beside him, inquiring, Where is Aegon? Prince Aegon went alone to the dragon pit early this morning. Your Highness, have him come to me upon his return. In accordance with your wishes, Your Highness. At this moment, within the grand hall of the dragon's lair, Vormissor is furiously bellowing at the dragon guards beside him, while Silverwing and Dreamfire have already returned after conducting their inspections of the cavern at the lair's base. Under the calming presence of Aegon, the dragon guards are measuring Vormissor's recent growth. It appears that Vormissor, Silverwing, and Dreamfire may have entered a second phase of development. Their growth over the past 6 months has been unexpectedly swift. Dragons typically reach adulthood around the age of 60, at which point their size no longer increases as rapidly as during their juvenile years. Although they continue to grow, the pace of their growth becomes considerably slower. However, Vormissor, Silverwing, and Dreamfire, all fully grown dragons, have each increased in length by approximately 1 meter within just half a year. Moreover, their appetite has significantly escalated. The daily provisions from the Iron Throne have begun to fall short of satisfying these 3 ravenous behemoths. The dragon guards, standing alongside Aegon, report their observations regarding Vormissor and the other dragons with a sense of bewilderment. I intend to suggest to Viserys the enhancement of the lair's budget to accommodate the needs of the dragons. Additionally, each afternoon, Gyri and I will guide the dragons to Blackwater Bay for foraging. Regarding the matter of the dragons' increased size, if it does not adversely affect their growth, there is no need for excessive concern. We shall proceed as before. Aegon, with a joyful expression, gently caresses Vormissor's scales and communicates with the dragon guards. Your Highness, it would be prudent to allow Vormissor, Silverwing, and Dreamfire to fly back to Dragonstone, where the intense natural environment would further facilitate their growth. Upon hearing this, Aegon ponders for a moment before turning to the dragon guards, expressing gratitude for their suggestion and affirming that he will consider it. He pats Vormissor's scales, feeling their warmth, and says, I shall return to see you, Vormissor. It is time for you to rest. With that, he signals the dragon guards to lead Vormissor back into the lair and gestures for a nearby attendant to prepare the carriage for their return to the Red Keep. Vormissor gazes at his master, raises his head in a fierce roar, and then turns to follow the dragon guard's guidance back into the lair. Aegon is acutely aware of the phenomena occurring with Vormissor and the others. After successfully taming the dragons, he had repurposed the 3 hunter characteristics left from the initial experiment into a potion, secretly administering it to the 3 dragons. Under the nurturing influence of the hunter's elixir, Vormissor, Silverwing, and Dreamfire have not only experienced enhanced growth rates and stamina, but also a remarkable increase in the intensity and volume of their dragon fire. However, there has been no alteration to the dragon's inherent nature. At least Vormissor remains as irritable as ever. Aegon's carriage progresses along the streets of King's Landing toward the Red Keep, eventually coming to a halt at its entrance. Just as Aegon approaches the carriage, a guard stationed at the entrance strides forward. Your Highness, Prince Viserys requests your presence at the Prime Minister's Tower Conference Hall. Aegon furrowed his brow upon hearing those words, silently striding towards the meeting hall. As he pushed open the grand doors, he beheld Viserys, sitting vacantly in the king's seat, quietly awaiting his brother's arrival. "Viserys, are you well? Your complexion appears rather distressing. Shall I summon the maesters to examine your health?" Aegon inquired with genuine concern as he approached his elder brother. "I am fine, Aegon," Viserys replied, "merely troubled by the matters of the council meeting, which have left me with a throbbing headache." Observing his brother in evident discomfort, Aegon turned and poured 2 goblets of wine, extending one to Viserys. "What vexation has our dear Prime Knight inflicted upon you this time? Since the passing of Maester Basius 3 months ago, when Leon succeeded him as the new Prime Minister, I have not enjoyed a single peaceful night of sleep. Leon's mind is consumed with swords and spears, and now that the Iron Throne is mired in the quagmire of war, he is wholly absorbed in the battlefield of the Stepstone Islands, turning a blind eye to the plight of King's Landing. Our father's grayscale has worsened significantly, encroaching upon his face and lips. Each word he utters brings him excruciating pain from the affliction, and I cannot frequently disturb him. At times, I find myself at a loss as to what to do." Aegon sat beside Viserys, gently sipping from his goblet. Leon was once the greatest knight in the 7 kingdoms. Even now, many ballads extol his bravery and fearlessness. To have Leon, who has wielded a sword all his life, concern himself with the mundane lives of the people in King's Landing seems a cruel fate indeed. Later, I shall visit our father at Maegor's Holdfast and perhaps suggest he appoint a new prime minister, with Corlys commanding the forces beyond the sea, and the abilities of Lord Lyman proving inadequate for the role. You, Aegon, being still youthful, may struggle to command respect. Thus, we are left with Otto. If Otto were to become prime minister, who could then assume the role of the Chancellor of Justice? Otto is naturally austere, meticulous in nature, and possesses a sharp tongue, making him well suited for the position in times of war. However, I have someone in mind who might be more fitting for the role of Chancellor. Who? Lord Herrenberg, the noble Leon Nos, who, in his youth, journeyed to the Citadel for his studies and crafted 6 chains. He possesses a profound understanding of the laws of the 7 kingdoms and would undoubtedly excel as Chancellor of Justice. Leon Nos is indeed a commendable candidate, Viserys mused, contemplating his brother's words. I shall later compile a letter detailing Leon's conduct and the recommendation of Leon Nos, entrusting it to the maesters of Maegor's Holdfast for our father's consideration. Moreover, there is another matter. Our cousin, Ser Corlys Valerion, has written to inform us that Daemon is disobeying orders and has taken to the skies with his dragon, causing the forces to retreat to the Isle of the Dwarfs. He demands that the Iron Throne send someone to reprimand Daemon and ensure he adheres to military commands. Upon hearing this, Aegon inhaled deeply, drained his goblet of wine, and set it down heavily upon the table. It appears our esteemed sea snake has set his sights on my vomisol. Viserys cast a perplexed glance at Aegon, inquiring about the matter at hand. Daemon is our half-brother, and we are both aware of his temperament. Daemon has always been fiercely competitive and unyielding. With Corlys retreating to the Isle of the Dwarfs, Daemon's eagerness to vanquish the realm of the 3 daughters will undoubtedly put him at odds with Corlys. Should the Iron Throne dispatch a messenger to reprimand him, unless it is one of us, Daemon, in his fury, may very well strike him down with a single blow. At present, you must assume our father's role in stabilizing King's Landing. The only way to fulfill Lord Corlys' objectives is for me to command Vagger to the Narrow Sea. Once I am sent as a messenger to the Stepstones, Corlys will surely request Vagger's assistance on the battlefield. In the past, our grandfather, uncle, and father prevailed in the war against Dorne with merely 3 dragons. With Vagger alongside Malays and Caraxes, the mercenaries and pirate forces of the 3 daughters will likely struggle to withstand our might. If another envoy is dispatched, and a conflict arises between Daemon and that envoy, Corlys could easily deflect the blame for the defeat onto Daemon, thus avoiding condemnation from the 7 kingdoms. He could then propose that the Iron Throne send Vagger for support, further safeguarding the strength of the tides. Aegon poured himself another cup of wine, taking a delicate sip before continuing. If we consider the worst-case scenario, should Daemon and I both perish in the war, Rena and Syrax are far too young, and Gaery's innocence renders her unfit for the battlefield. The royal power would once again diminish. Our cousin, Lord Corlys, would likely seize the opportunity to advocate for his children to become the new dragon riders, citing the long-standing alliance between the Valerions and Targaryens as a reason to better protect the Targaryen dynasty. Corlys Valerion truly lives up to his title as the Sea Snake. Listening to his brother's exposition regarding the Sea Snake's machinations, Viserys pressed his forehead in anguish. By the 7 hells, Corlys has ensnared us thoroughly. What if the Iron Throne chooses to disregard Corlys' complaints against Daemon, postponing the matter until after the conflict at the Stepstones? Feudal Viserys. Even if we ignore Corlys' accusations this time, there will certainly be a second or even a third. If the Iron Throne continues to overlook these matters, word will spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and the nobility will only question the competence of the Iron Throne and the Council. It appears I must journey to the Stepstones. Viserys raised his head, looking steadfastly at his brother. I cannot permit you to go to the Stepstones, Aegon. I shall write to Corlys to explain and simultaneously soothe Daemon's temper. Unless father commands Vagger to the battlefield, I will not allow both of my brothers to venture into war. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks at the door interrupted the conversation between Viserys and Aegon. Prince Viserys. Prince Aegon, His Majesty urgently summons you both to Maegor's Holdfast. 3 days hence, on the Stony Steppes Archipelago, at the encampment of Westeros on the diminutive island. A dragon soared above, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. The remnants of vessels on the beach smoldered, their flames gradually extinguished by the caressing sea breeze. Meanwhile, the camp resembled a powder keg, ready to ignite. Under the leadership of Daemon, the soldiers of Westeros unsheathed their long swords, advancing toward the tent of Corlys. Where is Corlys? Daemon bellowed, akin to a raging bull, gripping his Valyrian steel sword. Dark Sister, as he stormed toward Corlys' tent. The soldiers of House Balerion drew their swords to confront Daemon, attempting to halt his advance. Rhaenys, having just returned from surveying the stony steppes upon her dragon, beheld her cousin leading the soldiers with a gleaming blade, intent on breaching her husband's tent. What are you doing, Daemon? Put down your sword, she exclaimed, stepping forward to obstruct Daemon's path. You ought to inquire of your dear husband about his misdeeds, cousin. Were it not for overhearing the soldiers' discussions, I would still be in the dark. Daemon seethed, his gaze fixed on Corlys, who emerged from the tent. Rhaenys turned to her husband, inhaling deeply before addressing Daemon. Sheath your sword, Daemon. No matter the circumstances, it cannot justify raising your weapon against family. With that, she fixed her gaze on Corlys, stating, Corlys, you and Daemon must enter the tent. We need to discuss matters. She gestured for both side soldiers to lower their weapons and return to the camp, then strode directly into Corlys' tent. Daemon, still seething, reluctantly retracted his sword, shouldering past Corlys as he followed her inside. Once within the tent, Rhaenys inquired, what has transpired? Cousin, you must question your beloved husband about his actions, Daemon retorted. Rhaenys turned to Corlys, her eyes expectant for his explanation. Corlys regarded his wife and replied, in light of Daemon's disobedience during the nocturnal assault on Bloodstone Island, where he recklessly commanded a dragon to attack the encampment, plunging our efforts into chaos, I have already sent word to the Iron Throne, demanding repercussions for Daemon's conduct. Is our current predicament on the diminutive island due to my unilateral dragon strike against the realm of the Three Daughters? Daemon erupted, seizing Corlys by the collar and shouting, your wretched strategy has allowed the soldiers of the Three Daughters to entrench themselves on Bloodstone and Grey Gallows Islands, engaging our dragons in a stalemate. Innocent soldiers have perished in the charge. It has nearly been half a year since we departed King's Landing for the Stony Steppes. Yet we have failed to capture either Bloodstone or Grey Gallows. To date, we have achieved nothing. Had you heeded my counsel, Rhaenys and I could have ridden Malays and Caraxes directly to Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh, laying their cities to ruin. Why must our soldiers sacrifice their lives in the depths of this archipelago? Chapter 36. Support calm down, Rhaenys interjected hastily, stepping forward to separate Daemon and Corlys, preventing further escalation of their conflict. War is not as simple as you might think, Daemon. While Melias and Corlys may have the power to lay waste to the kingdom of the Three Daughters, they cannot eradicate every single soul within it. The remnants of the kingdom will undoubtedly seek vengeance, fortifying the Stepstones and disrupting our maritime routes. The inhabitants of the free cities will shun the ships of Westeros due to the massacre, leading to severe repercussions on both livelihood and taxation. Even the people of Essos may unite against us. Corlys looked at Daemon, exasperation etched on his face as he explained the dire situation. The most prudent course of action would be to seize the Stepstones and establish a defensive line, using it as a base to systematically conquer Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr. I have already dispatched word of the kingdom of the Three Daughters' transgressions against His Majesty to the coastal city-states, ensuring that all are aware we fight for revenge. Cities like Pentos, Volantis, and even distant Bravos will not willingly engage in this vendetta. In a fit of rage, Daemon drew his Valyrian steel sword and cleaved the table in two. Your cautious approach has left us languishing on this diminutive island for half a year, unable to deal with the vermin lurking in its depths. Had it not been for your reckless dragon assault, that night I would have captured Bloodstone. Rhaenys, witnessing the two men, akin to cockfighting roosters, unwilling to yield, bellowed in fury, "Enough. You both need to be silent." She pointed an accusatory finger at Daemon. Corlys had previously requested you wait for his signal before launching your dragon attack. Your impatience led to our failure that night, and that is a fact. And you, Corlys, regardless of how astute your strategic design may be, the current stalemate, the losses in ships, armaments, and soldiers are undeniable. As the commander of this war, you bear an inescapable responsibility. Under Rhaenys' fierce maternal roar, Daemon and Corlys finally ceased their quarrel. Yet, they continued to glare at each other defiantly, attempting to validate their stances through sheer will. Rhaenys, observing the two men now seated in a huff, continued, "You both need to collect yourselves. The mercenaries and pirate legions of the Three Daughters still hold the stepstones. We cannot afford to bicker amongst ourselves before we have vanquished our enemy. Do you wish to become the subject of ridicule among the Seven Kingdoms?" A deep, resonant dragon roar interrupted their discussion, and both Daemon and Rhaenys recognized it as belonging to none other than a creature not of Melia's or Corlys. Corlys was the first to step out of the tent and gaze skyward. Above the encampment of the Westerosi forces, a colossal beast with bronze scales soared. "It is Vagger." Daemon and Rhaenys exchanged a glance, an unsettling premonition swirling in the hearts of all present. Outside the camp, with a resounding thud, Wormesal descended before the gates, carrying Aegon, who was hastily greeted by the Corlys couple and Daemon. "Welcome to the Gnome Island camp," Aegon said, stepping forward to embrace Aegon as he dismounted from Wormesal, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you for your warm welcome, Lord Corlys." Before Aegon could finish his words, Daemon stepped closer, his eagerness evident as he inquired, "What brings you to the battlefield of the Stepstone Islands, Aegon?" "Let us speak inside," Aegon replied, gesturing for Wormesal to seek sustenance in the nearby waters. Guided by Corlys, the group proceeded to the tent of Corlys. Once seated within the tent, Aegon addressed the assembly, stating, "My father has dispatched me to command Wormesal for support, insisting we must swiftly deliver a crushing blow to the armies of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, ensuring the Stepstone Islands remain firmly in our grasp." Rhaenys, observing Aegon's grave demeanor, questioned, "Is it a logistical issue, or is there something more pressing? Why would my uncle urgently demand a swift defeat of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters?" As Rhaenys' query echoed in the ears of the attendees, both Corlys and Daemon turned their curious gazes towards Aegon, awaiting his response. "My father's condition is deteriorating," Aegon revealed somberly. "The scholar has indicated that within 3 months, at the latest, he will depart from us to return to the embrace of the gods." "Oh, my heavens," Rhaenys murmured, her expression heavy with sorrow as she closed her eyes. Since her father's passing, although her grandfather, Jaehaerys, had stripped her of her claim to the throne, naming her uncle Balon the heir to the Iron Throne, Rhaenys had never harbored resentment towards her uncle. She understood that her uncle Balon's anguish over their father's death was no less profound than her own. Her grandmother, Alysanne, once recounted how her uncle had mournfully confided in her, "I have slain 1,000 foes, yet cannot bring him back." Now, her uncle too would soon depart from the family. And what of the new scholar Rhaenyra? Daemon interjected, frustration lacing his voice. "Did not the Citadel recommend him as a replacement for Vagger? Why has he not cured our father's gayscale, allowing it to spread and threaten his life? Are scholars merely filled with knowledge yet devoid of practical skill?" Daemon's rage erupted, unable to reconcile the impending loss of his valiant father, the renowned Balon, from their lives. Aegon approached Daemon, grasping his arm tightly, and implored, "Calm yourself. Daemon, our father would not wish to see his brave son reduced to this state. All of this is the doing of those 3 treacherous city-states. What we can do now is bury this sorrow deep within our hearts, and, on the battlefield, reclaim our losses with our blades and dragons." Turning to the silent Corlys, Aegon continued, "I have come bearing the command of His Majesty, Balon I, King of the Undulls, the Roiner and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the realm. The Iron Throne has dispatched the dragon Vormesor and the fleet from Gulltown to provide support, with a mandate to seize the Stone Steps Islands at all costs within a month. We must establish these islands as our stronghold, after which the Iron Throne will continue to send reinforcements to construct fortifications, watchtowers, and defensive works, ensuring that the straits are firmly under our control. I shall ride the dragon ahead, while the Gulltown fleet is expected to arrive in a few days. My father is concerned that upon his passing, Viserys will be unable to quell the cries for peace from the nobles and vassals within the realm, thus urging us to swiftly capture the Stone Steps Islands to clear the straits and achieve an initial victory." Aegon, The pirates and mercenaries of the Three Daughters Kingdom are currently holed up in the tunnels of Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island, making it impossible for us to eradicate them completely. Lord Corlys, sometimes relentless pursuit is not the only solution. We might consider alternative approaches to resolve this dilemma. Chapter 37. The Clash. My wife, Rhaenys, rides Melias and patrols the Straits of the Stone Steps Islands daily, alongside the warships of House Balerion, effectively blockading the supply routes of the Three Daughters Kingdom to Grey Gallows Island and Bloodstone Island. Rhaenys steps aside to fetch a wine jug, preparing libations for those present, and carries a tray of goblets towards the assembly. Corlys takes a cup filled with golden wine from the tray in her hands, sips delicately, and continues. However, the Three Daughters Kingdom had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies underground on Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island at the onset of the war. Even with the supply lines blocked, the abundant resources beneath the islands are sufficient for the current forces of the Three Daughters Kingdom to persist in their resistance. Now, the so-called crab feeder, Prince of the Three Daughters Kingdom, Commander Claes Stadhol, personally defends the intricate caves beneath Bloodstone Island, engaging in a desperate struggle against us. It will not be an easy task to coax this wretched crab to the surface. Daemon, listening to Corlys, regards him with disdain and retorts, "As long as there is ample bait, I doubt that crab will resist the hook. What are you planning, Daemon?" Corlys shoots a sharp glance at him. To which Daemon continues, "We have a formidable fleet and 3 dragons, yet the vermin beneath Bloodstone Island are unaware of Aegon and Vormessor's arrival. If I were to venture alone to Bloodstone Island and surrender to Daemon, I believe he would seize this singular opportunity to emerge from his lair and greet the sunlight at sea. Daemon employs brutal methods to suppress his pirates and mercenaries. If we can find the chance to sever Daemon's head, the morale of the Three Daughters Kingdom's forces will instantly collapse. At that point, the undisciplined and dishonorable pirates and mercenaries on Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island would surrender en masse, allowing us to easily conquer the Stone Steps Islands." Aegon stares intently at Daemon, stating, "That is far too perilous, Daemon. One misstep could result in your demise on Bloodstone Island. This is the swiftest method, Aegon. Do you possess a better alternative?" Aegon surveyed the gathered assembly, drained the crystalline golden wine from his chalice, and spoke in a somber tone. The hazy dawn was shrouded by dense fog emanating from the sea, enveloping the skies above Bloodstone Island. The remnants of war lingered in the air, the beach stained crimson with blood, as the recently retreated soldiers of Westeros departed the battlefield aboard their vessels. Meanwhile, Dahar's subordinates were meticulously recovering arrows and salvageable supplies from the sands. It had been 2 weeks since Aegon last rode his dragon into battle, and the forces of Westeros had adopted an uncharacteristic strategy of relentless nocturnal harassment against Dahar's troops. The supply of arrows within Bloodstone Island had diminished significantly, placing immense psychological strain upon the soldiers. Dahar, with bloodshot eyes, forced himself to command his men in clearing the coastal battlefield when suddenly a fearsome roar reverberated across Bloodstone Island. Dahar immediately glanced skyward, witnessing Rhaenys astride Meleys unleashing torrents of dragon fire upon the soldiers of the Three Daughters Kingdom who were attempting to cleanse the battlefield. "Retreat quickly to the caves," commanded Dahar's officers, urging the remnants of their forces to seek refuge underground. Rhaenys observed the soldiers of the Three Daughters Kingdom as they vanished into the depths, and with a pat on Meleys' scaled back, signaled for the dragon to continue its aerial patrol over Bloodstone Island, preventing any from emerging from their hideouts. Fuming, Dahar struck the cavern wall with a clenched fist upon seeing Meleys circling above. Despite having carved several defensive caverns into the crescent cliffs each night, the soldiers of Westeros mounted attacks, brandishing makeshift soldiers crafted from damp cloths soaked in seawater and straw under the dim light of the moon. Unable to discern between the enemy's pirates and mercenaries, they could only frantically unleash arrows towards the forces of Westeros. Conversely, the soldiers of Westeros utilized the decoys before them, while simultaneously clearing away the arrows shot by the forces of the Three Daughters Kingdom and the weapons of their fallen comrades. To thwart Dahar's replenishment of arrows, Aegon had dispatched 3 dragons to patrol incessantly by day, ensuring Dahar's men remained confined to the shadows. Under the relentless night assaults from the soldiers of Westeros, the depletion of arrows, armor, and other supplies became dire, compounded by a lack of metals and ores on the island. Now, Dahar's armament reserves were nearing a critical state. The Valyrian fleet maintained a vigilant watch over the shipping lanes, effectively severing the supply lines to Bloodstone Island. If this continued, within 3 to 5 days, Dahar's forces would be left to cower within their caves, awaiting the inevitable entombment by the hands of the Westerosi. Reluctantly, Dahar summoned his remaining commanders and declared, "Tonight, under the cover of darkness, you shall embark secretly from the underground caverns of Bloodstone Island to seek aid in Tyrosh. Convince the Lord of Tyrosh and the gluttonous members of the High Council to devise every possible means to ensure supplies reach us on Bloodstone Island." As one of the 9 great free trade city-states and a member of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, Tyros, situated on the northern islands of the Stepstone Archipelago, has emerged as a crucial logistics hub amid the ongoing war in the region. Merchant vessels from Lys and Mir continuously ferry supplies to this city, renowned for its mercenaries, slaves, and pirates, and further transport them to the battlefields of the Stepstone Islands via Tyros's cargo ships. In these dire times, the beleaguered Dar must place its hopes in the Tyrosian lord's ability to safely deliver military provisions to Bloodstone Island. That night, as the roar of the dragon Kalaksh echoed once more over Bloodstone Island, the soldiers of Westeros stealthily approached the sandy shores under the cover of darkness, shields raised, charging towards the caverns where Dar's forces lay concealed. The sporadic arrows from Bloodstone Island struck the shields of the Westerosi soldiers. Yet the archers of the Three Daughters could not impede their advance. In a fit of fury, Dar emerged from the cave, bellowing, "Soldiers, draw your blades and slay these wretches from Westeros." Led by the sea serpent, Corlys, the troops readied themselves, rallying under his command to meet the onslaught of soldiers from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. "Raise your shields and charge." The Westerosi soldiers lifted their shields to fend off the blades of pirates and mercenaries from the Three Daughters. Their comrades behind them wielded long spears and swords, thrusting fiercely at the enemies shielded by their defenses. The clash of swords and the cries of battle resounded across the beach as the soldiers systematically harvested their foes. Dar's soldiers fell like harvested grain upon the sandy expanse. Realizing the dire situation, Dar sounded the horn, signaling a retreat into the caves to hold their ground while seeking opportunities to reclaim dominion over the island. Chapter 38. Encirclement and Reinforcement. The midday sun cast its golden rays upon the estate of the Lord of Tyros. Within the confines of the estate, members of the High Council were embroiled in heated debate. Cursed dragons have incinerated all vessels attempting to traverse the Stepstone Archipelago, and now the other free cities are dispatching envoys demanding reparations from our kingdom for their losses. How can we be held accountable for the destruction wrought by the dragons of the Iron Throne across the strait? It is your despicable actions, Myrish folk, that have provoked the Targaryens with the vile grayscale. Now all of Essos despises our vessels and caravans, fearing they too will contract the disease. Had we not delayed that old dragon at the Red Keep with the grayscale, the dragon known as Vagger would have surely reduced our kingdom to ashes, and we would all be returning to the embrace of the gods. The Lord of Tyros gazed upon the agitated council members, the veins in his forehead bulging, and in a fit of rage, he covered his brow with his hand and shouted, "Silence your tongues. Should you fail to comply, I shall sever his tongue myself." The furious Lord Tyros of the High Council glared down upon the assembly, flanked by soldiers brandishing their blades, compelling the council members into a hushed obedience. Dahar has sent forth a plea for aid. Bloodstone Island is besieged by the soldiers of Westeros and is on the brink of disaster. We must dispatch forces to support Dahar immediately, lest the stone steps fall into the hands of that sea serpent, rendering our 3 city-states doomed to misery henceforth. The envoy from Lys proclaimed, casting a wary glance at Lord Tyros. The Iron Throne has dispatched dragons to patrol the shipping lanes surrounding the stone steps, and any vessel attempting to traverse the narrow sea is met with fiery assault from these dragons, leaving no means to deliver supplies to Bloodstone Island. Then devise a solution. If you are incapable, prepare to watch as the dragons turn your estates and possessions to ash. Lord Tyros bellowed, his face flushed with rage as he addressed the assembly. What of that Lysian harlot, who bears Targaryen blood? Could she not be seized to coerce the dragons into retreat? The envoy from Lys scoffed, eyeing the panicked council members. That woman sold her possessions and departed to Volantis long before the war commenced. Only you fools would believe that the Iron Throne across the narrow sea would still recognize her as a princess. What are we to do now? If the stone steps fall, the Iron Throne's fleet will surely advance to Tyros with haste, one member lamented. Perhaps we should unite with the other free cities and seek terms with the Iron Throne. Even if we wished for peace, those Targaryen lunatics may not acquiesce, considering we struck first against their king. As the council began to erupt into chaos once more, Lord Tyros shattered a goblet upon the ground, declaring, even in seeking peace, we must first inflict pain upon the Targaryens. Otherwise, they will rend us limb from limb. Mobilize all available vessels in the harbor, load them with supplies, and set sail for the stone steps. Disperse to support Dahar. If even one ship reaches Bloodstone Island, the sacrifice of the others will not be in vain. At the command of Aegon, the battle-hardened bronze beast unleashed its dragon fire upon the supply vessels from Tyros heading towards Bloodstone Island, reducing them to cinders. The Valerian fleet, adorned with the banner of the seahorse, unfurled their sails and charged headlong into the remaining supply ships. Designed with great care by the sea serpent, Corlys, these formidable warships, with their robust keels and sharp prows, epitomized both strength and elegance. Weissman Balerion, nephew of Corlys, stood at the bow, rallying the soldiers of Tidehead Island to prepare for the impending boarding battle. With a resounding crash, the grand warship of House Valerion breached the hull of the supply vessel belonging to the Three Daughters' Kingdom, leaving a gaping hole. The soldiers of House Valerion, clad in leather armor, unsheathed their swords, casting grappling hooks amidst the protective rain of arrows from their comrades. They swiftly laid planks across to the supply ship, rushing to board its deck, thus initiating the most common yet brutal melee combat upon the high seas. Like a relentless tide, the Valyrian soldiers surged towards the supply vessel, their blades tearing through the throats of the soldiers from the Three Daughters' Kingdom. Aegon soared majestically above the waters atop Vagger, observing as the elite Valyrian troops effortlessly overran the supply ships from the Three Daughters' Kingdom. He patted Vagger, commanding the bronze beast to turn back towards Bloodstone Island. Following their successful siege of the encampment at the surface of Bloodstone Island, the dwindling arrows of the Dollar forces left them helplessly watching as the soldiers of Westeros sealed the cave's exit with boulders and earth. To thwart any desperate counterattacks from Dollar, Aegon prudently left the largest cave entrance at the cliff's base, surrounded by Westerosi soldiers, unsealed. Although Dollar still possessed a few concealed entrances that had yet to be discovered by the soldiers of Westeros, the narrow exits could not accommodate a swift escape. To prevent Dollar from launching a surprise assault by digging through the sealed caves, Aegon had strategically arranged for soldiers to dig deep pits beside the sealed entrances and place large barrels within, manning them to listen for any sounds from the caves and guard against sudden attacks. As a dragon's roar echoed through the skies of Bloodstone Island, Vagger descended into the encampment. Aegon dismounted and made his way directly to the council tent of the sea snake, Corlys. Upon entering, he could hear Corlys' laughter from afar. "I could hear your laughter from quite a distance, Corlys," Aegon remarked as he approached a nearby table, poured himself a cup of wine, and took a seat. "Aegon, following your strategy, we have deceived Dollar under the cover of night with dummies, exhausting his supply of arrows. Now, Dollar beneath Bloodstone Island is like a fish on the cutting board, ready to be captured at any moment. Moreover, in accordance with your plan, we allowed the vessels seeking aid from Dollar to pass. Now, the members of the Supreme Council of the Three Daughters' Kingdom, upon receiving Dollar's plea for assistance, are incessantly sending supply ships to the battlefield, effectively marching them to their doom, excluding the vessels incinerated by the Three Dragons. The ships and supplies we have seized through boarding actions ensure that we can continue our fight for an entire year without relying on the support of the Iron Throne." Observing the jubilant Corlys, Aegon drained his cup of wine and stated, "Such days will not last long, Corlys. The members of the Three Daughters' Kingdom are not foolish. It will not be long before they realize the truth. It is time for us to commence our next plan." Chapter 39, Fine Wine a Thick. Impenetrable fog enveloped the sky above Bloodstone Island, and the moon quietly withdrew its luminous presence. The encampment of the Westerosi army on Bloodstone Island was illuminated by torches and bonfires, casting light upon the ground nearby. The gentle waves caressed the rocks surrounding the island, while a battered supply ship from Tyrosh silently drifted into the hidden natural cave beneath the cliffs of Bloodstone Island, a concealed harbor belonging to the kingdom of the Three Daughters. As the heavy anchor was cast overboard, the Tyroshi soldiers aboard the vessel secured it at the dock within the cave. The guards stationed in the cave observed the approaching supply ship and promptly ignited their torches. Encircling the vessel, Simon, the young captain from Tyrosh, swiftly traversed the gangplank to the dock, calling out to the men of Dahar to assist in unloading the supplies from Tyrosh. "Brothers, hasten to send a few men to bring down the cargo from the ship. This time we have brought the exquisite green honey wine from Liss, a rare delight we seldom have the pleasure to taste." Upon hearing that a supply ship had successfully breached the defenses and arrived at the hidden dock beneath the cliffs of Bloodstone Island, Dahar immediately approached with his soldiers. Gazing at the young captain, whose hair bore hues of pink and purple, and whose beard was green, Dahar inquired, "Are you from Tyrosh?" Confronted by the fierce demeanor of the crab feeder, Simon hastily bowed before Dahar, and, with a peculiar Valyrian accent, spoke in the Tyroshi tongue. "Esteemed prince, I am Simon from Tyrosh, sent by the Lord of Tyrosh and the Supreme Council to deliver wine and medicines for the troops stationed on Bloodstone Island. Dahar furrowed his brow, fixing an intense gaze upon the captain. My correspondence with the Lord of Tyrosh clearly stated that I require arrows, swords, and metal ores. Why have you brought only wine and medicine? In response to Dahar's unfriendly inquiry, Simon's expression grew somber as he quietly explained, Your Highness. The Lord of Tyrosh and the Supreme Council requisitioned all vessels docked in the harbor to ensure the supplies reached your hands. Each ship was organized into groups of 5, carrying wine, medicines, food, swords, armor, leather gear, arrows, and oars. However, the madmen of House Targaryen, wielding dragons, have blockaded the shipping routes. To successfully deliver the supplies to Bloodstone Island, we had no choice but to depart in previously assigned groups, attempting to evade the assaults of the dragons and the blockade of their fleet. Though we managed to elude the Targaryens amidst the thick fog, we were exposed to the eyes of the Westerosi soldiers as we approached Bloodstone Island. Fortunately, with no moon or stars tonight, the soldiers could not discern the number of vessels that had arrived at Bloodstone Island. To ensure that your men receive the necessary treatment, we had to divert the Westerosi soldiers' pursuit with several other ships. The vessel laden with pharmaceuticals stealthily entered the harbor. Observing the peculiar Captain Simon of the Tylosian ship speaking with a strange accent about the successful arrival at Bloodstone Island, Dahar's fury erupted as he delivered a resounding slap across Simon's face. Fool, what I require are arrows and swords, not these wretched spirits and medicaments. Without sufficient arrows and swords, my soldiers are akin to sharks deprived of their fangs. After enduring the perilous journey through the Targaryen defenses, this is what you present to me. One of Dahar's commanders stepped forward, attempting to placate him. Your Highness, the situation has reached a critical juncture. Even if you were to slay him, it would avail us nothing. Instead, let the soldiers indulge in revelry, for it may provide us the opportunity to counterattack and reclaim the encampment on Bloodstone Island. Dahar, breathing heavily, fixed a steely gaze upon the self-satisfied Tylosian captain before retreating into the depths of the cave to rest. The vice commander, observing Dahar's departure, placed a comforting arm around Captain Simon's shoulder. Brother, your cargo of wine has indeed saved our lives. The soldiers of Westeros have been like rabid dogs, cornering us in the depths of Bloodstone Island. Lord Dahar, in his endeavor to contend with the forces above, has severely rationed all provisions. Our throats have long since parched. With your entire ship of fine wine, we shall indulge ourselves tonight. Laughter erupted among the assembled soldiers, who were predominantly pirates from the Stonedrake Isles and mercenaries traversing the realm of the Three Daughters. They were notorious for their vices, drunkenness, debauchery, murder, and arson. Each was a scoundrel of the highest order. Now, under the oppressive thumb of Dahar's regime, they cowered in the subterranean depths of Bloodstone Island, rife with discontent. Had they not feared capture and execution by the patrolling Westerosi fleet, they would have fled this accursed place long ago. The soldiers hastily collaborated with the reinforcements to unload the precious wine, which was then transported through the port to the winding caverns beneath Bloodstone Island, arriving at Dahar's stronghold. The pirates and scum, long hidden away, erupted into wild celebration upon the sight of the exquisite wine. They surged forward, eagerly grasping the newly arrived bottles and drinking heartily, the air thick with the fragrance of fine spirits. Some even shed their garments, pouring the wine over their heads in ecstatic abandon. Witnessing this chaotic revelry, Captain Simon, the purveyor of supplies, quietly slipped away from the scene. The following morning, as dawn's light filtered through the water's surface into the subterranean cavern, Dahar awoke. The unusual tranquility outside the cave piqued his suspicion. He unsheathed the long sword resting beside his bed and stealthily approached the hall where the pirates typically congregated. Inhaling the intoxicating aroma wafting from the depths of the cavern, he silently cursed the young captain from Talos. Had it not been for the useless provisions of liquor he had sent, the mercenaries and pirates of the kingdom of the Third Daughter would not have succumbed to drunkenness and become so utterly disorganized as to enter the grand hall. He surveyed the soldiers reeking of alcohol, their thunderous snores echoing throughout, and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Sheathing his longsword, he approached one of the inebriated soldiers, grasped his hair, and forcefully slapped his face. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated through the cavern, yet the soldier showed no signs of awakening. Useless duh. This is a concoction I personally prepared, ensuring they would remain in slumber for days on end. Chapter 40. The punishment of piercing listening to the sounds behind him. He drew his long sword and swung it backward. The sharp blade of the Valyrian steel sword severed Da's own weapon, and under the command of its master, Demon, the famed Valyrian blade, Dark Sister, effortlessly cut through Da's arm. His severed limb fell to the floor of the fragrant hall, blood splattering across the faces of the slumbering soldiers. Observing the wailing duh, Aegon slowly bent down and spoke. Does the illustrious crab feeder, Prince Mill, and the esteemed admiral of the kingdom of the third daughter, Lord Duh, find pleasure in this carefully prepared gift? The sea serpent, Corlys, led the soldiers from Westeros with sharp strides into the underground stronghold. At Corlys' command, the soldiers raised their swords, beheading the pirates and mercenaries of the kingdom of the third daughter, who had succumbed to the drugs Aegon had secretly introduced into their drinks, sending them back into the embrace of the gods. Corlys approached Daemon and Aegon, casting a glance at the lamenting Duh, and with a look of satisfaction remarked, "It seems our exquisite wine has successfully ensnared these scoundrels into a blissful dream from which they shall never awaken. Bloodstone Island shall henceforth have no ties to the kingdom of the third daughter." Daemon wiped Dark Sister with a cloth, gazing at the fallen Duh, and remarked, "This fellow is quite the nuisance. I might as well sever his head." Amidst the sounds of swords severing spinal cords mingled with Duh's cries, Aegon calmly replied, "A living Duh holds far greater value than a dead one. I shall pierce him with a spear, penetrating from his rear to his throat, and display him before the caverns of Grey Gallows Island, forcing him to emit anguished cries, so that the pirates and mercenaries of that wretched kingdom may witness the fate that befalls those who oppose the Targaryens." Captain Simon of the supply ship from Tyrosh gazed fearfully at the brutal assembly before him. He cautiously approached Aegon and said, "My lord, I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me. Shouldn't I? Ha ha ha." Aegon turned to the Tyroshi, who had been captured by the Valyrian fleet and had betrayed Daenerys to save his own life, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he replied, "Oh? And what is it that you desire?" A sheen of sweat broke out on Simon's forehead, his expression anxious as he implored, "My lord, you previously promised that if I fulfilled your task, you would relieve me of the poison within me." Aegon, observing Simon's frantic demeanor, smiled and inquired, "Do you truly believe there exists a potent toxin that inflicts excruciating death only days after ingestion?" Simon, gazing at Aegon's playful countenance, stammered, "My lord, are you implying?" Beside him, Daemon rolled his eyes and remarked, as if toying with a mouse, "Aegon has been deceiving you from the very beginning, fool. What sort of deadly toxin doesn't act immediately? Oh dear, Daemon, why must you reveal the truth to him?" Ha! Simon, struck as if by lightning, stared blankly at the Targaryen brothers. "Indeed, I was deceiving you. The potion I frightened you into consuming was merely a bitter medicine used to treat patients," Aegon retorted, amusement dancing in his eyes as Simon listened, veins throbbing on his forehead. With widened eyes, he uttered each word deliberately. "I am grateful for your mercy, my lord, allowing me to abandon the shadows and serve you. I seek nothing more than for you to spare my life, allowing me to return home to Tyrosh aboard my vessel." Upon hearing Simon's pleas for mercy, Aegon waved his hand dismissively and exchanged a knowing glance with Daemon, turning to walk toward Corlys, who was tallying captives and spoils. Simon, bewildered, looked at Daemon, who drew his sword with swift precision. The sharp Valyrian steel severed Simon's neck, and his head fell to the ground with a resounding thud. "Ha! A complete fool," Daemon remarked, sheathing his sword as he surveyed the subterranean cavern. "Our dear crab feeder is somewhat misnamed. I believe he ought to be called the Burrower. Just look at this intricate maze of tunnels and caves. It seems the entire Bloodstone Island has been hollowed out by him." Daemon walked alongside Aegon as they ascended through the caverns. Ignoring Daemon's jibe at Daenerys, Aegon continued, "Though it took some time, we have finally secured Bloodstone Island. I have sent a raven to the Iron Throne, awaiting the arrival of scholars and laborers to construct the castle and watchtower. Now, both Daenerys and Bloodstone Island are entirely under our control, and the Grey Gallows Island is also firmly within our grasp. Once the Isle of Greyjoy has fallen, it seems that our endeavors in the War of the Stepstone Islands are coming to a halt." Hearing the words spilling from Aegon's mouth, Daemon seized Aegon's arm with an unyielding expression and retorted, "What do you mean by coming to a halt? Are we not to next conquer Tylosai, Myr, and Lys, reducing the realm of the three daughters to mere ashes? Is there something you are concealing from me, Aegon?" Gazing at Daemon, ablaze with fury, Aegon gently removed Daemon's hand from his arm and replied with measured calm, "Do you recall the moment I arrived at the camp of the little folk, where I announced Father's decree to you, cousin Rhaenys, and Corlys?" Daemon, brimming with indignation, lifted his chin defiantly and responded, "Of course I remember. How could I ever forget Father's command?" Observing Daemon's obstinacy, Aegon continued, "Father explicitly stated that we must firmly seize the Stepstone Islands within a month. Do you understand why he imposed such a time frame upon us?" Is it because those nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, whose minds have been muddled by the harlots of the three daughters, are voicing their dissent, seeking to persuade the Iron Throne to withdraw? Daemon scornfully criticized the nobility of Westeros, with the grayscale now creeping to the corners of Father's mouth. Each utterance from his lips is fraught with agony and torment. Presently, Viserys stands alone, upholding the Iron Throne, allowing us to fight without concern for our backs. King's Landing now resembles a volcano, poised to erupt at any moment following Father's demise. We must return to aid our brother, Daemon. As he listened to his brother recount the pain their father endures and the torment faced by their elder brother Viserys, Daemon lowered his head in resignation. Once Greyjoy has been subdued, we shall ride our dragons back to King's Landing. Chapter 41. Surrender. The waves crashed against the blood-stained sands of Greyjoy Isle, while Vormissel, Melias, and Corlys circled above, their roars resonating throughout the isle. Ships unfurled sails emblazoned with the image of a black field adorned with 3 red dragons, a horse's head, a fish's tail, and a crescent moon with a majestic eagle. Knights from the 7 kingdoms of Westeros commanded fleets from the Iron Throne, Driftmark, and Saltshore, encircling the remaining unclaimed islands of the Stepstone Archipelago. The mercenaries and pirates of the realm of the Three Daughters trembled as they beheld the hellish scene upon the beach. Some wept inconsolably, others fell silent, and a few dropped their weapons in a daze. Upon the beach, soldiers of the realm, led by Daharl, met a brutal fate. Impaled upon wooden stakes that thrust skyward from their mouths, standing grimly upon the sands of Greyjoy Isle, some pirates and mercenaries, still clinging to life, writhed in agony as their blood flowed slowly down the stakes, their cries echoing in despair. The pungent scent of blood attracted the seagulls circling overhead, eager to feast upon their flesh. The soldiers of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, who persist in their struggle against the forces of Westeros on Greyjoy Island, gazed upon the hellish scene before them, with Dahar at its center, following their commander, who bore a white flag. They emerged from the depths in a dazed procession onto the beach. Hovering in the sky, Wormissol, Melias, and Karaku descended upon the beach, where the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters were encircled by the soldiers of Westeros. These soldiers, trembling with fear, knelt upon the ground, their eyes fixed upon the leader of the Westerosi forces atop a dragon. It was then that Aegon, seated upon Wormissol's back, addressed the soldiers below, instructing them to notify Bloodstone Island to send emissaries to accept the captives and to station guards there. He commanded that ravens be dispatched to inform the Iron Throne of the victory at the Stepstone Islands. "We shall soon return home," he proclaimed. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, within the Red Keep of Blackwater Bay, the newly appointed hand of the king, Sir Otto Hightower, convened with the new Minister of Justice, Leono Stroud, the Minister of Finance, Linman Bisberry, the captain of the King's Guard, Lion Red, and the newly appointed Grand Maester, Rintel, at the conference table as they awaited the arrival of the regent, Prince Viserys Targaryen. As the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside the hall, Viserys entered, wielding the Blackfire's sword, flanked by the King's Guard, and took his place at the table with purposeful strides. Once seated and the meeting commenced, the attendees placed their representative spheres into the designated recesses before them, awaiting Sir Otto to initiate the council. Our master of ships and commander on the battlefield at the Stepstone Islands, Lord Corlys, has sent word that, with the aid of Prince Aegon, our forces have successfully captured the crucial Bloodstone Island and Greyjoy Island. The remaining territories are faltering under the onslaught of the United Fleet, and the entirety of the Stepstone Islands has now become the domain of House Targaryen. Viserys interjected, his expression grave, inquiring about the specific casualties and whether the dragons and their riders had encountered any adversities. Sir Otto turned his gaze towards Viserys, bowing his head slightly as he responded. According to Lord Corlys' missive, the United Fleet suffered the loss of 6 ships, with 17 knights fallen and over 700 soldiers lost. However, Princess Rhaenys, along with Princes Aegon and Daemon, remain unscathed, as do Wormissol, Melias, and Karaku. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread across Viserys' face. This is an unprecedented triumph. Perhaps we should organize a tournament to proclaim our victory in this war to the 7 kingdoms, he suggested, brimming with excitement. Sir Otto, observing the elation of Viserys, responded coldly. Prince Viserys, at present, Lord Corlys Balerion is leading the united fleet of the realm, valiantly engaged in battle at the front lines. 3 colossal dragons are incinerating the ships of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, while Mil, Tyros, and Lys continue to deceitfully assert that His Majesty King Balon is afflicted with the grayscale, a malady not of their making. They have lodged complaints against the Iron Throne to the free cities of Essos, denouncing the unjust war it has initiated. I believe that amidst the ongoing conflict, and until a definitive victory is achieved, convening a tournament would be most inappropriate. The newly appointed Minister of Justice, Lea Valerion, endeavored to ease the atmosphere within the hall, smiling as he proposed that although a tournament cannot be held, a proclamation could be made via Raven to announce the territories of House Targaryen, thereby uplifting the spirits of the Seven Kingdoms. Otto coughed lightly, redirecting the attention of the assembly back to him, shifting the discussion away from the tournament. Prince Aegon has sent a letter via Raven, requesting the Iron Throne to dispatch personnel to Bloodstone and the Isle of Grey Gallows to construct fortifications, watchtowers, and other defenses, as well as to station the relevant military forces, thereby fully incorporating the Stepstones into the realm of Westeros. Otto swiftly brought the conversation back to the battlefield of the Stepstones, prompting Prince Viserys to turn to the Minister of Finance, Lord Lyman Beesbury, and gravely state, "My lord, kindly calculate and allocate the necessary gold dragons for the establishment of fortifications and watchtowers on the Stepstones, and send them to the island of Tarth in the Stormlands. Commission Lord Tarth to procure materials and summon craftsmen to construct these defenses on the Stepstones." Tarth is the second largest island on the eastern coast of Westeros, located north of Shipbreaker Bay in the Stormlands, and is surpassed in size only by Skagos in the north. It boasts stunning landscapes, with mountains, lakes, waterfalls, and highland rivers, all set against the backdrop of the deep blue sea, earning it the moniker Sapphire Isle. It is also the place where Prince Aemon, Viserys' uncle and the father of Rhaenys, met his untimely demise. After issuing his command, Otto pondered for a moment before adding, "Your Highness, I believe it may be prudent to notify Duke Boros Baratheon of the Stormlands to dispatch a fleet from Shipbreaker Bay to patrol the coasts of Dorne, thereby preventing any interference from the Dornish in the construction of our fortifications." Laenor then timely reminded, "Additionally, Lord Tybalt Lannister, commanding the Lannister fleet, remains in Old Town. Given the current circumstances, should we not send word to Duke Tybalt to have his forces return to Lannisport?" Prince Viserys raised his goblet to sip his wine, exhaling a sigh as he remarked, "By the Seven, our Lord Tybalt indeed lives up to the bard's tales. Aside from his renowned prowess in the bedroom, he possesses little else of merit. Command him to return immediately to Lannisport. I fear that before he reaches Casterly Rock, Lord Corlys' Valerion fleet may have already returned to King's Landing." Chapter 42. Infamy. Upon hearing this, the assembly shifted their focus away from the movements of the Lannister forces, and Otto took another sip of his wine, proceeding to discuss the next matter at hand. With the assistance of Duke Tully of the Riverlands and Duke Tully of the Riverway, the price of grain in King's Landing has reverted to the levels prior to His Majesty's coronation. However, as the grain arrived in King's Landing, news accompanied it indicating that the conflict between the Bracken and Blackwood families over territorial disputes had intensified. Duke Tully found himself unable to mediate and once again requested the Iron Throne to dispatch an envoy to resolve the discord. The enmity between the Bracken and Blackwood families predates the Undul invasion of Westeros, and over the millennia, this animosity has only grown, exacerbated by the continuous disputes between the two houses. Particularly after the Bracken family converted to the faith of the Seven, the feud escalated further. The current Duke of the Riverlands, the Tully family, having held the governorship of the Trident for only a few decades, is ill-equipped to quell the hatred between these two families. Otto surveyed the silent assembly before him and continued in a low voice. The current Duke of Storm's End and Governor of the Trident, Lord Grafton Tully, is not particularly capable, lacking the prowess of a distinguished warrior and lord. As the threat of war looms between the Bracken and Blackwood families, Duke Grafton can only once more send word to the Iron Throne, hoping that an envoy from the Iron Throne might restore peace in this civil strife. Viserys, weary, rested his forehead in his hand and quietly inquired of Otto, "Do you have a solution?" In response to Viserys' inquiry, the hand of the king, Sir Otto Hightower, straightened his posture and replied, "Currently, war appears imminent between the Bracken and Blackwood families. If we heed Duke Tully's request to send an envoy for reconciliation, the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Lon Redwine, would be the most suitable candidate." "Lon, indeed, my lord. As a former hand of the king and captain of the Kingsguard, songs of Ser Lon's valor and fearlessness echo throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Having him as an envoy to Crow's Tree and Stonehenge would surely quell this dispute." Viserys turned to the side to regard Ser Lon Redwine, who, having been dismissed from the position of hand due to his lack of capability after less than a year, was eager to prove himself once more. Lon immediately rose from his seat and addressed Viserys, "Your Highness, I shall not disappoint and will successfully resolve the conflict between the Bracken and Blackwood families. Observing the flushed countenance of Ser Lon, Viserys nodded resignedly. Then the resolution of this conflict in the Riverlands shall be entrusted to you. As the remaining matters were addressed through discussions led by Otto and those present, the audience drew to a close. All departed the chamber save for Viserys and Otto, who, accompanied by the Kingsguard, prepared to retire to their quarters. Suddenly, Otto called out to halt Viserys' departure. Your Highness, there are certain matters regarding Prince Aegon and the conflict over the Stepstone Islands that I believe you must be made aware of. With that, Otto fell silent, his gaze sweeping over the Kingsguard within the room. Recognizing the gravity of the conversation, Viserys gestured for the guards to withdraw, leaving only himself and Otto in the chamber. As Otto observed the departing Kingsguard, he approached Viserys and spoke in hushed tones. Prince Aegon had captured Prince Maelor, the naval commander of the Three Daughters Kingdom, Khala's Darhal, along with his troops, on Bloodstone Island, and had impaled them all upon wooden stakes, leaving them to stand grotesquely on the sands of the Grey Gallows. Presently, Aegon was infamous as the sorcerer of House Targaryen, the Prince of Impalement, and the Blood Dragon King. His notoriety echoed across the Stepstone Islands and the Free Cities. Viserys, upon hearing Otto's words, furiously shattered the goblet at his side upon the ground. Who is it? Which despicable wretch has dared to slander my brother with such vile rumors? Everything Aegon has done has been for Targaryen, for the Iron Throne, for our father. I shall not permit anyone to defile my family's name. Anyone who spreads such calumnies about Aegon on Targaryen soil shall find their tongue severed by my own hand. Within the Westerland encampment on Bloodstone Island, the air was filled with anguished cries as soldiers emerged from their tents, drawn to the sight of Daemon mercilessly whipping a soldier in the center of the camp. The unfortunate man hung from a stake, his legs dangling helplessly towards the ground, his upper body stripped bare, revealing a tapestry of crimson welts across his skin. Daemon relentlessly lashed the whip against the soldier, while the other soldiers, well aware of Daemon's brutality, buried their heads in the sand, silently witnessing the execution. Hearing the cries of anguish from outside his tent, Aegon strode forth, making his way to the center of the gathering. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, he seized Daemon by the arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing, Daemon? Are you attempting to incite a mutiny by slaughtering soldiers on the battlefield?" Daemon, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Aegon's with a feral intensity, muttered through clenched teeth, "It is but a mere whipping. I have shown mercy by not severing their heads. They deserve this. You may inquire of the other soldiers whether they harbor any grievances." Listening to Daemon's furious retort, Aegon turned to the soldiers nearby and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Your Highness," one soldier replied, "these two were drunkenly insulting you within the tent, and Prince Daemon happened to overhear. Hence their punishment of hanging and whipping." Taking a deep breath, Aegon gripped Daemon's arm tightly, attempting to pull him back into the tent, and declared loudly, "Fetch the accompanying maesters to attend to their injuries. Ensure their lives are preserved. As for their punishment, I shall decide that later. The rest of you, those assigned to patrol, resume your duties. Those who are to prepare the fires for cooking, go and do so. Those with nothing to do, return to your tents." Immediately, at once, at Aegon's commanding shout, the soldiers, momentarily dazed, returned to their respective duties. Observing Daemon being led into the tent, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all present. What exactly did they say to slander me that has ignited such fury within you? Aegon pressed Daemon into a nearby chair and turned to pour a glass of fine pear brandy from Tyros for him. Daemon accepted the glass offered by Aegon, inhaled deeply, and emptied its contents before speaking. Those vile wretches, after a few sips of wine, began to babble nonsense, claiming that you inherited the sorcery of Queen Visenya, hypnotizing Dahar and his army to seize Bloodstone Island. They even alleged that your piercing of Dahar and the other soldiers was a sacrificial act to empower Wormsoul. I should have simply severed their heads. Chapter 43, The Glutton. Humph, sorcery? Mere foolish and ignorant ravings of imbeciles. Aegon poured himself a glass of the amber liquid and took a delicate sip, continuing. From the day I had Dahar and his troops impaled on the shores of Grey Gallows Island, I knew that one day my infamy would spread across the Seven Kingdoms. You knew this, yet you still proceeded? Daemon gazed in astonishment at his brother. It is a necessary sacrifice, is it not? Exchanging a modicum of notoriety for control over the entirety of Grey Gallows Island and the Stone Steps Archipelago is a most profitable transaction. Furthermore, fame and reputation often bind one's hands. Infamy, however, instills fear and trepidation. Queen Visenya achieved great feats for the Targaryen dynasty, yet she was still accused of using dark magic and poison to slay Aegon I. Though one may have a voice, we cannot prevent them from speaking. Yet dragon fire and sharp steel can assuredly silence them forever. Well, you have always had your myriad excuses to pacify me since childhood. How do you intend to deal with those two scoundrels? Daemon resignedly drained his glass of pear brandy and turned to his brother with a question. Let Corlys handle it. He is far more adept at such matters than we are. I trust those two will certainly learn to keep their mouths shut and refrain from uttering similar words in the future. Aegon approached Daemon, patting him on the shoulder as he continued. The war for the Stone Steps archipelago has reached a conclusion. Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island are both under our control. I have sent word to the Iron Throne, requesting swift assistance in constructing fortifications and watchtowers. The rest shall be left to you and Corlys. I shall mount Wormsoul and return to King's Landing tomorrow. So soon? Departing tomorrow? Daemon looked at his brother in confusion. Yes, our father is gravely ill. And since grandmother aided me in successfully training the dragons alongside Gary, she has been in poor spirits, languishing in a daze. Gary now spends every day by grandmother's side, fearing for her health. Presently, only Viserys remains in King's Landing, facing those cunning nobles and court officials alone. I believe it prudent to return swiftly to the capital to avert any unforeseen incidents. As Vagger unfurled its magnificent wings and soared through the clouds, sunlight cascaded upon Aegon's face. At that moment, Aegon was adorned with a radiant smile, securely perched upon Vagger's back, gazing at the clouds and the hues of twilight that lay just beneath him, sensing the joy emanating from Aegon's heart. Vagger let out a thunderous roar that reverberated across the sky. Aegon gently patted Vagger's scales, signaling the dragon to descend slightly, otherwise, if they continued flying above the clouds. Aegon, unable to discern direction, feared that Vagger might impulsively return to Dragonstone. Ever since Aegon had fed Vagger the potion, the bronze dragon had developed an insatiable fondness for soaring through the skies and retreating to the volcano at Dragonstone to slumber. Aegon had taken Vagger and Silverwing to the waters of Blackwater Bay and the Kingswood for their daily hunts. Yet Vagger had attempted on several occasions to return directly to Dragonstone. Observing the sea before him, Aegon caressed Vagger's scales and remarked, "My friend, we must return to King's Landing. I promise to take you back to Dragonstone when the opportunity arises." Vagger glanced back at Aegon, emitting a low, rumbling growl, as if acknowledging Aegon's words, and then beat its wings toward the direction of King's Landing. In the distance, a verdant hue consumed Aegon's vision as Vagger soared above the Kingswood. Suddenly, Vagger unleashed a furious roar and plunged rapidly toward the coastline between the Kingswood and Blackwater Bay, causing Aegon to grip the saddle tightly, bewildered by Vagger's sudden fury. As Vagger descended upon the shoreline, Aegon finally discerned the source of Vagger's wrath. Before him, a colossal dragon, cloaked in ebony scales, was circling and unleashing green flames in pursuit of a young dragon, also clad in black scales with crimson membranes. The juvenile dragon, seeking refuge from the onslaught of flames, darted through the trees bordering the sea and the sandy beach, plunging into the depths of the ocean whenever the flames approached. For reasons unknown, the young dragon had ventured from Dragonstone to the vicinity of the Kingswood and the mouth of the River Wind, attempting to hide, yet still falling prey to this vile predator. The dark dragon was none other than the infamous Devourer, the largest and oldest among the 3 wild dragons of Dragonstone. It appeared that the creature's old habits had resurfaced as it hunted the defenseless young dragon, which had only recently hatched. In the past, King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne had ridden Vagger and Silverwing to lay an ambush for this foul creature, intending to eliminate this menace for future generations. However, the cunning black dragon had evaded their traps, refusing to be provoked by Vagger, and had inflicted considerable losses upon the bronze dragon. Now, once again confronted by this loathsome predator, Vagger caught a whiff of its foul stench from afar and, consumed by rage, charged directly at the Devourer. Voramizer, in a fit of rage, spread his magnificent wings and extended his sharp claws, launching himself towards the ominous black dragon before him. The Devourer had long heard Voramizer's thunderous roar echoing through the skies and took flight. Unwilling to engage with the furious bronze behemoth, Voramizer pursued relentlessly, determined to keep the Devourer in his sights. As the Devourer glanced back at the relentless Voramizer, he unleashed a torrent of dragon fire aimed directly at him. Aegon, firmly pressed against Voramizer's back, felt the searing heat of the flames. The emerald fire struck Voramizer, yet his formidable scales provided a robust defense against the fiery assault. Seizing the opportunity while the Devourer exhaled flames, Voramizer surged through the blaze, lunging directly at his foe. With his jaws, lined with vicious fangs, he aimed to bite down hard on the Devourer. However, the battle-hardened creature, having fought many a wild dragon on Dragonstone Island. Deftly evaded Voromizer's gruesome maw and retaliated with a swipe of its claws towards Voromizer's chest. After missing his target, Voromizer swiftly distanced himself upon Aegon's command, and in response, unleashed a blast of dragon fire upon the Devourer. Feeling the scorching flames upon him, the Devourer ascended into the air, flying resolutely towards Dragonstone Island without a backward glance. Aegon, watching the Devourer retreat, gently caressed Voromizer's scales, soothing the agitated bronze beast. He turned his gaze towards the nearby beach. Realizing that the young dragon with black scales and red wings had seized the opportunity to vanish amidst the chaos of the battle. With no time to waste, Aegon directed Voromizer back to the Dragonstone lair, intending to summon the Red Keep's guards to join him in a search for the young dragons. For they were treasures of House Targaryen, and no one outside the family would be permitted to lay claim to them. Should anyone be fortunate enough to capture a dragon's favor, only death awaited them. Chapter 44. The rumors brew. The midday sun shone brightly over King's Landing, and with a resounding roar, a bronze dragon soared above the heads of the city's inhabitants as Aegon guided Voromizer directly towards the Roiner Hills. The dragon guards stationed at the lair in the Roiner Hills had spotted Voromizer in the sky and hastily opened the lair's grand doors. With a muted thud, Voromizer landed gracefully at the entrance, and under Aegon's soothing presence and the guards' urging, he entered the lair. As Voromizer followed the guards into the cavern, Aegon, with a serious demeanor, summoned his attendants to prepare a carriage for a swift return to the Red Keep. When Aegon arrived at the Red Keep in the carriage, he was greeted at the entrance by Viserys, who awaited him with outstretched arms, joyfully welcoming his brother back to King's Landing. "Welcome home," said Aegon, as he embraced his brother Viserys, who had just alighted from the carriage. Grasping Aegon's arm, Viserys led him into the Red Keep. "I have arranged a banquet to celebrate your return. After your bath, you may proceed to the banquet hall." Beaming with joy, Viserys continued. "The bathing water has already been prepared by the handmaidens. Look at you, reeking of dragon. Go wash up. A banquet can wait," Aegon interjected gravely, interrupting Viserys' cheerful musings. "There is something of utmost importance that requires immediate attention. What has transpired? Is there news from the battlefield at Stepstone?" Viserys halted, observing Aegon's serious demeanor as he replied in a low tone. "It is not related to Stepstone. While I was guiding Vagger back to King's Landing, I happened upon the cove near the mouth of the Blackwater River, where I encountered a greedy dragon from Dragonstone hunting a young dragon. Although Vagger and I managed to drive the glutton away, the young dragon continues to wander the woods. We must dispatch soldiers and hunters to secure the area and prevent the young dragon from falling into the wrong hands." Listening intently to his brother's account, Viserys' expression grew somber. "I shall immediately send troops and hunters to the vicinity of the Blackwater River for a thorough search. Should we recall Melias and Corrick to assist in the hunt? Not for the moment. I intend to take Vagger, Silverwing, and Dreamfire for the search. 3 adult dragons should suffice." Viserys nodded, then inquired, "By the way, what does the young dragon look like?" Aegon pondered for a moment before responding. "I recall it having black scales and red membranes, resembling Balerion." "Balerion? By the 7, could it be that this dragon has returned to us?" Viserys exclaimed. "Aegon, Balerion has passed. This young dragon merely bears a resemblance," Aegon replied. "Moreover, we must act swiftly. Even though Vagger and I repelled the glutton, there is no guarantee that this filthy dragon will not seize the opportunity to strike back, devouring the young dragon while we are away. This dragon, which feeds on younglings and eggs, must be dealt with soon. Otherwise, countless young dragons may fall victim to it. If only Balerion were still with us. His size would easily vanquish this wretched creature." Fuming at the glutton, Viserys reminisced about the once mighty dragons of House Targaryen, the rulers of Dragonstone. Aegon, observing his brother lost in thought, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Viserys, trust me, this filthy dragon will be dealt with." After a hasty indulgence in the evening banquet at the Red Keep, the following morning, Aegon, accompanied by Aegon, set out to ride their dragons towards the mouth of the Blackwater River. Beneath the gentle embrace of the morning sun, Aegon and Gary circled above the banks of the Wind River, mounted on the backs of Wormisol and Dreamfire, yet their search yielded no signs. With no other recourse, they steered their mighty dragons toward the Blackwater River and the vicinity of Cape Masai, meticulously scouring the landscape. After several hours of fruitless searching, Aegon and Gary returned to the encampment within the royal forest, preparing for another day's quest along the banks of the Wind River under Aegon's leadership. At dawn the following day, the hunters, guided by Aegon, emerged from their tents and hurried into the royal forest. There, they led their hounds in pursuit of the young dragon's tracks, while Aegon followed the faint traces left behind, venturing deeper into the woods. Gary, perched upon Dreamfire, circled above, vigilant against the possibility of the young dragon escaping into the skies. Under Aegon's instruction, Wormesal and Silverwing hovered near the river's mouth, ready to defend against any predators that might seek to prey upon the young dragon. "Your Highness, we have discovered dragon droppings ahead," reported one of the hunters as they swiftly approached Aegon. Following their guidance, Aegon arrived at the scene where the tracks had been found. The ground bore the scorched marks of fierce flames, and nearby lay fresh dragon dung, indicating that the young dragon was not far from their location. "Scatter to search for the young dragon, but do not make a sound if you catch sight of it. Report to me immediately, and let the accompanying dragon guards handle the capture," Aegon instructed. Upon hearing the prince's command, the assembled hunters, their expressions tinged with urgency, obeyed without hesitation. In the flea-ridden alleys of King's Landing, tales of Prince Aegon's valor on the battlefield of the Stepstone Islands had already begun to circulate. Many feared that any misstep might result in the prince subjecting them to a grievous punishment. Observing the anxious countenance of the hunters around him, Aegon, intrigued, inquired, "What troubles you? Ever since my return to King's Landing to search for the young dragon, you all appear as if a mouse before a cat." A trembling young hunter, hearing the prince's question, replied, "Your Highness, it is said that you sacrificed hundreds to the dragons with wooden stakes on the Stepstone Islands. Is that true?" Aegon furrowed his brow and responded, "Where did you hear such nonsense? It is utterly preposterous. Yet, the whole of King's Landing whispers that you are a sorcerer of House Targaryen, capable of blood sacrifice, having offered the soldiers of the three daughters to the flames. Some even claim you drink the blood of maidens to control the dragons," the hunter continued. "Such tales are mere fabrications. If I were indeed a sorcerer, I would be the first to curse those wretched women of the three daughters across the narrow sea, rather than allowing them to continue their lives." Aegon patiently explained to his companions. Upon hearing Aegon's clarification, the hunters collectively exhaled in relief and turned back to resume their search for the young dragon's tracks deep within the royal forest. At this moment, Aegon stood still, reflecting on the conversation that had just transpired. Just yesterday, he had returned to King's Landing aboard the Vamizar, yet today, according to the hunters' accounts, rumors about him had already spread throughout the city. How could such tales circulate so swiftly? Clearly, there was some foul play afoot. Chapter 45. Alicent. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the Red Keep, illuminating its grandeur. Inside the castle, the halls were ablaze with light. As the daughter of Sir Otto Hightower, the hand of the king, Miss Alicent Hightower had successfully become the personal maid of honor to Lady Emma, thanks to her father's recommendation. "Alicent, my dear, thank you for taking care of Rena. It is quite late. You should return and rest," Emma said. Her gaze filled with warmth as she observed the weary countenance of Alicent. Born in 86, Miss Alicent Hightower was now 13, having just welcomed her first moon's blood. She blossomed into a graceful young woman, her fair skin and chestnut hair captivating the attention of the men within the Red Keep. "Very well, my lady. I shall return to my rest. I wish you sweet dreams tonight," Alicent replied, and under Emma's gentle persuasion, she carefully laid the sleeping Rena upon the bed. Bowing respectfully, she exited Emma's chamber. Once outside, Alicent took a deep breath, steadying her nerves before making her way to her quarters within the Hand's Tower. Upon returning to her room, she approached the mirror, intending to return her adornments to the vanity. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled her, causing one of her earrings to clatter to the floor. "Alicent, my daughter, how has the day treated you?" Otto Hightower inquired, having awaited her arrival in her chamber. Swallowing hard, Alicent turned to face her father with trembling lips. "Father, everything has been well with Lady Emma and Princess Rena. The princess has begun to try some solid food in addition to her mother's milk. There have been no unusual occurrences." Otto poured himself a glass of wine, taking a delicate sip before responding. "My daughter, I did not send you to Lady Emma merely to hear such trivialities. Look at you. You have blossomed into such a beauty. I trust the men of the Red Keep are already captivated by your charm." As he spoke, he approached the trembling Alicent, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "I wonder if our crown prince, Aegon, is also enchanted by my beautiful daughter." With that, Otto sauntered over to a nearby chair, crossed his legs, and sipped from his glass, patiently awaiting Alicent's response. "Father, Prince Aegon has been preoccupied with state affairs of late, spending his free time sculpting in his chambers, only joining Lady Emma and Princess Rena during meals. Therefore, my daughter has not yet caught the eye of our dear crown prince." As Otto's words echoed through the room, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. His piercing gaze seemed to strip Alicent bare, scrutinizing her in search of the reason she failed to capture the attention of the crown prince. Currently, Prince Viserys had no male heir, and Queen Emma's multiple childbirths had taken a toll on her health, making it highly unlikely that she would bear a healthy successor for His Royal Highness in the future. This is our opportunity, my daughter. If you can win the heart of the prince and bear him a healthy male child, I shall find a way for you to ascend as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, to occupy that coveted position that all women in the realm dream of. Listening to her father's cold words, Alicent mustered the strength to stand tall and retort, "Father, we are both devout followers of the Seven. The Seven teach us that a man may have but one wife at a time. Do you intend for your daughter to become a base concubine, spreading her legs to become the prince's mistress?" Otto fixed his icy gaze upon his daughter and replied, "Indeed, a man may have only one wife at a time. But what if the wife is no longer among the living? Fear not, my daughter. As your father, I shall never allow you to be another's mistress. I will clear the path for you. I have brought your mother's gown. Alicent, make good use of it." With that, Otto turned and left Alicent's chamber, disregarding her as he made his way to his own quarters within the Tower of the Hand. Watching her father depart, Alicent sank helplessly to the floor, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her hands clawed at her forehead in despair. She could not comprehend why, since arriving at the Red Keep, her father had transformed into a cold, unfeeling stranger, treating her as though she were merely a tool, a puppet subject to his manipulation and schemes. Alicent buried her head deep into her knees, hoping to stifle her sobs from the ears of others. She longed for the days spent in the lofty tower, surrounded by her kind parents and loving brothers. At this moment, Alicent yearned to return to the past, to the tower, to escape this frigid castle. In the woods by the banks of the Windwater, a young dragon with black scales and blood-red membranes clung firmly to a great tree, its claws gripping the bark. A rabbit, blissfully unaware of its impending doom, grazed on the tender green shoots in the lush grass below. The dragon, no larger than a hawk, shifted its position, fixating its gaze on the unsuspecting creature. Suddenly, it swooped down like a falcon, launching itself toward the rabbit. Startled, the rabbit rolled in place, seemingly ensnared by something unseen. The young dragon, unable to react in time, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon the rabbit, extinguishing its life in an instant. The young dragon soared before the rabbit, intending to seize it with its claws and bring it back to its lair for a tranquil feast. Suddenly, a colossal net emerged from the ground, enveloping the young dragon within its grasp. In a state of terror, the dragon exhaled flames, attempting to incinerate the net, but it was already drenched, rendering its efforts futile. The thick ropes of the net thwarted any possibility of the young dragon gnawing its way to freedom. In the distance, the dragon guards and hunters swiftly approached the scene. Aegon stepped forward from behind the guards, gazing at the ensnared creature. "Little one, I have endured weeks of hardship in this royal forest for you, and now you have finally fallen into my hands." After speaking, Aegon turned to the guards beside him and commanded, "Take the young dragon back to the dragon's lair. Be cautious, do not harm this little creature." "As you wish, your highness," they replied. "Your highness, what shall we name this young dragon?" Aegon pondered for a moment. "Upon our return to the Red Keep, let Viserys bestow a name upon it. The rest of you, prepare to pack our belongings and return to King's Landing." "As you command, your highness." Chapter 46. Quarrel. Watching the young dragon and the guards retreat into the distance, Aegon turned towards Vagger's resting place, intending to ride Vagger back to King's Landing. Vagger, having just finished a meal, lay on the sandy shore of the mouth of the Whispers, resting. As Aegon drew nearer, the heavy sounds of its snores filled the air. Sensing someone's approach, Vagger opened its eyes, and upon recognizing Aegon, turned its head away, intending to continue its slumber. Aegon chuckled as he approached, patting Vagger's scales. "Hey there, old friend, wake up. It's time to return to King's Landing." A fortnight prior, Aegon and Gaerys had tirelessly searched the mouth of the Whispers and the surrounding coasts aboard Vagger, Silverwing, and Dreamfire, yielding no results. Gaerys, anxious about the well-being of Queen Alysanne within the Red Keep, prompted Aegon to allow Silverwing and Dreamfire to return to the dragon's lair early, while he alone continued to seek the young dragon aboard Vagger. Now that the young dragon had been found and was being escorted back by the guards, Aegon could finally return to the Red Keep for a restful slumber. Reluctantly, Vagger lifted its head and emitted a thunderous roar into the sky, lowering its body to invite Aegon to mount its back. Once Aegon successfully settled into the saddle, Vagger spread its wings and propelled itself into the sky, soaring directly towards the Red Keep. In no time, Vagger reached the heights above the Rennie's hills, landing gracefully at the entrance of the dragon's lair. As the guards guided Vagger back to its own cave, Aegon turned to face the waiting guards of the Red Keep. Prince Aegon. Prince Viserys urgently requests your presence at the Red Keep. Observing the anxious guards before him, Aegon uttered not a word and followed them into the carriage bound for the Red Keep. As the carriage halted at the gates of the Red Keep, Aegon, observing the anxious visage of his brother Viserys, inquired with curiosity, "What has transpired, my brother, that you hastily summoned me back to the Red Keep?" Viserys cast a glance at the maidservants and guards beside him, remaining silent as he grasped Aegon's arm and led him towards the council chamber. Upon the opening of the grand doors, they found Sir Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King, already awaiting them within the chamber. Unperturbed by Otto's belongings, Viserys proceeded directly into the council chamber with Aegon. Once seated on the throne, Viserys gestured for Aegon to pull out a chair and take a seat beside him. Observing the unfolding situation, a sense of foreboding gradually enveloped Aegon's heart. Otto, regarding the seated brothers, reached for a nearby jug of wine and approached them, generously pouring each a glass. The fragrant aroma of the wine wafted towards Aegon's face as Otto returned to his own seat and spoke. "The Sea Lord of Braavos and the Prince of Pentos have dispatched envoys bearing a request for peace from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. In light of the defeat at the Stepstones battlefield, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters is willing to acknowledge the Stepstones as part of Westeros, to be ruled by House Targaryen. They hope that Lord Corlys Balerion, the Sea Snake, and the joint fleet of the Iron Throne might return to Westeros and cease the blockade against the shipping lanes of Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys. Is that all?" Aegon glared at Otto, seeking a more profound answer. "Indeed, that is all the envoys from Pentos and Braavos conveyed." Listening to Otto's response, Aegon muttered, "Such disingenuous overtures for peace. Our father fell victim to their treachery, succumbing to gayscale, while our soldiers fought valiantly to secure victory at the Stepstones. Now these knaves wish to gloss over their sins with a mere acknowledgement of the Stepstones' allegiance to the Iron Throne. Have their faces been gnawed away by the rabid dogs of a flea-ridden den?" Aegon's furious outburst reverberated throughout the council chamber, prompting Viserys to soothe his brother's ire. "The Kingdom of the Three Daughters has always been thus. Dear brother, there is no need for your anger. One day, our dragon fire shall embody our wrath and incinerate these miscreants." Otto, observing the brother's indignation, continued, "Though the despicable conduct of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters invites mockery from both Westeros and Essos, I regret to inform you, your highness, that we must consider the attitudes of Pentos and Braavos. Pentos lies across the sea from King's Landing, being the closest free city to our capital. In light of the current blockade of the Narrow Sea, over 70% of the merchant vessels arriving in King's Landing hail from Pentos. Braavos boasts a formidable fleet and is the wealthiest city-state on the continent of Essos, perpetually shrouded in mist and beset by the frigid winds of the Shivering Sea, which deter even dragons from soaring over the archipelago of the Salt Shore. In the present day, although we have successfully triumphed in the War of the Stepstone Islands, bringing the entire archipelago under the dominion of the Iron Throne, the current strength of the Iron Throne is insufficient to fully incorporate Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh under its rule. Engaging in negotiations amid our considerable advantage may indeed be the most prudent choice at this juncture." Aegon cast a cold glance at the newly appointed Hand of the King, Sir Otto Hightower, and remarked, "I wonder what kind of enchantment the Sea Lord of Braavos and the Prince Governors of Pentos have cast upon our Hand of the King, compelling you to speak on their behalf. Should I interpret this as slander, Prince Aegon?" Otto narrowed his eyes, his demeanor unfriendly as he faced Aegon. "I must remind you, Prince Aegon, that you are not a member of the Small Council, nor do you hold any position related to the Iron Throne. Were it not for the insistence of His Royal Highness, Prince Viserys, you might not even be permitted to attend the discussions of national affairs in the Small Council chamber." Aegon rose, fixing his gaze firmly on Otto as he continued, "It appears that you are indeed a competent Hand of the King, Sir Otto Hightower. Though I wonder if a greedy ambition lies hidden beneath your capable faade." "Enough," Viserys interjected, rising to address the two men, tension palpable in the air. "Aegon's participation in this meeting is entirely my request. Every word he utters reflects my will. Otto, do you dare question me?" Observing Viserys' fury, Otto slowly took his seat and replied, "Certainly not, your highness." Viserys then turned to Aegon, saying, "Aegon, I believe Otto's actions are solely for the benefit of the Iron Throne. Set aside your doubts, my brother." Aegon, seeing the situation, reluctantly took his seat in silence. Viserys regarded the two seated individuals and continued, "If the people of the Three Daughters' Kingdom truly wish for peace, they should send their princes and governors to the Red Keep for discussions." Chapter 47. Scheming the guards at the door, having overheard the heated argument within the council chamber, exchanged glances before pushing the door open and entering to inquire, "Your Highness?" Upon seeing Viserys, who had risen from the center of the table, breathing heavily and flushed with anger, the guards stood by. Viserys waved his hand, signaling the guards to return to their posts outside the small council chamber. The guards, glancing hesitantly at the locked eyes of Otto and Aegon, turned and exited, closing the door behind them. Inside the small council chamber, silence reigned, so profound that the fall of a pin would shatter the stillness. Observing the two brothers before him, Otto rose to respond. "Your Highness, regarding your earlier request, I shall convey your words verbatim to the envoys of Pintos and Bravos. I must take my leave now." Upon hearing these words, Viserys nodded and, observing Otto, who had already exited the royal council chamber, he slumped wearily into his chair. Slowly, he lifted the goblet before him and drained its contents. Exhaling a long sigh, looking at his elder brother, Aegon spoke. "Viserys, my brother, you place too much trust in Otto. I cannot believe that all his actions are solely for the sake of House Targaryen and the Iron Throne." Viserys tilted his head to regard his brother and, with a sigh, remarked that since Otto's appointment, he had excellently fulfilled the responsibilities expected of a distinguished hand of the king. Over the past month, under Otto's meticulous organization, all affairs had been conducted with remarkable order. As the younger son of House Hightower and brother of the formidable Lord of Old Town, all of Otto's current glory was bestowed upon him by Viserys himself. Should he choose to dismiss Otto from his position as hand, the latter would be forced to return to Old Town, reduced to being the insignificant younger son of House Hightower once more. Noticing Viserys' unwavering confidence, Aegon smirked and ceased his critique of Otto, shifting the conversation instead. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Viserys, our father is gravely ill, and our grandmother languishes in her sickbed. At present, the Targaryen dynasty can place its unreserved trust only in you, me, and Daemon. Given the current circumstances, I have conceived an idea." "What idea?" Viserys inquired, intrigued. "I propose that you issue a command on behalf of the royal family, summoning our uncle, Aegon Targaryen, back from the citadel to serve as Grand Maester." Viserys, pondering his brother's suggestion, replied, "But Uncle Aegon did not return to King's Landing even when our grandfather was gravely injured and subsequently passed away. I might not succeed in reaching him with a raven either." Aegon countered, "The reason Uncle Aegon did not return was that after our grandfather's death, only our father and he remained as his sons. Should he return to King's Landing, rumors would arise that he sought to contest our father's claim to the Iron Throne. Now that our father has ascended the throne, and you are requesting that uncle serve as Grand Maester, I believe it is likely to succeed. Additionally, in your letter, you should emphasize how the council's key ministers, taking advantage of your youth, have sought to undermine you during our father's and grandmother's illness. I am certain uncle will not idly stand by." Viserys smiled slightly and remarked, "It is indeed you, my brother, who has always been the most resourceful since our childhood." Aegon, observing Viserys' smile, continued, "Moreover, Daemon is currently engaged in battle on the Stepstones, leaving the position of commander of the City Watch vacant. The affairs of the City Watch are being managed by 4 captains. Now that I have returned to the Red Keep, I hope you will grant me a letter of command. During Daemon's absence on the Stepstones, I wish to serve as the acting commander of the City Watch." Viserys gazed in astonishment at Aegon, perplexed by his brother's sudden desire to assume the role of commander of the City Watch. "Aegon, I can provide you with a letter of appointment, but you must enlighten me as to why you wish to take on this position so unexpectedly." Aegon drained his cup of wine and replied, "Viserys, there are malevolent rumors circulating about me in King's Landing, intent on tarnishing my reputation." "What? Who is responsible? I shall have their tongues severed." Viserys exclaimed, striking the table in anger. "I am uncertain of the details, which is precisely why I wish to become the commander of the City Watch, to uncover the truth behind this matter. I shall send you the letter of appointment shortly. As for how to deal with these vermin, I will inform Minister Laenor. No one shall impede you, Aegon." The silk street glimmered under the candlelight, reminiscent of a starlit sky. The air was thick with the scents of wine and perfume. Sailors and laborers from the Blackwater Bay, including soldiers of the City Watch, spent their hard-earned gold dragons and silver stags in pursuit of ultimate pleasure. After more than a year's absence, Aegon once again crossed the threshold of the Blue Pearl. The proprietress of the establishment, upon seeing the guest enter, wore a smile so broad that it seemed capable of squashing a mosquito. She swaggered over, her ample figure swaying, and greeted Aegon with a beaming countenance. "Your Highness, welcome back to the Blue Pearl. I wonder if you seek companionship or simply wish to indulge in merriment today." Aegon furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the familiar proprietress. Undeterred by his gaze, she continued with a placid demeanor, "Rest assured, Your Highness. Prince Daemon has instructed the proprietors of all establishments along Silk Street that encountering you is akin to encountering him. We shall ensure you are well attended." Listening to her words, Aegon relaxed his brow, saying, "I require a clean and secluded room. I have matters to discuss with you, madam." With that, he tossed a pouch of coins into her ample bosom. Feeling the weight of the pouch, the proprietress chuckled with delight and led Aegon into a private room. Once inside, Aegon surveyed the surroundings before taking a seat. The proprietress closed the door behind them and approached, pouring a glass of fine wine for him. Aegon regarded her and inquired, "Madam, how long have you been running the Blue Pearl?" With a broad smile, she responded, "I have been here for over 20 years. Sold to the Blue Pearl at the tender age of 8, I ascended from a serving girl pouring drinks to become the headliner and eventually the proprietress of this establishment." As Ejing gazed upon the middle-aged proprietress, he tossed a heavy pouch into her embrace. With great delight, she opened the pouch, revealing an array of vibrant, exquisite gemstones. At that moment, Ejing spoke softly, inquiring whether the lady might be inclined to embrace a different way of life. Chapter 48. The Mountain, the proprietress of the Blue Pearl. Examining the pouch brimming with brilliant gemstones, felt her smile gradually fade, replaced by a serious expression as she turned to the Targaryen prince before her. "Your Highness, may I inquire as to your intentions?" Ejing took a moment to savor the aroma of the wine in his cup before setting it down on the table, continuing, "I believe you have navigated the Silk Street with remarkable success, rising from a mere serving girl to the esteemed proprietress of the Blue Pearl. You must be a person of considerable intellect, and I have a fondness for intelligent individuals. I present you with two choices: pledge your loyalty to me and become my eyes and ears in King's Landing, or take the wealth I have prepared for you. Relinquish the Blue Pearl to me and depart from King's Landing, be it to Pintos, Bravos, or even Volantis. The riches I offer will ensure your comfortable existence for the remainder of your days. What say you?" The proprietress of the Blue Pearl listened attentively to the Targaryen prince, methodically examining each gemstone in the candlelight. "Your Highness, I am no longer in my youth. I desire only to live my life in peace. I have no interest in the power struggles that occupy your lofty circles. As long as you can pay in gold dragons and provide me with a safe exit, the Blue Pearl, along with its numerous courtesans and nearly 100 servants, shall be yours." Ejing regarded the proprietress with a smile, acknowledging her wisdom, for wise individuals seldom place themselves in perilous situations. "However, once you depart, who among the Blue Pearl can take your place?" The proprietress returned the gemstones to her pouch, securing it tightly against her chest. "Rest assured, I will ensure everything is arranged. However, before you leave, a whole chest of gems and gold dragons will accompany you aboard the ship. You need not worry about my ability to pay. The merchant ship of the Sea Serpent, Colas, has already delivered my spoils from the Stepstone Isles back to King's Landing. I am confident that the price I pay will satisfy you. Now, please bring forth the individual who will succeed you, so she may meet her new master." With a cheerful laugh, the proprietress exclaimed, "As you wish, my prince." With that, she swayed her ample figure out of the room. Shortly thereafter, she returned, leading a young girl of perhaps a dozen years into the chamber. Ejing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the girl before him. "Is this the successor you have chosen?" The proprietress of the Blue Pearl smiled and remarked, "Indeed, Mercelia is my most exceptional daughter, destined to be your eyes and ears, Your Highness." Aegon gazed at the lady before him, Miss White Maggot, and then addressed the proprietress of the Blue Pearl. "Madam, I kindly ask for a moment of privacy with Miss Mercelia. Let us converse alone." The proprietress, with a beaming smile, nodded in acquiescence and gracefully retreated to the door, closing it securely behind her, thus providing the two with the solitude they desired. "What is your command, Your Highness?" Mercelia inquired, her demeanor calm as she regarded Aegon softly. "Please, sit comfortably," Aegon gestured to her. "The proprietress has recommended you for her position. When I last visited, you were merely a dancer in the midst of your bloom. Yet in such a brief span, you have become the most distinguished and trusted daughter of the proprietress." Noticing the untouched glass of wine before him, Mercelia rose, gracefully retrieved another bottle from beneath the table, and with light steps, poured the contents of Aegon's glass onto the floor. She then produced a fresh glass and filled it anew from the bottle she had brought forth. "It is merely coincidence that I have gained the proprietress's trust. I am but a wayward courtesan, and to have garnered Your Highness's favor is indeed a profound honor." As Aegon observed the freshly filled glass, he lifted it to his nose, inhaling its aroma before taking a delicate sip. "It appears the proprietress has not erred in her judgment. You are indeed a commendable successor." Upon realizing that he had discerned the presence of a low dose of aphrodisiac in his drink, Marcelia swiftly turned and replaced it with an untainted glass. I wonder, dear Miss White Maggot, what it is you desire as a reward for successfully earning my trust. Marcelia approached Aegon, bowing her head humbly, her expression submissive as she replied, I belong to you, both body and soul, your highness. How could I possibly dare to seek your generous favor? Aegon, tapping his fingers gently against the table, observed, Marcelia, your moniker is indeed fitting for your character. Since entering this room, every word and deed of yours has been but a fade to appease me, never revealing a hint of your true thoughts or desires. However, all of that is inconsequential now. Rest assured, as long as you serve me loyally, I shall endeavor to fulfill your every wish. Marcelia looked up quietly at the man before her and softly asked, What is it you require of me now, my lord? Aegon smiled, saying, Though you possess striking beauty and alluring grace, one day the sands of time will catch up with you. At that moment, you may find yourself reduced to a state lesser than even the fisherwomen by the banks of the Blackwater River. Only power can grant you everything you desire to possess. Observing the silent miseria before him, Ygn raised his glass and drained the amber-hued wine, continuing, I shall bestow upon you an abundance of gems and golden dragons. I believe your capabilities are sufficient to render the Blue Pearl the most sought-after brothel on Silk Street. However, mere success in this regard is inadequate. I require you to take command of the entire Silk Street. I wish for every whisper and rustle within King's Landing to escape neither your eyes nor your ears. I seek for you to become the sovereign of the city's shadowy underbelly. Do not fear the nobles and lords who stand behind these establishments. I shall be your pillar of support, and Dragonflame will clear all obstacles in your path. Beginning tomorrow, I will assume the role of acting commander of the city's defense corps, and I will instruct the soldiers to assist you in realizing my ambitions. Now, I wonder if you possess the audacity to undertake the task I have laid before you, dear Miss White Maggot. Ygn regarded the silent Miseria, who slowly raised her head, a fierce fire igniting in her eyes as she smiled at him, replying, Everything shall ultimately unfold according to your wishes, my master. Chapter 49. The camp during the hours of the owl, approximately between midnight and 4, as the corridor echoed with a flurry of urgent footsteps, the Grand Scholar Runtel, holding a candlestick, arrived at the door of the newly appointed Prime Minister Sir Otto Haythar in the Prime Minister's tower. With rhythmic knocks, he successfully roused the Prime Minister, who had already succumbed to slumber. Otto struggled to rise from his bed and approached the table to light a candle made of mutton tallow, imbued with a faint scent of spices, and called out, Enter. The newly appointed Grand Scholar Runtel swiftly approached Otto, stating, My Lord Prime Minister, urgent news from the Riverlands. As he spoke, he handed a letter to Otto. Otto glanced at the missive, unsealing it with the embossed trout wax, and read intently. Observing the handwriting of the Duke of the Riverlands and Governor Gleforchely of the Trident River, a slight smile curled at the corners of Otto's mouth in the dim candlelight, only to fall again as he lamented. It appears our captain of the Kingsguard, Sir Lien Redwyn, has successfully botched the mediation between the Breckons and the Blywoods. Fear not, for tomorrow I shall confer with His Highness the Crown Prince. Listening to Otto's response, Grand Scholar Runtel bowed respectfully, preparing to exit the Prime Minister's chamber, when Otto suddenly called out to him, Forgive me for being so occupied of late, Runtel. I have not had the chance to converse with you properly. Grand Scholar Runtel turned to face Otto, whose form was shrouded in candlelight, and, with a hint of tension, inquired, What guidance do you seek, my Lord Prime Minister? As the hour grows late, I shall prepare fine wine at the Bachelor's Tower to await the esteemed presence of the Prime Minister on the morrow. I trust our conversation will be most pleasant then. Otto squinted at the Chancellor Runtel before continuing, We have known each other since our days in the Academy. There is no need for formality now, is there? My brother has written to me, mentioning your mistress and illegitimate child from your time at the Academy. My dear brother has been quite diligent in ensuring your well-being. Listening to Otto's emotionless and icy words, beads of sweat began to form on Runtel's brow, and he nervously replied, I am deeply grateful for the care bestowed upon me by the Earl of the Tower. I shall remember your kindness, as well as the generosity of your brother, Count Adam Heidel. Oh, is that so? It seems I need not remind you further, dear Chancellor Runtel, Otto remarked, his tone laden with subtle menace. Chancellor Runtel, gazing at the Prime Minister before him, who appeared devilish in the flickering candlelight, responded, Indeed, there is no need for your reminders. I shall do all in my power to assist you, my lord. Noticing the perspiration glistening on Runtel's forehead, Otto smiled and said, It is indeed late. You should retire for the night, your excellency. Upon hearing Otto's words, Chancellor Rintel released a long sigh and quickly exited the room, casting a hurried glance back at Otto. Otto, with an expression devoid of emotion, stared at the door, his mind preoccupied with thoughts as his fingers drummed on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to extinguish the candle on the table, returning to bed and succumbing once more to slumber. As dawn's light scattered across the pinnacle of the Red Fortress, the citizens of Junlin ventured early onto the streets, ready to toil diligently for the day ahead. Laborers at the docks by the Blackwater River, who had toiled through the night, continued to labor in the mud, sweat glistening on their brows as the first light of day illuminated their efforts. At this hour, Yang had already left the Red Fortress, accompanied by his guards, making his way to the city garrison camp near Shoemaker's Square. Leading his retinue and wooden crates through the half-open dilapidated gate, he entered the largest of the two camps belonging to the city garrison. The crumbling training grounds lay silent under the sun's rays. Yang approached the front of the grounds, surveying the scattered wooden swords and other training equipment. He bent down and picked up a wooden mallet, weighing it in his hand. One of the guards, observing the eerie stillness of the camp, shouted loudly, "Are there no living souls in this place? Come forth at once. How dare you be so disrespectful when Prince Yang is present?" At the sound of the guard's booming voice, a soldier clad in black armor, with black boots and fastening black gauntlets to his arms, approached. Observing this soldier, who stood nearly 7 feet tall, with a fierce yet somewhat youthful countenance, Yang inquired, "What is your name?" The warrior before Aegon bowed and introduced himself, saying, "My name is Roslegit, merely a squad leader of the Capital Defense Force, Your Highness." He inquired about the prince's purpose for visiting the camp. Aegon produced the hand order issued by Viserys, gazing at Roose, and declared, "This is a commission signed by Crown Prince Viserys on behalf of the king. I, Aegon, shall temporarily assume command of the Capital Defense Force during Prince Daemon's campaign in the Stepstones." Roose glanced at the prince but refrained from accepting the commission, as his humble origins left him illiterate. Despite his current efforts to learn, he had not yet reached the level necessary to read letters or commissions. Observing Roose's lack of movement, Aegon continued, "Where are the others in the camp? Why is it only you who has come forth?" Roose, blushing, hesitantly replied, "Your Highness, they are." Aegon interrupted the stammering Roose, his clear voice echoing throughout the camp. "So aside from you and those on patrol, the other soldiers of the Capital Defense Force are either drunkenly lost in taverns or indulgently languishing in brothels. Am I correct?" Roose's face flushed deeper as he muttered, "No, it is not like that, Your Highness. Some soldiers, due to poverty, remain in the camp. They have just succumbed to sleep after a night of patrolling. Additionally, some are stationed at the city gates, while others have long since departed and are currently patrolling the streets." Aegon disregarded Roose's words. Striding past him to the front of the camp, turning to address Roose, "From now until noon, I shall remain in the camp. I kindly ask you to gather all the soldiers of the Capital Defense Force here. If they do not present themselves before me by noon, I believe they need not return to the camp again." Chapter 50. The overflowing dungeon. As time passed, sunlight pierced through the overhead canopy, illuminating the training ground at the Capital Defense Force camp. Thanks to Roose's efforts throughout the morning and the formidable reputation of Prince Aegon, known as the Blood Dragon. Aside from those on duty, all other soldiers and officers of the Capital Defense Force gathered in the camp situated between Shoemaker's Square and the Gates of the Gods. Aegon observed the soldiers murmuring among themselves and nodded to a nearby guard. The guard seized a wooden mallet and struck the copper gong with a resounding clang, capturing the attention of Prince Targaryen on the elevated platform at the front of the training ground. Aegon, addressing the assembled crowd, proclaimed, "Where are the captains of the Capital Defense Force? Step forward." From the throng emerged a dozen burly men, striding confidently to the forefront where Aegon stood. "Are you the captains of the Capital Defense Force?" As the gathered crowd raised their gazes towards the Targaryen prince before them, the captain of the Dragon Gate Guard stepped forward to address Aegon. "Your Highness, we are the captains responsible for the defense of the 7 city gates and the various streets of the capital." The knight introduced himself. "I am Ser Salim Powell, the current captain overseeing the Dragon Gate." Aegon surveyed the knights and inquired, "Are all the captains assembled?" Salim replied slowly, "All have arrived, save for the captain of the Godsway Gate, Valen, and the captain of Steel Street, Bab." Aegon's demeanor turned cold as he stated, "If they choose not to appear, they need not return henceforth." He gestured for the remaining captains to step forward and continued, "It appears that the courtesans of Silk Street have yet to drain your vigor, allowing you to don your polished armor before me." Upon hearing this, Salim took a step forward, lifting his chin as if to retort. However, Aegon raised a hand to silence the Dragon Gate captain, proceeding with his remarks. "1 year ago, when the Iron Throne was still held by my grandfather, King Jaehaerys. I recall you all clad in ill-fitting, tattered armor, wielding rusty or broken swords. You were gaunt. Your purses too light to indulge in a single night of pleasure at the Silk Street brothels. With my father, Balerion I, ascending to the Iron Throne. And at the behest of my brother, Prince Daemon, you were gifted splendid new black armor, accompanied by stylish black boots and gauntlets, even adorned in glorious golden robes that instilled within you a sense of pride, transforming you into the esteemed gold cloaks. But alas, after my brother took to the battlefield at Stepstone, the once valiant city watch succumbed to the allure of fine wine and the embraces of Silk Street's courtesans. Do you now honor the golden garments my brother bestowed upon you? Upon my return to the Red Keep, I heard whispers that since my brother's departure, thieves, brigands, and rapists have thrown King's Landing into chaos. Is it your incompetence that has led to this turmoil, or have you become utterly ineffectual without my brother's presence? I have never heard of demons single-handedly triumphing over all 2,000 of you in golden robes. The captains of the city watch, their faces flushed with shame under Aegon's scornful gaze, dared not to dispute his words, intimidated by the sharpness of his stare. Aegon observed the captains, each holding their breath, as they acknowledged the guards who had accompanied him to the camp. The guards presented a heavy chest before Aegon, who continued to address the captains before him. Now, I present to you an opportunity to prove yourselves. Go forth and apprehend all the thieves, robbers, and rapists who have transgressed the laws of the kingdom within King's Landing, and deliver them to the black dungeon of the Minister of Justice. With that, Aegon opened the heavy wooden chest before him, and the sunlight illuminated the golden dragon within, casting a radiant glow that captivated the attention of all present. The golden dragon you behold is the reward I have prepared for you. Should you excel in fulfilling the task I have assigned, a portion of the treasure within this chest shall belong to you. Furthermore, fragrant wines and the enchanting maidens adorned in silk and blue pearls await your presence. Now, my captains, lead your soldiers to fulfill your duties. When the sun rises over the Red Keep tomorrow, I hope that all who have violated the laws of the kingdom in King's Landing will be languishing in the dungeons of the Red Keep, awaiting the judgment of the Minister of Justice. Now, don your armor, wield your swords, and drape yourselves in the golden robes you take such pride in, and extinguish the flames of wickedness completely. The captains of the guard, gazing upon the resplendent golden dragon and the alluring vision promised by Aegon, held their breath and bowed before him before turning to lead their soldiers out of the camp. Observing the captains and their soldiers departing, Aegon smiled and summoned his guards to carry the chest filled with golden dragons as he turned toward the Red Keep. Aegon was eager to return to the Red Keep to meet his esteemed Minister of Justice, for tonight would surely be an unforgettable evening for Minister Leonos. Within the council chamber, Prime Minister Otto Hightower was engaged in discussion with the other lords and Prince Aegon VI concerning various matters of the realm. A month prior, Sir Lionel Redwine, captain of the King's Guard, had been dispatched to the Riverlands to mediate yet another territorial dispute between the Bracken and Blackwood families. Under Sir Lionel's supervision, representatives from both families engaged in a trial by combat to determine the boundary line. Despite sustaining grave injuries, a young man from House Blackwood emerged victorious, slaying the representative from House Bracken. Although Sir Lionel's judgment resolved the territorial dispute, the loss of life escalated the enmity between the two families. Now, House Bracken has commenced conscription in preparation to seek vengeance against House Blackwood. Listening to Prime Minister Otto's account, Aegon sighed in exasperation. By the seven, how could Lionel conceive such a notion of trial by combat? Now, with the animosity rekindled, how shall we address this? As Aegon's frustration echoed through the chamber, the assembled lords fell silent. Suddenly, a guard from the dungeons of the Red Keep knocked at the door of the council chamber. Approaching the table, the guard leaned close to Minister Leonos's ear, whispered a few words, and then exited. Leonora, with a pained expression, addressed Viserys, Your Highness. I regret to inform you that I must excuse myself from the meeting to attend to an urgent matter. Curiosity flickered in Viserys' gaze as he inquired, What has transpired? With visible discomfort, Leonora responded, Your Highness, your brother, Prince Aegon, has filled the dungeons of the Red Keep with criminals clad in golden robes. Chapter 51. Ruthless dim candlelight illuminated the dungeons of the Red Keep, which had not witnessed such a lively scene since its establishment by Maegor I. At the entrance of the dungeons, bustling jailers were frequently traversing between the entrance and the depths of the dungeon. At this moment, the dungeon master was dutifully following the renowned Prince Aegon, known as the Prince of Puncture, the Blood Dragon King, accompanied by the city guard's deputy commander. A table laden with parchment had been set up at the entrance of the dungeon, where Aegon, quill in hand, murmured quietly, 521, 522, 523. In the distance, a soldier from the city guard, draped in golden robes, escorted a prisoner toward Aegon, stating, Your Highness, we have apprehended a thief on Steel Street. This individual pilfered the coin purses of passers-by. Aegon glanced up at the pallid, emaciated youth before him and, with a blank expression, asked, What is your name? The thief, casting a furtive glance at Aegon, recognized him as the illustrious Prince of Puncture and, trembling with a hint of tears, replied, Your Highness, I am called Smog, but everyone refers to me as Rat Smog. Observing the thief on the verge of tears, Aegon's demeanor remained cold as he continued, How much did you steal? Are you a habitual offender? Is this your first theft? Overwhelmed by Aegon's inquiries, the thief collapsed to the ground, whimpering in a timid voice, Just this once, Your Highness. I was driven to desperation by hunger and only stole a single coin purse. Truly, it was but one purse. As he noted the thief's breakdown on parchment, Aegon lifted his gaze toward the dungeon master. Upon receiving Aegon's signal, the dungeon master clapped his hands, summoning a burly jailer who swiftly lifted the prostrate thief, Smog, as if he were a mere chick, awaiting Aegon's decree. Then, let us see, Aegon commanded. Send this thief to the first cell on the left on the ground floor. I recall it is only filled with 20 or so individuals. There should be room for one more. Following Aegon's order, the jailer hoisted Smog and, amidst the thief's cries, strode purposefully into the depths of the dungeon. Meanwhile, the golden-robed soldier observed as Aegon had dispatched the newly apprehended thief to his cell. After bowing respectfully, he turned to exit when Aegon suddenly inquired, By the way, which division do you belong to? The soldier turned back to Aegon, nervously stammering, Your Highness, I am from the Steel Street division. Aegon nodded in response, his quill never ceasing its graceful dance across the parchment. Without lifting his gaze, he spoke, Go, continue your duty diligently. As long as you demonstrate excellence, rewards will surely follow. The soldier before him, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, saluted Aegon and strode out of the dungeon with fervor. At that moment, the dungeon overseer leaned closer to Aegon, whispering softly, Your Highness, shall we conclude our business for today? The cells in the Red Keep dungeon are now overflowing. And if this continues, we may find ourselves without adequate space. Aegon turned to the overseer, but remained silent, his attention drawn to the distant corridor where a cacophony of voices approached. There, he beheld Viserys, accompanied by Otto and Leonor, hurrying towards the dungeon entrance, flanked by guards. Aegon, what has transpired? I have heard it said that your captures have filled the Red Keep's dungeon to capacity. As he observed the slightly breathless Viserys, amidst the cries echoing from within the dungeon, Aegon fixed his gaze on Otto, saying, My brother, we owe our gratitude to our esteemed Prime Minister, Lord Otto Hightower. Speaking of which, I am curious to know, Sir Otto, how it is that King's Landing is now rife with thieves, robbers, and rapists? Otto, upon hearing this, fixed Aegon with a steely stare and replied impassively, Your Highness, regarding this matter, you ought to consult the Minister of Justice, Lord Leonor. The Prime Minister's responsibilities do not encompass the maintenance of law and order in King's Landing. This matter is beyond my purview. Oh, is that so? Aegon rose, retrieving a piece of parchment from the table, which he handed to Viserys. Then he faced Otto, declaring, I have commanded the city guard to apprehend all lawbreakers across the city. From noon until now, in just half a day, we have already confined 524 individuals in the dungeon. Among them, a significant majority are thieves and robbers. Before they were incarcerated, I inquired about their motives for theft and robbery, and more than 80% responded with a singular word, hunger. They claimed they could not afford to eat and, in their desperation, resorted to stealing and robbing. Thus, I wish to pose a question to our esteemed Prime Minister, Sir Otto Hightower. Why, during your governance of King's Landing over the past 2 months, have so many still turned to crime out of hunger? In the face of Aegon's interrogation, Otto maintained an unaffected demeanor as he replied, I believe their inability to survive stems from the greed and idleness inherent in human nature. These impoverished individuals are physically capable, yet refuse to engage in productive labor, seeking to obtain sustenance through theft and robbery. Is this not a consequence of their own making? Every day at the flea market, brown broth is sold for a mere handful of copper stars or other items, allowing them to sustain themselves. Yet they choose not to labor for their livelihood. All of this is their own just deserts and bears no relation to me. On the contrary, under my stewardship as Prime Minister, King's Landing currently enjoys ample resources, and the price of grain remains comparable to that during the reign of His Majesty Jaehaerys. The 7 kingdoms remain tranquil and harmonious. May I inquire if His Highness the Prince has any further opinions or suggestions regarding my role as the Prime Minister? Aegon smiled as he responded, "Certainly not, my dear Prime Minister. I find your insights exceedingly astute. I am profoundly grateful for your elucidation of the current circumstances, which has successfully dispelled the confusion in my mind." Viserys, observing his younger brother, interjected, "Enough of that, Aegon. What do you propose we do with the criminals currently incarcerated?" Aegon turned to the Minister of Justice, Leonor, and asked, "Might you have any prudent suggestions? We could dispatch these individuals to the north, garbed in black robes. Yet the journey is quite arduous, and we may require a contingent of guards to escort them." After considering Leonor's suggestion, Aegon shook his head. At present, most of the soldiers in King's Landing have been deployed to the battlefield at the Stepstones. We can hardly spare a significant force to escort such a large group of offenders, apart from the routine guards of the city. Viserys then looked at Aegon and inquired, "What is your intended course of action, Aegon?" He replied, "For those guilty of rape and murder, I propose the punishment of impalement in the Cobbler's Square, serving as a stark reminder to the citizens of King's Landing. As for the lesser offenders, such as thieves and robbers, they shall be placed under the supervision of the Gold Cloaks for Labor Reform, tasked with the maintenance of the city streets and sewers." Chapter 52, Rewards and Punishments. Upon hearing Aegon's proposed penalties for the criminals, Viserys nodded in agreement. "Let it be done as you suggest." He then approached Aegon, patting him on the shoulder with a resigned expression, adding, "Do remember to inform me in advance next time." Aegon smiled in response, "I assure you, next time I shall." With Aegon's response, Viserys turned and exited the dungeons of the Red Keep. The Prime Minister, Otto, along with Minister Leonor, followed closely behind him. Aegon, watching the trio depart, turned to the head of the dungeons and instructed, "You heard what was said. Inform the jailers and the Gold Cloaks to carry out these orders." Afterward, Aegon gestured to a nearby guard to collect the sheepskin scroll from the table, saying, "Notify the Gold Cloaks that this matter is concluded. Additionally, I will await them at the garrison next to Cobbler's Square." With that, Aegon strode swiftly out of the dungeons, accompanied by the guard holding the scroll. Shortly thereafter, the gates of the Red Keep's dungeons were sequentially opened, and the inmates were let out in an orderly fashion by the jailers and the supportive guards. The echoes of cries, laughter, and sobs resonated within the dungeon walls. Among them, the recently incarcerated rat, Smo, was escorted with a pale visage toward the garrison of the capital. Smog's gaze was vacant as he murmured, "So, in the eyes of the Prime Minister, everything we have endured is truly deserved?" During the witching hour, approximately between 10 to midnight, the golden-robed enforcers roamed the city of King's Landing in search of thieves, robbers, rapists, and murderers. Upon receiving the command to return to the encampment, they swiftly grasped their torches and hastened towards the garrison located between Shoemaker's Square and the Gate of the Gods. As the golden-robed figures entered the encampment, Aegon had already taken his position at the front of the training ground, accompanied by a guard holding parchment. Observing Aegon from his perch, the various captains of the city garrison circumvented the soldiers, approaching him directly. Aegon lowered his gaze upon the captains before him and inquired, "Is everyone present?" With Aegon's question, the captain in charge of the Gate of the Dragons, Salimper, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, aside from the dismissed captain of the Gate of the Gods, Valen, and the captain of Steel Street, Bab, everyone else is accounted for." "Excellent," Aegon replied with satisfaction, glancing at the captains before him. He retrieved the parchment from his guard and, upon unfolding it, began to read aloud his own records. Captain Salimper of the Gate of the Dragons and his squad apprehended 16 thieves, 5 robbers, 3 rapists, and 2 murderers. Captain Dick Byrne of the Gate of Steel and his squad captured 23 thieves, 1 robber, 2 rapists, and 1 murderer. Captain Roslegit of the River Gate led his team to seize 7 tax evaders and 13 murderers. Captain Ballenbaki, leading his squad, captured 7 thieves, 9 murderers, and 3 female spies. Aegon then continued, "Do any of you dispute the data I have presented?" The captains of the city garrison exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating their agreement. Aegon cleared his throat and proclaimed, "In light of the outstanding performances of Roslegit and Ballenbaki, from this day forth, Roslegit shall assume the position of captain of the Gate of Steel, and Ballenbaki shall take the helm of the Gate of the Gods. As for the others I just mentioned, I shall reward you with golden dragons." The assembled crowd beamed with joy, and amidst the cheers of their comrades, Roslegit and Ballenbaki were elevated to positions equivalent to the other captains. Both knelt before Aegon in enthusiastic oath of loyalty. Meanwhile, the 3 captains whose names had not been mentioned looked on in confusion. Aegon then addressed the captain of the Gate of the Kings, Jed Fry. "You coveted the beauty of the blacksmith Harvey's wife, for your selfish desires, falsely accused Harvey of theft, imprisoning him in the dungeons of the Red Keep while coercing his wife. Am I mistaken? The captain of the Gate of the Kings stared blankly at Aegon before collapsing to his knees in defeat. Captain Ellen Greeley of the Flower Street Guard. In your pursuit to extort protection fees from the merchants on Flower Street, you found yourself facing unexpected resistance from several shop owners. In retaliation, you falsely accused the bakery manager of tax evasion and had him imprisoned in the Red Keep dungeon. Am I correct in this assertion? Captain Caleb Black of Silk Street. You have shielded the proprietors of Silk Street in their insidious acts of human trafficking, selling innocent maidens into brothels. During this raid, you have failed to apprehend those guilty of such crimes and bring them to the dungeons of the Red Keep. Is my statement accurate? As Aegon coldly enumerated their transgressions, some of the captains before him sat vacantly on the ground, while others unsheathed their swords, preparing to flee the capital's guard encampment. Quick as lightning, Ross disarmed Caleb Black, knocking his sword to the ground and sending him sprawling. Aegon addressed the assembly, commanding, "Take them all to the dungeons of the Red Keep." I trust the expertise of the dungeon keepers will evoke fond memories of their gilded days. With that, the guards escorted the three men toward the dungeons. Observing the farce come to a close, Aegon continued to address the remaining captains. I hope you all remain steadfast in your commitment to honor and justice, upholding the chivalric code. Do not tread the path of those few before you who have violated the laws of the kingdom. Furthermore, I have conferred with the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister regarding the apprehension of petty thieves and robbers. They will be placed under the supervision of the capital's guard. Responsibilities for managing the streets and sewers of King's Landing will be allocated based on the conditions of the respective areas you oversee. The remaining captains, follow me. Leave a contingent to handle those criminals. The rest of you should resume your patrols or guard duties. You are dismissed. With a glance from Aegon, all the captains followed him out of the capital's guard encampment. The night in Silk Street was aglow with lights, the scents of wine and perfume wafting through the air. Under Aegon's guidance, the captains of the capital's guard trailed closely behind him into this dazzling den of indulgence. Upon hearing of Aegon's arrival, Mazelia stood at the entrance of the Blue Pearl, bowing gracefully and addressing him. Your Highness, as per your command, the Blue Pearl has not entertained other guests this evening. Please, this way. She then led the group into the spacious hall of the Blue Pearl. Aegon gazed around the empty hall and instructed Mazelia, "You may take your leave. My captains and I have matters to discuss." Upon hearing Aegon's directive, Mazelia promptly bowed and quietly exited the hall, the door closing firmly behind her. Aegon then addressed the dozen or so captains standing within the hall. I am delighted to see that you have successfully and brilliantly accomplished the tasks I entrusted to you. As you can observe, this evening, all the enchanting maidens and exquisite wines of the Blue Pearl belong to you. The faces of the city guard captains are adorned with smiles, eagerly anticipating the words of Aegon. The fine wines and women have been prepared for your enjoyment. And upon your return home, a golden dragon awaits you, so indulge yourselves now. Long live His Highness the Prince, long live Lord Aegon. The ecstatic captains of the city guard shouted in unison, celebrating Aegon's name with fervor. Aegon surveyed the jubilant crowd, clapped his hands, and soon, elegantly dressed silk-clad dancers and maidens bearing wine jugs entered the hall. At Aegon's gesture, the captains of the city guard began to revel in the festivities. As Aegon observed the chaotic revelry within the hall, he turned and exited through a side door. Navigating through a narrow corridor, Aegon arrived at a concealed chamber, where he found Miseria waiting for him. Your Highness, Aegon gestured for Miseria to refrain from formality and strode to a chair. He picked up the wine she had prepared for him, inhaled its aroma, and took a gentle sip before settling into the chair. Miseria approached Aegon and softly remarked, Your Highness, your reputation in King's Landing has become increasingly formidable. Aegon glanced at Miseria and replied nonchalantly, Since my return from the battlefield of the Stepstones, my reputation has been tarnished. It has merely worsened slightly. But how much worse can it truly become? After today's events, I trust that the city guard will fulfill their duties diligently. With my notorious name, coupled with the city guard, I believe King's Landing will enjoy a respite in the days to come. As Aegon's voice trailed off, he looked at Miseria and inquired, Is there any news aside from the city guard's affairs? After a moment of contemplation, Miseria replied, None, Your Highness. Aegon nodded and continued, Instruct your ladies to exert more effort in ensuring that the captains of the city guard remain firmly in their grasp. As you command, Your Highness, she responded. I shall return to the Red Keep. Should anything arise, do send word, Aegon said, promptly rising and departing the room, leaving the Blue Pearl and making his way toward the Red Keep. The following morning, Viserys knocked on Aegon's door. rousing him to embark on a carriage to the dragon's lair to witness the young dragon Aegon had brought back. As Aegon groggily regarded his brother in the carriage, his frustration simmered like a wronged soul fixating on the architect of his woes. Viserys, sipping the wine prepared for their journey, eagerly addressed his brother, Aegon. Does that young dragon truly resemble the legendary Vagger? What is its temperament? Is it equally valiant in battle? Aegon gazed at his elder brother, who was unusually exhilarated by the presence of the young dragon, and sighed. Viserys, my dear brother, this marks the 4th time you've inquired since we boarded the carriage. Perceiving the melancholic expression in his brother's eyes, Viserys offered an awkward smile, replying, "Oh dear, I may have misremembered. You know how it is with so many recent happenings." Ha ha ha. Aegon rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, "Well, as long as it brings you joy." The carriage came to a steady halt at the entrance of the dragon cave nestled in the Rhaenys Hills. Viserys hastily disembarked, with Aegon following behind him, and together they ventured deep into the cave. The dragon keepers, responsible for the daily care of the dragons, observed the approaching princes. An elder dragon keeper stepped forward and addressed them in High Valyrian. "Prince Viserys, Prince Aegon, what brings you both to the dragon cave today?" In response, Viserys articulated in High Valyrian, "We have come to see the young dragon that was brought back recently." The elder keeper hesitated before responding, "Your Highnesses, the young dragon brought back by Prince Aegon is quite temperamental and exceedingly combative. It is currently confined deep within the cave. We shall fetch it at once." Aegon then inquired about the young dragon's current condition. The elder keeper informed him, "The young dragon is indeed irritable, yet possesses a hearty appetite. Though it measures no more than a meter in length, it consumes at least 1 sheep daily, and displays a fierce demeanor, even challenging dragons much larger than itself with its hissing and growling." In the midst of their conversation, the other dragon keepers had already brought the young dragon into the cavern's grand hall. Dark chains connected the creature's neck to its ankles. The young dragon unfurled its crimson membranes, raised its head, and its dark golden eyes gleamed with ferocity, emitting a sharp roar while fixating intently on the gathered crowd under the keeper's calming command. Viserys, entranced by the sight of the young dragon, murmured in a daze, "It resembles, no, it is a reincarnation of Balerion." As Viserys unconsciously approached the dragon, it arched its neck and stared intently at him with its jaws slightly parted. Aegon, noticing that the young dragon was preparing to attack his brother, swiftly pulled Viserys back to a safer distance. "Brother, have you been enchanted by the dragon's graceful form? Had I not intervened, its fire might have scorched you." Regaining his composure, Viserys sheepishly glanced at Aegon and chuckled, "Ahem. Oh, by the way, has this young dragon not yet been named?" Observing Viserys' awkward attempt to change the subject, Aegon replied with a hint of resignation, "Indeed. This young dragon still lacks a proper name. What about you, dear brother? Do you intend to name it?" Upon hearing Aegon's words, Viserys smiled joyfully and responded, "Indeed, Aegon. Although this young dragon was brought back by you, might I request the honor of naming it?" Aegon patted Viserys on the shoulder and replied, "I intended to let you name it. Go ahead, my brother, what do you wish to call it?" Viserys gazed at the bound young dragon and mused. Balerion's Dragonfire forged the Iron Throne and established the Targaryen dynasty, serving as the genesis of the 7 kingdoms. Though this creature bears a resemblance to Balerion, the name Balerion shall forever belong to a singular great dragon. Let us name it Vagger, after the creator of the first dragon, the deity of all beings that walk, swim, fly. Chapter 54. A threefold arrow. As the wheels of the carriage creaked on the way back to the Red Keep, Aegon observed his introspective brother Viserys and inquired, "My brother, it has been 5 years since Balerion's passing. Have you contemplated taming a second dragon of your own?" Aegon's question disrupted Viserys' reverie. He responded quietly, "Aegon, our father recently sent word, urging me to tame Vagger after his passing. To grasp this ancient and colossal dragon would uphold the king's authority and dignity. However, according to our family's records, no dragon rider has ever successfully tamed 2 dragons. I discussed this matter with Otto, who expressed his opposition. Vagger possesses a fierce temperament. Should I fail in the taming, it could lead to my demise or grievous injury, leaving only Emma and Rena behind, thus inciting turmoil in the realm." Listening to his brother, Aegon pressed his hand to his temple and thoughtfully replied, "Otto, as Hand of the King, is undoubtedly quite capable in his role. He speaks the truth. Should our father pass, you will ascend as king with only Rena as your daughter. Given my and Daemon's less than stellar reputations, one a rogue prince, the other a prince of the piercing blade, most of the nobility would likely oppose us becoming your heirs. If you were to fail in taming a dragon, Rena would become a coveted prize for the lords of the 7 kingdoms, each vying to be her consort and to have their house ascend to the Iron Throne. Viserys, acknowledging Aegon's words, nodded reluctantly and continued, "Were Daemon here, he would surely mock my excessive caution and timidity." Aegon, hearing Viserys' self-deprecating remarks, rubbed the corners of his eyes and pressed on. "So, do you intend to refuse our father's wishes and abandon the idea of taming a dragon?" Viserys, with hands outstretched in resignation, replied, "To be honest, I am still undecided about undertaking the endeavor of taming a second dragon. I am not a formidable warrior, Aegon. Since childhood, my physical prowess and reflexes have never matched yours or Daemon's. I lack the courage and resolve that you both possess. Even if I successfully tame Vagger, I would still be unable to command it back to the battlefield. This colossal dragon, named in honor of the god of war, is unable to rush forth into combat once more. Is this not another form of tragedy?" As he spoke, Viserys let out a self-deprecating laugh, adding, "Moreover, I suffer from seasickness. The last time I rode Vagger soaring through the skies, I was fortunate that Vagger's size ensured a steady flight. Otherwise, had I been on another dragon, I fear I would have vomited atop its back." Observing Viserys' wry smile, Aegon could only helplessly shift the topic and continue. "Considering the current state of Aegon, I believe that in the near future, our family will boast a valiant dragon." Viserys smiled with relief upon hearing this. Before long, Viserys seemed to recall something and spoke earnestly to Aegon. "Yesterday, in the dungeons of the Red Keep, were your accusations against Otto not somewhat extreme? It has been less than 2 months since Otto became Hand of the King. Aside from having to address the mess left by Lyman, he is also responsible for the logistics of the Stepstone's battlefield and various matters within the Seven Kingdoms. With so many issues awaiting his resolution in such a short time, how can he be expected to manage the law and order of King's Landing, or to concern himself with the impoverished denizens of Flea Bottom and the reasons behind their crimes?" Listening to Viserys' inquiries, Aegon responded with a hint of resignation. "Viserys, do you recall why I became the acting commander of the city guard?" Viserys, surprised, replied, "Was it not due to the rumors circulating in King's Landing that you are a warlock skilled in blood sacrifices? Was that not the reason I entrusted you with the command of the city guard, to investigate the origins of those rumors?" Aegon, seeing Viserys' bewildered expression, nodded in resignation and continued, "Indeed, it was to uncover the source of those rumors that I initiated the cleansing of King's Landing." Viserys then inquired, "Is there an inherent connection between the two? Furthermore, what relation does the eradication of evil have to what you call Otto's dereliction of duty?" Observing Viserys' perplexed demeanor, Aegon patiently explained, "I instructed my subordinates to track the rumors, yet we have yet to discover their specific origin. Previously, when I administered the piercing punishment to Daemon and the soldiers of his 3 daughters' kingdom, the execution took place far away on the Stepstones. The soldiers who witnessed the execution aboard the combined fleet of Balerion and the Iron Throne have not yet returned to King's Landing. How then did the citizens of King's Landing come to know of my bloody suppression of the soldiers from the 3-daughter kingdom, turning it into a rumor that I am a warlock with a penchant for blood sacrifices?" Listening to Aegon's inquiry, Viserys fell into deep contemplation. Aegon, observing the silent Viserys, continued, "Brother, do you remember from whom you first heard the rumors about me?" Realizing the truth, Viserys remarked, "It is Otto. At that time, you were still far away on the Stepstone Islands, yet Otto had privately confided in me about the rumors surrounding you. Was it Otto who disseminated these rumors?" Aegon shook his head in response, continuing, "There is no direct evidence to indicate that Otto tarnished my reputation. From the moment I ruthlessly punished Daemon and his soldiers, I understood that my future held no promise of a good name. Moreover, for the Iron Throne, a notoriously infamous third son of a king is preferable to a Targaryen prince renowned for military prowess and lauded across the 7 kingdoms. Even if Otto orchestrated this, he merely gave a subtle nudge, ultimately for your sake, so that you might inherit the throne without turmoil." Viserys gazed at his brother with an expression of deep regret. "Aegon, I am truly sorry. You need not sully your name for my position." Aegon waved dismissively. "It matters not, Viserys. We are brothers, sharing the same blood. Everything I do is for House Targaryen, for our family. You need not apologize, these are my own choices." Viserys, observing his younger brother who was yet not 15, suppressed his anguish and stated earnestly, "What then does this have to do with your actions at the Red Keep yesterday?" Aegon narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace in his gaze as he replied coolly, "While I care little for my infamy, it does not justify Otto's meddling. Last night's events were not only to quell the chaos in King's Landing and secure the loyalty of the city's guard, but also a small gift to Otto. In the days to come, It would be fitting for our esteemed Chancellor to experience what it feels like to have a tarnished reputation. Chapter 55. The Wrath of Dragons, the Royal Cavalry. Bearing the black banner emblazoned with a three-headed red dragon, surged through the streets of King's Landing, clearing a path. The royal carriage, accompanied by the creaking of its wheels, slowly traversed the streets littered with filth. As the wheels turned steadily, the carriage carrying Viserys and Aegon passed through the gates of the Red Keep and came to a halt at the castle entrance. The guards on duty opened the carriage door, and Viserys and Aegon disembarked under the protection of soldiers. There, Sir Otto Hightower, the current hand of the king, awaited them at the castle's entrance, his demeanor grave. Curious, Viserys approached Otto and inquired softly, "What is the matter? Why does our esteemed hand of the king greet us at the castle gates?" In response to the inquiry from the Prince of Dragonstone, the heir to the Targaryen throne, Otto replied with composure, "Prince Viserys, Prince Aegon, His Majesty has departed from Maegor's holdfast and is currently awaiting you both in the council chamber." Viserys heard Otto's response, turned, and exchanged a glance with Aegon before continuing to inquire about the unfolding events. What could have prompted their father to leave Maegor's holdfast and proceed to the throne room? Otto, with a grave expression, replied, "I am not entirely certain, Your Highness. His Majesty has been awaiting us in the council chamber for some time. We should hasten to meet the king." With that, Otto turned and made his way towards the throne room. Aegon walked over to Viserys, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Let us not keep father waiting, Viserys. We should go at once." Viserys nodded slowly, and together with Aegon, they strode towards the throne room. The trio, Otto, Viserys, and Aegon, navigated the corridors of the Red Keep, ascending the stairs swiftly until they reached the entrance of the throne room. The guards stationed at the door, upon seeing the approaching princes and the hand of the king, promptly turned to open the grand doors. The three entered with purpose, greeted by the sight of King Balerion, adorned in the traditional black and red Targaryen attire, wearing black gloves and the crown of his father, Aegon I. He held the Blackfire, the sword symbolizing his sovereignty, and wore a half-golden mask, with his exposed skin enveloped in bandages, sitting upright in the king's designated position. King Balerion, observing the hand of the king and his two sons entering, rasped slowly, "At last, you two rascals have arrived. This ailing man has waited quite a while. Sit down quickly so we may commence the meeting." He gestured for Otto, Viserys, and Aegon to take their seats at the council table. Once everyone was seated, King Balerion continued, "Due to my illness, I have been unable to preside over the council meetings, and my eldest son, Viserys, has been exercising the king's authority in my stead. Now that my condition is under control and temporarily stabilized, I will chair today's council meeting. Sir Otto, do we have any recent updates regarding the stepstones?" Upon hearing the king's somewhat terse inquiry, the Prime Minister, Sir Otto, immediately responded with respect, "Your Majesty. Since Prince Aegon's arrival at the stepstones to provide support, we have successfully captured Bloodstone and Grey Gallows. The stepstones are now entirely under the dominion of the Targaryen dynasty. Under the leadership of Lord Tarly, fortifications are currently being constructed to ensure the stepstones' permanent allegiance to the Iron Throne. Meanwhile, Lord Corlys, the Sea Snake, with the assistance of Princess Rhaenys and Prince Daemon, has successfully blockaded the shipping lanes of the Three Daughters Kingdom, incinerating the remnants of their naval fleet. He is preparing to launch an assault on Tyrosh. However, the Tyroshi have procured a substantial supply of dragon-slaying crossbows from Coer. The sizes of Melia's and Corrich are insufficient to withstand the onslaught of these crossbows. Thus Lord Corlys has resorted to nightly harassment tactics with Melia's and Corrich, and, as of yet, we have not achieved any significant victories." King Balerion listened intently to the report from the Grand Chancellor regarding the battlefield at the Stepstone Islands. With a fierce strike, his black fire sword struck the floor, producing a muffled thud, followed by a cold chuckle as he remarked that Lord Corlys truly lived up to his title of the Sea Serpent. He then addressed Otto, instructing him to notify our Minister of Maritime Affairs, Corlys, and Prince Daemon to return to King's Landing, while the front lines would temporarily be overseen by Rhaenys. Matters concerning the Stepstone Islands would be postponed until Corlys' return, at which point I shall have a thorough discussion with him. Aside from this, have any other affairs arisen within the Seven Kingdoms? Faced with the king's inquiry, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Otto's forehead as he continued. There is another matter concerning the dispute between House Bracken and House Blackwood. The Grand Council entrusted the mediation of these two houses to former Grand Chancellor Ser Lionel a month ago. However, Ser Lionel employed trial by combat for the resolution, resulting in one young combatant from Bracken dead and another from Blackwood injured. The situation in the Riverlands has since escalated, and Ser Lionel continues his efforts at mediation. Upon hearing this, Balon's voice turned hoarse, laced with menace as he slowly addressed Otto. In the name of Balon I, King of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I hereby issue a decree to the Earls of Bracken and Blackwood, demanding that they adhere to the outcome of the trial by combat conducted under the watchful eyes of the gods. Let all disputes cease henceforth, and no armies shall be raised in war. Should the Bracken and Blackwood families defy the King's command and instigate conflict, they shall face the searing flames of the dragon's maw. I assure you, their soldiers on the battlefield will be reduced to ashes beneath the dragon's wrath. Proceed. Next matter. The courtiers present felt the fury and bloodlust emanating from the king's words, bowing their heads in submission. Their ears perked up to listen intently to the exchange between the king and the chancellor. Crown Prince Aegon found himself repeatedly on the verge of speaking, only to ultimately resign himself to listening closely to his father's decisions. Aegon observed the crimson hue spreading across the collar of his father's attire beneath the mask, clenching his fists tightly, praying for the swift conclusion of this council meeting. Your Majesty, the envoys from Bravos and Pintos have arrived in King's Landing to propose to the Iron Throne a mediation between the Three Daughters' Kingdom and the Iron Throne. They expressed a desire to restore peace between Essos and Westeros, Otto disclosed. After he finished, the Grand Council chamber fell into a profound silence, the air thick with tension. King Balon, his voice hoarse and imbued with malice, uttered softly, "Peace? Let them return to me for discussions on peace after the Three Daughters' Kingdom has been scorched to white ash by dragons." Chapter 56. The education of a prince. The Grand Council chamber reverberated with King Balon's menacing growl, as the ministers surrounding the council table bowed their heads in silence, their foreheads already glistening with beads of sweat. Sir Otto Hightower, the Grand Chancellor, felt the dampness of sweat soaking through his back. Since his ascension to the throne, King Balon, who had sequestered himself within the confines of the Mager's hold to recuperate, now emanated a brutal fury reminiscent of dragons during the council meeting. Otto rose to face the king, bowing respectfully and murmuring, "I obey your will, your Majesty." King Balon surveyed the courtiers before him, all resembling startled quails, and with a hoarse yet commanding voice, he urged, "Proceed. Next matter." Otto promptly took his seat at the king's right hand and continued to report on other matters. As time passed, the sunlight within the chamber faded with the setting sun, and the handmaidens had already lit the stout candles within the meeting hall. With each issue deftly addressed by the king, the council meeting approached its conclusion. King Balon struck the floor with his Valyrian steel sword, Blackfire, his voice weak, weary, and hoarse as he declared, "This meeting is adjourned. Viserys and Aegon remain, the rest may leave." The king's hand and the attending courtiers breathed a sigh of relief, rising to bow before departing the council chamber. Once the last courtier exited, King Balon appeared as though his vitality had been drained, slumping heavily into his chair. The bandage around his neck had already darkened with blood. Aegon and Viserys rushed forward, intending to assist their father, but he thundered at them in a low voice. "Both of you halt. Do not approach me." Watching their father in such agony, Viserys paced anxiously, while Aegon trembled, fixated on the sovereign before them. Despite their desire to help, they were held back by their father's command. Observing the distress in his sons, Balon summoned his strength to prop himself against the throne of the council, offering a reassuring smile as he said, "Rest easy. I am not in immediate peril. I simply feel a bit drained. Sit down. It has been far too long since we had a proper conversation." Hearing their father's comforting words, Viserys and Aegon complied and seated themselves, watching their father in solemn anticipation of his next words. "Aegon, what is the current state of King's Landing?" Upon facing his father's inquiry, Aegon could only respond in a subdued tone. "I have arranged for the city guard to patrol day and night to maintain order in King's Landing. All major criminals have been subjected to the piercing punishment. Standing in the Shoemaker's Square, and the captain of the city guard along with his soldiers have pledged their loyalty to me." Balon nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Viserys and quietly admonishing, "Viserys, you disappoint me." Viserys' eyes widened in shock as King Balon continued, as the heir apparent. "Since Otto's appointment, all your judgments and decisions have stemmed from the council and the king's hand, devoid of your own perspectives and suggestions. As an elder brother, witnessing your younger sibling being slandered and burdened with infamy, you merely seethe in impotent rage within the council chamber, taking no action to quell the situation's escalation. As a husband, Emma has endured the heartbreaking loss of children, her father, and her brother in succession, yet you fail to stand by her side, choosing instead to seclude yourself in your chamber, preoccupied with your stone carvings. As a father, How long has it been since you have shown concern for and cared for Rena? Do you even know her height, her weight, her favorite foods, and what she must avoid? Your indecisiveness, short-sightedness, and lack of accountability leave me unable to entrust the Iron Throne to you." King Balerion tightly grasped the Blackfire sword, his gaze fixed upon his once promising eldest son, and he thundered in wrathful whispers. "Viserys, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Look at what you have been doing of late." Aegon, witnessing his father's fury and his elder brother's shame, opened his mouth to defend his brother, but his father's piercing glare silenced him. "And you, Aegon, at barely 15 years old, my youngest son, with a father and 2 elder brothers still living, have they all perished? Must you now recklessly sacrifice your own reputation to uphold the Iron Throne's dignity? Look at you now, the piercing prince, the bloody dragon king, the sorcerer of House Targaryen. Your infamy rivaling that of the ruthless Vagger. Even the children of King's Landing tremble at the mention of your name. I am still alive." Balon raged at his 2 sons, his voice escalating, prompting the guards outside to burst into the council chamber. Upon witnessing the irate king and the 2 sons filled with shame, the guards remained silent until the king declared, "Get out. No one is permitted to enter without my command." Obeying the king's furious words, the guards bowed and exited the council chamber, firmly closing the door behind them. As the door shut, Balon turned his attention back to his 2 sons, their faces flushed with shame, and continued, "Viserys, I ask you, why have I summoned Corlys and Daemon back?" After pondering his father's inquiry, Viserys replied, "Because Lord Corlys failed to breach the realm of the 3 daughters, resulting in a stalemate on the battlefield." Enraged by this response, Balon hurled a goblet from the table before Viserys and shouted, "The reason I summoned him back is due to his lack of initiative, utilizing the Iron Throne's fleet and soldiers to establish and maintain trade routes for House Balerion. My initial command was to lay waste to the realm of the 3 daughters. Yet what has Corlys been doing? He has been deploying Targaryen soldiers and ships to assault the Stepstones, seizing and holding Bloodstone and Grey Gallows, all while safeguarding the trade routes of the Valerion fleet in this conflict against the realm of the 3 daughters. Especially under the insinuation of my dispatching Aegon to command Vagger towards the Stepstones, he still prioritizes the protection of the shipping lanes, allowing your brother to bear infamy to fulfill the prosperity of Valerion. Now, he tightly besieges Tyros yet refrains from attacking. What is he doing? He is waiting for my demise. Once the Iron Throne loses its master, he will seize the opportunity to negotiate with the 3 Queens' kingdom and reap the benefits." Balon gazed upon the flushed Viserys before turning to Aegon, remarking, "Aegon, I sent you to the Stepstones, and yet you have been deceived by the Sea Snake, aiding him in the assault on Bloodstone and Grey Gallows, bearing unwarranted disgrace. My foolish sons, you have been toyed with by Corlys." Chapter 57. Highgarden. The echoes of their father's hoarse fury resonated in the ears of Viserys and Aegon. Shame, frustration, anger, murderous intent, and unease surged within the hearts of the 2 brothers. Observing the rapidly shifting expressions of his sons, Balon mustered his resolve and continued, "In the recently concluded council, I have issued the command for Corlys and Daemon to return to King's Landing. When Corlys arrives, I shall have a thorough discussion with him. However, for now, both of you, especially you, Viserys, must engage in deep reflection during this time. From today until Corlys returns to King's Landing, I shall partake in every council meeting. You shall observe closely, listen attentively, and contemplate how I deliberate and address each matter." Gazing at his father, who was filled with disappointment, Viserys lowered his head in shame and responded, "At your command, father." Balon, observing his eldest son's earnest admission of fault, turned to his younger son, Aegon, and continued, "Aegon, there is a matter that requires your attention." Noticing the weight in his father's tone, Aegon lifted his gaze to meet Balin's, who solemnly stated, "News has arrived from the Citadel. Vagger is gravely ill, now in a state of unconsciousness, his life hanging by a thread. I need you to ride Vagger to Old Town at dawn tomorrow to ascertain the nature of Vagger's ailment." Viserys and Aegon exchanged worried glances, and Viserys anxiously inquired, "Father, when did you learn of Uncle Vagger's critical condition?" Balon looked at his eldest son, his voice tinged with curiosity. "This morning. Grand Maester Runsider received a raven from the Citadel at the Crow's Nest, but he could not find you. In his urgency, he could only relay the message through the guards of Vagger's tower." Aegon, detecting the uncertainty in his father's tone, explained, "Father, my brother Viserys and I had previously discussed sending a raven in the name of the Crown Prince to the Citadel, hoping Uncle Vagger could return to the Red Keep." Balon, upon hearing Aegon's response, turned to Viserys and gravely asked, "When was the raven sent to summon Vagger back to King's Landing?" Viserys gazed vacantly at his father and murmured, I have prepared the letter to summon Uncle Aegon back to King's Landing, but I have yet to send it. Listening to his eldest son's response, Balerion, in a fit of rage, replied with a sardonic tone, So, Aegon has been ailing for more than just a day or two. Yet it has taken until now, when he is gravely ill, for the Citadel to inform the Iron Throne. How splendid. I am still alive. Yet these people have already begun to treat the Targaryen kin as mere morsels for their appetites. Balerion lifted his gaze to Viserys, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Viserys, take up my quill. Command Aegon to steer Vagger to Highgarden, conveying the orders of King Balerion I to ensure the protection of the South. Duke Mace Tyrell must personally lead his forces alongside Aegon to welcome Aegon back to King's Landing. I demand to see him alive or dead. As you command, father. Viserys promptly replied, stepping aside to grasp a quill and swiftly inscribing the message onto parchment. Balerion turned to his younger son, saying, Aegon, your journey to Old Town to bring Aegon back to King's Landing may be fraught with peril. If necessary, you may take Vagger directly back to the capital. I shall not hold it against you. Aegon, with a serious demeanor, responded, Do not worry, father, everything will unfold according to your wishes. He then received the completed letter from Viserys, bowed to Balerion, and exited the council chamber. Watching his ailing, emaciated father recede into the distance, Viserys left the council chamber with a blank expression. In the corridors of the Red Keep, bustling maidens cleared the way as guards carried King Balerion toward Maegor's holdfast. Seated upon the chair, Balerion caressed the golden mask upon his face, whispering to himself, Why must my most exceptional son be the youngest of them all? Vagger soared majestically above the lands of the Stormlands, the brilliant dawn illuminating the golden clouds beside Aegon, adding an enchanting allure to the sky. Vagger flew swiftly along the Mander River, traversing past Tumbleton and the Bitterbridge, crossing Longtable and the Arbor Hall. Aegon, noticing the resplendent white castle connecting the Coast Road and the Rose Road in the distance, urged Vagger to descend towards the magnificent structure. As he leaned forward, he beheld the white castle encircled by 3 concentric walls of the same white marble, standing as a steadfast guardian. Within the castle walls lies a verdant paradise, adorned with a myriad of blossoms, courtyards, pools, and artificial waterfalls that embellish this magnificent fortress. The walls themselves are intricately decorated with patterns of grapes and roses. A thunderous roar emanates from Womazor, awakening the ancient castle that has stood for millennia. Duke Maceoster of the Riverbend, upon hearing the dragon's call from the skies, hastily approaches the window, gazing at the soaring Womazor. Maceoster summons a maid to assist him in changing his attire and instructs his servants to prepare a grand feast in anticipation of the royal visitors from King's Landing. Guided by Aegon, Womazor lands near the entrance of the Highgarden, accompanied by a resonant thud. The Duke, now in his 40s and flanked by guards, approaches Womazor with a warm welcome. Welcome to Highgarden, Your Highness. The banquet is prepared, and the musicians and dancers await your arrival. Aegon soothes Womazor's demeanor, and the dragon, sensing his master's movements, lowers one of his wings to the side, allowing Aegon to gracefully descend to the ground. Aegon addresses the Duke, remarking, I have heard of the Tyrell family's passion for the arts and music. Today shall be a splendid opportunity to witness it firsthand. Additionally, please ensure that provisions of cattle and sheep are prepared for Womazor, keeping others at a safe distance, for his wrath can be quite fearsome. Upon hearing Aegon's request, Duke Maceoster promptly instructs his soldiers to prepare sustenance for Womazor. He then joins Aegon, surrounded by guards and servants, as they proceed towards the most beautiful castle in all of Westeros. Chapter 58. The towering spire sunlight bathes the pristine marble walls of Highgarden, while joyful melodies and harmonious tunes resonate throughout the banquet hall. Maidens carry vessels filled with Dornish summer wine and golden arbor gold, weaving through the hall, ready to refill the goblets of the attending nobles. Aegon observes the enchanting scene before him, a smile gracing his lips as he takes a sip of the summer wine. Turning to Duke Maceoster, who stands beside him, he expresses, I am immensely grateful for your warm hospitality, my lord, as it has allowed me to experience the joyous revelry of House Tyrell. Maceoster, smiling, raises his goblet in acknowledgement of Aegon's praise. Thank you, Prince Aegon. House Tyrell shall forever remain a loyal supporter of House Targaryen. Should the Iron Throne issue a command, we shall muster all of Riverbend's strength to offer our lives and glory in service to the Targaryens. Aegon chuckles at the Duke's grand declarations and retrieves a royal decree from his breast pocket, dictated by King Balerion and penned by Viserys. He lightly tosses the document into Maceoster's arms and turns to the dancers, their flowing gowns resembling blooming roses. Duke Maester. Now is the time for you to serve the Iron Throne. Morsos retrieved the letter embossed with the seal of the three-headed dragon from within his cloak, gazing at the royal insignia upon it, causing the golden chalice in his hand to tremble perilously close to the ground. He turned to his companion, Aegon, who appeared entranced by the dancers, inhaled deeply, and then opened the missive from the Iron Throne. Upon finishing the letter, Morsos clenched it tightly in his fist, his voice quivering with fervor as he addressed the seemingly jovial Aegon. Your Highness, is it Old Town or the Citadel? How many knights and soldiers are required? Shall I commence the gathering of troops immediately? Grant me 3 days, and I shall rally an army of 50,000 from the Vale. As he spoke, he braced himself against the table and rose, eager to summon his vassals and amass forces to ensure Old Town's complete obliteration. Observing his excitement, Aegon hastily pressed Morsos back into his seat, addressing him with urgency. I am aware of your long-standing desire to eliminate House Hightower, the most powerful and insubordinate vassal in the Vale, but I did not foresee your impatience reaching such a crescendo. I do not require the 50,000 soldiers you speak of. Rather, I seek a cadre of elite cavalry to accompany me to the Citadel and investigate the grave condition of my uncle, Viserys Targaryen. This cavalry must be robust and well-trained. Do not attempt to deceive me with those inept noblemen. Should they jeopardize my mission, I shall not hesitate to feed them to Vormissal. Morsos, beaming with enthusiasm, replied, Fear not, Your Highness. I shall personally lead a contingent of 1,000 elite cavalry, all composed of knights anointed with sacred oil, ensuring your endeavors remain unscathed. However, is it truly unnecessary for me to prepare a larger force for you? Aegon, with a hint of exasperation, responded, 1,000 is excessive, 500 will suffice. Furthermore, your presence is not required. Simply select a few astute knights to lead the charge. Additionally, it must be swift. I wish to arrive at the Citadel by tonight. The cavalry of the Vale, bearing the banner of a golden rose on a green field, galloped along the Rose Avenue toward Old Town under the command of Duke Morsos, with Aegon soaring above on the back of Vormissal. In the distance, the towering structure of the Great Tower loomed over Old Town, a formidable blade piercing the heavens. The roar of Vormissal echoed through the twilight sky of Old Town. The current Earl of the Great Tower, Bailiff Hightower, upon hearing the dragon's roar, promptly led his soldiers to await the arrival of the prince and the duke at the city gates of Old Town. Vormissal descended before the gates, and upon seeing Aegon on the dragon's back, Bailiff, the elder brother of Otto, immediately bowed and addressed the prince. Welcome, Your Grace, to Old Town. I have prepared a banquet at the Great Tower in your honor. I humbly invite you to grace us with your presence. He gestured to his guards, who presented salt and bread as offerings. Aegon gazed at Bahat, who displayed no hint of propriety in demeanor or attitude. He swiftly dismounted from the dragon's back and descended to the ground, seizing a piece of bread to dip into the salt on the plate before placing it into his mouth. As Aegon chewed on the bread, he approached Bahat with a smile gracing his face and softly spoke, My dear Count Bahat of the Towering Trees, you must be aware of the purpose of my visit to the Old Town. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Targaryen prince before him, Bahat noted that Vormissal, behind Aegon, raised his neck to unleash a mighty roar before soaring towards the sea. The dust stirred by the flapping wings brushed against Bahat's face, prompting him to swipe away the particles before addressing Aegon. Your Highness, Bahat began, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Hightower family regarding Prince Vigan. I have now brought him back from the academy, and he is presently under the careful watch of my appointed scholars within the Towering Trees. I invite you to accompany me to the tower to visit Prince Vigan. With that, he signaled for a guard to bring forth horses for Aegon and himself, preparing to journey to the tower by the coastline of the Old Town. Aegon grasped Bahat's arm as he was about to return to his horse and said meaningfully, Let us pause for a moment, Count Bahat. After all, not everyone is gathered yet. In the distance, Duke Massos of the Riverbend, galloping on horseback with his retinue of knights, stirred up dust as he reined in his steed. The cavalry of 500 halted before the gates of the Old Town. Duke Massos dismounted and approached Aegon and Bahat, breathlessly apologizing, Your Highness, I am terribly sorry for my tardiness. I could not catch up with Vormissal. I deeply regret keeping you waiting at the gates of the Old Town. Bahat, observing the panting duke, promptly had bread and salt brought forth. Massos casually dipped a piece of bread in salt and tossed it into his mouth, following Bahat and Aegon as they proceeded into the Old Town towards the tower. The streets of the Old Town were neat and refreshing, with various alleys and lanes harmonizing with the residents' houses, transforming the Old Town into a charming and exquisite labyrinth. Aegon, atop his horse, meticulously examined the state of the Old Town, comparing it to King's Landing, and noted that the latter paled in comparison. Observing the tidy streets, Aegon contemplated the environmental governance of King's Landing, suspecting it might soon warrant a place on the agenda of the esteemed Otto Hightower. Chapter 59. Vigan. Under the guidance of Count Bahat Hightower, Aegon and Duke Massos Tyler entered the brightly illuminated Tower of Trees. Following Bahat's lead, they beheld a banquet hall adorned with exquisite tapestries and artworks, where an array of delectable dishes and fine wines had already been arranged under Bahat's direction. Bahat positioned himself respectfully at the head of the banquet table, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Prince Aegon. However, the prince remained immobile, fixated intently on Bahat. Aegon gently patted Bahat's shoulder and spoke with measured calmness. "I appreciate the warm welcome extended by Count Heidel, yet I wish to first see my uncle, Prince Wigan, to ascertain his condition before indulging in the exquisite cuisine and fine wines you have meticulously prepared." Observing the serious demeanor of the Targaryen prince, Bahat quickly replied, "Of course. Please follow me. I shall escort you to Prince Wigan's chamber." He then glanced at Duke Massos of Riverbend, who, upon hearing this, turned to Aegon, silently inquiring how to proceed. Aegon, noticing this, said, "Duke Massos, you have traveled far. It would be best for you to join the banquet first. I shall return to partake in the festivities after visiting my uncle." Upon hearing Aegon's arrangement, Duke Massos of Heidel bowed in acknowledgement and promptly joined the feast. Relishing the delicacies prepared by Count Oldtown for the guests, Bahat cast a fleeting glance at the indulgent Massos, then signaled for the guards to light the way, leading Aegon toward Prince Wigan's room. As Aegon followed Bahat through the towering corridors, they soon arrived at a room adjacent to the seaside. The guard knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by a scholar who stepped aside, allowing Bahat and Aegon to enter. The spacious chamber was suffused with the scent of herbs, and at its center lay a man ensconced in bandages upon a wooden bed. From the doorway, one could discern his silver hair and the golden mask he wore. Aegon approached the bedside cautiously, gazing at the unconscious figure before him. He gently removed the golden mask from the man's face. The sight that met his eyes was ghastly. The man's visage appeared as if corroded by acid, devoid of unblemished skin, with raw, scarred flesh pulsating with each breath, resembling a nightmarish specter from the depths of hell. Aegon lifted the blanket covering the man, revealing that the skin beneath the bandages on his chest and arms mirrored the horrific state of his face. Turning towards Duke Heidel, Aegon quietly inquired, "What has happened here?" Bahat stepped forward to explain. Prince Wigan became a doctor of economics in the scholarly city a few years prior to the passing of the late King Jaehaerys. He was bestowed with a golden mask, a golden ring, and a golden scepter by the council. Since becoming a doctor, Prince Wigan has always donned the golden mask, and few have beheld his true countenance. Recently, upon learning of his illness, I dispatched someone to bring him back from the scholarly city, only to find that the scholar who treated him had revealed his face, and this was the unfortunate result. Were it not for the golden ring representing a doctorate adorning the prince's hand, along with his lustrous silver gold hair and violet eyes, it is likely that many would fail to recognize Prince Wigan. Upon hearing this, Aegon turned to the scholar beside him and inquired further, "What affliction has befallen his highness that has rendered his skin in such a state?" Observing the imposing figure of Aegon, the scholar pondered for a moment before responding with a trembling voice, "If I may speak candidly, your highness, the scars on Prince Wigan's skin appear unrelated to any illness. It seems he has succumbed to a fever that has rendered him unconscious." Furrowing his brow at the scholar's words, Aegon turned to gaze at his uncle, who lay in a state of unconsciousness upon the bed. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Everyone, please leave. I wish to spend a moment in solitude with my uncle." The others present, upon hearing the prince's request, gradually exited the room under the guidance of Baron Bahat, closing the door behind them. As the door clicked shut, Aegon meticulously scrutinized the man before him. Most of the man's skin had been treated with herbs by the scholar. Aegon approached the table, opened the scholar's medicine chest, and retrieved a long-handled spoon crafted from silver before returning to the bedside. Holding the spoon, Aegon gently scraped the ointment from the man's skin, bringing it to his nose for a careful examination. He detected no peculiarities. It was merely a standard healing salve intended to prevent infection. Aegon continued to observe the man closely, noting he appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with slender limbs that bore no evidence of physical training. His hands were long, with a few calluses on the fingertips, likely the result of prolonged riding, coupled with the distinctive color of his hair and eyes. Every feature resonated with those of his uncle, Aegon Targaryen. Aegon confirmed that the unconscious man before him was indeed his uncle. As he scanned the man from head to toe, Aegon noticed some wood shavings lodged beneath the man's fingernails, which appeared to match the material of the wooden bed. Promptly, Aegon began to search around the bed. He observed several scratch marks on the headboard made by nails, grouped in 3s and 5s. Silently rising, Aegon noted the weak breaths of Weijing and, with a heavy heart, covered his uncle with the blanket once more before turning toward the door. Upon pushing it open, he found Baron Bahat, the scholar, and the guards waiting at the threshold. Noticing the prince's grim expression, Bahat cautiously inquired in a hushed tone, "Your Highness." According to the scholar's assessment, the fate of Prince Weijing now lies in the hands of the gods. Aegon nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as if lost in thought. Bahat, sensing the weight of the moment, continued softly, "It is nearly the witching hour, Your Highness, and you must be hungry. Let us return to the banquet hall, where you may indulge in the culinary delights of Old Town." Aegon inhaled deeply upon hearing the words, turning to Count Bahat beside him, expressing his gratitude for the Count's hospitality. However, with his uncle Weiging's condition so grave, he lamented that he lacked the heart to indulge in the culinary delights of Old Town. He requested a bedroom be prepared for him, where he could rest in peace. Observing Aegon's demeanor, Bahat raised his gaze and respectfully replied, "Since His Highness is in low spirits and feels fatigued, I shall lead you to your chambers at once. Shortly, a servant will prepare a bath and a light supper for you. We shall not disturb your rest." With that, he escorted Aegon towards his room, accompanied by guards. Chapter 60. The cremation. The silvery moonlight streamed through the towering windows, illuminating Aegon's room. He lay enveloped in velvet blankets and pillows, tossing and turning in restless slumber, consumed by thoughts of his uncle Weiging's face, scorched as if by fierce flames, and the wood shavings lodged beneath his fingernails. Aegon pondered the significance of the scratches on the headboard, bewildered as to why his uncle had left them upon regaining consciousness. Was he attempting to convey a message? Or was he accusing someone of malice? Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Aegon swiftly rolled out of bed, grasping a dagger, and called out towards the door. "Who is it?" The voice of Count Bahat echoed from the threshold. "Prince Aegon, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but I must convey some unfortunate news." Listening to Bahat's voice, Aegon donned his garments and opened the door, confronting Bahat and his guard with a calm inquiry. "What has happened?" Bahat bowed his head, his voice laden with sympathy and comfort. "Your Highness, Prince Weiging has just been taken from us by an unwelcome visitor, his soul departing this world." In the dimly lit chamber beneath the towering structure, countless candles flickered, illuminating the scene as the silent sisters attended to Weiging's visage under Aegon's watchful gaze. One by one, they extracted his entrails and organs with their precise instruments, draining the blood from his body. An array of herbs, spices, and salt was carefully inserted into him. Holy oil was scooped and evenly applied to his form, while bandages were meticulously wrapped around him until his once fiery countenance was obscured, hidden from sight. Aegon observed the silent sisters complete their solemn task, scrutinizing every inch of Weiging's skin and the contents of his abdomen. Finding nothing amiss, he shook his head in resignation and exited the somber chamber. As the waves crashed against the rocks, accompanied by the morning sun, Aegon stood in solemn black attire alongside Duke Massos of Riverbend and Count Bahat before the cremation pyre, constructed from resinous pine, gazing at the lifeless body of Weiging laid upon the wooden frame. With a deep, resonant roar echoing through the air, Vormisol descended gracefully before the pyre, while Aegon stood before Massos and Bahat, gazing at his uncle, Vagon. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. Upon receiving his master's command, Vormisol opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, igniting the pyre before them. As the flames soared into the sky, Aegon Targaryen departed this world. As the fire gradually subsided, the prepared servants collected the ashes into a vessel, adhering to the Targaryen tradition that dictates the remains of dragon kind be consumed by flames, with their ashes returned to Dragonstone, eternally resting in the ancestral grounds of the family. Aegon, Massos, Bahat, and others watched as the guards meticulously gathered the ashes. Bahat approached Aegon and spoke. "Your Highness, Prince Vagon has left us. I offer my condolences." Aegon turned to Bahat, his expression grave and cold, and inquired, "Is there any investigation by the Citadel regarding my uncle Vagon's circumstances?" After a moment's thought, Bahat replied, "The Citadel's council manages various affairs, and your uncle Vagon was among them. Concerning his ailment, the Citadel has provided no explanations, only expressing regret over his condition." Aegon then addressed the guards who were sweeping up the ashes, saying softly, "Please, Count Bahat, convey my message. After my uncle Vagon's funeral, I shall visit the learned scholars of the Citadel." The midday sun cast its radiant light upon the rooftops of the Citadel, where throngs of people traversed between the grand gates and the scriptorium. The assistant scholars at the scriptorium offered writing services to the populace, providing assistance in drafting medical prescriptions and composing letters. Consequently, the citizens of the old town frequently sought help from the assistant scholars. Lines formed, stretching from the scriptorium to the gates of the citadel, as people waited for assistance under the watchful gaze of the towering sphinx statues. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar resounded from above, as Vormissol, with Aegon upon its back, circled majestically over the citadel. The citizens of the old town, awaiting aid from the assistant scholars, panicked under the shadow of the dragon's wings, screaming in alarm as they hastily fled towards the narrow alleyways and the stone arch bridge over the honeyed river. With a resounding thud, Vormissol landed at the gates of the citadel, shattering the pristine stone pavement beneath its feet. The current chancellor of the citadel, Gayscale, emerged from the gates, flanked by other assistant scholars. Upon witnessing the fearsome dragon and the ill-tempered prince upon its back, Gales trembled as he approached Vormissol, fearfully stating, "Your Highness, Prince, welcome to the citadel. May I inquire what brings you here? As the chancellor, I trust one may assist in addressing your concerns." Aegon gazed at the corpulent elder before him, who appeared timid and even stammered as he spoke. He declared in a resonant voice, "This very morning, my uncle Aegon Targaryen has departed from us forever, and I am engulfed in profound sorrow. My uncle, born of the Red Keep, was the most erudite among our kin, having successfully ascended to a position within the Citadel of Learning. Therefore, I have come to this esteemed citadel to pay homage to the traces left by my uncle Aegon. Surely, the scholars of the citadel would not obstruct a diligent student in pursuit of knowledge?" Galus wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and, bowing humbly, replied, "Of course, Your Highness. The citadel has always opened its doors to those who thirst for knowledge and will not deny your request." Upon hearing Galus's response, Aegon dismounted from the back of Vormissor and, as he approached the dragon's head, gently patted its snout. Since consuming the potion, Vormissor had grown increasingly immense. Sensing his master's intent, the dragon promptly lay down, closing its eyes at the entrance of the citadel, appearing as though it had fallen asleep. The massive form sprawled across the plaza at the citadel's entrance, its colossal head resting upon the steps. The assistant scholars, feeling the dragon's breath, collapsed to the ground, trembling and rendered speechless. The nearby townsfolk, terrified, had already hidden away, not daring to step foot into the citadel. Galus, witnessing the scene, broke into a cold sweat, anxiously awaiting Aegon's arrival at the citadel's entrance before saying, "Your Highness, your dragon cannot slumber at the entrance of the citadel. This is, Aegon." With a cold gaze directed at the flustered citadel steward, responded, "Dragons do not accept constraints. In the lands of Westeros, none can refuse the arrival of a dragon." Chapter 61. Investigation. The current steward of the citadel, Galus observed Aegon standing by the bedside, inspecting Prince Aegon's garments. He nervously retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Aegon discarded the already washed, mottled clothing and turned to the desk, taking a seat in the chair before it. Frowning, he continued to peruse the various books and notes discovered within his uncle Aegon's chamber. Before him lay notes detailing the daily affairs of the citadel, alongside knowledge pertaining to economics and other disciplines. Aegon scanned the texts with remarkable speed, a growing unease brewing within him. He lifted his gaze to the citadel steward and, with an icy tone, inquired, "Are these the only relics of Prince Aegon? Is there nothing else?" Sensing the chill in Aegon's voice, Galus wiped his brow once more and replied nervously, "Your Highness, aside from some personal effects, these are all that remain." Listening to Galus's explanation, Aegon's tone remained unfriendly as he continued speaking. "It appears I should sever your arm and excise your manhood to awaken your senses. My uncle, a PhD at the Institute of Learning, possesses not merely a few tattered garments, but an array of scholarly tomes and notes. Surely, as an emblem of his status as a doctor of economics, I have yet to behold the golden scepter that signifies his rank. Speak, could it be that you are blinded by greed for gold, thus hiding the scepter away?" Upon hearing Aegon's words, Gales trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in despair, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the golden scepter bears no relation to me. Ever since Prince Aegon fell ill and lapsed into unconsciousness, Lord Count of the Tower summoned him away. Though I serve as the overseer of the Institute, I merely manage its trifles. How could I possibly conceal the golden scepter beneath the watchful eyes of the learned doctors and the Count?" Aegon, observing the wretched figure of Gales kneeling before him, rose to his feet, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. "Since you claim no connection to it, and I failed to see the scepter at the tower, where, pray tell, has it vanished?" Gales, in a state of frantic contemplation, responded emphatically, Doctor, when the esteemed doctors of the Institute permitted the Count to take Prince Wigan. They insisted upon retaining the black iron key that unlocks every door in the Institute. Surely, they seized the opportunity to abscond with the golden scepter. Gazing at the panicked and desperate Gales, Aegon inquired, "And where are the esteemed doctors now? Should you not summon them at once?" Gales, trembling, curled into himself and murmured, "The doctors are typically engrossed in their research, sequestered within their laboratories. Only in the event of a grave matter would the overseer assemble them. I shall fetch the doctors for you immediately. Please bear with me a moment." With that, Gales scurried out of the room in a flurry. Aegon pressed his hand to his forehead, watching the terrified Gales flee. He then turned his gaze upon the room, which had been his uncle's residence for over a decade. The stark gray stones were embedded in the barren walls. The room contained little more than a bed, a few bookshelves, a desk, and a chair. Devoid of any further embellishments or possessions, there was even a conspicuous absence of a cupboard. Rising from his seat, Aegon observed the several bookshelves, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Most of the volumes were related to economics and mathematics, which was unsurprising, given that his uncle Wigan was a doctor representing the field of economics. However, alongside these were also books pertaining to medicine and even the arcane arts. Aegon had heard his father, Balerion, speak of his uncle's lifelong fascination with alchemy, astronomy, and the intricate, profound mysteries of mathematics. The realms of medicine and the arcane have never been the forte of my uncle, Vigan. Why, then, do we find such tomes upon the shelves of this chamber? Vigan's personal belongings were long since delivered by Gales, and I have recently scrutinized them closely. All that remains are a few sets of faded garments and some toiletries. As the youngest son of King Jaehaerys and the sole surviving brother of my father, Balerion, how could my uncle lead such a meager existence without any savings? After all, royal family members receive a monthly stipend of gold dragons from the Iron Throne. My uncle's share is dispatched by swift couriers directly into his hands each month. Thus, as a doctorate holder in economics, adept in fiscal matters, where has all his wealth vanished? With a creak, the door to the room opened, and Gales entered, accompanied by the scholars of the Citadel. I raised my gaze to see that the individuals before me were all of an average age exceeding 40, each appearing frail. Evidently reclusive scholars who had spent their lives secluded in laboratories. Gales approached my side, his demeanor humble, and in a sycophantic tone, he introduced them. "Your Highness, these gentlemen are the esteemed scholars of the Citadel." I tilted my head and queried Gales, "I have heard that the Citadel boasts at least a dozen disciplines. Do only these few hold the title of doctor?" Gales, beaming with a forced smile, softly elucidated, "Your Highness, while the Citadel encompasses numerous disciplines, not every field has produced distinguished scholars to attain a doctorate. For instance, there has not been a doctorate in the arcane for centuries. The gentlemen before you are the doctors of Ravenry, astronomy, history, and medicine." I turned to regard the pale, slender elders before me, squinting as I inquired, "As fellow doctors of the Citadel, you must have interacted with my uncle on numerous occasions. Given that he fell ill and met a tragic end under mysterious circumstances, do you possess any insights into the matter?" The elderly men exchanged glances, and the doctor of Ravenry, adorned with a black iron ring, stepped forward and spoke in a measured tone. "Prior to our status as doctors, we were all distinguished scholars in our respective fields. Only through the rigorous evaluations of the Citadel could we ascend to this title. Our role is not to govern the Citadel, but to inspire continuous advancement in our disciplines. Thus, we often seclude ourselves within our laboratories, rarely encountering one another." Listening to the words of the doctor of Ravenry, the doctor of medicine, wearing a silver ring, stepped forward and addressed me. "Among us old fellows, it appears that I had the most dealings with Dr. Vigan." Chapter 62. Ing raised his gaze to the elderly gentleman before him, whose hair was a silvery hue and whose voice was faint. This venerable physician, adorned with a silver ring, was the eldest among the assembled scholars. In the academic city, doctoral positions were typically tenured, and only upon the passing of this aged medical doctor would a deserving candidate in the field of medicine be selected by the council to assume the role. The doctor continued to speak, albeit with a tremor in his voice. Since 1996, when Princess Magna Targaryen tragically succumbed to the debilitating gayscale while caring for afflicted children, Dr. Wagging had embarked on a self-directed study of medicine. True to his reputation as a prodigy, he advanced rapidly in his medical education and eventually became adept at diagnosing and treating patients independently. In his leisure, he often sought my counsel on medical matters, and over time, we became quite familiar with one another. However, as time passed, I noted that Dr. Wagging had become fixated on researching a cure for grayscale. I once urged him to abandon this obsession, for throughout history, no one had ever succeeded in curing the disease. which was highly contagious and could easily lead to one's own demise. Upon hearing this, Ing stepped closer to the elderly doctor, fixing his intense gaze upon him, and inquired, "Are you suggesting that my uncle's death is connected to grayscale?" The old man shook his head and replied, "I cannot say for certain. After I advised him, he seemed to lose interest in grayscale entirely and no longer sought me out for discussions on medical topics. Eventually, he became nearly invisible within the academic city. As for whether Dr. Waging's demise was due to grayscale, I remain uncertain." Ing regarded the elderly figure before him, then averted his gaze, slowly making his way to the chair beside the desk, as though he had exhausted all his strength merely to sit. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the assembled doctors and spoke, "The golden short staff, a symbol of my uncle's doctorate in economics, has yet to be found. Yet, you all took the black iron keys of the academic city together, did you not?" The elders exchanged glances, and the leading scholar, Dr. Crow, shook his head, saying, "The golden short staff represents the economics doctorate, and we have no need for such an item. Should a new economics doctor arise, we would craft another for him. So it holds no significance for us." Ing proceeded to inquire further about his Uncle Waging's daily life and habits, but the elders could only respond with ignorance, claiming their years spent in the laboratory had left them oblivious to such matters. Observing the demeanor and expressions of the doctors, Ing sensed no deceit in their words. With a resigned wave of his hand, he dismissed them back to their laboratories to resume their pursuits. Once the room was empty, only Ing remained, deep in thought. Alongside the visibly shaken Gales, the steward of the academic city, whose back was drenched in sweat from fright. As Aegon sank into contemplation, a profound silence enveloped the room, causing Gales to sense an atmosphere thick with trepidation. Approaching Aegon with a forced smile, he bent slightly and inquired, "Your Highness, the library of the Academy boasts an immense collection, housing tens of thousands of tomes since its inception. Might I ask if you have any interest in the Academy's vast holdings?" Aegon, lifting his gaze to meet that of the visibly flustered chief librarian, replied curtly, "Pray tell. Can the library elucidate the cause of my uncle's untimely demise?" Gales, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, stammered nervously, "Your Highness, I merely thought, Dr. Waging often traversed the library in pursuit of medical knowledge. Perhaps he left behind some mark or clue that could clarify your uncertainties." Aegon rose, fixing Gales with a silent, piercing stare, causing the latter to tremble, sweat pouring down his face. "Lead the way," Aegon commanded. Gales, visibly relieved, respectfully opened the grand door and guided Aegon towards the library. Upon entering the sanctuary of books, Aegon beheld an array of shelves brimming with diverse volumes and parchment scrolls. Numerous apprentices scurried among the stacks, diligently restoring and organizing the texts. As Aegon meandered through this ocean of literature, his attention was suddenly captivated by the numbered plaques adorning the shelves. Turning to Gales, he asked with a serious demeanor, "What do these numbered plaques signify?" Gales, responding with utmost reverence, explained, "Your Highness, these denote the order of the shelves. This library contains tens of thousands of volumes, and with several libraries within the Academy, we have categorized the books by title and subject for easier management." Aegon, scrutinizing the plaques, inquired gravely, "Which shelves are marked with the number 35? Gales pondered for a moment, his expression clouded with confusion. "Your Highness, the Academy encompasses over a dozen disciplines, with each discipline housing more than 35 shelves. Therefore, there are at least a dozen shelves across various libraries that bear the number 35. What is your intention?" Seizing Gales by the collar, Aegon demanded. "Take me to each one, swiftly." Gales, flustered, nodded vigorously, and upon Aegon's release, hastened to lead him towards the shelf marked with the number 35. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Gales guided the perspiring Aegon through the labyrinth of shelves. "Your Highness, this is the 35th shelf of the Corvidi studies," Gales announced. Hearing Gales' response, Aegon turned his gaze to the towering bookshelf brimming with books. The volumes lay stacked upon one another, and as Aegon approached, he began to leaf through them. After a moment, he found no clues. The tomes were encrusted with dust, clearly neglected for many years. Turning to Gale, he inquired, "How many more are there?" Gale contemplated briefly before replying, "Your Highness, you have already examined the fields of medicine, ravenology, astronomy, and mysticism. You still have economics, navigation, military studies, and a few other minor disciplines yet to explore." Upon hearing this, Aegon declared, "Let us proceed to economics next." Gale nodded earnestly and led Aegon towards the economics section. However, after taking only a few steps, he halted abruptly, turning back with a rueful smile. "Your Highness, we cannot access the 35th shelf of economics." Aegon asked why not. Gale responded with evident distress, Because the 35th shelf of economics is located in the restricted section, locked behind an iron gate, accessible only to a doctor. Chapter 63. The Doc Aegon stood beside the iron gate of the restricted section, anxiously gazing down the corridor. Before long, he saw Gale dragging along the Ravenology doctor they had encountered earlier, who appeared breathless. Observing the two panting figures, Aegon addressed Gale. "Did I not instruct you to fetch the key? Why have you brought the Ravenology doctor with you?" Gale patted his chest, catching his breath. "Your Highness." It was he who insisted on coming. He said that only in the presence of a doctor can you enter. Aegon glanced at the exhausted Ravenology doctor beside him and, feeling exasperated, urged, "Please, unlock the gate swiftly." With that, he stepped aside. The Ravenology doctor, trembling, retrieved a key from around his neck and, with a click, unlocked the iron gate, pushing it open to reveal the darkness within. Seeing the door ajar, Aegon swiftly entered. Just as Gale attempted to follow, the doctor seized him, fixing a fierce gaze upon him, before slipping inside and locking the gate behind him. Gale, now stranded outside, was met with a grin from the Ravenology doctor, who then turned to follow Aegon deeper into the restricted section. Curious about the doctor's presence, Aegon inquired. "I can understand the existence of a restricted section for fields like medicine and military studies, but why does economics also have such a section?" The Ravenology doctor glanced at Aegon before continuing his leisurely pace. "The academic city holds the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of the Undulls over millennia, both beneficial and harmful, preserved within its tomes. Economics is replete with methods that can cause harm. Thus it must remain locked away to prevent its misuse." Puzzled, Aegon questioned, "If that is the case, why not destroy such knowledge? Why keep it hidden from the light?" Dr. Corvid turned his head and shot a glance at Aegon, stating that knowledge is devoid of right or wrong. Rather, it is humanity that is divided into good and evil. Having said this, he disregarded Aegon and proceeded directly towards the bookshelf labeled Economics 35. He halted before the shelf and addressed Aegon, asserting, "Here we are, the Economics 35 bookshelf. Remember, had it not been for your investigation into the cause of Dr. Vague's demise, I would never have permitted His Highness the Prince to enter. I require you to swear by the old and new deities that the knowledge contained within these tomes shall not be learned nor applied to others after you have perused them. If you refuse to take this oath, I would sooner incinerate these books than allow you a glimpse." With that, he positioned himself between Aegon and the shelf, scrutinizing Aegon intently while holding a lantern. Aegon gazed at the obstinate old man before him and reluctantly took the oath, vowing that he would never employ the knowledge for the benefit of others. Upon hearing Aegon's promise, Dr. Corvid nodded and stepped aside. Seizing the opportunity, Aegon swiftly approached the shelf and began examining the volumes. As he perused the books, Aegon pondered why the resolute old man guarded this place so meticulously, even demanding an oath before permitting him to view the contents. The few volumes Aegon had glanced at were filled with nefarious information, schemes for counterfeiting coins that precipitated a crisis of trust, and public low-interest loans that masked predatory practices, leading to the ruin of countless lives. The depravity of these methods was such that even the morally bankrupt nobility of Westeros would find them intolerable. Each book teetered on the brink of execution, revealing insidious tactics. Shaking his head in resignation, Aegon ceased to dwell on the contents of the books and began inspecting for any other anomalies. Suddenly, Dr. Corvid's exclamation interrupted his thoughts. The old scholar had retrieved a hefty tome from the shelf, flipping through its pages and exclaiming, "Strange, how did this book end up here?" Curious, Aegon approached the old doctor and inquired, "What seems to be the problem? Is there something amiss with this book?" Dr. Corvid glanced at Aegon and replied slowly, "This is a book concerning dock construction, entirely unrelated to economics or the forbidden section. How could it possibly be placed here? Could it be that Scholar Vague misplaced it during his lifetime?" Upon hearing this, Aegon snatched the book from Dr. Corvid's hands. He discovered it contained detailed accounts of dock construction, methods for withstanding tsunamis, tides, and techniques for dealing with barnacles and other parasitic organisms. After reading through the book in its entirety, Aegon found nothing peculiar, yet he contemplated the significance of his Uncle Vague placing this book in such a location. Running his fingers over the text on the cover, he murmured, "A dock?" The dim light illuminated the overgrown path as the Chancellor of the Academy, Gales, led Aegon and the guards dispatched by Duke Massos of the Riverlands, assigned to ensure Aegon's safety, along the path that led to the weeping docks of the Academy. Aegon gazed at Gales, who stood before him, brandishing a flickering torch, his form swaying. Is it truly the case that there exists a dock within the Academy, yet it remains largely unutilized? What purpose did its construction serve? Gales turned back, a broad smile adorning his face as he replied, "Your Highness, I am not entirely certain. It seems to be connected to the former pirate lord of Crow's Island. Some say it was built by the twisted Prince Perrymore to eradicate said pirate lord. However, it is indeed scarcely used now. Look, we have arrived, he added, following Gale's gesture. Aegon beheld a modest two-story wooden building alongside several piers crafted from timber and stone that jutted into the sea. He waved to a few guards behind him, who promptly advanced towards the pier at his signal. Aegon, accompanied by Gales, entered the humble wooden structure. As the door creaked open at Aegon's push, he observed that the floor within had evidently been tidied. Although the wooden planks were somewhat brittle, they bore less dust than Gales had suggested, indicating that the place had not been entirely forsaken. Holding the torch, Aegon surveyed the interior, noting that the staircase leading to the second floor was inexplicably broken. Outside, Gales, resting his hand on the doorframe, contemplated entering to investigate. Just as he was about to step inside, Aegon halted him, instructing him to keep a distance. With a resigned sigh, Gales retreated to a stone outside, where he sat down, patiently waiting for Aegon to complete his examination. Aegon scrutinized the surroundings and passed through the main hall into the backyard, where he noticed a pile of weeds that seemed to conceal something of significance. Approaching the heap, he removed the stones that weighed it down and peeled back the foliage, revealing the entrance to a cellar hidden beneath. Chapter 64. The letter. Aegon regarded the wooden door of the cellar before him, the handle smooth and devoid of any splinters or signs of decay. He speculated that this cellar might indeed hold the truth left behind by his uncle, Viggen. Grasping the handle firmly, he exerted force to lift the heavy door, which creaked open to reveal a dark abyss below, with stone steps descending into the shadows. Clutching the torch tightly, Aegon began his descent, each step illuminated by its flickering light. A foul odor assaulted him as he entered the cellar, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose with the edge of his garment as he cautiously proceeded. The dimly lit cellar gradually unveiled its contents under the torch's glow, a cluttered desk strewn with numerous parchment scrolls, while shelves nearby held various potions and glass containers. In a distant corner of the cellar, a massive iron cage stood, within which lay the decaying remains of an adult male corpse. Aegon approached the cage and bent down to scrutinize the lifeless body before him. The remnants of skin bore the telltale signs of the gayscale disease, leading Aegon to surmise that this individual had met a tragic end as a result of the affliction. Rising to his feet, he turned and made his way to the adjacent desk, where a multitude of notes lay scattered. Drawing a dagger from his person, he carefully pried open the pages of the notes. The handwriting on the pages bore a striking resemblance to that found in his uncle Waegung's room. Aegon then perused the disordered parchment scrolls on the desk, where he discovered a meticulous record of his uncle's experimental journal. It detailed the treatment attempts his uncle made on the gayscale patient confined within the cage, concluding with the disheartening truth that his uncle had, regrettably, been unable to save this unfortunate soul, who ultimately succumbed to solitude and despair within the cage. Shaking his head in resignation, Aegon continued to sift through the remaining documents until one particular letter, addressed to his nephew Aegon, caught his eye. He swiftly used his dagger to break the crimson seal adorned with a three-headed dragon and withdrew the letter to read it with great care. It conveyed the following message: Dear Aegon, by the time you read this letter, I suspect I have returned to the embrace of the gods. Congratulations on discovering the laboratory where I researched medicine and studied the gayscale disease. You may wonder why I have left you a letter in this damp and foul-smelling place. The fellow Balerion, afflicted with gayscale, is unable to travel. Among your father's 3 sons, Viserys, as the crown prince, cannot leave King's Landing, and Daemon's impulsive nature would prevent him from undertaking such a task. Thus, it is likely that you have been sent by Balerion to retrieve my remains. If Balerin's praises of you in his correspondence are indeed sincere, then the information I left behind before my demise should guide you successfully to this location. Have you unraveled the truth behind my death? The truth is devoid of conspiracy, assassination, or sordid tricks. I too fell victim to the curse of gayscale. To be precise, while I successfully cured my own affliction, my physical constitution failed to endure the subsequent infection that arose post-recovery. Ever since your Aunt Magna succumbed to gayscale, I have been self-studying medicine. Initially, under the persuasion of that old man with the silver ring, I had abandoned my research. However, upon discovering that your father Balerion had also contracted this dreadful disease, I clandestinely resumed my studies and began treating patients afflicted with gayscale in this lowly, damp cellar. The individual in the cage is a mercenary from Volantis across the narrow sea. His insatiable greed led him to trespass into the Valerian ruins within the Smoke Sea, resulting in his infection with gayscale. Abandoned by his companions at the port of Old Town, He awaited his demise in solitude, and I took him in, confining him within the cage to conduct my research on gayscales. However, it was unexpected that during the course of treating him, I inadvertently contracted the wretched gayscales disease. I realized that my life began its gradual descent towards an end the moment I was infected. Thus, after the mercenary met his demise, I wagered my own existence at the gaming table, persisting in experiments concerning the gayscales disease. I am grateful for the gods' favor. For the good news is that I succeeded, by excising all the affected tissue and enduring the excruciating agony of skinning and butchering. I could successfully cure the disease with the herbal formula I devised. The unfortunate news, however, is that this process entails immense suffering, and the site of infection will be left irrevocably marred, akin to the visage of a face scorched by fierce flames. On the day following my self-cure, I felt an intense heat radiating from my body, and I understood that I might be facing inevitable death. Thus, I leave you this letter, wishing to pass on the method for curing the gayscales disease, hoping that it may allow that rascal Balerion to linger a few more years upon the Iron Throne. I have no desire to encounter his loathsome visage prematurely. Should you fail to locate this place and miss this letter, know that in this damp environment, it will soon be reduced to fragments, and all these secrets will forever slumber in the cellar behind the Scholar's City docks as time passes. You may wonder why I would go to such lengths to convey this remedy for the gayscales disease to you. After spending over a decade in the Scholar's City, diligently pursuing knowledge and advancing from a mere bachelor's assistant to a doctorate holder at the Pivotal Council, I did not do so for hollow glory or ideals. Everything I have undertaken has been for House Targaryen, for the Iron Throne. On the reverse side of this letter, I have inscribed an address where I have concealed hundreds of tomes that I stealthily brought out from the Scholar's City after becoming a bachelor, carefully transcribing them from memory. These include methods for the breeding and training of ravens, the melting and reforging of Valyrian steel, designs and construction records of the Towering Spire, among others. Should these texts be discovered by House Hightower or the Scholar's City, they would undoubtedly seize all the books and return them to the Scholar's City for safekeeping, ensuring they do not fall into the hands of House Targaryen. Therefore, the burden now rests upon you, Aegon. The pretext of researching the gayscales disease should suffice to placate the Scholar's City and House Hightower. It is now your task to transport these invaluable tomes back to King's Landing. I wish you fortune, my nephew. Do not grieve for me. I have merely reunited with my family. Additionally, convey to your father that he is now the king, bearing the honor of House Targaryen. He must slay the once brave Balerion and endure as a steadfast king. Chapter 65. Beneath the throne. Half a month later, in the royal council chamber, Viserys and Aegon sat on either side of the conference table. The king, Balerion, gazed at the letter from Vagger that Aegon had brought back from the Scholar's City. His somber expression and stooped figure were unmistakable reflections of the sorrow that dwelled within him. Balerion placed the letter upon the table and turned to Aegon, whispering inquiringly about the whereabouts of the books that Vagger had stealthily brought out. Aegon glanced at his father and replied softly that arrangements had been made for them to be secretly sent to Dragonstone, as the Red Keep was rife with people and chatter, making it easy for information to leak. Hearing his younger son's response, Balerion nodded unconsciously and remarked that he was indeed correct. The Red Keep was not a suitable place for such volumes. Viserys, observing his father, cautiously inquired about the handling of Uncle Viggen's ashes, noting that he had become a doctor at the Citadel. According to the traditions of Westeros, Uncle Viggen, being a Targaryen, deserved to rest only at Dragonstone. Balerion let out a hoarse roar and turned to his eldest son, causing Viserys to tightly shut his mouth in fear of further inciting his father's wrath. Balerion took a deep breath, composed himself, and continued, stating that once the matters concerning the sea snake were resolved, he would lead all members of the royal family back to Dragonstone to inter Viggen's ashes. Until then, he insisted that he did not wish for news of Viggen's demise to reach their mother, Grandmother Alysanne. He decreed that any servant or guard in the Red Keep who dared to discuss Viggen would be hanged at the gates of the castle. He would not tolerate such gossip within his stronghold. Faced with their father's imposing presence, Viserys and Aegon rose to indicate their compliance with the king's commands. Balerion gestured for his two sons to return to their chambers. As they exited, the Grand Council chamber was left with Balerion alone. He picked up Viggen's letter, perusing the final words left by his brother, and murmured regretfully, "Alas, it is too late. There is no turning back now." Seagulls soared above the Blackwater Bay docks, searching the fishermen's unattended boats for small fish and shrimp to satiate their hunger. In the distance, a ship with a marlin-shaped sail approached the horizon, accompanied by a sharp dragon's roar echoing through the sky. The slender, crimson figure of Corlys Balerion soared past the docks, heading straight for the Rhoynar Hills. Aegon and the carriage from the Red Keep had long since arrived at the Blackwater docks. As the Balerion warship dropped anchor, the sea snake, Corlys Balerion, disembarked with his soldiers and made his way towards Aegon and the carriage awaiting him. Upon seeing Aegon at the front of the carriage, Corlys greeted him solemnly, expressing his pleasure at meeting the young prince. Aegon, hearing the sea snake's salutation, approached and took Corlys' arm, guiding him towards the carriage as he said, "It has been quite a while, Lord Corlys. My father has been awaiting you at the Red Keep for some time. Please, let us board so we may return swiftly." With that, he grasped Corlys' arm and ascended into the royal carriage. The coachman, upon seeing the two embark, promptly cracked his whip and set off towards the Red Keep. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Dragonstone, Crown Prince Viserys awaited the descent of Caraxes alongside the carriage destined for the Red Keep. As Daemon issued a command in High Valyrian, Caraxes gracefully descended, swaying his slender form at the entrance of the Red Keep. The dragon guards hastily approached, guiding the fierce creature towards the depths of the dragon pit. Daemon, beaming with joy, stepped forward to embrace his brother Viserys tightly, then surveyed the surroundings with a playful inquiry about Aegon. Where is he? Why isn't he here to welcome his brother? Viserys, with a resigned smile, replied that Corlys had already arrived at the Blackwater dock, and Aegon had gone to greet him. Let us return to the Red Keep first, he suggested. Daemon shrugged in resignation, lamenting that were it not for their father's orders to return to King's Landing with Corlys, he would have already flown back on Caraxes. How is father's health? Daemon inquired. Viserys smiled, assuring him that their father was faring well, at least still vigorous enough to scold him and Aegon. Now that you have returned to King's Landing, I am sure father will be even happier, he added as they boarded the carriage bound for the Red Keep. Their shoulders linked together. The wheels of the carriage turned ceaselessly, ultimately halting at the entrance of the Red Keep amidst the coachman's calls. Aegon and Corlys disembarked. Corlys, burdened with heavy thoughts, gazed silently at the Red Keep. However, the silence was soon broken by Aegon's voice. Lord Corlys, the king awaits you in the throne room. Please, let us proceed swiftly. Without awaiting a reply, Aegon strode deeper into the Red Keep, leaving Corlys to furrow his brow at Aegon's retreating figure, silently following in his footsteps towards the throne room. As the king's guard swung open the grand doors of the throne room, before them loomed the Iron Throne, surrounded by a multitude of gleaming blades. King Balon, wielding Blackfire and crowned with the diadem of their father, Aegon I, sat upon the Iron Throne. Corlys surveyed the chamber, realizing that aside from the gold-masked king, he was alone in this vast hall. Taking a deep breath, he advanced directly towards the Iron Throne. Aegon followed closely behind, entering the spacious hall alongside him. As their footsteps echoed, the doors to the throne room were firmly shut by the king's guard. Corlys and Aegon approached the Iron Throne, and Aegon stepped forward, bowing in reverence. Your Grace, Lord Corlys Balerion, Master of Driftmark, and the Lord of Tides has arrived, he announced, stepping to the right side of the Iron Throne and turning to face Corlys Balerion. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Corlys approached the Iron Throne and bowed before Balon. Addressing him, Your Grace, may I inquire as to why you summoned me back to King's Landing? Balon straightened up, gazing at the sea serpent before him, his serious tone resonating within the throne room. Surely, it is due to your commendable deeds that I have summoned you back to King's Landing. Corlys, feigning ignorance, replied, I am unaware of what your majesty refers to. I have been engaged in battle at the Stepstones, and thus, I am not privy to the recent happenings in King's Landing. Balon scoffed, continuing, What, does our esteemed sea serpent, Lord Corlys, dare to act yet not to acknowledge it? Utilizing the royal fleet and soldiers to carve a trade route for your Balerion family. Truly, you live up to your infamous reputation. Chapter 66. Confrontation. Understanding that his actions had been unveiled by the frail king upon the Iron Throne, Corlys felt the last vestiges of hope dissipate, swept away by Balon's biting words. He then raised his head to meet Balon's gaze, stating, It appears our king has seen everything clearly. In that case, might I inquire how your majesty intends to punish me? Listening to Corlys' candid response, Balon struck the floor with his black flame sword in indignation, exclaiming, Corlys Balerion, do you honor the trust my father, Jaehaerys, placed in you? Do you honor the unwavering faith of your wife, Rhaenys? Ever since I appointed you as the commander of the Stepstones, every action you have taken has trampled upon the glory of House Targaryen. Is this how you repay your allegiance to your king? In response to Balon's interrogation, Corlys let out a cold laugh. Dear Majesty, perhaps you should first question yourself. Was my appointment as the commander in the war against the realm of three daughters truly a testament to the royal family's trust in me? Among the 7 kingdoms, save for Dorne, which stands at odds with the Iron Throne, and Storm's End, which lacks good ports. Which fleet does not require passage through the stepstones when sailing in the narrow sea? If I were to heed your command and lead an army to lay waste to the realm of three daughters, the surviving nobles of that disputed territory would harbor a deep-seated hatred for House Balerion. Consequently, the trade routes through the stepstones would be decimated. And I would not only face resentment from the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, but would also incur significant expenses to restore the routes, sacrificing my fleet and soldiers in yet another interminable war over the stepstones. Should everything unfold as you envision, the outcome would be a devastating blow to the Three Daughters realm, leaving House Balerion weakened and embittered, while the Iron Throne emerges as the sole victor, upholding its dignity while undermining the Valerion strength, allowing you and your progeny to rest easy. However, if I delay the conflict, prioritizing the preservation of the trade routes, you could justly assign the blame of delaying the war and defying royal command upon me, thus rightfully judging and punishing both House Balerion and myself. The kingdom of the Three Daughters has never held your regard, for your majesty is well aware that as long as the royal family possesses dragons, the realm of the Three Daughters shall forever remain a mere possession of the Iron Throne. Under the searing flames of the dragons, no one can survive. Therefore, regardless of my choices, the Valerian house is destined to face losses and oppression. Your summons for me to return to King's Landing, while allowing Rhaenys to continue her command at the Stepstones, is merely a precaution against her interceding on my behalf, lest you fear that her pleas might hinder your resolve to eliminate me entirely. Should I be successfully removed, like a wolf pack bereft of its alpha, the remaining stragglers would pose no threat to the royal family. Dear Majesty, am I not correct in my assertions? Observing the eloquent discourse of Corlys, Balerion scoffed derisively. Thus, you have chosen to employ the Iron Throne's forces to facilitate your own endeavors, as long as the Valyrian fleet remains unscathed. Even if I were to execute you and thereby diminish the Valerian family's stature, you trust that Rhaenys, by her character, would steadfastly defend Driftmark with your children, ultimately restoring the Valyrian legacy. Hence, you have opted for the Valerian fleet and its legacy over your own life, even if it renders Rhaenys a widow and your children fatherless. Corlys remained silent in the face of Balerion's inquiries, acutely aware that his actions were justifiable to the Valerian house and to Driftmark, yet he felt he had wronged only his wife, Rhaenys. Gazing at the pensive Corlys, Balerion proclaimed, "Speak, Rhaenys." At the sound of his words, Corlys' eyes widened as he beheld his wife, Rhaenys, emerging from behind a stone pillar, tears streaming down her face. As she approached him, Corlys was engulfed in turmoil, unsure how to confront the unwavering faith of his beloved wife, particularly as he had concealed from her the fact that he had staked his life in this perilous game of power. Now, he found himself a loser, his fate resting in the hands of the king seated upon the Iron Throne. Rhaenys wiped her tears and stepped before Corlys, raising her arm to deliver a swift slap to his face. The sharp sound reverberated throughout the throne room, and Corlys, eyes wide with shock, gazed at his wife, who was now tears and grit personified, as she fixed him with a fierce glare, poised to speak. Yet, she turned instead to her uncle Balerion, seated regally upon the Iron Throne, and respectfully declared, "Your Majesty, Corlys, as the Count of Driftmark, has defied royal decree, failing to pledge his unwavering loyalty to his king. With ulterior motives on the battlefield at the Stepstones, he has caused harm to the Iron Throne's fleet and soldiers. In light of this, the Valerian house willingly accepts full responsibility for the losses incurred in this conflict, and in the future, 30% of the profits generated by the Valerian fleet shall be surrendered entirely to the Iron Throne." Corlys listened intently to his wife's words, anxiously grasping Rhaenys' arm in an attempt to refute her claims of compensation. However, he was halted by the fierce gaze of Rhaenys, her bloodshot eyes piercing through him, rendering him speechless. Balon observed the couple before him, his expression grave as he inquired, "Is this all? What comes next?" Rhaenys, with unwavering strength, directed her gaze toward the Iron Throne, her voice clear and resolute as she proclaimed, "Laenor Valerion, heir to Driftmark and the firstborn of Corlys Valerion, Count of Driftmark, and Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, shall be raised as the foster son and squire of Prince Vaemond Targaryen and Princess Aemma Arryn until he comes of age. I trust this satisfies you, your grace." Corlys, upon hearing this, shook his head vehemently and looked up at Balon on the Iron Throne, shouting in fury, "No, I do not consent." Rhaenys turned to face her husband, her bloodshot eyes fixed upon him as she commanded, "Silence yourself, Corlys. You shall not utter another word until the king has granted you forgiveness. Not a single syllable." Gazing at his resolute wife, Corlys understood that he had unequivocally lost in this game of power, defeated by the frail king afflicted with grayscale before him. Truly, the aged King Jaehaerys had decisively chosen a worthy heir to ascend the Iron Throne. Chapter 67. Love and Marriage. Within the corridors of the Red Keep, Corlys strode purposefully, pursuing Rhaenys as she made her way toward the exit. He seized her arm, confronting her. "Rhaenys, should you not be at Dragonstone? Why are you here in the Red Keep?" Rhaenys, her bloodshot eyes locking onto her husband, replied in a grave and frigid tone, "Corlys, have you forgotten that Meleys is currently the swiftest dragon among all? Shortly after departing, I received a letter from my uncle, summoning me back to the Red Keep in secret. Initially, I was unaware of what transpired, but upon hearing your words in the throne room today, I have come to fully comprehend my uncle's intentions." Corlys, gripping Rhaenys by the shoulders, said excitedly, "If you understand the king's scheme, then why? Because I cannot bear to watch my husband perish." Rhaenys exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she grasped Corlys' hands, her voice trembling with emotion. "Corlys, when I accompanied my grandfather to Shield Islands and implored him to wed you on Green Shield Island, it was not for the Balerion fleet, nor for the legacy of Driftmark. It was out of love for you that I chose to marry you. My husband is a renowned navigator across the Seven Kingdoms, and it is your ingenuity and capability that have forged the legacy of Driftmark and the Balerion fleet. The wealth of High Tide City, now unrivaled across the realms, is a testament to your brilliance. As long as you remain, I believe that even if the Valyrian fleet suffers complete devastation and High Tide is reduced to ashes, you can still rally and restore the Valyrian house to its esteemed position among the Seven Kingdoms." Rhaenys extended her hands to caress Corlys' cheek, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke with deep emotion. "In accordance with my uncle's orders, I must soon command the Melias to return to the front line at the Stepstones. Take care of yourself, Corlys. I cannot bear the thought of being without you." Corlys, upon hearing her words, gently touched Rhaenys' hands on his face and nodded solemnly. Observing this, Rhaenys released her hands and strode purposefully towards the exit of the Red Keep. Corlys stood frozen in the corridor, watching his departing wife, when he was roused from his reverie by the approaching Viserys and Daemon. "What are you doing standing in the corridor, Corlys?" Viserys inquired, placing a reassuring hand on Corlys' shoulder. Daemon tilted his head, a teasing tone in his voice. "I just saw Rhaenys with red-rimmed eyes heading towards the exit of the Red Keep. Have you two had a quarrel?" Corlys, looking at the mischievous grin of Daemon and the concerned expression of Viserys, replied curtly, "I'm tired. I'm going back to my chambers." Without another word, he turned on his heel and walked towards the room of the Master of Ships. Daemon, frustrated by Corlys' lack of civility, moved forward to engage in a retort. But Viserys quickly intervened, urging his brother, "Father is still waiting for us. We should go meet him first." With that, he pulled Daemon along towards the throne room. In the throne room, Balon sat firmly upon the Iron Throne, regarding his youngest son with a steady gaze. "Aegon, do you understand now why I agreed to Rhaenys' terms?" Aegon looked up at his father and replied, "Because, for the Iron Throne, a living Corlys is far more advantageous than a deceased one." Balon, pleased with his son's insight, affirmed, "Indeed. Although Rhaenys' marriage into House Valyrian has emboldened Corlys, she is my brother's only daughter, a true Targaryen, and she would never allow Corlys to overshadow the Iron Throne. With Rhaenys present, even if Corlys harbors resentment towards the throne, he would never dare to raise a banner of rebellion against it. At Rhaenys' behest, the sole heir of the Sea Snake will grow up within the Red Keep, and the Valyrian fleet's riches will continuously flow into the Red Keep, transforming the Iron Throne into an inexhaustible source of wealth. However, if I were to sever Corlys' head, it would not only extinguish the Valyrian arrogance, but Rhaenys would resent me for taking her husband, and House Valyrian would no longer remain loyal to the Iron Throne. The Melias can lay eggs, and with Laenor and Lena, two pure-blooded descendants of dragons, a civil war among the dragonkind would inevitably ensue. A dragon war must never be unleashed, and Rhaenys is acutely aware of this, which is why she proposed terms that I could not refuse. Your cousin undoubtedly surpasses Viserys in excellence." Balon sighed deeply, intending to continue his discourse when the grand doors of the throne room swung open. Viserys and Daemon strode into the chamber with great purpose. Observing his two sons bowing before the throne, Balon casually waved his hand towards Daemon, inquiring, "Returned? You appear darker and more robust. Indeed, the battlefield is a crucible for forging one's character." Daemon leaned on the dark sister, smiling as he addressed his father. "Father, have you summoned me for a matter of great importance?" Balon regarded his three sons with a smile, responding, "Indeed, I require your assistance with a task, one that only you can undertake." Daemon, filled with anticipation for the assignment his father was about to reveal, was met with Berlan's cheerful declaration. I have sent word to the Vale, and in a few days, Lord Jorbert Royce, the temporary guardian of the Vale, will arrange for his daughter, Rhea, to arrive in King's Landing to wed you. Upon hearing his father's words, Daemon appeared struck by lightning, his countenance shifting to one of distress as he lamented, Father, my betrothal to that bronze woman was decreed by grandfather, now that he has departed. Can we not dissolve this engagement? Berlan, observing the discontent of his second son, replied sternly, You have made your point clear. This was a decision made during the reign of your grandfather, King Jaehaerys, and I hold no objections. This matter is settled. Once Rhea from the Vale arrives in King's Landing, I shall invite the High Septon and the nobles of the realm to officiate your union. For the time being, you will remain in the Red Keep and refrain from cavorting about in the flea pits. Viserys, Aegon, you two are tasked with keeping an eye on Daemon. Should he escape the Red Keep and cause any disruption to the wedding, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Daemon, with a pained expression, turned to his brothers, only to find his elder brother Viserys supporting their younger sibling Aegon, struggling to suppress his laughter. Aegon, covering his mouth, could not hide his amusement, as the corners of his eyes crinkled and his body trembled with mirth. As Viserys and Aegon beheld the anguish on Daemon's face, they finally succumbed to their laughter, filling the throne room with their joyous roars and advancing to offer their congratulations to Daemon. In a mock display of annoyance, Daemon seized his sword sheath and began to chase his brothers, the three siblings engaging in playful banter within the throne room. Above them, Berlan observed his sons frolicking with a subtle smile creeping beneath his golden mask. Chapter 68. The Wedding Within the Banquet Hall of the Red Keep in King's Landing. Joyful music and song reverberated throughout the space, as beautifully attired maidens flitted about. Tables overflowed with an array of delectable dishes, their fragrant aromas filling the air. The noble guests, celebrating with clinking goblets, scattered wine that further enriched the atmosphere with delightful scents. The groom, Daemon, donned in a resplendent crimson and gold ensemble, sat at the long table in the banquet hall, a pained expression etched upon his face as he forcefully imbibed the exquisite wine presented to him by Aemon with a smile. King Balon occupied the center of the table, flanked by the resilient Queen Alicent, who struggled to remain by her son's side. Surrounding them were various members of the royal family. Notably absent was Rhaenys, who was far away on the stepstones, tending to the children of the sea snake. However, her mother, Jocelyn Balerion, had returned to King's Landing after a prolonged absence, taking her place at the table before them. At a nearby table, the sea snake, Corlys Valerion, silently sipped his amber-hued wine, acutely aware that his mother-in-law, Jocelyn, had followed her daughter to Driftmark after the death of Prince Aemon, and had not returned to King's Landing even after the king's passing. Now, her return to this sorrowful place was solely due to her eldest grandson, Laenor, soon to become the adopted son and squire of Prince Viserys. Concerned for the grandson she had raised, Jocelyn returned to offer her support to Queen Alicent. At the long table, Queen Alicent tenderly grasped the hands of Jocelyn, her half-sister and mother of her son Esbride. The series of tragic news since her husband's demise had left Alicent deeply wounded, both physically and emotionally. It had been far too long since she had experienced such genuine joy. As the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith, Lena Valerion, Daemon's future bride, adorned in a gown of pure white and golden threads, entered the hall, led by her father, Lord Joffrey. At the king's behest, Daemon approached Lena, and all eyes were upon the two. The High Septon stepped into the hall, prompting the guests to rise from their seats. Amidst his measured blessings, the couple was united in matrimony. With forced smiles, Daemon and Lena accepted the well wishes of the attendees, completing the ceremonial exchange of cloaks. Amidst the jubilant cheers, they were ushered into the bridal chamber. The nobles, in the spirit of revelry, stripped the newlyweds of their garments, and upon witnessing them recline upon the bed, they promptly exited the chamber. Daemon lay there, despairingly gazing at the ceiling, acutely aware of Lena's anxious breaths beside him, and silently turned away from his wife. He could swear to the gods that he harbored no interest in the bronze-skinned woman beside him. Lena, tilting her head to observe her husband's back, also turned away, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. As Daemon lay there, he felt the alcohol coursing through his veins. Though he should have been drowsy, a growing heat enveloped him, stirring his senses. Recollecting Aemon's mischievous grin as he handed him the wine earlier, Daemon abruptly sat up in bed and bellowed towards the door. Damn you, Aemon. Did you drug me? The following noon, Daemon, his knees weak and weary, stormed out of his chamber, filled with rage as he strode purposefully through the corridors of the Red Keep towards Aemon's quarters. The maidens of the Red Keep parted ways upon the arrival of Prince Daemon, some blushing, while others whispered conspiratorially after his departure. After all, the passionate sounds of Daemon and Rena had echoed through the corridors of the Red Keep the previous night. Daemon, sensing the gazes of the maidens, felt his ire intensifying. He approached Aegon's door and knocked forcefully. Yet, the room remained silent, devoid of any response. Drawing Dark Sister, he cleaved the door open and stepped inside, only to find the room empty. Turning back, he inquired of a nearby maid, "Where has Prince Aegon gone?" The maid, upon hearing Daemon's question, immediately bowed and replied, "Prince Aegon has been summoned to the royal council by his majesty." Upon receiving this information, Daemon strode purposefully towards the council chamber, resolute in his intent to retrieve his brother. Inside the council chamber, King Balerion sat upon the throne, flanked on his left by Ser Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King, and on his right by Prince Vaemond Valerion of Driftmark. Other lords and Aegon were gathered around the council table. Aegon would not have been entitled to participate in the discussions had it not been for King Balon's decree. The Hand of the King, Otto, spoke gravely. Princess Rhaenys is currently blocking the shipping lanes of the Three Daughters Kingdom from the Stepstones, with Tyrosh having been under siege for nearly 3 months. This war has persisted for almost a year now, and aside from the successful incorporation of the Stepstones under the Iron Throne's rule, we have achieved no other victories. Hearing Otto's words, King Balon rose from his seat, leaning on Blackfyre, and surveyed the assembled lords with a hoarse yet resolute voice. He declared, "The Three Daughters Kingdom, during my coronation, maliciously unleashed the grayscale plague to challenge the authority of the Iron Throne. I have resolved that I, alongside Aegon and Garys, shall ride our dragons to the battlefield and put an end to this war once and for all." The assembly erupted in protest upon hearing the king's steadfast proclamation, with Vaemond and Aegon exchanging shocked glances at their father, hoping he would retract his statement. Otto was the first to voice his concerns, saying, "Your Majesty, you are gravely ill and in a weakened state. Should you attempt to ride a dragon into battle, any misstep could result in the Iron Throne losing its king, a calamity unprecedented for the Seven Kingdoms." Balon, looking at his son and the assembled lords, replied with unwavering conviction, "I shall ride Vagger, alongside Aegon on Vagger, Garys on Dreamfire, and Rhaenys on Malaise, to turn the Three Daughters Kingdom to ash." Vaemond would accompany Aegon to the battlefield, while King's Landing would be entrusted to Daemon's watch. This is the king's command. No one may dissent. Obedience is required. Facing the imposing figure of the king, the courtiers had no choice but to rise and bow before him in submission, before slowly exiting the royal assembly hall at the king's gesture. Viserys and Aegon gazed at their father, poised to speak, when they were abruptly interrupted by the sudden entrance of Daemon. Initially intent on venting his fury at Aegon, Daemon, upon noticing the distress on his brothers' and sisters' faces, and seeing their father standing at the table, sensed the tense atmosphere and paused at the table, awaiting the others to speak. Balon glanced at his impetuous second son, then signaled the guards to close the heavy doors, taking a seat as he regarded his 3 sons, gradually removing his mask. Chapter 69, Dragonfire. Viserys, Daemon, and Aegon stared in astonishment at their father, whose visage beneath the mask resembled that of a malevolent spirit, completely covered in dark, ashen scales. The scales at the corners of his eyes and mouth had been cut away, and with each tremor of speech, the torn scabs bled, crimson rivulets trailing down his face to stain his collar. Tears streamed from Viserys' eyes as he struggled to take a step toward his father. "Stop. Return to your seat." Balon's thunderous voice halted Viserys in his tracks. Aegon, looking at his resilient father, spoke up. "Father, the treatment brought back by Uncle Vagon could," before Aegon could finish. Balon raised a hand to silence him, observing the sorrowful expressions of his 3 sons. With a tone of resignation, he continued, "I have secretly summoned scholars to study the methods you brought back, but alas, it is all too late. My body is nearly covered in gray scales, and I can no longer endure the agony of being flayed and cut. Had I received Vagon's treatment at the onset of my illness, I might have been saved. But now it is far too late. Do not grieve, my children. I have long accepted this fate. Now I must fulfill my duties as king and bring an end to this wretched war. The War of the Stepstones was ignited by me, and it is my responsibility to conclude it. This time, I shall personally ride my dragon and incinerate the filth of the Three Daughters Kingdom, allowing them to taste the fury of the dragon." Feeling the calm resignation in their father's voice, the 3 brothers were compelled to accept this harsh reality. Balon donned his golden mask once more, smiling brightly as he reassured his children, urging them to leave the royal assembly hall while he, leaning on Blackfyre, made his way back to Maegor's holdfast. Daemon turned to his brothers, saying, "Could Uncle Vagon's methods not save our father?" Why do you not insist he tries them? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we cannot forsake it. What if it succeeds in preserving our father's life? Aegon, looking at the distraught demon, replied with anguish. The father would not allow himself to become a monstrous figure, languishing upon the Iron Throne. Prince Aegon maintains his own steadfast principles and honor, yearning for a glorious demise on the battlefield as a valiant warrior. The father remains the courageous Balon, listening to Aegon's response and observing his father, Viserys, tread slowly in the distance. Balon, Demon, and Aegon fell into a contemplative silence as they retreated to their chambers. The morning sunlight illuminated the spires of the Red Keep, as the royal convoy gracefully departed, accompanied by the creaking of wheels, making its way towards the dragon lair on the Royne Hills. The dragon guards had long received orders from the Red Keep to usher the dragons into the great hall of the lair. Leading the procession was Vagger, the largest of the dragons, adorned with emerald scales, one of the 3 dragons that established House Targaryen. Balon alighted from the royal carriage, followed by Viserys, Aegon, and Gera from another carriage. Under the protection of their guards, they entered the dragon lair. Gera clutched Aegon's hand tightly, gazing silently at her elder brother, the king. Balon approached Vagger, caressing the dragon's scales through his gloves, and spoke with a wistful expression. Old friend, we are once more bound for the battlefield. Sensing the warrior's spirit emanating from his master, Vagger lifted his head and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the lair. Observing the still valiant Vagger, Balon turned to his children and gestured to the nearby guard, saying, Viserys, you are my firstborn, the future ruler of the Iron Throne. Blackfire is the ancestral sword of House Targaryen, a symbol of sovereignty. It now rightfully belongs to you. Upon finishing, the guard presented Blackfire with both hands to Viserys. Looking at his father, Viserys accepted the storied sword of House Targaryen with fervor, gripping it tightly, and subsequently hung it at his side upon his father as prompting. Balon, gazing at his eldest son, turned to Aegon and Gera, who were hand in hand. This time, I shall ride with you, soaring directly to the shores of Meereen. Vagger, Silverwing, and Dreamfire will accompany us to lay waste to Meereen. Be wary of their crossbows, remain calm. Take good care of Gera, and ensure she is unharmed. Aegon and Gera exchanged a steady glance and nodded in agreement. Balon, witnessing the bond between his son and sister, smiled with satisfaction before climbing the rope ladder to Vagger's saddle, securing himself firmly. Fly, Vagger. Responding to his master's command, Vagger heaved his immense body from the lair's entrance, propelling himself into the sky with powerful strokes of his wings. As they gazed upon the soaring form of Vagger, Aegon and Geri approached their mighty dragons, while Viserys closely followed in Aegon's footsteps, climbing onto the back of Vagger. With the melodious roars of dragons echoing around, Vagger, Silverwing, and Dreamfire took to the skies, fiercely pursuing the distant silhouette of Vagger. Myr, renowned for its exceptional craftsmanship, emerged as one of the 9 free cities on the continent of Essos. In the year 96, after allying with Lys and Tyrosh to vanquish the invasion of Volantis, it formed a permanent alliance with the other 2 city-states, establishing the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters. To this day, the kingdom has been jointly governed for 3 years by 33 counselors hailing from the 3 cities. Nestled along the western coastline of Essos, sheltered by a vast and tranquil bay, Myr boasts an array of workshops and factories due to its fine craftsmanship. The intricate and detailed artisanal goods produced in Myr have garnered immense popularity both within the Narrow Sea and beyond, earning the admiration of nobles and lords alike. However, in the past year, the blockade imposed by the Iron Throne's fleet from across the Narrow Sea has left the port with only a handful of vessels. The once bustling docks, filled with massive merchant ships and war galleys, have been commandeered by the authorities of Myr for the battlefield, sinking beneath the waves of the stepstones. Beneath the sunlit skies of Myr, the olive-skinned, dark-haired citizens scurried through the streets, preoccupied with their daily toil. The workers, rendered idle by the blockade, found warehouses overflowing with finished products such as carpets and screens, yet unable to sell them due to the ongoing war. Many of Myr's laborers, aside from the slaves, found themselves ensnared in the quagmire of unemployment. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the sky, prompting the crowd to look upward, where they beheld an onslaught of flames and heard a phrase spoken in High Valyrian. Chapter 70. Oath fierce dragon fire descended from the heavens, igniting both the citizens and buildings of Myr. Under the dragoness flames, all were equal, whether noble or merchant, slave or servant, they were all reduced to ashes. King Balon commanded the colossal Vagger, leading the charge as he circled low above the city. Vagger, Silverwing, Dreamfire, and Melius, who had hastened from the battlefield of the Stepstones to lend support, followed suit, unleashing their vibrant flames upon the city at the behest of their riders. Viserys clung tightly to Aegon's back, fastening himself to the saddle as he leaned forward to witness the hellish scene unfolding below. The soldiers of Myr aimed their crossbows at the titanic dragons soaring above, while the swift Melius, under Rhaenys' control, turned its head and opened its jaws wide, igniting the crossbows atop the city walls and watchtowers. Balon sat atop Vagger, directing the dragon towards the towering governor's mansion at the heart of Myr. As Vagger soared near the governor's palace, the nobles of the Mill Governorate, in a state of utter panic, rushed indoors. Vagger unleashed a torrent of flames from its mighty jaws, engulfing the entire palace in a sea of fire. The towering spires melted beneath the dragon's inferno, burying the governor's residence completely. Gayscale, perched upon the back of Dreamfire, retched at the acrid scent of charred corpses wafting through the air. Dreamfire sensed its master's fear and unease, furiously spewing flames that reduced everything visible to ashes. Observing the chaos, Aegon guided Wormesal to Dreamfire's side, calling out loudly, "Gayscale, be strong. Command Dreamfire to ascend. Command Dreamfire to ascend." Gayscale, struggling against her own physical discomfort, spoke soothingly to Dreamfire. "Calm down, Dreamfire. Ascend immediately, obey me." Her voice rang out above the din, and responding to its master's command, Dreamfire let out a resounding roar, flapping its wings as it soared skyward. Aegon watched as Dreamfire and his fiancée departed the battlefield, then turned to the seated Viserys, shouting, "Viserys, hold tight to the saddle." He then called to Wormesal, "Dive." Upon hearing its master's command, Wormesal dove decisively towards the ground, closely followed by Silverwing. The two dragons plunged downward, unleashing fierce flames upon the streets of Mill beside them. Balerion, witnessing the ferocity of Wormesal and Silverwing, laughed heartily in the sky, urging Vagger towards the docks of Mill. With each roar of Balerion's dragon, the entire dock and the vessels moored there were reduced to cinders. As the four dragons, excluding Dreamfire, continued to unleash their fiery breaths, the city of Mill was completely enveloped in flames. Except for a few estates and villages far from the city, the entire place was reduced to ashes. Balerion soared high above Mill on Vagger, surveying the inferno below. After patting Vagger affectionately, he accompanied its roar towards the military camp on Stone Steps Isle. Aegon, Rhaenys, and Gayscale, still circling in the sky, followed closely behind Vagger, escaping the fiery purgatory. The fierce winds at high altitude whisked away the acrid stench of charred flesh as they descended upon the camp located on Bloodstone Isle. Balerion slowly dismounted from Vagger. While Aegon and Viserys had already alighted from Wormesal, they approached their father, who was struggling to walk. Eager to assist him but acutely aware that their loving father feared infecting his sons with the dreaded grayscale, thus keeping them at a distance. Balon endured the excruciating agony of his joints, marked by gray scales, as he slowly approached his two sons. In the distance, Rhaenys restrained the eager Gayscale. Understanding the need for solitude among the father and his sons, Balon gazed at his eldest and youngest, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Viserys, do you comprehend why I insist upon your presence here on this battlefield, despite your status as the heir to the throne?" Viserys, looking at his father who had worried so deeply for him, choked out, "You wish for me to understand that dragons are the pillars of our family's prosperity." Balon, heartened by his eldest son's newfound insight, continued, "Indeed, ancient Valyria dominated Essos through the might of dragons. Our Targaryen family, as the last of the dragon lords from the 14 Flames, unified Westeros through the power of dragons. As long as dragons endure, the Targaryens shall never falter. Even if all 7 kingdoms rise in rebellion, we shall simply wage the conquest war once more. My body can withstand little longer after my demise. As the rightful successor to the Iron Throne, you must fiercely retain the dragons within the grasp of House Targaryen. No one outside our family shall tame the dragons, not even the bastards left behind by our ancestors from Dragonstone and King's Landing. Should others succeed in taming dragons, even if they incite dragon battles to slay them, it must be ensured that only those of pure Targaryen blood shall remain the last to control dragons in this world." Viserys and Aegon listened intently, pledging to remember their father's words. Looking at his sons, Balon smiled with satisfaction. "Viserys, do you recall what I once told you?" Viserys stared blankly at his father and asked, "Which matter do you refer to?" Balon sighed, shaking his head as he continued, "It concerns your taming of Vagger after my passing." Viserys glanced at the massive Vagger behind his father and replied, "Father, I truly lack the confidence to tame Vagger. Vagger's first master was Queen Visenya, and his second was the brave Balerion. I am not a capable warrior. I fear I cannot become Vagger's new master. Balerion, observing his discouraged son, responded vehemently, My son, you once tamed the oldest and largest dragon of our lineage, Vagger, the Black Dread. In the past, you confidently declared your intent to master our family's greatest dragon, and you succeeded. Vagger is the largest dragon still living within our house. As the heir, you must possess the strength to subdue all, instilling fear in any who covet the power of the Iron Throne. Swear to me, Viserys, by the names of your mother and myself, swear that after my death, you shall regain your confidence and successfully tame Vagger, lest my soul and your mother's remain unrest, forever condemned to the depths of the underworld. Chapter 71. Tylosai. The sea breeze of the Stone Steps archipelago wafted above the Bloodstone Island camp, while the luminous moon hung in the sky, casting its pure light upon the earth. King Balerion emerged from his tent, striding purposefully towards Vagger, who lay sprawled upon the sandy shore. As Balerion approached Vagger, he gently caressed the battle-scarred visage of the mighty dragon through his gloves, letting out a long sigh. Suddenly, Vagger lifted his head, turning his gaze toward Balin's rear, where a clear, youthful voice resonated. Father. Balerion turned to see his youngest son, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Why aren't you resting? Instead, you come to find me? Riding dragons is physically taxing, especially after flying from the Red Keep to Meereen this morning, and then from Meereen to the Stone Steps archipelago. Aegon shook his head at his father, replying, Father, you are the one who truly needs rest. I am well. I am not overly fatigued. Balerion looked at his son with a mix of resignation and affection, then turned back to comfort Vagger, addressing Aegon. I still remember the day you were born. The anguished cries of Alicia echoed throughout the Red Keep. After an entire day and night of labor, you finally arrived, Aegon. I recall how tiny and frail you were, smaller even than Viserys and Daemon. Alicia laughed then, remarking how a child so small took longer to deliver than both of his brothers combined. Observing his father lost in reminiscence, Aegon spoke softly, Yet, I can no longer recall what mother looked like. At this, Balerion withdrew his hand from Vagger's cheek, turning to his youngest son. Aegon, you wish to inquire why I must compel Viserys to swear a toxic oath in my and your mother's name, do you not? Nodding in response, Balerion continued in his gravelly voice, My child, you must understand, had it not been for my brother Aemon's untimely demise at the hands of the pirates of Meereen, I would not have ascended to your grandfather's throne and become king. This has resulted in my previous neglect in educating Viserys, rendering him overly gentle and kind-hearted. If Viserys were to remain the firstborn son of a king's second son, his amiable nature would contribute to the stability of the realm. However, fate has dictated otherwise, and he has become the foremost heir to the Iron Throne. Such a disposition, once a virtue, now manifests as weakness and ineptitude for one destined to reign. I comprehend that even if Viserys never rides a dragon again, you and Daemon will clear all obstacles before your brother with Wormsore and Corlac. Yet as king, one cannot perpetually rely on his siblings to realize his ambitions and talents. Thus, I have compelled him to take the toxic oath, signifying that if he wishes to evade further coercion, he must steadfastly grasp power in his own hands. In the Game of Thrones, one must either emerge victorious or face inevitable demise. There exists no middle ground. Aegon gazed at his father, whose voice was hoarse, and with a heavy heart. He nodded and spoke, Father, it is quite late. The evening wind at the stepstones is brisk. We should return to the tent. Balerion turned to his son, standing resolutely upon the beach, and smiled. Allow me to remain here a while longer with my old companion. You may return to rest. Confronted by his father's stubbornness, Aegon bowed in resignation and made his way toward the tent. The moonlight glimmered upon Balerion's golden mask, concealing the turmoil within him from anyone who might gaze upon it. As the sea breeze swept across the sandy shore, Vagger, sensing his master's inner turmoil, released a long, mournful dragon roar. Balerion patted his old companion and gazed at the moon. Forgive me, my child. Pardon the weakness of your father. A week later, as the morning sun bathed the skies above the Westeros encampment on Bloodstone Island, the fleet of warships, already prepared for battle, set sail toward Tyrosh. Situated on the northernmost isle of the Stepstones, accompanied by 5 soaring dragons. As Vagger soared above, the dragon riders maneuvered their mighty steeds to follow closely in his wake. Hundreds of warships trailed behind the dragons, marching in formation toward Tyrosh, where the silhouette of its towering walls emerged on the horizon. Tyrosh, perched on the smallest isle of the Stepstones, was once a colony of the Valyrian freehold, where the proud dragon lords forged its inner walls from the dark dragonstone. The harbor of Tyrosh was adorned with the streets of Bloodcry City, lined with temples and shrines dedicated to various deities. The majority of Tyrosh's populace comprised slaves from across Essos, and this prosperous industrial city amassed its considerable wealth largely due to its vast enslaved population, earning its place as one of the 9 free cities of Essos. Upon spotting the returning fleet on the horizon and the dragons soaring above, the soldiers stationed at the Bloodcry Tower in Tyrosh rang the copper bells. The urgent peals reverberated throughout the entirety of Tyrosh. The Lord of Tyrosh emerged from his residence, gazing at the dragons above, fully aware of the devastating news from a week prior, the dragon's assault on Meereen, which left it in ruins. The Lord of Tyrosh comprehended that, given Tyrosh's strength, it was utterly incapable of resisting the formidable Westerosi fleet and the 5 powerful dragons. He recognized the renowned dragon Vagger and understood that the current ruler of the Iron Throne awaited his surrender upon the back of the dragon. Otherwise, Tyrosh would have already been reduced to ashes alongside Meereen in the flames of the dragon's wrath a week ago. The fleet of Westeros had swiftly blockaded the shipping routes, rendering the inhabitants of Tyrosh unable to escape the isolated island. The Lord of Tyrosh commanded his guards to open the city gates, while he removed his sword, sheathed, from his waist, and, with both hands, presented it, stepping out of the city accompanied by a guard bearing a white flag. The forces and ships of Westeros had completely surrounded the defenseless Tyrosh. Seated upon the back of a dragon, Balon observed the figure of the Tyroshi lord, adorned in finery and kneeling before the port's gates, sword held aloft, encircled by guards bearing the white flag. Soldiers upon the city walls cast aside their swords and bows, signaling to the distant fleet. As the warships docked, the soldiers of Westeros entered Tyrosh, taking full control of what was once a free city-state. In the center of Tyrosh, the square adorned with the fountain of the wine god, King Balon, Crown Prince Viserys, and Aegon, along with Garys and Rhaenys, stood surrounded by the soldiers of Westeros. Gazing down upon the kneeling Tyroshi lord and other nobles, wealthy merchants, and officials held at sword point, King Balon approached the captives, and the Tyroshi lord, prostrate, spoke. "Your Majesty, the current Lord of Tyrosh surrenders on behalf of the Tyroshi people. We beseech you to forgive our transgressions and allow us to bask in your glory." Balon regarded the assembled individuals and, with a gravelly voice, replied, "Alas, it is too late." The current Lord of Tyrosh looked up at King Balon with astonishment, seemingly attempting to penetrate the golden mask to discern Balon's inner thoughts. From the king's tone, he perceived only a profound intent to kill. Not one of the nobles, lords, merchants, politicians, including the so-called Lord of Tyrosh, would be spared. As the king's command echoed, soldiers wielding swords swung their blades towards the kneeling Tyroshi captives. The Tyroshi lord turned to behold the fallen and heard the anguished cries and the sound of steel tearing flesh from behind him. With a fierce glare, he addressed the king of Westeros in a peculiar Valyrian accent, exclaiming, "Why? Why must we endure slaughter after our surrender? Do you not proclaim Westeros as a land of civilization, while branding the free cities as the domain of savagery? How do your actions differ from the savages of the Dothraki plains?" Balon, looking down at the exhausted Tyroshi lord, replied coolly, "You are but a collection of pirate leaders and slave traders. The traditions and courtesies of Westeros hold no relevance for your kind." With that, he turned with his entourage towards the distant lord's residence. The Tyroshi lord, tears of blood welling in his eyes, cried out in despair, "I curse you, Balon. I curse your progeny, and I curse all of you Valyrian bastards bearing the Targaryen name. One day, you too shall face the fate we endure. Your cities will be besieged, your dignity trampled upon, and you shall meet your end, sliced into fragments by the very blades you wield." Beside him, Viserys turned to glance at the hoarse cries of the exiled Lord of Tyrosh behind him, wishing to utter a word, but was restrained by his brother Aegon. Aegon addressed Viserys, saying, "My brother, pay no heed. That is merely the lament of a defeated hound." Viserys regarded his brother, then turned back, following in his father's footsteps towards the shattered estate of the Lord of Tyrosh. Lush trees enveloped the towering courtyard, and the majestic gates were pushed open by soldiers. King Balon and his entourage, led by the advancing soldiers, entered the opulent manor. In the courtyard, a grand fountain cascaded sweet water, while peacocks, driven by the soldiers, retreated to the corners. Countless flowers bloomed vibrantly upon this land, and pristine marble paved the pathways of the courtyard, with the columns of the hall adorned in jewels and gold. King Balon, accompanied by his 2 sons, Rhaenys and Gaer, stepped into the resplendent estate. Surveying the lavish decor and the myriad of rare treasures within, he offered no commentary, merely instructing a nearby soldier, Ensure that every item here is secured. From the moment I set foot in this place, everything belongs to the house of Targaryen. The soldier, upon hearing the king's words, immediately bowed in reverence and led a team to inventory and secure all within the manor. Balon gestured to a guard beside him, who promptly summoned his companions to produce a dark box, approximately half a meter in size. With their assistance, they lifted the box and brought it to stand behind King Balon. Viserys and the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain as to why their ailing father would unveil such a box within the estate of the Lord of Tyrosh. Stepping forward, Viserys inquired, "Father, what is this box?" Balon approached the box, caressing its surface with gloved hands, and replied, "This is something I had Rhaenys retrieve from King's Landing just a few days ago. It has lain dormant in our family's treasury for decades, and now it is time for it to see the light of day once more." He then turned to Viserys and Aegon, speaking with gravitas, "Step forward before me, Aegon." At his father's command, Aegon, filled with confusion, approached the king, uncertain of the impending revelation. Balon continued, "Kneel." As if struck by a sudden realization, Aegon gazed at his father with astonishment. Balon, observing his youngest son, spoke gravely, "Kneel." Aegon dutifully obeyed, lowering himself to one knee before Balon, who turned to unveil a dark, ominous chest. At the moment the chest opened, all present were drawn to its contents, save for Rhaenys, who was already aware of what lay within. Aegon's siblings, particularly Aemond, gasped in shock, while Viserys took an instinctive step forward to intervene. However, Balon's icy glare fixed upon Viserys, compelling him to halt, his eyes wide as he watched their father lift the object from the chest with both hands. Aegon's attention was similarly captivated by the item, and he shook his head, pleading, "Father, no, it does not belong to me." Ignoring his son's protests, Balon slowly placed the Valyrian steel crown of Aegon the Conqueror atop Aegon's head. His gravelly yet resolute voice resonated among all those present. "In the name of the King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I, Balon I, do hereby proclaim and crown Aegon Targaryen as the King of Driftmark and Tyrosh, while also appointing him governor of the Narrow Sea and protector of the Narrow Sea. Now rise, my child. From this day forth, the crown of the Conqueror shall forever belong to you and your descendants. The lands before you shall be yours for generations to come." Aegon stood in a daze, contemplating his father's actions, puzzled as to why. If it was merely Driftmark and Tyrosh being bestowed upon him, Balon would choose the Valyrian steel crown of Aegon the Conqueror. Since the death of Aegon the Conqueror, this crown had lain dormant in the Targaryen treasury for decades. Even his grandfather, Aegon I, had opted to craft a new crown rather than use this one. As Aegon slowly rose, he reached up to remove the crown that had just been placed upon his head. Gazing at the cold, dark Valyrian steel, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him as he turned his gaze towards his brother Viserys. There, Viserys beamed with joy, surrounded by others who congratulated him. Yet Aegon, noticing the clasped hands behind Viserys, suddenly grasped the truth. Their brotherly bond would never return to its former state. Aegon turned back, fixing his eyes intensely upon the golden mask that obscured his father's expression, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips as he accepted the congratulations from his betrothed and cousin.